99 A Norfand Metherun lit Amesiathi Tenderigio 13 She had won 5,000,090 lottery, experiencing a sudden windfall, but tragically, on her way Humada claimed her fortune, she was struck down by a falling figure who had chosen Tully up from a height. Her death was a profound injustice. Upon her soul being summoned to court of Yama, 99 erupted in tears, bewildered by theft had befallen her, Watson Chad she committed, having John Dord life off lanilinas she had finalitis death the sweetness of fortune, on la tohavite snatch it away before she could save it. Her lamentations caused chaos throughout the house of Yama's realm. To quell her unrest, Yama granted her Thechan Satala Vigain, allowing her Tober Borneza princess. 99 and imagine Enthather Nalif Wumerith Atala she had read, where Princess Isri uttered Bimperor Sand Basketin endless wheeled hand luxury. However, she was sorella mistaken. Her mother, the Empress, had been unjustly accused of treason and relegated to the cold palace, where 99 was born. At their birth, she was attended on Libby Ermotharan Damadwife with no side further, the Emperor. She had 17 older brothers. Thought her father longed for a daughter. Hermother's full from grace left them powerless and vulnerable. If fearing for her safety, Hermother insisted that 99 to disguise herself as a boy, publicly declaring her to the 18th prince. Resigned to a life of obscurity, 99 thought she might as well muddle through. It was not until she was 2.5 years old that she ventured to the cold palatial encounter at Thanyan princess and consort Yang, suddenly realizing that she had been transported into the Varin Abelshan Sired, becoming gamer supporting character. Twice the short, wretched creature, you haven't ever seen such a person at the palace before. How do rethi not bow before him, the princess, do they not fear for their life? 5-year-old Danyan princess Fonsawe, Walklin Bingade Karate of a hill, halted Hera sent to scold 99. Consort Giangra marked, what a motley crew Asilo Toro Amthopalesthi Zedes, without fear of offending Gagnon, such a cursed presence. 99 Effeltostoff she had been struck by lightning upon hearing these familiar words. She had indeed read a story titled Long Live the Empress, and the protagonist stood near young Fonsawe. Her father had taken Fonsawe, the Dotiro for royal relative, into the Palasiashazan, lavishing her with affection and promising her to the crown prince, Wodo read her deeply. At a catalator, when Western Shu Kingdom fell, Fonkiwi would ascend to become the Empress of Southern Kingdom, rising from a palesme to rule alongside Dites Emperor, unifying theory Rome. Anyenho encountered Fonkawe at a redder, for she was the quintessential heroine. As for 99 she was viewed upon her identity as a princess ambiguous, destined to be executed by her own father that very day. Seeing 99 lost in thought, Fonkawe fumed, hey, shorty, I'm talking to you, what place are you from, why didn't he out home, the princess? 99, still reeling from the shock of her newfound identity as a supporting character, failed to respond to Fonkawe's tirade duodera toignarim, it will make you pay for your insolence. Fonkawe, believing 99 was imply dismissing her, grew increasingly irate and approached her with hands on her hips. Upon seeing 99 still look at and charming face, Fonkawe touched her own plain and chubba-visaged, feeling gazer job jelly jandanger, wanting to scratch 99's face. In the palace, she was the most beautiful and favored child, not this insufferable boy. As Fonkawe acted their hand towards 99, the latter stomped her foot and defiantly exclaimed, what do you want, get away from. At that moment, Fonkawe burst into tears, crying out incoherently. 99, puzzled, wondered if her fierce demeanor had frightened the girl. Suddenly Fonkawe shed past her, running to embrace the leg of a man dressed in a bright Arabi her father, Emperor Jianing. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, had a cold demeanor that commanded respect, yet, upon seeing Fonkawe his face transformed into a warm smile. She bent down to lift her into his arms. After all, why they teens and san no daughters, how cold he net doty in her? Midir why are you crying, Emperor Jianing gasped tenderly, whipping away her tears. Fonkawe, seizing the moment, pointed accusingly at 99. Herva was trembling. Uncle, thought boy over there is still anything and threatened to scratch me face, please help him. How called Shaner, Fonkawe was determined to make 99 pay the price. 99 couldn't lie stir in disbelief. Lees flowed from Fonkawe's lips effortlessly. She was left to her life speechless. What, the Emperor of Jianing was filled with rage as she turned to Fuan behind him. Go, bring the wretched child to him, how dare a bully wait, just watch me execute him. Joju was roughly dragged before the Emperor by several eunuchs, forced to kneel. The Emperor shielded Fonkawe behind him, then crouched down to scrutinize Jojo, his coarse hand mercilessly gripping her chin with such force that she felt as though her jaw might shitter. Is this tyrant truly going to kill me without discerning right from wrong? Hi's me father, my father. As the saying goes, even a tidger doesn't know a tight young. Hearing this inner murmur, the Emperor cast a suspicious glance at those around him before looking back at Jojo, Nun spoke at Twas wretched child before him, yet, the chilled lips remained still couded bethethu was sharing her thoughts, was it truly capable of hearing her heart's voice while of her scood not? The Emperor withdrew his hand, staring at Jojo in disbelief for a moment before quietly commanding Fuan to investigate what his wretched child was. How had he become a hisson, when had half read this child, we had never seen him before? Fuan went to investigate and son returned, whispering to the Emperor, Your Majesty, this child is born off Hela consort from the cold palace hi's the 18th prince. Ha, the Emperor scoffed, and what did he think o was? Heaven ordered, bring Thai's wretched child away and execute him. Ha had plenty of sins. This 18th prince was born ofty consor the lo that most he had been treasonous, and this child bore her blood, whether he lived or deed mattered little to him. Daring to provoke hymen themis cherished de ungla de of teen tire royal family he had to de. Joju had no consto explain she was seized bithagard sand ragged away. Oh, tyrant, is she truly going to kill him? What merits dos phone kai wipuses, a child of Weavesley's, utterly devoid of honesty. When have you versed to lean anything from her, with so many people around her, how could I possibly have to lean anything? I am innocent, on the contrary, it is you, envious of my beauty, seeks to mar me face. She spouted nonsensiant and squeezed out half tears, feigning gapitiful demianer, and somehow someone believed her noniath the reigning emperor, how absurd. No one dearth kingdom of Zishu falafterod could with such a tyrant who cannot discern right from wrong, to have survived tina years already immersive from the heavens. The kingdom of Zishu falafterodicade? The emperor of Shaningwa struck hard by these words. As an emperor, there is nothing more to buthan these. Whether what Joju said was true or not, the emperor's usually calm heart suddenly tightened, and had begun to take matters seriously. A glance at Thegwards dragging Joju away and commanded them tapaz. Turning to Fonsaiway he said, Way, tell me, what exact lidded hesti from I? If hetru lidded steal some nothing, then wold be executed. Fonkewi was momentarily at a loss, what did Thais wretched child actually stolen from her? She had list nothing, she had merely spoken in hestado fangziati. When she had made her accusation earlier, the emperor had immediately ordered the boy's execution without question. While was she asking so many questions now? Confused, Fonkewi fumbled behind their back, removing a gold bracelet and tossing it behind her, then begging Torab Hiraeus and cry, Your Majesty, the gold bracelet, after hestelite I pursued him and hither wit away, look. She pointed a spot not far behind her. The gold bracelet, freshly removed from Arist, lay glimmering in the grass, sparkling in thin light, easily visible. The emperor Faraudis brasa shegazed the bracelet. Joju watched Fonkewi's performance with a cold smiley in her heart. Ha, howled covet that broken bracelet, it was clearly thrown away by her herself. Why did she have to throw it behind her? Any on you with a discerning jayakud sisamething guasamis, unless a moribland dan could not see the truth. The emperor felt insulted. Way, I carry she early granting or whatever you desire, yet, Harry where, lying to me if I weariful, that bracelet was clearly discarded by you. His eyes were neither blind nor ishi art foolish. Fear crept onto Fonkewi's cabefacious hesta mirrored in panic, Your Majesty, it relidn't. Uteretally, the emperor Sanger flared doyoraqui remido summon Thegwards twanteragitio beforio whilst beneath truth? Fonsaiway, terrified at the prospect of emperor truly calling for guards, quickly Niltand admitted I was wrong. The emperor commanded, take Fonkewi to the empress dowager thought she should oft hepalas for prayers, those Iran haramain. Let him discipline Fonsaiway, and when she hustler net to speneath truth, only then shall she return to Thisadov concubine Jang. Thepiople around Thempress dowager were known for their strictness and lack of compassion, training the princes and princesses was not different from training palace maids, and they were exceeding latersh, quick to punish. Fonkewi read this grandmother Saftan dance above Elales. Upon hearing Themperor's decree, she burst into tears, attempting to soften Themperor's art with hair weeping. However, after crying for quite some time, her voice hoarse, the emperor who had always been tender toward Sharan never wished to see her tears, seemed to ignore her, allowing the nooks to take her away. Aunt, please save way. Fonkewi castad spirite glansa concubine Jang. Concubine Jiang was equally anxious way was sure treasured erling. If way were isent away, the emperor would not visit her for quite some time. Your Majesty, Wavey is the girliest cherish most, can you bear to leather suffer, please spare her this time. Silence, the Emperor Shotananoy glansa concubine Jiang. I deseo your failure to properly raise Wavey the thas led herdilius a brazen liath a tender ragiafive what will become you for when she grows up? From today onward, you shall be confined and tough polesitora flex upon your actions, when you have etrally repented, only then may you merge. Both concubine Jiang and Fonkewi were taken away, finally bringing some peace. The emperor exalted a heavy sigh and turned this gazito Jojo, his eyes depend inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Jojaya shark quivered. Why was the tyrant looking gather in such a peculiar manner? Han titruth already been made clear, she had not stolen anything nor armadanion. Could it be fates till intended tokeler, in the book, it was on this veride that she was executed she did not wish to obeat and todia such pain was soon bearable. Joju for red pain. The emperor was sexually observing Joju's appearance just moments ago, these wretched child had claimed that Weiwei was jealous of her beauty and soft to mar her face. He wanted to see just how unsubmissive she truly was. Indeed, she was quite striking, delicately sculpted, adorably nave, even more attractive at hand the 17 princess born before her, especially Thoses, which seemed to speak, sparkling with life. Yet, she was cover reddendest, dirty a lover. What a wretched child. If shuri a little girl, schwoed sure libaferen lovely endearing toll. The emperor sig head dreadfully. However, seeing that wretched child ways indeed quite yelling and in light of her charming appearance, had decided to have fuana scorther back, choosing not to impose further difficulties upon her. Joju felt relieved that the tyrant thad no texicit herend hadeven dispatched Samiani do escort her home. She considered thesasino understanding gon begin to mutter to herself. Iphone lime adoptive if father had been so wise and discerning from the start, no tellowing himself to deceive be wicked people and had thoroughly investigated the matter of momother solid treason should not have been confined to cold palace. My mother had never commit treason. Since me birth she had been whispering in mirabothi injustice shifist both she and der family had been wronged and she had no doho had caused her harm. My mother is trolipidiful yet my adoptive a father remains oblivious, their royal family is themis they art lessoful. But my adoptive a father is not much bitter when he walks into the lake bridge it will collapse and he shall break his leg. Ierkeld hath this part ways emphasized in the book for it was that the Klinoth kingdom of Suchubigan starting from Themamid my adoptive a father could no longer stand. After breaking his leg and voice from neighboring country escamed a visit under the pretense of concern but in reality they merely suffered to witness the ruler's humiliation. My adoptive a father was so enraged at the thespat blood. He became increasing melancholy each day. His health deteriorate das a result. Ultimately he became so ineath the could not even ris from his bed, unable to manage estate affairs, allowing junooks and treacherous ministers store in rampant, leading to the downfall of kingdom of Shichu. Joju wished to for a warning, butet mir litwoin de half year sauvage herwards would not be believed attempting to intervene with her adoptive a father might result in her being deemed a damned woman, and der mother could implicate das well. Forget it he shall say nothing. After all, my adoptive a father has always been indifferent to both men mother why should I concern myself with him? Lithimbi. Joju shook her head and followed Eunuch Fuan back to the cold palace. Yet, after taking steps, Asenzo Funiously crept into her heart as the approach at the cold palace. Joju said, Eunuch, you need not escort me any further you may return. She'll most let slip forward father, but Joju quickly stopped herself. Her mother had always warned her the trouble comes from the mouth. She must not speak carelessly. Hastily, she amended, please remember to inform the emperor to wait a moment betheliki in the imperial garden before crossing the bridge after enjoying Gokupoftia. Chapter 3 Thanks to the 18th prince's reminder, when Emperor Zhao Ning parted ways with Jiuzhou, he heard her heartfelt sentiments and now, as he returned to the imperial study and paused by the lake adjacent to the imperial garden, he gazed at the tranquil surface of the water, quietly contemplating Jiuzhou's words. The impudent child spoke of the fall of the Western Shu kingdom a decade hence, which is a matter of great significance. It is better to believe in its possibility than to dismiss it outright. He resolved to entertain the thought and consider it seriously. However, the audacious child also claimed that his leg would break shortly. Such a prediction seemed rather sinister. Could it be that the child truly possessed the foresight to know future events? In disbelief, he found it hard to accept. Fuan had also returned and, upon seeing Emperor Zhao Ning standing by the lake but not yet crossing the central bridge, recalled Jiuzhou's words. As the emperor's close attendant, he knew he must exercise utmost caution, especially concerning matters of personal safety. It is better to be overly cautious than to take unnecessary risks. Your Majesty, shall we enjoy a cup of tea before proceeding? Fuan suggested, concerned that something unpleasant might occur, opting not to directly mention Jiuzhou's warning but instead seeking a subtle pretext to deter the emperor. If calamity were to strike, he would then broach the subject of Jiuzhou. Emperor Zhao Ning, naturally discerning Fuan's intent, surmised that it must have been the audacious child who alerted Fuan, prompting his intervention. He thought it rather commendable that the child bore a sense of responsibility even in matters that threatened his safety, choosing not to issue a warning. A faint smile graced the emperor's lips. Fuan observed this, surprised, for he had grown up alongside the emperor, who was not known for his mirthful demeanor, smiling only in the presence of Princess Wei Wei. Your Majesty, you are smiling. Is there something that brings you joy? The emperor did not respond, instead instructing, bring the tea, I shall partake of a cup before continuing. He was determined to ascertain whether the central bridge would indeed collapse. Just then, Lu Gugu, in charge of the imperial study, interjected, but your Majesty, the national master and several ministers await your audience, claiming urgent matters at hand. Emperor Zhao Ning remained unperturbed. As the tea was served, he savored it, and just as he stood up, a thunderous crash echoed from the direction of the central bridge. It suddenly collapsed, severely disintegrating, with debris tumbling into the lake. The emperor could scarcely fathom the consequences. Had he ventured forth moments earlier, he would have surely suffered a grievous fate, perhaps even losing a leg, leaving him begridden, powerless, while those envious souls from neighboring realms would take delight in his misfortune. In his wrath, his health would surely deteriorate further. Without his governance, the Western Shu would descend into chaos, a scattered mass devoid of leadership, inevitably fracturing. It appeared that the audacious child did not speak in vain. He possessed a genuine ability to foresee future events. The Western Shu was indeed on the brink of catastrophe. The emperor's heart raced at the thought of his kingdom meeting such a fate under his reign. How would the people curse him? How would they humiliate him? Would they harbor hatred or resentment towards him? What would posterity say of him? Fuan, equally shaken, remarked, "Thank heavens we did not proceed, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Thanks to the 18th prince's reminder, the emperor mused silently for a moment before instructing Lu Gugu, "Please dismiss the others, leaving only the national master. I shall attend to him shortly." As Emperor Zhao Ning turned to depart, Fuan followed closely behind. Lu Gugu hurriedly inquired, "Your Majesty, where are you headed?" "To the Cold Palace." Upon learning that Zhou had escaped through a dog hole at the back of the Cold Palace and had wandered outside, even encountering Emperor Zhao Ning and the formidable concubine Jiang, Li Fei was terrified. She rushed to Zhou, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, "Zhou, let your mother see you properly, are you unharmed?" Li Fei, already overwhelmed with fear, murmured, "In the past, your elder brother, the 13th prince, also ventured out once and ended up imprisoned in the interrogation chamber, never to see the light of day again. I shall never see him again in this lifetime. Zhou, you are all I have left, you must not come to harm." Li Fei embraced Zhou, weeping for what felt like an eternity. Zhou extended her chubby little hand, awkwardly wiping the tears from Li Fei's face. "Mother, do not cry, when Zhou grows up, I will take you to live a good life. As for brother, he was wronged, there will come a time to rescue him. I will seize that opportunity when it arises. For now, we must wait for someone to return to the palace. Good Zhou, as long as you are safe, your mother will be content. I care not for good or bad days." "Mother," Zhou leapt into Li Fei's embrace. Her mother was truly beautiful, kind-hearted, and gentle, never scolding Zhou. Alas, her unfortunate father was blind to such virtues. From the moment Zhou was born, Li Fei had always been able to hear her innermost thoughts, so she found nothing unusual in this moment, merely shaking her head in indulgent reproach. "You child, even standing up for an adult?" "Your Highness, the Emperor is here," a young maid, Zhou Shuang, rushed in to announce. Upon hearing this, Li Fei felt a surge of dread. The last time Emperor Zhao Ning had visited her was 3 years prior, during her pregnancy, when she eagerly awaited his arrival. Alas, he was often preoccupied with state affairs and seldom came. When he finally did, it was under the weight of baseless charges of treason. She had committed no such acts of treason and could not fathom how such grave accusations could be laid upon her. Consequently, she had lived in fear, dreading the sight of the emperor, and now, with Emperor Zhao Ning's sudden arrival, Li Fei felt her legs go weak and the color drain from her face at an alarming rate. "Zhou, should we hide? Your father might not be pleased to see us." "Mother, do not fear, it will be all right. Zhou understands why father has come, there is no need to hide that he may be here to take us away." "What nonsense are you dreaming of, child?" Li Fei sighed. "Truly," she insisted, shaking her head, "do not indulge in fantasies. We are likely to remain trapped here for a lifetime." As she spoke, Emperor Zhao Ning entered, accompanied by a throng of attendants, filling the humble quarters of Li Fei and Zhou. Li Fei instinctively shielded Zhou behind her, trembling as she bowed and greeted, "Your humble servant pays her respects to your majesty, long live the emperor." The emperor gazed at the woman before him. Even clad in simple garments, she radiated beauty, as pure as a lotus emerging from clear waters. The passage of time had not marred her allure, rather, it had bestowed upon her a unique grace. Unlike the women of the harem, who adorned themselves in ostentatious finery, she remained refreshingly unadorned. The sight stirred a complex array of emotions within Emperor Zhao Ning. He reached out his hand to assist Li Fei in rising. Startled by this unexpected attention, she hesitated to take his hand. The emperor, with gentle insistence, grasped her hand, lifting her to her feet and casting a meaningful glance at the precious Zhou behind her. Chapter 4. Is she prepared to endure hardship? "Come, everyone, take a seat." A few individuals gathered around the solitary 8 immortals table within the room. The Emperor Zhao Ning initially intended to inquire of Zhou how he could foresee future events. Was he a prodigy or a demon? However, upon further reflection, he realized that if he posed such questions, Zhou might be regarded as an oddity by others, thus losing his current freedom to ponder openly, depriving him of the truth. Very well, no questions shall be asked. After all, this lad has not acted against the interests of the Western Shu. In fact, he has been there to remind him during critical moments. There was no need for him to know too much. As long as he heeded Zhou's advice going forward, he could focus on diligently governing the nation. Yet, recognizing Zhou's merits in saving him, he expressed, "Li Fei, I have often recalled the treasonous act you committed in collusion with the enemy. I sense that matters are not as straightforward as they appear, thus I intend to reopen this investigation. As for you, having nurtured the 18th prince, you may leave the cold palace. Ah, my dear father has finally found his conscience and is willing to revisit the matter of my mother's treason. How splendid! Please continue to maintain your sense of justice. Perhaps I shall come to admire you, dear father. The Emperor Zhao Ning mused to himself. A little rascal, do I require your admiration? The entire world adores me. I do not lack for your affection, Sai. My dear father surely does not seek my approval. What am I thinking? Jojo muttered internally, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Suddenly, Emperor Zhao Ning felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Your Majesty, there are individuals from the Imperial Study urging you again, claiming it is urgent, Fuan hastily reported. I shall attend to it immediately. Fuan, grant the Autumn Water residence to Li Fei and the 18th Prince, personally assist them in their relocation, and then visit my private treasury to select some items for them, ensure they are of the finest quality. Fuan. Autumn Water residence is the finest location within the palace. Last time, when Jiang Guifei requested it, His Majesty did not acquiesce, yet now it is bestowed upon Li Fei. Has the Emperor changed his disposition due to the 18th Prince's timely intervention? Has he begun to favor the 18th Prince and Li Fei? Nevertheless, it is also true that Li Fei is exceedingly beautiful, and the 18th Prince is lively and charming. How could the Emperor not be fond of them? Fuan nodded with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Let me ponder the nature of this urgent matter. Jojo observed the departing figure of Emperor Zhao Ning, resting his chin in contemplation. This is not good, this is a significant issue. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhao Ning abruptly halted his advance. Surely, my dear father is discussing the military situation at the front lines. Emperor Zhao Ning. Yes, indeed, could it be that the little rascal has some insight? He perked up his ears to listen intently. Li Fei, following closely behind the emperor, noticed his sudden cessation of movement and inquired, Your Majesty, do you not have pressing matters to attend to? Why have you stopped? Are you unwell? Perhaps I am merely parched. I shall have a cup of tea before proceeding. Fuan interjected, did you not consume a considerable amount of tea in the imperial garden earlier? Logically, you should not be thirsty. Li Fei personally poured tea for Emperor Zhao Ning, saying, Your Majesty, please enjoy. The emperor sipped his tea while listening to Jojo's thoughts. The text spoke of the recent frontline battles, revealing that our Western Shu not only faced defeat but also suffered the loss of 30,000 soldiers, an immense tragedy. Defeated, 30,000 soldiers lost? It should be noted that Western Shu has a total of only 100,000 soldiers. Such a loss is a severe blow, a harbinger of national demise. Should neighboring states seize this opportunity to attack, Western Shu would be doomed. Emperor Zhao Ning felt a surge of panic, his legs trembling. He urgently sought to comprehend the reasons behind the defeat, understanding this might provide a chance to alter the course of events. Seeing that Emperor Zhao Ning had not returned to address military concerns after finishing his tea, Li Fei frowned and asked, Your Majesty, are you still thirsty? Shall I refill your cup? Li Fei wished to convey Jojo's thoughts to Emperor Zhao Ning, urging him to prioritize this military crisis, but the inner palace must not meddle in state affairs. Speaking out would certainly lead to her demise. It was better to remain silent. Not thirsty, Emperor Zhao Ning replied. No, I am thirsty. Li Fei, are you thirsty or not? Shall I pour more tea? Yes, she complied, refilling the cup. Emperor Zhao Ning held the teacup while observing Jojo, only to find that Jojo had ceased his musings and had climbed into bed to sleep. After a long day of exertion, Jojo, still a mere 2.5-year-old child, was utterly exhausted. Emperor Zhao Ning, but little rascal, how can you sleep at this moment? Your dear father's nation faces the threat of annihilation. I am in a state of distress, and you can still slumber. He hurriedly approached Jojo's bedside, urging, Little rascal, awaken. Continue pondering the matters we discussed earlier. Sleepy-eyed, Jojo refused to rise. Seeing this, Li Fei grew anxious. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Even if you do not favor Jojo, you should not treat him this way. I do not dislike him. Oh, then Your Majesty, do you not have urgent matters to attend to? Why not allow Jojo to sleep? I do have urgent matters, Emperor Zhao Ning declared earnestly. Since the 18th Prince's birth, I have yet to accompany him. Tonight, I wish to keep him company as he sleeps. Fu Wen. Li Fei accompanied Jojo in sleep. Quickly, let us see, has the sun risen from the west? Emperor Zhao Ning had never before shared a bed with any of his sons, especially not in the cold palace. Jojo was the first, leaving both Li Fei and Jojo in shock. Li Fei sensed that matters were not as they seemed, suspecting the emperor was plotting something, yet she could not ascertain what it might be. Emperor Zhao Ning waved his hand dismissively. Li Fei, attend to your own affairs, I shall keep Jojo company. Though reluctant, she knew she could not defy the emperor's command, replying, Yes, Your Majesty. Emperor Zhao Ning spent the night in the cold palace alongside Jojo. When dawn broke and Jojo awoke, he was thoroughly bewildered, wondering why his dear father was in his bed. He then heard his father lament, "Alas, Jojo, our Western Chu is set to face a defeat in battle. What shall we do?" Still groggy, Jojo inquired, "What battle?" "A losing battle." "A defeat, it must be related to that southern country's spy, who has been stealing vital military information and reporting it back to the southern nation, leading to Western Chu's downfall." "A spy? Who might it be?" Emperor Zhao Ning gently guided, "I wonder if there is indeed a spy who has compromised our military intelligence, resulting in our defeat. There is, it must be that Wei Pin, who pretends to be with child and frequents your study, leading to the leakage of military secrets and our subsequent loss. If dear father could fabricate false military intelligence that she might steal, Western Chu could turn the tide and achieve a resounding victory against the southern nation." Emperor Zhao Ning thought to himself, "What a splendid idea, this little rascal is truly clever. I nearly acted impulsively against Wei Pin, rather than exploiting her to secure victory over the southern country. Very well, Jojo, I must take my leave. You may continue your slumber." Emperor Zhao Ning departed to address the matter of the spy Wei Pin. Jojo, still in a daze, thought, so what did dear father mean by those words? Is she truly preparing to endure hardship? Chapter 5. Dearest father, please show some resolve. No, she certainly does not wish to endure a life of meager meals. Dearest father, please muster some determination. You must secure victory in battle, for the prosperity that follows hinges upon your success. As soon as Emperor Zhao Ning departed, concubine Li hurried to visit Jojo, inquiring, "Jojo, did that dear father of yours strike or scold you last night?" Jojo shook her head, "No." "What then did he do?" "He kept me company while I slept, and left upon my waking." "Oh, I see," concubine Li remarked, "at least he possesses a modicum of conscience. Now, rise and freshen up. Once you are prepared, we shall commence our move." Concubine Li and Jojo did not possess many belongings, though they referred to it as moving. A mere handful of bundles would suffice. However, there was one individual they wished to take with them, Granny Gue. She had been a trusted servant to the late Empress Dowager, and it was through her efforts that concubine Li was able to give birth to Jojo safely. It was also she who discreetly sewed and sold items to support concubine Li and Jojo. Without her, their survival would have been precarious. At this moment, concubine Li addressed eunuch Fu Gonggang, "I wish to take Granny Gue with us from the cold palace. Do you think that would be permissible?" "Of course, your highness, you may decide as you wish. Why would you seek my opinion? I am truly astonished." Eunuch Fu replied, "I shall inform the Ministry of Internal Affairs." "That is well," concubine Li replied. When Granny Gue was escorted out of the cold palace, many looked on enviously, regretting their previous indifference towards concubine Li and Jojo. Had they forged closer ties, it could have been them leaving the cold palace today. What good fortune Granny Gue possesses, why are we not so fortunate? Alas, fate is not the same for all. In the imperial study, Emperor Zhao Ning listened intently to Jojo's words, fabricating a false military report for Consort Wei, a spy, to steal. With this counterfeit information, he commanded the troops at the front to lay an ambush and strike against the Southern Kingdom's forces. After years of conflict with the Southern Kingdom, the discovery of Consort Wei as a crucial informant, who unwittingly transmitted false military intelligence, would surely lead to a decisive victory. Indeed, 7 days later, urgent news arrived to the Western Shu Kingdom successfully ambushed the Southern Kingdom, achieving a resounding victory with casualties not exceeding 2,000, while capturing key Southern generals. The Southern Kingdom suffered significant losses. Consequently, envoys from the Southern Kingdom would soon arrive to negotiate peace, accompanied by territorial concessions and reparations. Splendid news. Emperor Zhao Ning was elated. That rascal truly is a blessing for the Western Shu Kingdom. Several military commanders praised, "Your Majesty, your wisdom shines through. Not only did you uncover the spy, but you also turned the tide of battle using her. All credit goes to Jiao." Emperor Zhao Ning mused inwardly. He longed to see Jiao, yet was intercepted by the state preceptor, who had sought an audience for several days but had been unable to meet with the emperor due to various matters. Today, he returned once more. Upon meeting the state preceptor, Emperor Zhao Ning noted his unusual urgency, as he seldom emerged from seclusion. Eagerly, Emperor Zhao Ning leaned in to listen. As expected, the state preceptor gravely declared, "Your Majesty, I fear I am nearing death." "Why this ominous talk, dear preceptor?" Emperor Zhao Ning admonished, "Such words should not be uttered lightly. You must live long and prosper." "No, I speak the truth," the state preceptor insisted. "My urgency stems from this matter. Before I depart from this world, I wish to impart some crucial information. I have observed the celestial signs and discerned that, in 10 years, the Western Shu Kingdom shall face the peril of ruin." With heartfelt gravity, he continued, "Yet there is a remedy. That person is the 18th prince, the 18th imperial son. Regardless of what transpires, your majesty must place your trust in the 18th prince and ensure his well-being. Emperor Zhao Ning took this matter to heart, nodding gravely. I shall remember. I too have a question for you. He hesitated, pondering. Dear preceptor, why is it that I have so many sons yet no daughters? Is it a consequence of some cosmic transgression? This thought plagued Emperor Zhao Ning, filling him with dissatisfaction. Why did misfortune plague him so? The state preceptor offered no response, only stating, heaven's secrets should not be revealed. After delivering his message, the state preceptor departed, and the following day, news arrived of his passing. Emperor Zhao Ning decreed a grand burial for the state preceptor while reflecting on his final counsel, and he proceeded to Autumn Water Pavilion to visit concubine Li and Jiao. The death of the state preceptor left Emperor Zhao Ning uncertain. Was it merely a natural end, or had he suffered divine retribution for revealing the kingdom's impending doom? After all, the fate of the Western Chu kingdom in 10 years was no trifling matter. While he understood it in his heart, to voice it would be to transgress divine will, risking calamity. If indeed the state preceptor had faced divine wrath, he would bear a lifetime of guilt. If only he had given more thought to the 18th prince, perhaps the state preceptor would not have needed to invoke such drastic measures to awaken him. With a deep sigh, Emperor Zhao Ning's mood darkened further, a cloud of melancholy enveloping him. Upon learning of the emperor's arrival, concubine Li and Jiao welcomed him into their quarters. Jiao, nestled in her mother's embrace, gazed at her father's troubled visage, pondering, wasn't there a victory? I am so pleased that dear father has finally seen through Consort Wei's true nature, but why does he appear so glum? Could something else have gone awry? Oh, that's right, the state preceptor has passed away. Upon hearing of the state preceptor's death, Emperor Zhao Ning's eyes suddenly brightened as he reached out toward Jiao, saying, concubine Li, bring Jiao to me. Perhaps Jiao could provide insight into his inner turmoil. He longed to hear her thoughts on the state preceptor's demise. Concubine Li handed Jiao over to Emperor Zhao Ning. Jiao sensed something peculiar in her father's gaze, as if he were plotting something. As Emperor Zhao Ning gently pinched Jiao's soft, adorable cheek, he mused aloud, the state preceptor's death was so sudden. One wonders whether it was simply his time or if other causes were at play. Jiao, unaware of her father's cunning intentions, quietly contemplated, perhaps it was merely his time. In novels, this is when the state preceptor typically meets his end. Upon hearing the phrase, merely his time, Emperor Zhao Ning's spirits lifted considerably, and he ceased his self-recrimination, showering Jiao with affectionate kisses. Jiao was taken aback. Was this old man truly kissing her? She felt tainted. After a brief moment of joy, Emperor Zhao Ning suddenly realized that kissing his son was inappropriate. He had never shown such affection to his sons, reserving his kisses exclusively for daughters, of which he had none. Was he so desperate for a daughter that he would bestow his affections on this little rascal? How revolting! With a look of disdain, Emperor Zhao Ning returned Jiao to concubine Li, then commanded, bring forth a reward. A reward? For what? Concubine Li was bewildered. Did he believe that kissing her warranted a reward? She was not a courtesan, she needed no reward. He was her own father. While she felt somewhat wronged, it was not entirely unacceptable. But he felt wronged. Emperor Zhao Ning's patience waned, and he cast a cold glare at Jiao. Chapter 6. Following the sequence of nines, he planted several fervent kisses upon the face of that insufferable little rascal. Did he truly comprehend the depth of his actions? How many sons yearn for his affection, eagerly awaiting a mere embrace or a gentle pat on the shoulder? They would be utterly delighted, yet he remains blissfully ignorant of his fortune. The Emperor Zhao Ning cast a lingering, melancholic gaze upon Jiao, and amidst her reluctant expressions, he pressed his lips to her cheeks repeatedly. Since she already felt slighted, why not indulge in a bit more grievance? Let her feel thoroughly aggrieved. Jiao fell silent, rendered speechless. Consort Li found Jiao's bewildered expression endearing and joined in, showering her with kisses for a considerable time, leaving Jiao feeling as though her cheeks were being smothered. Truly, one can only conclude that one does not enter the same door as those who are not family. Both her mother and her stepfather possessed peculiar thought processes, so quick to embrace familial ties. Nevertheless, a flicker of joy blossomed within Jiao's heart. In her past life, she had been orphaned, and now she was experiencing the tangible warmth of having parents. Jiao smiled softly, akin to a child who has surreptitiously indulged in sweets, her heart brimming with sweetness. She studied Emperor Zhao Ning and Consort Li intently, and neither had anticipated that Jiao had been without parents in her previous existence. A wave of compassion washed over them, and each took hold of one of Jiao's small hands, wishing to impart warmth to her. Consort Li reassured herself, fear not, my dear Jiao, for in this lifetime, your mother shall bestow upon you all her love. Emperor Zhao Ning echoed in his heart, your father shall treat you with utmost kindness. Oh, foolish child, may he cease to dwell on past sorrows, those times have faded. Presently, he is the 18th prince, blessed with both a mother and a father, and surrounded by many brothers. After Emperor Zhao Ning departed, Consort Li resolved to craft several exquisite garments for Jiao. During their time in the cold palace, they had lacked proper attire, and now that an opportunity had arisen, they would surely dress beautifully. As Jiao observed Consort Li measuring her for new clothes, she reached out her little hand, adorably clinging to her mother's arm, and asked, "Mother, may I wear clothes suitable for a young lady?" She longed to don such attire. "Not yet," Consort Li replied, making a gesture for silence, urging caution. Jiao felt a twinge of disappointment. Consort Li sent away the attendants, choosing to speak privately with Jiao. "My dear, your mother's name is still tainted by accusations of treason, and your maternal grandparents remain exiled in a desolate land, unrecalled. We are still vulnerable, we must tread carefully. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in peril." Jiao nodded in understanding, agreeing to heed her mother's advice. However, there was another matter that could jeopardize their safety, and Jiao hesitated to bring it to her mother's attention. Her mother's good friend, Consort Qing, was scheduled to visit soon and might propose moving into Qiushuiju to reside with her mother. Her mother absolutely must not agree. "Why is that?" Consort Li pondered inwardly. Jiao continued her musings. "Because Consort Qing is allied with the favored Consort Jiang and the protagonist, Feng Kaiwei. She has always served them and has laughed alongside them until the end. She merely pretends to befriend you." The book had mentioned that whenever a favored consort in the harem received a new favorite, Consort Cheng would devise a means to curry favor with Consort Jiang, moving in with that consort, only for the latter to meet an untimely demise shortly thereafter. Consort Qing was a most insidious character. If she were to move in, both mother and daughter could very well be in grave danger. Jiao racked her brain for a way to alert her mother to Consort Qing's treachery, urging her not to lower her guard simply due to their childhood friendship. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face but not their heart. Trusting Consort Cheng would only lead to her own detriment. Consort Li, of course, perceived Jiao's unspoken concerns. In comparison to Consort Qing, she held an unwavering trust in her daughter. To ease Jiao's worries and prevent her from fretting at such a tender age, she summoned Granny Gui to make arrangements. Consort Qing had sent word that she would visit the following day, and Granny Gui was instructed to prepare some refreshments without any special fuss. Granny Gui was perplexed. Didn't the lady just say to always have Consort Qing's favorite dishes ready for her arrival? Consort Li gently stroked Jiao's fluffy head and replied, "I did say that, but I have reflected upon it. During my years in the cold palace, Consort Qing claimed to be my good sister, yet she remained indifferent to my plight. Even when I was on the brink of death giving birth to Jiao, she offered not a single word of concern. It is evident she does not hold genuine affection for me. Since she lacks sincerity, why should I place any importance upon her?" At last, mother has seen through the ruse. She has finally ceased to naively trust that duplicitous Consort Qing. Her schemes are bound to fail. I shall sit back and watch as Consort Qing is met with her comeuppance. How delightful! Granny Gui felt a sense of relief. It is well that the lady has come to this realization. During your time in the cold palace, you often mentioned Consort Qing as your dear sister, yet I harbored doubts. If she were indeed a true sister, how could she remain oblivious to your suffering? But I dared not voice my concerns. It is a comfort to see the lady discern the truth for herself. The following morning, as Consort Qing set out for Qiushuiju, she fervently assured the waiting Feng Kaiwei, "Rest assured, dear princess, and please convey to Consort Jiang that I shall undoubtedly secure my place in Qiushuiju." Her intent was to eliminate Consort Li and her child. If she failed, she would offer her own head to Consort Li as a ball to be kicked around. Although Feng Kaiwei was still young, she had already begun to exhibit the qualities of the novel's leading lady. Upon hearing Consort Qing's words, she nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Then it rests upon you, Consort Qing. Should you succeed, great rewards await you." Consort Qing, hailing from a modest background, held little favor in the harem and had seen little of the world's luxuries. The mention of great rewards ignited a spark of excitement in her eyes. "Yes, my dear princess, I shall make haste." With that, Consort Qing departed. Feng Kaiwei watched her retreating figure, a flicker of concealed malice crossing her features. In recent days, she had heard numerous tales of the emperor's fondness for that diminutive winter melon. She had never anticipated that the emperor would spend a night in the cold palace for the sake of that winter melon, sharing a bed with her and subsequently elevating her and her child to reside in Qiushuiju. Qiushuiju was the most splendid and unique location within the harem, a privilege her own aunt could not enjoy. How could that winter melon and her child be deserving of such honor? She felt a deep-seated resentment. Even more so, she resented the emperor for punishing her because of that winter melon, leaving her unacknowledged for several days as though she had been forgotten. She longed for the days when she had been the sole favorite. However, with her aunt confined, she found herself powerless to retaliate, forced to attend lessons in etiquette at the Empress Dowager's palace daily, leaving her no time to deal with that winter melon and her child. Thus, she could only place her hopes in Consort Qing, praying that she would not disappoint her or her aunt. When Consort Qing arrived at the entrance of Qiushuiju, she encountered several individuals, the 10th prince, the 11th prince, and their attendants. These two had always maintained a cordial relationship with the 13th prince, born of Consort Li, making their visit entirely reasonable now that she had emerged from the cold palace. Chapter 7 Today, Mother is truly formidable, she is simply amazing, and our crisis has been averted. However, Qingfei, dismissive of the fact that the mothers of the two princes are but palace maids, seems to disregard them entirely. It is as though she is oblivious to their presence, as she strides ahead with her entourage into Qiushui residence, casting a sidelong glance at the two princes. Observing this, the princes suddenly find themselves hesitant to enter. Lady Li, wishing to converse with her dearest sister, likely prefers not to be disturbed, thus, they decide to wait for Qingfei to emerge before they proceed. "Sister, I have come to see you." Before Qingfei even steps inside, she cheerfully calls out, her voice brimming with warmth. To an unknowing observer, one might genuinely believe that she and Lady Li share an inseparable bond. Lady Li, welcoming Jojo at the entrance, greets Qingfei with a measured tone, "Since you are here, sister, please do come in and sit." Qingfei is somewhat taken aback. Having not seen Lady Li for quite some time, one would expect an exuberant reunion, a heartfelt embrace, and the sharing of years' worth of emotions. Why does it feel as though Lady Li's demeanor is rather indifferent today? With a twinge of unease, Qingfei enters, takes a sip of tea, and remarks, "Sister, I am genuinely delighted that you have finally emerged from the cold palace." "How courteous of you," Lady Li replies. "And the 18th prince, he has grown so much." Qingfei smiles warmly at Jojo, extending her hand. "May I have a hug from Qingyan?" Jojo, unwilling, turns her back to Qingfei, refusing even to glance in her direction. What a troublesome person. I certainly do not want that, she thinks. "Mother, please send her away." Lady Li soothes Jojo, "The child is simply shy, let it be." Very well, someone, bring the tea." Once the tea is served, Qingfei sips it while surveying the surroundings of Qiushui residence, and then exclaims with envy, "Sister, your new abode is truly splendid. Unlike your humble Qingsui pavilion, which is both shabby and drafty." In the past, had Qingfei spoken such words, Lady Li would have hastily invited her to stay. However, this time, Lady Li responds with a smile, "Then let sister request the Ministry of Internal Affairs to assist with repairs? It would be futile to mention it to me, I do not possess the skills for such work." Qingfei is momentarily speechless, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Why does Lady Li not invite her to reside in Qiushui? After clearing her throat, Qingfei continues, "Sister, I have no children of my own, the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs only ever take advantage of me, they would never assist you in repairing your residence." "I see." Lady Li replies, "But sister, your attire looks splendid. Is it made of shoe brocade? If the ministry truly mistreated you, how could you afford such fine fabric? You jest, sister." Once again, Qingfei finds herself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she suggests, "Sister, perhaps you are being selfish. Given the spaciousness of Qiushui residence, it would be lonely for you to reside here alone. Why not have me move in with you? It would be beneficial to have someone to look after you." Jojo's prediction was indeed correct. Qingfei seeks to take advantage of her. Lady Li, while maintaining a facade of politeness, feels a chill within. After all, sister has shown no concern for her loneliness during her years in the cold palace. Now that Lady Li's circumstances have improved, Qingfei suddenly expresses pity. Could there be ulterior motives at play? Feeling exposed, Qingfei panics momentarily, but quickly recovers, stating, "Not at all, you are my dearest sister, and we have known each other since childhood. My sincerity towards you is as vast as the heavens, how could you say such things?" Lady Li simply smiles, remaining silent. Observing Lady Li's impenetrable demeanor, Qingfei grows increasingly agitated. Why has she suddenly become so guarded? Unable to contain her frustration, she feigns anger, rising abruptly and dramatically sweeping her sleeve. "Is it that you do not wish for me to move in with you? Is that why you speak to me in such a manner? How disheartening. Sister, if you find me distasteful, you could simply say so, there is no need for such roundabout expressions." As Qingfei makes her way toward the door, feigning a heartbroken departure, she hopes to elicit a sense of urgency in Lady Li to retain her presence in Qiushui residence. Surely, she would be able to stay. To her surprise, Lady Li does not intervene but instead instructs someone, "See her out." Qingfei, has her scheme backfired. Not only has she failed to achieve her desires, but she is also being shown the door from Qiushui residence. It would be inappropriate to return and discuss her stay with Lady Li now. Qingfei nearly faints from indignation. Jojo, witnessing her mother confront Qingfei, delights in the thwarting of Qingfei's plans to reside in Qiushui. "Ah, mother is truly magnificent today. Our crisis has been averted, I hope you continue this way." Jojo adores her mother, she cupping Lady Li's face, plants a kiss on either side. At this moment, Granny Gui approaches with a report, "Your Grace, the 10th and 11th princes have also arrived, but they appear to be lingering outside, seemingly hesitant to enter." "Brother 10 and brother 11? These two have always been close to my biological brother, Brother 13. After the incident involving Brother 13, they have tirelessly assisted in his rescue without informing anyone. It was only in the latter chapters of the book that I learned of their sacrifices. They remained unmarried and childless, ultimately losing their lives in the endeavor. However, Mother is unaware of this and has always held a disdain for them. Their hesitation to enter now stems from their apprehension of Mother's potential wrath upon seeing them. Mother, Jojo implores, gently tugging at Lady Lee's sleeve, might we allow them to enter? They are truly the best of friends to Brother. Lady Lee, taken aback by Jojo's heartfelt words, realizes that Brother 10 and Brother 11 risked everything for her Brother 13. Not though she has harbored some prejudice against them regarding their mothers as mere palace maids, unworthy of association, no bias can withstand the weight of such profound and genuine friendship. With a resolute nod, Lady Lee replies, very well, I shall invite them in. But Mother, you mustn't scold them, Jojo adds, her cherubic face reflecting concern. Having endured the vicissitudes of court life, Lady Lee understands the value of true sincerity. Rest assured, my dear. I will treat them well. With that, Lady Lee takes Jojo by the hand and steps outside, personally to welcome the 10th and 11th princes. Upon seeing Lady Lee, the two princes avert their gazes, heads bowed, hands nervously clutching their garments, clearly anxious and apprehensive. Fearing ridicule or scorn from Lady Lee, they pass their gifts to a nearby maid, preparing to leave. Yet, before departing, they manage to say, Lady Lee, congratulations on your emergence from the cold palace. Please accept this humble token of our esteem, and do not worry about Brother 13, we will find a way. With that, they attempt to retreat, looking exceedingly fearful. Chapter 8, Why is Father looking at Mother like that? Like a lecher, Li Fei hurriedly said, since you are here, why not come in for a cup of tea? The 10th and 11th princes were taken aback. Had the Empress actually invited them in for tea? Surely, they must have misheard. It must be noted that during their previous encounters with her, there had never been any tea served, and they were often reprimanded. What are you standing there for? Come in quickly. Li Fei urged again. They truly had not misheard. The Empress was genuinely inviting them inside, and it seemed she was not so displeased with them anymore. They exchanged smiles and followed her into the room. Li Fei had tea and pastries brought in, all of which were the two princes' favorite flavors. As they ate, their hearts swelled with emotion. Empress, we thought you never liked us, they thought. Not at all, Li Fei replied. Having spent 3 years in the cold palace and experiencing both warmth and chill, I am well aware of who was good and who was not. You two are quite commendable. It was I who, the 10th prince, unable to bear hearing Li Fei's self-reproach, quickly interrupted. It was our ignorance that caused you distress before, that will not happen again. The 11th prince echoed, yes, indeed. Upon hearing this, Li Fei felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Guilt surged within her as she realized how wonderful these two children were. How had she failed to see that before? Truly, she had been blind, ensnared by her own misconceptions. This must be the 18th brother, Jojo, right? The 10th prince exclaimed, gazing at Jojo in delight, who was exquisitely beautiful, like a work of art, reminiscent of the Empress. The 11th prince, brimming with excitement, asked, Empress, may I hold Jojo? However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing it was unlikely that the Empress would permit him to embrace Jojo. Very well, Li Fei said, presenting Jojo to the 11th prince. After a moment of astonishment, he took Jojo into his arms, and the 10th prince leaned in to admire Jojo as well. Jojo looked at the two faces before her, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Wow, my two elder brothers are so handsome. One of them is holding me. The 10th and 11th princes heard Jojo's innocent thoughts and exchanged incredulous glances, filled with joy yet astonishment. They had no intention of exposing her secret. They were brothers, after all, and it was their duty to protect Jojo from being seen as a strange creature. After a while, the 10th prince remarked, you've held her long enough. It's my turn now. Reluctantly, the 11th prince relinquished Jojo to him. Moments later, he said to the 10th prince, you've held her long enough, now it's my turn. The 10th prince, irritated, retorted, what nonsense. I've only just held her, I haven't even warmed her up yet in a way. Is that so? Then I shall simply take her. The two engaged in a playful chase for Jojo, filling the atmosphere with lively energy until a voice suddenly broke through. What is all this commotion? Why the noise? It was the voice of Emperor Zhao Ning, who had heard the laughter from outside. In the oppressive confines of the palace, where decorum reigned and laughter was scarce, the emperor felt a refreshing sense of ease upon hearing that cheerful sound. Yet, he was perplexed as to why everyone fell silent upon his entrance. Did he appear so frightful? As he approached the 10th prince, disregarding his unwilling expression, he took Jojo from his arms and remarked, Old 10, it has been a while. You've grown taller. Noticing the 10th prince's sour demeanor, the emperor curiously inquired, "You appear somewhat troubled, is something amiss?" As he spoke, he sat down with Jiu in his lap. "Do tell. Who has offended you? I shall intervene on your behalf." Today, his mood was quite favorable, and he was willing to assist. Fuan, following closely behind the emperor, observed everything keenly. It was clear that the 10th prince was displeased solely because the emperor had taken Jiu from him. Yet the emperor remained oblivious to this fact. "Is it not the case that you are unhappy?" Fuan thought, wishing to offer a word of caution, but fearing for his safety, he chose to remain silent. The 10th prince replied, "I am not unhappy, it is merely that I have eaten something that did not agree with me, and my stomach is slightly upset." "Have you consulted the imperial physician?" "Not yet." "Then go quickly and seek the physician." "Old 11, you too." The 10th prince, the 11th prince, were they being dismissed? Regret washed over them for the excuse they had fabricated. They had hoped to spend more time with their younger brother during lunch, a rare occasion to dine with their father. Yet, they were fully aware that such aspirations were but fanciful dreams. "Yes, we shall take our leave," they said, heads bowed, disappointment evident as they withdrew. Jiu noticed the reluctance in their eyes and tugged at the emperor's sleeve. "Father, Jiu likes her 2 elder brothers and wishes for them to dine together with us." "But your elder brother is unwell, is he not?" the emperor replied. "That is simply because he is hungry." "Hungry, you say?" The emperor mused. "Then let us stay and dine together." The 10th and 11th princes were nearly brought to tears with joy. What a splendid day it was! Their father and the empress were treating them differently than before. "Thank you, father," they replied, glancing at Jiu. "Thank you, 18th brother, it is all thanks to your words." The 2 princes, trembling with reverence, shared a meal with their esteemed father. Out of deference, they did not eat much, merely a few bites before departing. Their longing for their father's attention and affection was palpable, yet they understood that such desires were futile, and they should not covet what was not meant for them. Jiu wished to assist her elder brothers in winning their father's affection, but they departed too swiftly for her to voice her thoughts. "Jiu, you haven't eaten enough, do have some more," the emperor urged. "I have eaten plenty and am quite full, yet father still worries I am not satiated." The emperor thought to himself, "The little rascal must be overwhelmed with emotion. Perhaps he will even give me a kiss." He turned his face slightly, waiting expectantly. Unbeknownst to him, Jiu gazed at the lavish spread before her and pondered, "My elder brothers hardly touched their chopsticks, yet father remains oblivious. He does not truly care for them. I must devise a plan." The emperor watched Jiu with interest, contemplating what scheme she might conjure. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Li Fei. Her graceful profile was striking, her features artistically defined. Drawing his gaze, he found himself captivated, unable to look away. Jiu cleared her throat a couple of times, yet the emperor remained oblivious. "Why is father looking at mother like that? Just look at that gaze, it resembles that of a lecher." Chapter 9. The young rascal understands the anguish within him. He is indeed his son, Emperor Jiaoning. He merely admires the beauty of consort Li a little longer, and he is labeled as a lecher? This young rascal, does he not comprehend the essence of appreciation? "Father, do eat more. If you partake in more food, you will cease to gaze at mother with such lewdness." The emperor averted his gaze, and although he had already satisfied his hunger, he continued to consume several more bites of the dishes, striving to prove that he was not a lecher. Yet, before long, Jiu began her incessant chatter again. "Well, it seems father has transformed into a glutton once more." "Emperor Jiaoning." The emperor nearly lost his composure and swatted Jiu's behind, but suddenly, someone from outside reported urgently. Princess Anyang was kneeling outside, begging for the emperor's forgiveness. It must be noted that Princess Anyang had previously been the most favored maiden in the palace, receiving treatment superior to even the princes, almost on par with the crown prince. The emperor had never wished for her to suffer any injustices. Seeing her kneeling now must surely tug at his heartstrings. Therefore, the guards outside dared not delay and hastily reported the matter. However, the emperor remained unmoved, stating coldly, "If you do not learn your manners properly, what brings you to me?" After a brief pause, he added, "If you wish to kneel, then kneel as you please." Fuan interjected, "Your Majesty, is it truly necessary to act thus? Over the years, I have witnessed your fondness for Princess Anyang, so I question whether this resolute stance is your true intention or merely a decision made in anger." Impatiently, the emperor retorted, "Fuan, you are becoming increasingly inept at your duties." Fuan, frightened, fell to the ground, trembling as he pleaded, "Your Majesty, forgive me. I spoke out of turn." Outside, Princess Anyang continued to kneel, weeping uncontrollably. Her petite figure trembled, appearing utterly pitiable. The attending palace maids could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. The princess was only 5 years old. How could she endure such kneeling? Surely, her knees would suffer irreparably. Did the emperor not feel any sorrow? Upon hearing the murmurs surrounding her, Princess Anyang felt each word strike her heart, intensifying her sense of injustice, and her sobs grew louder. The heavens, too, were unkind, as rain began to pour suddenly. In mere moments, Princess Anyang was drenched, yet she remained steadfast, kneeling in the rain, pleading for Emperor Zhao Ning's forgiveness. The Duke and Duchess of Duan, upon hearing that their daughter had been kneeling in the palace for an extended period, hurriedly made their way to the palace. Fortunately, they had previously secured a token allowing them access to visit their daughter. At this moment, the couple arrived outside Qiushui residence, one holding an umbrella while the other grasped Princess Anyang's hand, urging her to rise. "Vivi, in such heavy rain, your constitution is frail. How can you kneel and be drenched? Please, rise, your mother will be heartbroken." The Duke added, "My precious daughter, you are the sole girl of the royal family, how can you endure such humiliation? Please, rise." The Duke and Duchess, filled with concern for Feng Kaiwei, exerted all their effort to pull her up, yet Feng Kaiwei seemed glued to the ground, refusing to budge, declaring, "If my uncle does not forgive me, then I shall not rise." Her tone carried a hint of defiance and threat. The Duke and Duchess, accustomed to imperial favor, momentarily failed to perceive her tone, exclaiming, "Father and mother will take you home, we cannot believe the emperor will remain unperturbed, unwilling to retain or forgive you. Come, let us depart at once." The Duke and Duchess were certain of the emperor's attachment to their daughter. He would never allow them to take her away. Their intent was clear. Regardless of the princess's actions, they sought the emperor's forgiveness and a return to his favor. Moreover, they wished to secure compensation and rewards for the grievances they had endured. They had heard rumors that the southern kingdom, having suffered defeat, would soon present many treasures as tribute. They aimed to request several of the finest items from the emperor in advance. The palace attendants, however, failed to discern the Duke and Duchess's veiled threats. They worried that if Princess Anyang were taken away, they might suffer repercussions themselves and hurriedly rushed to report to Emperor Zhao Ning. "Your Majesty, will you truly not forgive the princess? The Duke and Duchess intend to take her home." They recalled the considerable effort the emperor had expended to keep the princess in the palace. If she were to leave now, would that effort not be in vain? Moreover, she was the only girl of the royal family. If she were taken away, the royal lineage would lack a female heir. Emperor Zhao Ning's countenance darkened as he pondered silently. Meanwhile, Jiao began to murmur to herself. "Father is not a heartless man, he has not deliberately tormented the princess. She brought this upon herself. How many times have we sent word that it is raining, urging her to return? Yet she stubbornly refuses, drawing the Duke and Duchess into this mess. It is clearly intentional." Emperor Zhao Ning turned to Jiao. "This young rascal understands the turmoil within him. He is indeed my son." Now, the situation had escalated. The Duke and Duchess were threatening the emperor, leaving him in a predicament that could only fuel his anger further. Indeed, Emperor Zhao Ning was immensely furious. How could a dignified sovereign be threatened so? The Duke's actions were utterly excessive. Did he truly believe that the emperor's affection for Princess Anyang was boundless, capable of tolerating anything? After a moment's contemplation, the emperor coldly commanded, "Summon someone. Escort the Duke, Duchess, and Princess Anyang out of the palace. They are henceforth forbidden from entering without my summons. I wish to see them no more." Since they dared to use departure as leverage against him, let them have their wish. As for the absence of a female heir, so be it. He would accept it. It was of no great consequence, nor should he allow himself to be constrained by a single girl. In the future, should he encounter a suitable girl, he could certainly adopt her as a goddaughter, likely to be more obedient and understanding than Princess Anyang. Moreover, he glanced at Jiao, and a bold idea suddenly took root in his mind. The eunuchs emerged, relaying the emperor's decree in a high-pitched voice. Upon hearing this, the Duke and Duchess nearly fainted, leaning on each other to steady themselves. How could this be? Why does the emperor not attempt to retain her? Their faces were etched with disbelief. Hadn't the emperor cherished their daughter above all? Hadn't he granted them whatever they desired? How had everything changed so suddenly? Was Princess Anyang truly to be sent out of the palace? Would they not receive the treasures they sought? Had their gambit of taking their daughter out of the palace been a grave miscalculation? "Father, mother, this is all your fault," Princess Anyang exclaimed angrily. "If it were not for your insistence on taking me out of the palace, angering my uncle, would I be once outside, she would no longer be the exalted princess, and her peers would cease to admire her." She wanted to remain within the palace. Resolutely, she gritted her teeth and dashed her head against the nearby lotus planting basin. Though her head did not break, She was rendered momentarily dazed. Chapter 10. What is Zhou Jiao reluctant about? Zhou Jiao is quite willing. Indeed, despite her fainting spell, even with the imperial edict permitting her to leave the palace, she finds herself unable to do so for the time being. She was sent to the Imperial Medical Bureau for treatment. When Emperor Jianing learned of this news, in consideration of the royal family's reputation, he dispatched his attendant, Fuan, to pay her a visit. However, he himself remained silent, preoccupied with an important matter that captivated his attention. Zhou Jiao, look at this lovely little dress in your father's hand. Emperor Jianing held up a delicate pink gauze dress with narrow sleeves, crafted from the finest materials, as light as a cicada's wing, breathable and ethereal, exquisitely made, truly beautiful. A young girl wearing it would undoubtedly resemble a little fairy. It is perfectly suited for the current season, yet, it is intended for a young girl. Concubinely, perplexed, inquired, is it possible that you are aware of something? But that did not seem likely. Ah, concubinely, do not concern yourself with this matter just yet. Emperor Jianing, feeling somewhat guilty, worried that concubinely might thwart his forthcoming intentions, added, please visit the imperial kitchen. I have instructed them to prepare some nourishing bird's nest soup for you. You may inform them whether or not to add sugar. Typically, the offerings from the imperial kitchen tend to be overly sweet and bitter. Concubinely was not fond of sweetness. After hearing Emperor Jianing's words, she replied, yes, I shall go at once. Once concubinely departed, Emperor Jianing resumed his playful manipulation of the little dress, gazing at the exquisitely crafted Zhou Jiao, and smilingly remarked, oh Zhou Jiao, this beautiful little dress, do you wish to wear it? If you do, you would look absolutely stunning. Zhou Jiao remained silent, staring intently at the dress. The palace attendants present were astonished by Emperor Jianing's actions, whispering among themselves in disbelief. Has the emperor gone mad with longing for his daughter, to the point of wanting the 18th prince to dress as a girl? Such a peculiar taste. The 18th prince is, after all, a boy. He is unlikely to consent, and might even throw a tantrum. Everyone, be prepared to coax him later. Emperor Jianing too worried that Zhou Jiao might be brought to tears by his playful antics, yet he was eager to see her don the dress and transform into a little girl. For Zhou Jiao, with her porcelain-like features, was simply too adorable. Dressed in the little frock, she embodied the daughter he had always envisioned. Zhou Jiao, if you agree to wear this little dress and pretend to be a girl, your father shall reward you with 100 taels of silver. No, 100 taels of gold, 500 taels. Emperor Jianing declared extravagantly. Zhou Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, that is a great deal of silver. Zhou Jiao, please agree to your father's request. Emperor Jianing sighed dramatically, clutching his heart. What can I do, for I have no daughter? The more I look at you, the more you resemble one. Zhou Jiao pouted, resolutely deciding to wear the dress. She was not unwilling at all. In fact, she was quite eager to. In both her past life and this one, Zhou Jiao had never worn such a beautiful dress. Now, with the opportunity to wear it without revealing her true identity and attracting danger, she could not let this chance slip away. Zhou Jiao accepted the dress from Emperor Jianing and skipped happily to her chambers, requesting Grandma Gui to assist her in putting it on. Initially reluctant, Grandma Gui changed her mind upon hearing the reasoning and willingly helped Zhou Jiao style her hair into double buns, adorning her with a white jade necklace. Instantly, the young girl transformed into a little fairy, chubby and fair, adorable. At that moment, Emperor Jianing pushed the door open and entered, only to be rendered speechless for a long while upon seeing Zhou Jiao's appearance. Tears streamed down his face. This was the image of the beloved daughter he had longed for. After yearning so long, he finally had his wish fulfilled. Today he stepped forward and embraced Zhou Jiao, showering her cheeks with kisses, elatedly exclaiming, Zhou Jiao, will you promise to dress like this from now on? I have prepared many outfits for little girls. He had arranged these garments long ago, anticipating the birth of a daughter. Unfortunately, they had remained untouched until now, yet, he worried that Zhou Jiao might only indulge in this whim temporarily. If she were to wear it daily, she might eventually protest. With a heart full of hope, Emperor Jianing declared, if Zhou Jiao has any conditions because of this, your father shall comply. Zhou Jiao had no conditions. She waved her hands, stating, I truly enjoy wearing this. Is that so? Emperor Jianing rejoiced, lifting Zhou Jiao into the air and spinning her around several times. It was Zhou Jiao's first experience of being twirled by her father, and she laughed joyfully. However, the palace staff did not view Zhou Jiao's cross-dressing in a favorable light. They even sneered privately at Zhou Jiao and concubinely, deeming the mother-son duo mad for vying for favor to the extent of dressing a boy as a girl. If there were ever discussions concerning succession, this blemish would surely complicate matters for the 18th prince. When concubinely returned from the imperial kitchen, she overheard much gossip, yet she remained unfazed, muttering to herself, what do they know? Her Zhou Jiao had always been a little girl. However, she had long been concerned that the true identity of her daughter might be exposed, attracting persecution from the harem. With her own position unstable and her maternal family unreliable, she could not protect Zhou Jiao, leading her to disguise as a boy. Now, however, Zhou Jiao could reclaim her identity as a girl. She no longer needed to worry about Zhou Jiao's hardships in cross-dressing. The inhabitants of the harem would not target Zhou Jiao for her femininity. She was elated. Emperor Jianing was equally overjoyed, parading Zhou Jiao around the palace several times with great fanfare. That night, Zhou Jiao was returned to concubine Li's side to sleep. Here, the 10th and 11th princes, upon hearing of Zhou Jiao's cross-dressing, rushed over, unaware of her true identity and feeling that she had been wronged. How can one dress as a girl when one is a boy? Father has rather peculiar tastes. Zhou Jiao, I, your elder brother, promise to find a way for you to return to your male attire. 11th brother will not allow anyone to speak ill of you. Who dares to criticize, I shall silence them. Although Zhou Jiao felt quite tired, she mustered the energy to sit up, patting her brother's hands reassuringly, feeling delighted. The 18th brother must be out of his mind. The 10th and 11th princes felt increasingly sympathetic, resolving to win their father's favor to restore Zhou Jiao's rightful name and subsequently rescue the 13th prince. Before sleeping, Zhou Jiao said to her brothers, elder brother, 11th brother, will you come to see Zhou Jiao tomorrow morning? Of course. Tomorrow would be a day of great significance. Whether the two brothers could befriend the crown prince and thus gain his favor depended on the events of the morrow. Chapter 11. How could there be such a beautiful child like me in this world? Zhou Jiao wished to help her brothers gain royal favor, but with her current abilities, she could only assist them in meeting their father, the emperor. But what good would it do to see the emperor? He would not favor someone deemed worthless. Her brothers needed to prove themselves capable in their duties to be of any significance. This, ultimately, relied on the crown prince. If her two brothers could forge a friendship with the crown prince, they would have opportunities to accompany him on official errands, thus increasing their chances of interacting with their adoptive father. In time, if they performed well, they might earn his affection. Perhaps even their deceased mother could receive posthumous honors. The advantages were plentiful. The 10th and 11th princes had grown up in neglect and harshness. How could they not understand these benefits? How could they not yearn to befriend the crown prince? Yet, it was a challenging endeavor. They rarely had the opportunity to meet him, and even when they did, they found it difficult to strike up a conversation, let alone accompany him on errands. Zhou Jiao claimed she would help them, but how could she possibly do so? Moreover, she was still so young. Could she truly assist them? The two brothers harbored doubts yet could not resist the urge to believe. Ever since meeting Zhou Jiao, they had encountered their father, the emperor, whom they had never seen before, and even Consort Li had begun to treat them kindly. They believed that Zhou Jiao could bring them luck and happiness, and surely she could help them befriend the crown prince. They nodded emphatically, agreeing to come by the next morning, urging Zhou Jiao to rest early. All right, goodbye, brothers. Zhou Jiao waved her small hand at them. Once the two princes departed, Zhou Jiao fell asleep, enchanted by the beauty of her lovely dress, which she could not bear to take off, nor would she allow anyone else to do so. She slept in her dress. Upon waking the next day, she found her dress wrinkled from rolling around, and her hair was a chaotic mess, resembling a bird's nest. Rubbing her eyes, she said, "Time to get up." However, upon seeing her crumpled dress, her little face instantly fell. Granny Gui came to assist Zhou Jiao in getting ready, bringing her a new dress sent by Emperor Jianing the previous night, many pieces in various beautiful colors. Upon seeing the pale yellow dress in Granny Gui's hands, Zhou Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed. Standing on a round stool, Zhou Jiao gazed at herself in the mirror, admiringly exclaiming, "How could there be such a beautiful child like me in this world? It's utterly adorable." I almost want to kiss myself. Granny Gui chuckled heartily, her laughter wide and genuine. The lady is waiting, princess, you should hurry along. I'm going now, Zhou Jiao responded. At that moment, Consort Li was entertaining the 10th and 11th princes, who had arrived early, too excited to partake in breakfast. As Consort Li arranged the morning meal, Zhou Jiao arrived, and they all dined together. After their meal, Zhou Jiao led the 10th and 11th princes outside, claiming they were going to swing in the imperial garden, but what is the elephant house? It is the enclosure where elephants are kept. Upon their arrival, they stood at a distance, listening to the elephants trumpeting wildly inside. Today, the crown prince would visit the elephant house to observe the elephants, but he would encounter a rather unfortunate event when the elephants became agitated and nearly harmed him. In the tale, Feng Kaiwei cleverly devised a plan to save his life. Consequently, the crown prince fell deeply in love with her. Later, when chaos erupted in the western Chu kingdom, the crown prince risked his life to protect Feng Kaiwei, ensuring her safety. If today it were the 10th and 11th princes who saved the crown prince, he would undoubtedly take a liking to them and forge a friendship. As for Feng Kaiwei, she had no love for the crown prince and was unworthy of his sacrifice. Upon hearing Jojo's thoughts, the two princes were taken aback. Would the crown prince truly face danger? Should they intervene? Yet, the crown prince's carriage had already arrived, surrounded by guards, making it impossible for them to approach. What would they do if something happened to him? They had to save him because he was their fifth brother. Fifth brother was noble and virtuous, ever kind to them, sending gifts during festivals. They could not allow any harm to befall him. Unbeknownst to Jojo, her brothers had overheard her thoughts. She sweetly asked, 10th brother, 11th brother, I heard the elephants here are fierce. If someone were injured by an elephant, would you save them? They nodded vigorously, of course. You truly are Jojo's good brothers, she exclaimed, giving them a thumbs up for their loyalty. You flatter me, they replied humbly. With her large, grape-like eyes sparkling like a little adult, she earnestly admonished, you must save them. We will. Not far off, several overseers of the elephant house noticed Jojo and the two princes, their expressions filled with disdain not towards Jojo, but rather towards the 10th and 11th princes. They were merely two illegitimate offspring, lacking royal favor and responsibilities. Why were they not properly attending to their duties as princes? They were here for no good reason. What if they accidentally crossed paths with the crown prince? One of the overseers spat disdainfully into the air, the scorn unmistakable. I suppose they are simply too well-fed. Those in the imperial kitchen clearly do not know whom to flatter and whom to scorn. Someone, having spotted Jojo's petite figure, hurriedly cautioned, keep your voice down. The 18th prince is a rising star. If he hears us, it won't end well. The one who had been admonished glanced at Jojo. Her appearance in a beautiful dress, exquisitely crafted and adorably innocent, evoked an involuntary smile as they remarked, the 18th prince is still quite young. He wouldn't understand our adult conversations. Even if he did overhear, a piece of candy would make him forget everything, much like how he happily wears a dress without a care, oblivious to the world around him. No wonder the emperor took a liking to him at first sight, even releasing consortly from the cold palace. It's indeed a privilege to be born of noble lineage, evoking envy among others. Indeed, we must be careful in our service to him from now on. Chapter 12. 9. Stay hidden, we shall rescue the prince. As soon as those words were uttered, the princess' royal carriage descended upon the ground, prompting the crowd to cease their idle chatter and rush out to greet him. In a few days, they would require the elephants, and today the prince had come to inspect them. The prince approached his duties with utmost seriousness, meticulously examining each elephant that would be of use. Generally, they were in good health and would undoubtedly serve to bolster the prestige of the Western Chu nation on the day of their deployment. However, as he reached the last elephant, a frown marred his brow, and he inquired of the elephant trainer, what is the matter with this one? It appears rather agitated, Your Highness. Please keep your distance. This elephant is in heat and quite frenzied. It could pose a danger to you. I implore you, do not approach. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the prince, not one to act recklessly, stepped back, remaining vigilant. Yet, unexpectedly, the elephant broke free from its restraints and charged towards him, provoked by an unfamiliar scent and becoming increasingly violent. Although the prince was skilled in combat, he was caught off guard by the elephant's sudden assault. The creature struck him with its trunk, sending him crashing against the wall, inflicting a serious injury that caused him to lose consciousness. Of the elephant, relentless in its aggression, prepared to trample the prince underfoot. The prince's entourage, numbering 7 or 8, rushed to his aid but met with fatal consequences at the hands of the enraged beast. One elephant trainer also perished. The remaining 2, hesitant to act rashly, sent one to summon additional. Not far away, 9 watched in distress, tugging at the hands of her 2 brothers, her voice trembling as she implored, eldest brother, 11th brother, please, hurry and save him. The 10th and 11th princes were already contemplating a rescue, yet they knew they must proceed with caution, otherwise, they might not only fail to save the prince but also meet the same grim fate. 9, you must stay hidden here and not come out. We will go to rescue him. Understood. 9 replied, quickly. The 10th prince sought out the elephant trainer for food that the elephant favored, along with some medicine to divert its attention. Meanwhile, the 11th prince moved forward to save the prince. Although the elephant was momentarily distracted by the food, it still exhibited signs of aggression. In a protective gesture, the 11th prince received a blow from the elephant's trunk, landing heavily on his back. One more hit, and he surely would not withstand it. Fortunately, the 10th prince and several trainers managed to lure the elephant away, securing it in a safe location. The prince was thus saved. What a relief! 9, who had been hiding in the corner, let out a sigh of relief. Yet, she was puzzled, given the elephant's ferocity. How had Feng Kaiwei managed to rescue the prince in the story? Lost in her thoughts, she noticed Feng Kaiwei hiding in a nearby corner, her head bandaged in white cloth, accompanied by several individuals who seemed to have come to see the prince as well. After all, she had fallen out of favor. Even if she remained in the palace due to her injuries, she could be dismissed at any moment. Feng Kaiwei sought to attach herself to another powerful figure to ensure her continued stay in the palace. Logically, given the princess' dire predicament, Feng Kaiwei should have taken action. However, she remained unmoved, seemingly watching the unfolding chaos with indifference, lost in her own thoughts. 99 shook her head in disapproval, declaring to herself that those who turn a blind eye to the suffering of others are cold-hearted and selfish, unworthy of the prince's affection. In contrast, the narrative spoke of a woman who, having never married, disguised herself as a man to fight on the battlefield for the prince, enduring capture and humiliation without betraying him or the Western Shu nation, a true match for the prince. With determination, 99 vowed to facilitate their union. Meanwhile, the physician arrived, conducting a preliminary examination and declaring that the prince had been saved in time and was not in grave danger. After administering a pill, the entourage carried the prince back to the Eastern Palace for further treatment. None noticed that Feng Kaiwei had followed closely behind the 10th and 11th princes, having successfully rescued the prince, felt a sense of fulfillment, not due to the accolades but out of joy for saving their beloved brother. They reflected on their noble deed. No longer hiding, 99 rushed forward, concerned for her brothers. Upon seeing their injuries, she pointed with her small hand, stammering, "Blood, I." Before she could utter the word physician, she fainted at the sight of blood. The 10th and 11th princes, alarmed by her condition, hastily carried 99 back to Qiushui residence for treatment. Li Fei learned of 99's fainting spell but dismissed it, waiting for her to regain consciousness. However, upon seeing the injuries sustained by her sons, particularly the 11th prince, whose back was stained with blood, her heart ached, prompting her to summon the physician to tend to them. In the Eastern Palace, after the physician dressed the prince's external wounds, he awaited recovery. However, due to the blow to his head, the prince remained unconscious for a short time, likely needing a day or two. Upon hearing the news, Emperor Zhao Ning visited to check on him, patiently awaiting the princess awakening. The prince roused the following morning, and upon seeing him awake, Emperor Zhao Ning was overjoyed. "Chengying, you have finally awakened." The prince sat up slightly, lowering his head in shame. "I have been unfilial, causing you worry, father. Do not speak thus. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to your mother?" The prince's mother, the late Empress Xiao Xian, had passed away shortly after giving birth to him, leaving him with only his father. The mere thought of her filled the prince with sorrow, and he fell silent for a long while before finally saying, "Father, I owe my life this time to my 11th brother's rescue." Though the prince had lost consciousness, he had awakened once during the ordeal and recalled seeing the 11th prince standing protectively before him. Although it had only been a fleeting glimpse of his silhouette, he recognized it unmistakably. Old 11, Emperor Zhao Ning furrowed his brow. "Didn't they say it was Princess Anyang who saved you?" The Elephant House personnel all witnessed it. Ever since his arrival, those from the Elephant House claimed that Princess Feng Kaiwei had rescued the prince due to her familial ties to an elephant trainer, as she possessed some knowledge of handling elephants. "How has it come to be that it was old 11, Your Highness? You must be mistaken. Perhaps the blow to your head has affected your perception?" The overseer of the Elephant House ventured with concern. The prince retorted, "You are the one who is mistaken. Your entire family is mistaken." "Physician, come forth and take the prince's pulse," Emperor Zhao Ning commanded. The waiting physician hurried to comply, and after examining the prince, he reported, "Your Majesty, the prince is unharmed." "Dismissed," the emperor ordered, and the physician withdrew. The overseer of the Elephant House insisted, "Your Highness, you must have seen it incorrectly." The prince firmly maintained, "Father, I did not." Emperor Zhao Ning inquired further, "Then who else bore witness? Who can attest to this? Name them, and I shall question them." The emperor, perplexed, could not fathom how a mere child like Feng Kaiwei could possibly have rescued the prince. Chapter 13. He intended to visit Jiuzhou to listen to her heartfelt sentiments. The prince's guards had been unable to save him, and many lives had been lost. How could a mere 5-year-old child possibly succeed? He was at a loss whether to deem Feng Kaiwei a reincarnated prodigy, surpassing even adults, or to conclude that the individuals from Xiangfang were colluding with the Duke of Duan, thus insulting his intelligence. To make matters worse, the prince had suffered a head injury, and his statement about the 11th prince saving him was insufficient to convince the masses. If only another person had witnessed the 11th prince's act of heroism, or if there were additional evidence to corroborate his actions, the words of the steward from Xiangfang would lose their weight. Emperor Zhao gazed expectantly at the prince. Unfortunately, the prince shook his head. "All of my people are dead. Aside from those from Xiangfang, no one else witnessed it." The steward of Xiangfang declared, "Your Majesty, it is beyond doubt that it was Princess Anyang who saved the prince. I would stake my life on it." Another deputy steward chimed in, "Your Majesty, Princess Anyang's rescue of the prince is a monumental achievement. Please, Your Majesty, bestow generous rewards upon her." Emperor Zhao thought to himself, "Look at that, the truth of the rescue is still unclear, yet they are already contemplating rewards." Absurd. Just as Emperor Zhao was pondering how to investigate this matter thoroughly to unveil the truth, Fu Wen suddenly arrived with alarming news. Your Majesty, it is dire. Something has happened at Jiushui residence. The 18th princess has fainted. This incident had occurred the previous day, but due to the inefficiency of those below, the information had only just reached Fuan. Fuan was filled with trepidation. What? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jianing's expression darkened further. He rose from beside the prince's bed and looked to the imperial physician. Since the prince is now stable, let us hasten to see what has transpired. But, Your Majesty, what about the rewards? Inquired the steward of Shangfang. Emperor Jianing replied coldly, stay here and await my return, we shall discuss it then. He needed to visit Jiu to hear her thoughts. After the prince had been injured by the elephant and subsequently saved, perhaps Jiu could provide him with valuable clues to uncover the truth. Emperor Jianing departed. Feng Kaiwei felt a profound sense of disappointment. She could not comprehend why she could not receive her rewards before he left. Was that short, stout fellow truly so important? More significant than her, after all, she was the only young lady of the royal family, and she had just saved the prince. By the time Emperor Jianing arrived at Jiushui residence, Jiu had already regained consciousness and was attending to concubine Li and the imperial physician, examining the 11th prince's injuries. The 11th prince's wounds were not too severe, better than the prince's, yet he still required ample rest. The physician was repeating instructions to the 11th prince regarding keeping the wound dry and applying ointment, reminders he had given the previous day, but concubine Li had not retained them, so he reiterated them once more. Concubine Li was diligently jotting notes in a small notebook. A good memory cannot compare to a poor penmanship. Sighing, she hoped that Jiu would remember better than she in the future. It was at that moment that Emperor Jianing entered, immediately detecting the pungent smell of blood mixed with medicinal scents, reminiscent of what he had just encountered by the prince's side. Who has been injured? A sudden wave of panic gripped Emperor Jianing. Where is Jiu? Is she unharmed? Could it be that Jiu has fainted due to an injury? Father, I am here. Jiu. Once she stepped forward, Emperor Jianing observed her well-being, adorned in a lovely dress, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she was unharmed. Emperor Jianing approached and lifted Jiu into his arms. Noticing concubine Li and others gathered around the 11th prince's bed, he inquired, what has suddenly happened to the 11th prince? He was injured by the elephant while saving his older brother, the prince. Jiu witnessed it all. The 11th brother is so unfortunate, and 10th brother too, he sustained some injuries while rescuing the prince. What? Emperor Jianing, upon hearing Jiu's words, could not contain his shock. As soon as he spoke, several puzzled glances were directed towards him. What is the matter with the emperor? They had yet to speak, and now he was inquiring about something. Clearing his throat, Emperor Jianing said, I just recalled something. Oh, I see. Please, do tell, what exactly happened to the 11th prince? Concubine Li, who had previously been unable to cry, now pinched her thigh to evoke tears, pleading with a tearful gaze, Your Majesty, please take a look at the wounds on the 11th prince's back. Good, my beloved consort, do not weep. Let me see. Emperor Jianing stepped closer to inspect the 11th prince's back, noting that the shape of his wounds mirrored those of the prince. How he was injured was self-evident, yet, while the prince was surrounded by concerned individuals, who was there to visit the 11th prince? The truth of the rescue remained hidden, and little attention was paid to the 11th prince, which explained concubine Li's distress. Emperor Jianing felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He acknowledged, the 11th prince was injured by the elephant while saving the prince. I understand. 11th, you are a good child, you must spend more time with the prince and help him bear his burdens. This implied that the 11th prince would accompany the prince on official duties. How wonderful! However, the 11th prince did not merely revel in the praise. He asserted, Father, it was 10th brother and I who rescued His Highness the Prince. Had it not been for 10th brother and the elephant trainer diverting the elephant, both I and the prince would have been in grave peril. Emperor Jianing turned his gaze to the 10th prince, who stood quietly at the edge, not vying for attention, and beckoned him forward, come here. The 10th prince approached and knelt before Emperor Jianing. The emperor patted the 10th prince's shoulder and remarked with satisfaction, you faced danger without fear, displaying both bravery and wisdom. Very well, you two must spend more time with the prince and assist him. The 10th prince was nearly moved to tears. He had finally garnered his father's attention, and the emperor had assigned him a role. Yes, thank you, Father. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Rise, commanded Emperor Jianing. There must be no lapses in care. I will inquire regularly. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall obey. Both the 10th and 11th princes, having not only saved the prince but also captured Emperor Jianing's favor, were now in the physician's thoughts, understood deeply. In the future, it would not only be concubine Li and the 18th prince, no, the 18th princess, who required careful attention, but also these two princes. They must not be neglected due to their birth mother. Moreover, these two princes were grand figures, not to be underestimated. Emperor Jianing had already dispatched orders to strip Princess Anyang of her title, denouncing her false claims while daring to take credit for the rescue, and to revoke the marriage decree, thereby expelling her from the palace. However, Feng Kaiwei remained unaware of this development. At this moment, she was still reveling in her triumph within the Eastern Palace, believing she was on the verge of regaining imperial favor, soon to surpass Jiuzhou. Furthermore, as for His Highness the Prince, they already had a betrothal. With her recent act of heroism, the prince would surely love her deeply. Chapter 14. In this present day, you have safeguarded your elder brother. In the future, it shall be your elder brother who protects you. The Empress Dowager once remarked that a mere betrothal with the crown prince was insufficient. To truly possess his love was essential for her to live freely for the remainder of her days. Now, she has attained that love. Look, the crown prince is gazing at her, his eyes fixed upon her for a considerable time, which surely indicates that he has fallen for her, thought Feng Kaiwei. In truth, the crown prince's unwavering gaze was an attempt to discern any inconsistencies on Feng Kaiwei's face regarding her claim of having saved him. Simultaneously, he was scrutinizing how this Feng Kaiwei differed from the image he held in his memory. It was only today that he noticed this disparity, which extinguished his prior fondness for her in an instant. A feeling of distaste for Feng Kaiwei began to stir within the crown prince. Unaware of this shift, Feng Kaiwei approached, extending her small hand towards the crown prince's larger one. Though merely 16, his hands were quite sizable, yet, he evaded her touch. "Brother crown prince?" Feng Kaiwei exclaimed, bursting into tears, feeling profoundly wronged. "Why won't you just hold my hand gently?" In previous instances, the crown prince would have comforted her upon seeing the sole princess of the royal family weep, but now, he remained indifferent, allowing her to cry unabated. At that moment, an official entered to deliver an edict, which proclaimed Feng Kaiwei's expulsion from the palace. Bewildered, she wondered how this could be the case. Shouldn't she be receiving rewards instead? Both her father and the Empress Dowager had assured her of such, so how had it turned into a decree of exile? Desperately, Feng Kaiwei cried out for help, expressing her grievances and demanding to see her uncle, yet the crown prince remained unmoved. Once Feng Kaiwei was forcibly removed, the crown prince finally found solace. He exhaled deeply and spoke to Qin Ke beside him. "Ensure that the families of those who perished in their efforts to save me are well taken care of. Provide them with ample silver. I wish to visit 11th brother, Bai. Accompany me." The crown prince boarded a palanquin to Autumn Water Pavilion to see the 11th prince. Along the way, he learned that his father had uncovered the truth behind his rescue by the elephants and had rewarded the 10th and 11th princes accordingly. What a joyous revelation! He had believed the truth would remain obscured forever, and yet, it had been revealed that his father was indeed increasingly wise. Upon his arrival at Autumn Water Pavilion, the rewards were already en route. In addition to assigning the 10th and 11th princes to assist the crown prince, Emperor Jianing had designated Lady Li as their mother, granting them free access to Autumn Water Pavilion and bestowing numerous treasures in celebration. The 10th and 11th princes exchanged anxious glances at Lady Li. "Lady Li, do you truly wish to accept us as your sons?" They recalled her previous. Should she refuse, they would seek their father's intervention to retract the decree. "Of course, I am willing." Lady Li nodded vigorously. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the two princes turned to Jiuzhou. "Jiuzhou, you are truly our little lucky star. Without you, we would not be here today." "No need to thank me, handsome brothers," Jiuzhou thought, "simply praising me as the world's most beautiful, adorable, gentle, and kind-hearted girl would suffice." In unison, the 10th and 11th princes declared, "Jiuzhou is undoubtedly the most beautiful, adorable, gentle, kind-hearted girl in the world." Jiuzhou covered her mouth in delight. "Wow, it seems the handsome brothers and I share a special connection." "Then may I have a kiss from you, dear brothers?" "No, no, no. Being kissed daily is exhausting," she replied. "Just one kiss, just once," the 10th and 11th princes implored as they chased after her. Jiuzhou, while fleeing, waved her hand dismissively. "No." Due to their injuries, the two brothers struggled to keep pace with her. Having evaded their pursuit, she encountered the crown prince. Upon seeing the exquisitely delicate Jiuzhou, he was filled with joy. "Is this truly the 18th brother? Wow, brother crown prince has arrived. He is so handsome." Jiuzhou exclaimed. The crown prince, taken aback by Jiuzhou's admiration, was not surprised, for the national master had taught him that there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and that existence itself is a validation of reason. "18th brother, would you like me to hold you?" Despite his injuries, the crown prince yearned to embrace Jiuzhou, for she was irresistibly charming, especially in her feminine attire. "I cannot allow you to hold me." "You are injured," Jiuzhou protested. After a brief pause, she blurted out, "But I am the 18th sister." Realizing her slip, she quickly covered her mouth. "18th sister, oh dear," father commanded the 18th brother to disguise as a boy, to the point where he can no longer distinguish his own gender. The crown prince said earnestly, 18th brother, you must remember that you are a boy. No, I am a girl. A boy. Feeling utterly drained, he thought, whatever, I shall not argue further. The crown prince took Jojo by the hand and led her into Autumn Water Pavilion. After greeting Lady Li, he went to visit the 10th and 11th princes. Although he had never shared his heart with anyone, the bond forged by the favor of life made him genuinely acknowledge his two younger brothers. Today, you have protected your elder brother. In the future, it shall be your elder brother who protects you, even if it costs me my life. I shall have no regrets should I fail to uphold this. May heaven strike me down. The crown prince bowed to the heavens. Wow, brother crown prince is so wonderful. Truly the exemplary gentleman of literary tales. Alas, in those tales, he was dragged down by Feng Kaiwei, never marrying the Missu, who loved him deeply and was willing to sacrifice herself for him. How splendid it would have been if he had wed the Missu in this lifetime. The crown prince, the 10th and 11th princes, what had they just heard? The crown prince cleared his throat, curious about Jojo's thoughts regarding the Missu who would die for him. If she were genuinely devoted to him, he would naturally consider marrying her. Yet, he kept this to himself, preparing to remain observant. The 10th and 11th princes, listening intently, wondered if Jojo had just referred to the crown prince's suitable match. What of their own? They too aspired to marry virtuous wives. However, they had not heard Jojo's thoughts, for Emperor Zhao Ning had just concluded attending to state affairs and was now arriving at Autumn Water Pavilion for lunch. Upon his entrance, his first action was to seek out Jojo and embrace her. Nestled in the emperor's arms, she could hardly speak of the 10th and 11th princes' suitable matches. Feeling aggrieved, the 10th and 11th princes lamented, "Father, could you not arrive a little later?" Surely, they would find it impossible to sleep tonight. The lunch gathering at Autumn Water Pavilion was bustling, with Lady Li orchestrating the meal, while Jojo nestled comfortably in Emperor Zhao Ning's embrace, feeling melancholic about her mother, who had been wrongfully accused of treason and cast into the cold palace. Tomorrow, the repercussions of her actions would emerge, and she, as the favored concubine of the emperor, wondered if he would impose any punishment upon her. For the past 3 years, her mother had endured great suffering, and Jojo shared in that sorrow, as they faced accusations of treachery and betrayal. Her maternal grandparents had been exiled to the desolate land of Ninguda, suffering greatly. Both mother and daughter felt a profound ache in their hearts. Chapter 15. How adorable Jojo is. Surely, your royal grandmother would find great delight in her. Tomorrow, the only favored concubine returning to the palace is Shufei, who is even more cherished than Jiang Guifei. Her absence thus far is due to Shufei accompanying the Empress Dowager to Hanshan Temple, seeking blessings for the kingdom of Shichu, and she will only return tomorrow. Initially, it was the Zhao Ning Emperor's intention to join the Empress Dowager in this pious endeavor, but he has recently been preoccupied with military affairs, particularly those concerning the southern kingdom, which is why he could not attend. The Empress and Shufei accompanied the Empress Dowager instead. At this moment, Jojo's thoughts are intertwined with Shufei. The Zhao Ning Emperor is also diligently investigating the allegations against Li Fei, who was wrongfully sent to the cold palace. He has taken note of Jojo's sentiments and will certainly scrutinize Shufei as well. However, dear Jojo, shall we first partake in our meal? One must not neglect their nourishment due to such troubling matters. Yes, let us eat. Today's lunch is quite sumptuous, filled with all of Jojo's favorites, and she is surrounded by those who dote on her, coaxing her to enjoy her meal. Jojo should be reveling in this delightful repast, but the mere thought of the troublemaker returning to the palace tomorrow dampens her spirits, rendering her unable to eat. The Zhao Ning Emperor gently chides, "Good Jojo, you are still growing, and a little meal will not suffice. You must eat more." "All right, I shall try to eat more." Jojo makes an effort, yet she ends up expelling everything she consumed. "Dear father, please do not urge me any further. If you continue, I shall surely be sick, and then the world would lose its most adorable little treasure." Initially anxious at Jojo's distress, the Zhao Ning Emperor's concern eases somewhat upon hearing her endearing thoughts. He indulgently proposes, "If you cannot eat, then let it be. A father shall take you for a stroll in the imperial garden. Shall we seek out butterflies? Would you like to catch some butterflies?" "Yes, let us catch butterflies." The Zhao Ning Emperor carries Jojo off to pursue butterflies, cautioning Li Fei and the Crown Prince's entourage to enjoy their meal without reservation. The Crown Prince, personally serving dishes to the 10th and 11th princes, warmly remarks, "My dear brothers, you are both injured. You must eat well to recuperate, especially you, 11th, to replenish your blood. Li, do not worry about Jojo, father will take good care of her." The Crown Prince, ever the gentleman, despite his own injuries, ensures that everyone at the table is attended to. In the splendid warmth of spring, with butterflies flitting among the blossoms, there are plenty to catch. Jojo and the Jiaoning Emperor joyfully pursue butterflies, momentarily forgetting their worries in the delight of the chase. However, as they hide behind the rockery, they overhear a whispering conversation. Tomorrow, the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and Xu Fei will be returning to the palace. Indeed, it is common knowledge currently, Li Fei and the 18th prince enjoy favor, but if Xu Fei returns, the situation will change. Of course. Xu Fei has enjoyed the emperor's affection for many years. No other concubine can compare. Moreover, Li Fei bears the accusation of treason, and the 18th prince is the child of a traitorous consort. What worth is it to be favored by the emperor now? When the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and Xu Fei return, Li Fei and the 18th prince might well find themselves cast back into the cold palace. Their time of pride will be short-lived. Upon hearing such gossip, Jojo's countenance instantly falls, and she loses all desire to chase butterflies. She discards her butterfly-catching tools and, disheartened, returns alone to Qiushui residence. Observing her distress, the Jiaoning Emperor exchanges a knowing glance with Fuan, who promptly follows to protect Jojo. The Jiaoning Emperor does not pursue her but instead clears his throat with a deliberate cough. The few palace maids at the edge of the rockery, startled by the sound, turn to flee but are swiftly apprehended by the eunuchs. The eunuchs drag the frightened maids before the Jiaoning Emperor. He casts a furious glance at them, his eyes ablaze with wrath, and an aura of menace emanates from him. Unappreciative maidens, I exerted great effort to soothe Jojo's troubled heart, coaxing her to joyfully catch butterflies, only for your careless words to undo all my efforts. Once more, Jojo is distressed, having not eaten her lunch, and it seems she will likely forego dinner as well. The Jiaoning Emperor's anger intensifies. Bring these chatterboxes away, cut out their tongues and feed them to the dogs, then beat them to death. The fury of an emperor is swift and merciless. The palace maids, realizing the gravity of their situation, scream for mercy, pleading, "Your Majesty, spare us, we shall never again speak ill of our superiors, we know our mistakes." But they must pay the price for their transgressions. The maids are silenced and swiftly executed. The Jiaoning Emperor then goes to Qiushui residence, where he comforts Jojo for quite some time. After much coaxing, she reluctantly eats a little before finally falling asleep. On the following morning, the Empress Dowager and the Empress return to the palace, and the concubines from the various courts, accompanied by their princes, come forth to greet them. Jojo is awakened early by Li Fei, who helps her dress and prepare to welcome the Empress Dowager. Jojo, still troubled by the previous day's overheard conversation, murmurs, "Mother, do you think the Empress Dowager will dislike us?" "Not at all," reassures Li Fei. "The Empress Dowager is exceedingly benevolent. Remember when she was falsely accused of treason, many wished to take vengeance on her and her unborn child, yet the Empress Dowager, seeing her condition, stood against the tide of public opinion to protect her, merely sending her to the cold palace. Even when the 13th prince faced his fate, she did not seek to annihilate all. Li Fei has never forgotten such kindness. With that reassurance, Jojo's worries dissipate. She joins Li Fei in greeting the Empress Dowager and the others. The Jiaoning Emperor stands at the forefront, flanked by numerous concubines, with the adorable and charming Jojo nestled in his arms. Jojo is quite anxious. Will her royal grandmother take a liking to her? As she wrings her sleeves tightly, the fabric crumples under her grip. The Jiaoning Emperor notices and, supporting Jojo with one hand beneath her, gently presses down on her hand with the other. Please continue to be so clever. I trust that as long as you remain wise and not swayed by treacherous individuals, the kingdom of Shichu shall not fall. The Jiaoning Emperor, basking in her affection and flattery, erupts into hearty laughter. The concubines present, aside from Li Fei, are puzzled by the exchange, but the princes have all heard it. 18th sister, no, did they truly hear the heart's voice of the 18th brother? Many of the princes are left in astonishment. At that moment, the Empress Dowager, accompanied by the Empress and Xu Fei, approaches the Jiaoning Emperor, her expression dark and seemingly displeased, though the reason for her discontent remains unclear. Chapter 16. She is truly astute, deserving of her title as the last palace intrigue champion. Jojo suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Could it possibly be because of her? It wasn't until the Empress Dowager stepped forward, and after the crowd had bowed and risen, that her expression softened just a fraction. The Empress Dowager still wore a stern countenance, especially as her gaze swept over Jojo. Jojo was so frightened she nearly lost control of herself. How could this be so different from what mother and father had described? Grandmother looked quite fearsome. Oh dear, Jojo felt an urgent need to relieve herself. The Emperor Jiaoning, upon hearing this sound, quickly stepped forward, saying, "Mother, you have finally returned. I have yet to introduce you to this person. This is Jojo, whom I mentioned in my letters. It was I who urged her to disguise herself as a girl. If you are displeased, please direct your ire towards me, not Jojo or Concubine Li. Both Jojo and Concubine Li are innocent, both are unfortunate souls." The Emperor Zhao Ning felt a pang of sympathy for the two women. The Empress Dowager snorted coldly, saying, "Emperor, your words make it seem as though I am the villain here." "I would not dare," he replied. "I am merely vexed that with such an adorable little prince, let grandmother hold you. How could there be such a delightful little girl like you in this world?" Whether Jojo was male or female mattered not to the Empress Dowager. The moment she laid eyes on Jojo, she was smitten. Jojo was simply too delicate and charming. As for what others claimed about Jojo being a boy, the Empress Dowager did not believe it. With such a delicate frame and countenance, she was clearly a little princess. It was likely that these rough men had failed to notice, only her discerning eyes saw through it. She truly was clever, fitting of her title as last year's champion of palace intrigue. The Empress Dowager held Jojo with great pride beside her. Concubine Shu gazed at Emperor Zhao Ning with affection, her eyes conveying, "Your Majesty, during your absence, I have thought of you day and night." In previous time, however, at this moment, his demeanor towards her was rather indifferent, a stark contrast to the past. Concubine Shu sensed that something had changed and wished to inquire, yet the throng around them made it difficult to do so. She feared that perhaps she was merely overthinking things, being overly sensitive. The emperor had not changed, she must be the one imagining things. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it further, continuing to gaze affectionately at Emperor Zhao Ning. The emperor led everyone back, as there was a family banquet that evening to welcome the Empress Dowager and wash away the dust of her travels. Throughout the banquet, the Empress Dowager held Jojo close, personally feeding her an array of delicacies. Emperor Zhao Ning wished to take Jojo into his arms but found it difficult to voice his desire. Instead, he asked from time to time, "Mother, are you not weary from holding Jojo?" The Empress Dowager rolled her eyes. "Emperor, you have asked this question 10 times tonight. What exactly do you wish to convey? 10 times? Emperor Zhao Ning felt overwhelmed by the number, mustering the courage to say, "I am merely concerned for your well-being, mother, wishing to alleviate your burdens." "I have no burdens that require your alleviation," she replied. How unfair, he thought. "Mother, you are my mother. Cannot you indulge your son a little?" At that moment, Concubine Shu approached, raising a cup of wine to Emperor Zhao Ning and softly saying, "Your Majesty, might you visit me tonight?" What a schemer! A manipulative person, utterly detestable. A father would never go to her. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing Jojo's thoughts, was unperturbed. The longer one lives, the more one witnesses. Being able to hear the thoughts of others was nothing extraordinary. She had seen far more astonishing things, such as the late emperor forcing himself upon his sister-in-law, or the deceased virtuous king inadvertently sleeping with his illegitimate daughter, resulting in a monstrous offspring. Now, Jojo, you need not worry. Grandmother is here." The Empress Dowager harbored no fondness for Concubine Shu, a wily seductress who often distracted the emperor from his duties. Her presence in the palace was a concern. The Empress Dowager was always seeking an opportunity to eliminate Concubine Shu and cleanse the harem. However, such opportunities had yet to present themselves, though she was confident they would arise in due time. Emperor Zhao Ning regarded Concubine Shu in silence, contemplating whom to send to investigate the matter of Concubine Shu accusing Concubine Li of treason. Unbeknownst to her, she merely smiled sweetly. "Your Majesty, we must not waste this exquisite wine. May I toast to your health and long life?" To avoid arousing Concubine Shu's suspicions, Emperor Zhao Ning drank the wine before him. However, Concubine Shu had already sensed something amiss. She could not comprehend why things had changed. Typically, when she offered wine to the emperor, he would embrace her and clink their cups together, disregarding all decorum and formality. He only cared for her. Why had this changed today? Perhaps she was merely overthinking it, she questioned herself. Or perhaps the emperor was preoccupied with some worries, causing him to neglect her. She ought to be understanding. Yet, in matters of significance, the emperor would never disregard her. For instance, tonight, he would undoubtedly come to her palace. "Your Majesty, if you have had too much to drink, I have prepared a hangover remedy in my palace. Would you like to partake? I shall await your return." Concubine Shu declared before departing, as haughty as ever, disregarding those around her. The empress, who had remained silent, felt displeased but merely observed with a neutral expression, ultimately saying nothing. Once Concubine Shu returned to her quarters, she murmured in frustration, "During these days by the Empress Dowager's side, I have been confined, unable to do this or that, enduring numerous grievances. Your Highness, do not be upset. The Emperor will come to comfort you soon. He has always cherished you. Upon learning of your recent hardships, he will not stand idly by." A maid consoled. Concubine Shu replied, "The only one I can rely on is the Emperor." "Then, Your Highness, shall I light the incense the Emperor loves most, and you may don the new undergarment you have made? You can wear it now that you have returned to the palace." "Very well." concubine Shu joyfully changed into the undergarment and donned a rather daring outfit, eagerly awaiting Emperor Zhao Ning's arrival. It was her first day back in the palace. Though she sensed a slight change in the emperor, she believed it would not be significant. Surely, he would come to share a night of passion with her. Yet, concubine Shu and her attendants waited and waited, but the emperor did not arrive. Why had he not come? Could it be true, as the palace rumors suggested, that he no longer favored her? Had he taken a liking to concubine Li and chosen to visit her instead? Upon realizing this, concubine Shu felt a surge of anger and indignation, her words becoming reckless. What sort of charm had that wretched concubine Li employed to ensnare the emperor? How dare she compete with me for his affections? Did she not fear that I might accuse her of treason, just as I did last time, and have her sent to the cold palace? Emperor Zhao Ning sought an answer to the doubts that plagued his heart and thus ventured to concubine Shu's quarters. However, as he approached the entrance, he was taken aback by the sound of concubine Shu smashing objects and uttering words that left him utterly astonished. Chapter 17. In the 9th year of her small grade, Shu Fei bore an overwhelming burden. She had implicated Li Fu in treasonous acts, and the Emperor Zhao Ning, consumed with determination, sought to uncover the truth and obtain evidence. However, to his astonishment, Shu Fei brazenly confessed, displaying a tone of arrogance devoid of any remorse for her malevolent actions. The emperor staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance, but was promptly steadied by the quick-witted Fuan at his side. Unbeknownst to Shu Fei, who continued her tirade, the emperor had arrived. What does it matter if Li Fu has the 18th prince? She remains no match for me. Crushing her is as effortless as squashing an ant. With that feeble mind of hers, how could she hope to last more than a few exchanges against me? The empress herself cannot endure 3 moves. Thus, Li Fu was even less of a contender, a worthless fool. In a fit of rage, a nearby maid, upon noticing the emperor's entrance, frantically signaled Shu Fei to cease her laughter, but Shu Fei, oblivious to the warning, struck the maid instead. What are you squirming for, you wretched girl? Do you not see I am the empress? You cannot entice me? The maid could only cough in response to the emperor, unable to endure the display any longer, cleared his throat twice. The multitude of maids in Shu Fei's palace hastily knelt, trembling with fear, exclaiming, "We humbly greet your majesty." Long live the emperor! With a darkened expression, the emperor remained silent, his very presence exuding an oppressive authority born from years of ruling. The air grew thick with tension, leaving the maids struggling to breathe, particularly Shu Fei, who was already breathless, her complexion paling, and her heart racing. She knelt on the ground, stammering, I, your servant, greet your majesty. When did you arrive?" She feared the emperor had overheard her recent words, and if so, her fate would be sealed. The emperor remained unresponsive. Shu Fei, tentatively inching forward while casting flirtatious glances at him, attempted to rise, yet, the emperor delivered a swift kick to her shoulder, sending her sprawling to the floor, leaving an imprint from his shoe. "I do not strike women, but Shu Fei, you are the first. You have truly disgusted me." In the emperor's memory, Shu Fei had always appeared innocent and delicate, a damsel in need of protection, and he had pitied her, thus safeguarding her. But now, he was confronted with this chilling truth. Shu Fei was not the fragile creature she pretended to be, her capacity for harm surpassed even the fiercest of beasts. "Your Majesty, you heard my words, did you not?" Shu Fei whimpered, tears welling in her eyes. "I spoke in jest. It was not true. I was overcome with love for you, and upon hearing you visited Li Fu, I could not bear it and became jealous." The emperor scoffed derisively, eyes closed as he commanded, announced to the 6 palaces. Shu Fei's treachery has led to her own downfall. Henceforth, she is stripped of her title and cast into the cold palace. Pausing, he continued, "As for Li Fu, who has suffered the unjust accusation of treason, today her name shall be cleared, and her maternal family exonerated. As for the 13th prince, he was not imprisoned due to Li Fu's supposed treason." The emperor, feeling a sense of compassion, contemplated releasing the 13th prince but sought an opportune moment to do so, lest he provoke the censors. Furthermore, to soothe Li Fu for the grievances she had endured over the years, he bestowed numerous gifts, which were dispatched to Chioshui Pavilion that very night. Li Fu and Zhou were preparing for bed when a sudden influx of treasures arrived in their palace, leaving both mother and daughter astonished. "What is the meaning of this?" Li Fu inquired, stifling a yawn. Zhou asked, "Why has father suddenly showered us with such lavish gifts?" After the eunuchs delivered the offerings, the emperor himself appeared, gazing at Li Fu with a hint of remorse. He spoke, "Li Fu, I have wronged you these past years." "Excuse me?" "I heard Shu Fei confess to the accusations she laid upon you. I should have investigated thoroughly instead of hastily banishing you to the cold palace." The more he reflected, the greater his regret grew, his countenance darkening, lips drooping, enveloped in a cloud of despondency. Li Fu, too, was taken aback by the swiftness with which her grievances were being rectified. Your Majesty, let bygones be bygones. One must release the past to embrace the future. Do you not harbor resentment towards me? Li Fu bowed her head. I dare not. Then you must blame me. The Emperor sighed deeply. At the side, Jojo mused, does the Emperor, a man of such stature, truly seek forgiveness from my mother? How unnecessary. Unless, of course, he has suddenly developed feelings for her, she chuckled internally. The Emperor, catching Jojo's playful thoughts, smiled. Li Fu, upon hearing Jojo's musings, shook her head. Oh, this foolish child, what does she understand? Love and affection are foreign concepts to a sovereign. Your Majesty, it is late. You should return to your quarters, Li Fu suggested. But I wish to stay here with you tonight. The Emperor had previously spent the night, but had always kept to himself of this night. However, he yearned for something more intimate. His possessive gaze roamed over Li Fu's delicate features, finally resting upon her alabaster neck, yet Li Fu remained preoccupied with her past slanders, feeling the Emperor's disbelief in her suffering. The Emperor understood her pain and had refrained from pressing the issue. However, today, he felt a pang of hurt. Very well, he said somberly, I shall wait until you are willing to. I will return to my chambers. Jojo, come with me. The Emperor cradled Jojo as they departed. Jojo pondered, his father choosing to sleep with me instead of mother. Alas, Jojo, in her tender youth, carried far too much upon her small shoulders. The Emperor found himself once more amused by Jojo's innocent thoughts. The following day, after awakening, the Emperor intended to let Jojo rest a while longer. However, upon seeing her awake, he took her along to court. He was eager to proclaim to all that he had a precious daughter, the most adorable, endearing, and delicate child in the world, even if she was a boy disguised as a girl. The court officials had already heard whispers of the 18th prince's cross-dressing. Initially, many found it inappropriate, but upon witnessing Jojo in her lovely skirt, resembling a fairy, their objections faded. Beauty held sway. Jojo's charm captivated all, and no one cared what she wore, as long as she was pleasing to the eye. The ministers smiled at Jojo, but their mirth was abruptly halted by the arrival of a courtier fettered with chains. This was General Zhou, who had presided over the earlier conflicts between the Western Chu and the Southern Kingdom, suffering repeated defeats. Had it not been for Jojo's timely warning to the Emperor regarding Wei Pin, the last battle would have ended in disaster. Now that the Western Chu had emerged victorious, rewards and punishments were due. General Zhou, who had led the Western Chu to repeated failures, was to be held accountable. The Emperor contemplated executing Zhou, yet Jojo opposed the idea of witnessing his demise. Chapter 18 The Mischief of Jojo upon the shoulder of Emperor Jianing. General Zhou is truly formidable. The reason for his continuous defeats lies in two factors. Firstly, the treachery of the spy Wei Pin, and secondly, the insidious manipulation by those close to him who have ensnared him with a curse. He is not at fault, his loyalty to the Western Chu is unwavering. He has 3 sons and a daughter, all of whom perished on the battlefield, and his last wife was captured by the Southern Kingdom. To spare her the humiliation of captivity and to prevent his own vulnerabilities from betraying the Western Chu, he took it upon himself to draw his bow and end her life. Yet, he has never spoken of these sacrifices, nor has he sought to gain favor from them. He is a true man of iron will. Emperor Jianing, he truly had no inkling that General Zhou's children and wife had met such tragic fates? If not for Jojo's reminder, he would have remained blissfully ignorant his entire life. Why has Zhou Yi remained silent, and he has not disclosed the reasons for his defeats? He suffers in silence from his affliction, yet chooses not to reveal it. How long must he bear this burden alone? Emperor Jianing struck the armrest of his dragon chair, his countenance darkening. The court ministers, however, misinterpreted the emperor's frustration, believing it to be directed at Zhou Ye's repeated failures, and thus hastened to offer their counsel. Your Majesty, prior to the conflicts with the Southern Kingdom, General Zhou was a celebrated victor, a general of unbroken success. Yet, in his engagements against the South, he has suffered continuous defeats, leading us to question his loyalty and intentions toward the Western Chu. We cannot tolerate the presence of a traitor among us. We implore Your Majesty to deal with General Zhou as you did with Wei Pin. Wei Pin, having stolen military secrets under the guise of a false pregnancy and serving as a spy, was met with the cruel punishment of execution, her head displayed at the city gates as a warning to all. Now, General Zhou finds himself ensnared in a similar storm. However, the distinction must be made. While Wei Pin was indeed a genuine spy, General Zhou is not. These court ministers, alas, rather than seeking to alleviate the burdens of their sovereign, they only incite him to violence. Taking a life may seem a simple act, but what of the consequences that follow, especially when it concerns a loyal minister? If the Western Chu were to execute General Zhou, the spirit of the military would be extinguished, leaving the realm vulnerable to its inevitable demise a decade hence, mirroring the dire scenes depicted in the texts. An army bereft of champions, ripe for slaughter, leading to the fall of the nation. Ah, may the Emperor's wisdom shine brightly, recognizing General Zhou's steadfast loyalty and significance, and refrain from executing him. Emperor Zhao Ning, attuned to Jojo's heartfelt sentiments, was indeed enlightened. He gently patted Jojo on the shoulder. Sit tight, my dear. Your father shall manage the affairs of state with utmost diligence. Jojo settled comfortably. Chancellor, Grand Judge, heed my command, the Emperor declared. The Chancellor and Grand Judge stepped forward, ready to obey. I command you both to investigate the reasons behind General Zhou's consecutive defeats, as well as to thoroughly examine the fate of his family. After your inquiries, we shall determine General Zhou's fate. For now, place him under house arrest and dispatch the chief physician to attend to him. Should it indeed be confirmed that he has fallen prey to a curse, we will uncover the truth. If the courtiers were to learn that General Zhou had been cursed and that his family had all perished, who would dare to question his loyalty? Who would call for his execution? Jojo felt a surge of joy upon realizing that the Emperor had opted against bloodshed, yet she did not shy away from voicing her concerns. Be sure to send the deputy chief physician, for the chief physician is but a simpleton, adept only in gynecology, known as the sage of women and a friend to ladies, utterly ignorant of curses. Emperor Zhao Ning replied, send the deputy chief physician. The chief physician must attend to the harem. Understood, Your Majesty. The court was dismissed. Father is truly wise and mighty, capable of discerning the truth, a stark contrast to the tyrant depicted in the texts, and he shares a profound understanding with Jojo. She felt an impulse to kiss her dear father. Jojo affectionately pecked Emperor Zhao Ning on the cheek, eliciting a growing smile that deepened upon his lips. After the deputy chief physician examined General Zhou, he promptly reported to Emperor Zhao Ning that a worm, a curse insect, had taken residence in General Zhou's mind for approximately a year. Those afflicted by this curse lose their lucidity, becoming puppets to others, devoid of self-awareness. The chief physician emphasized that General Zhou's defeats were intricately linked to this cursed insect. Emperor Zhao Ning felt a wave of relief wash over him for having heeded Jojo's words and refrained from hastily executing a loyal minister. The Chancellor also reported that General Zhou's family had perished on the battlefield, notably his wife, whom he had personally slain after her capture. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhao Ning inquired, Chancellor, can we still proceed with General Zhou's execution? The Chancellor knelt and replied, Your Majesty, we cannot execute him. General Zhou is a vital pillar of the Western Chu. Indeed, we cannot execute him, rather, we must bestow rewards. Henceforth, let General Zhou be appointed as the Guardian General of the nation. He shall relocate to the palace to recuperate, and the physicians must ensure the expulsion of the cursed insect from his mind. Understood, Your Majesty. On the day General Zhou was released from confinement, numerous ministers gathered to welcome him. The Emperor's intent was clear, they must respectfully escort General Zhou back to his home. General Zhou, once resigned to his fate, found himself spared, welcomed by the ministers from his prison, receiving the Emperor's assurance of a thorough investigation and absolution for his military failures. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he struggled to find words, his emotions welling up, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. However, upon catching sight of Qian Wenqin's face in the crowd, his tears halted. He approached her and whispered in her ear, I am still alive, the Emperor did not execute me, contrary to your desires. Master Qian, are you pleased? Master Qian was the very person who wished for Zhou Ye's demise, for his death would alleviate one of his burdens. Alas, the Emperor chose not to execute General Zhou, instead uncovering the truth of his plight and rewarding him. This was a stark departure from the Emperor's usual conduct. Qian Wenqin was baffled, unable to comprehend the sudden transformation of the Emperor, who now appeared entirely different from the figure etched in his memory. If this trend continued, even the ministers he wished dead could survive. This was an unfavorable development for him. In the imperial study, Emperor Zhao Ning reveled in the knowledge of General Zhou's circumstances, feeling a profound sense of relief. He turned to Jojo and said, Today, I have safeguarded a vital minister, my heart is greatly comforted. Jojo, too, felt a wave of reassurance. With a beaming smile, she nestled against Emperor Zhao Ning's shoulder. In recent days, Jojo had sensed the Emperor's affection and indulgence, emboldening her to playfully place her small foot upon his leg and frolic upon his shoulder. Her audacity knew no bounds, yet the Emperor found her antics delightful. Though Emperor Zhao Ning had many children, none had ever come as close to him as Jojo, allowing him to experience the simple joys of fatherhood. After a spell of playful mischief, Jojo's mind wandered to a troubling thought. She pondered why the suffering and tribulations endured by General Zhou remained concealed from everyone. Logically, for an event of such magnitude, even if General Zhou remained silent, her dear father should have known something about it. Yet, the Emperor appeared utterly oblivious to General Zhou's plight. Could it be that someone was deliberately preventing this news from reaching the Emperor's ears? Was there a scheme afoot to eliminate General Zhou, a minister of great importance, without the Emperor's knowledge? Upon hearing this internal monologue, Emperor Zhao Ning was momentarily taken aback, his senses sharpening with newfound vigilance. Jojo's insights held merit. How had he not considered this before? Chapter 1919 discerned the sinister plot brewing among the envoys from the south. I shall personally investigate this matter thoroughly, he declared. 19. You may return to your mother. I will look into this issue, and once I have concluded my inquiries, I shall come to see you. After speaking, Emperor Zhao Ning changed into civilian attire and, accompanied by eunuchs and guards, discreetly left the palace, heading towards the residences of the Prime Minister and the chief of the Dali Temple. His purpose was singular, to inquire whether these two gentlemen had prior knowledge of the affairs concerning General Zhou Ye's household. Both men, in unison, shook their heads in denial, asserting their ignorance until now. Moreover, their attempts to uncover the truth had been fraught with difficulties. What should have been simple revelations took them an inordinate amount of time to uncover, as if an unseen hand were obstructing their investigation. After listening to their accounts, Emperor Zhao Ning proceeded to General Zhou Ye's residence to gather further details. The general confided, Your Majesty, I fear you may not believe me, so perhaps it is better left unsaid. Whether I believe it or not is for me to decide. Speak on, the emperor urged. It concerns Qian Wenxin. He has been obstructing numerous matters I wish to report. As I am away on campaign, I have been unable to present these grievances to your Majesty in person. Moreover, when I departed for the southern campaign last year, there were several issues with supplies that I suspect he may have orchestrated. I harbor doubts that he is a spy for the south, yet I possess no concrete evidence. A spy? Another one? Emperor Zhao Ning narrowed his eyes. General Zhou Yi, mistaking the emperor's demeanor for skepticism, fell to his knees and implored, If your Majesty believes my words to be mere fabrications, then consider them unheard. I shall procure evidence to substantiate my claims. Upon returning to the palace, Emperor Zhao Ning dispatched the Shui Dizi, a covert investigative organization exclusive to him, to scrutinize the matter thoroughly. This organization, typically reserved for extraordinary circumstances to avoid unsettling the ministers, did not disappoint the emperor's expectations. From the clandestine chambers of Qian Wenxin's residence, they unearthed numerous sealed letters, all correspondence between Qian Wenxin and the southern kingdom, detailing a plethora of conspiratorial matters. As Emperor Zhao Ning perused each letter, his hands trembled with dread. In a fit of anger, he shattered the teacup that Fu Wen had brought him. What a deceitful individual Qian Wenxin appears to be, presenting himself as a loyal subject while, in reality, he is selling out the very foundation of our Western Shu. The silver mines lost to the southern kingdom 2 years prior, the demise of General Wen and his 3,000 horses last year, the burning of our grain supplies at the onset of this year, and the near assassination of General Zhou, all orchestrated by Qian Wenxin. The emperor could scarcely fathom the implications had Qian Wenxin been involved in the recent clandestine discussions. The defeat of Western Shu would have been inevitable. As for the future, if this insidious parasite were to remain hidden within the court, how many loyal subjects would fall victim to his treachery? With a Wei concubine in the harem and a Qian Wenxin in the court, how can Western Shu hope to endure? Our survival for the past decade is nothing short of divine mercy. Enraged, Emperor Zhao Ning commanded, Arrest Qian Wenxin and his entire family, sentencing them to execution in half a month. Their heads shall adorn the city gates alongside the Wei concubine to serve as a warning to all. Yes, your Majesty. Having calmed himself, he inquired of Fu Wen, Where is 19, what is she doing at this moment? 19 was indeed his lucky star, nay, the fortune of all Western Shu. Had it not been for her, he would have remained oblivious to these vile machinations, entirely in the dark while the very foundation of his kingdom was at stake. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, the 10th Prince, and the 11th Prince are attending to matters in the palace, and the Princess has accompanied them for the excitement. Matters? What kind of matters? Fu Wen replied, Your Majesty, have you forgotten, the envoys from the southern kingdom will soon arrive to negotiate peace and reparations following their defeat. The Crown Prince is responsible for their reception, concerned that Western Shu may lose face, hence his vigilance. His earlier inspections were also in preparation for the envoys' arrival. Very well, I understand. At that moment, 19 found herself in the embrace of the Crown Prince, who, while reviewing the steps for receiving the envoys and preparing the banquet, held her close. 19 peered at the densely written list of ceremonial details, her eyelids growing heavy. Zhao Er, come here, a sudden call from a distance jolted 19 awake. Who is Zhao Er? Where is she? This individual was a harbinger of mischief, a spy. She posed a threat to both Western Shu and her brother. The Crown Prince, puzzled, asked, What is the matter with Zhao Er? Why do you seem so agitated? Zhao Er is no ordinary girl, she is a spy for the southern kingdom, concealing poison within her person. The records indicate that during our previous defeat, when we hosted the southern envoys, Zhao conspired with them, administering poison to one of the envoys. Although he appeared to have perished, it was merely a ruse, for they possess the antidote, which they will not share. They will observe whether we can revive him, using our failure as leverage to extort the 5 cities from Western Shu. Though we have emerged victorious this time and need not fear losing our cities, Zhao will surely resort to poisoning again, tarnishing our reputation as butchers of envoys, drawing contempt from neighboring states. Ultimately, the matter of land and reparations could be swept under the rug due to the poisoning incident. We have only just secured victory. We cannot allow this to pass unnoticed, lest the sacrifices of so many be rendered in vain. The Crown Prince was. There exists a time-honored principle in warfare: to spare the envoys' lives. To disregard this tenet, as 19 suggested, would render Western Shu's triumph a hollow victory, jeopardizing his own position as Crown Prince. In a state of alarm, he hastily delved into Zhao lineage and any connections to poison. Regrettably, he uncovered nothing of note. Her background appeared unblemished. As for the poison, despite his extensive inquiries, he found only that Zhao had a talent for crafting fragrances. Fragrances can indeed be lethal. If Zhao were to use her skills to poison someone, it would be nearly impossible to guard against. What to do? He could not simply execute Zhao. Eliminating one would only invite countless others to surface, making the situation even more precarious. The Crown Prince was consumed by anxiety. At that moment, news arrived that the southern envoys had arrived early, already accommodated at the relay station, set to enter the palace for an audience in 3 days to discuss territorial concessions and reparations. 19 was also apprised of this development and pondered over their next steps. Suddenly, the Crown Prince conceived a daring plan. What if I were to drink the poisoned wine intended for the envoys? If I were to fall victim to the poison, their scheme would be thwarted, and they would still be compelled to concede territory and reparations. However, should I succumb to the poison without an antidote, I would meet my demise. I cannot perish. I have yet to achieve my ambitions, nor have I met the young lady from the Yu family that 19 spoke of. Chapter 20. Princess, please partake in the luncheon. The plan he conceived was the most foolish of all. It was utterly impractical. Jojo had a far superior strategy. If only the Crown Prince could procure the antidote corresponding to the poison from the envoys at the relay station, he could reveal that the Southern Kingdom had poisoned its own envoy, thereby framing the truth upon our Western Shu. We would transform our position from passive to active, and perhaps even compel them to cede more land and pay greater reparations. The Crown Prince pondered. Why had he not thought of such a simple solution? How could he conceive of such a self-destructive scheme? It was detrimental to others without any benefit to oneself. Rather awkward. Once the awkwardness passed, the Crown Prince, along with the 10th and 11th princes, disguised themselves as servants and set off to investigate the antidote hidden by the envoys at the relay station. On the first day, they found nothing. However, on the second day, not only did they locate the antidote, but they also overheard the southern envoys plotting to poison themselves and feign death to evade the consequences of land cession and reparations. Their scheme mirrored exactly that of Jojo. After obtaining the antidote, they substituted it with a fake and returned to the palace in a huff. The Crown Prince declared, "This time, I shall turn the tables on them." Jojo, concerned that the Crown Prince might be unable to resolve the matter of the poison envoy, sought a solution herself. Although she had been an orphan in her previous life, raised in an orphanage dependent on charity, she had learned traditional Chinese medicine from the matron of the orphanage and memorized numerous prescriptions, particularly one that could counteract all poisons, which she had committed to memory since childhood. The ingredients were all precious. Even in her past life, she could not concoct the remedy despite having the formula. In this life, as a princess, she was certain she could produce the antidote and save that nefarious envoy. If she could revive the envoy, he would not be able to escape the repercussions of land cession and reparations, and her brother's position as Crown Prince would remain secure. Their wicked plot would not succeed. When Emperor Jianing visited Jojo, he found her busying herself with a collection of precious herbs. Puzzled, he inquired, "Who is ill? Where is the imperial physician?" "No one is sick," replied concubine Li. "Jojo simply wishes to experiment with these herbs." "Oh, is that so?" The emperor's worry dissipated instantly. He added, "Inform the Imperial Medical Bureau to deliver any herbs the princess requires, in whatever quantity she desires. We must ensure she enjoys herself thoroughly." "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Fuan. With the herbs in hand, the preparation of the medicine became quite straightforward. Jojo spent an entire day crafting the universal antidote, wishing she could have worked even faster if her hands had been larger. Overjoyed, she clenched her fists and shouted to the heavens, "This princess shall vanquish all malevolent spirits in the world. Kill, kill, kill." As dinner was laid out, the emperor noticed Jojo's absence at the table. He approached and lifted her, who was still shouting "Kill, kill, kill," and said, "All right, my princess, shall we have lunch?" Jojo paused, feeling an uncanny familiarity with his words. She seemed to have heard them in her previous life. "Princess, please enter the carriage." Princess, please drink water. Princess, please sleep. Princess, please eat. So many, many times did I in her past life, no one had ever addressed her as a princess. Now, at last, someone recognized her as one. Satisfied, she gave Emperor Jianing a quick kiss. The emperor was utterly delighted. Princess, would you care to take your chopsticks? Jojo kissed him again. Princess, would you like to hold your bowl? Would father feed you? Has the princess had enough to eat? Amidst the continuous princess, please, Jojo lost herself in joy, laughing heartily throughout the day and showering Emperor Jianing with kisses until her little lips felt sore. 3 days later, the envoys from the southern kingdom arrived. A banquet was prepared in the palace, personally arranged by the crown prince, 10th prince, and 11th prince. Although the younger princes were still quite young, under the guidance of the crown prince, they managed their tasks commendably. The banquet was held with great formality, and the etiquette for welcoming the envoys was executed flawlessly. Emperor Jianing was quite satisfied and cast a pleased glance at the crown prince, 10th prince, and 11th prince. Seated together, the three princes beamed at their father's approving gaze. The younger two expressed their gratitude toward Jojo. Without her, their success would not have been possible. Once the envoys were seated, the banquet commenced. As the hosts, the emperor and empress occupied the highest positions, with the crown prince and the princes to their left, and the consorts and royal relatives to their right. The envoys from the southern kingdom were seated at the tables directly opposite the emperor and empress. As the envoys settled in, they felt akin to criminals being interrogated, weighed down by immense pressure. The grand welcoming ceremony had left them feeling quite inferior, as the display of power was so overwhelming that it struck fear into their hearts, leaving them anxious about the possibility of being forced to concede land and pay reparations. Fortunately, they had come prepared. Your Majesty, we have come to the capital to negotiate peace, the lead envoy declared. To demonstrate our sincerity, allow us to toast you, wishing you health and prosperity. The three envoys raised their cups in unison. Emperor Jianing, holding Jojo in his arms, did not lift his wine cup. Instead, he picked up a teacup and said, "Now that I have a precious daughter, she does not care for the taste of wine, so I shall substitute tea for wine." This statement served to both flaunt his newfound fatherhood and spare the southern kingdom's envoys any embarrassment. A defeated nation need not drink the toast of a victorious one. The southern envoys felt belittled but dared not protest, forcing themselves to drink the wine. Suddenly, the lead envoy collapsed onto his seat, his lips turning black and blood oozing from his mouth, black blood. Upon witnessing this, the crown prince approached the envoy with the antidote. However, he did not administer it immediately. Instead, he prepared to delay the presentation of the antidote to reveal the true nature of the envoy's plight to all present. As expected, the envoys began to stir in panic. "Ambassador, what has happened? Your lips are black. You have been poisoned. You drank the wine, and now you are poisoned. Someone has poisoned you. Someone from the Western Shu." Several unpoisoned envoys played their roles well, displaying anxiety while accusing Western Shu. "Your Majesty of Western Shu, we acknowledge our defeat and have come with sincerity to discuss land cession and reparations. We have done all we can, but why do you offer us no avenue for survival? You have violated the ancient rule of sparing envoys in times of war and have poisoned our ambassador. This is unprecedented. You have insulted us grievously. Do you not fear the condemnation of neighboring nations? We shall seek the Supreme Alliance to intervene. Our ambassador cannot die in vain." The Supreme Alliance, established by various nations, serves to adjudicate disputes between countries, akin to the modern United Nations. The Southern Kingdom's call for the Supreme Alliance indicated they were well prepared for this encounter. Emperor Jianing felt a twinge of unease. How could the envoy suddenly succumb to poisoning? "Crown Prince, what on earth is happening?" Chapter 21. The fools of the southern nation, lifting stones only to smash their own feet. The responsibility of receiving the emissaries from the southern nation was entrusted entirely to the crown prince. Now, with the incident of the poisoned envoy, Emperor Jianing naturally demanded an explanation from the crown prince. The crown prince cast a glance at his guard, Qing Ke, who understood the cue and approached Emperor Jianing to provide an explanation. Due to Qing Ke's deliberately subdued tone, no one could discern the content of their conversation. However, it was evident that Emperor Jianing's countenance gradually improved, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The crown prince addressed the raucous emissaries with remarkable composure, stating, "As people of the Western Shu, we embrace victory and defeat with equanimity. We would never resort to poison. If the emissaries wish to summon representatives from the Supreme Alliance to adjudicate this matter, they are welcome to do so. The innocent shall clear their names, and I trust the emissaries of the Supreme Alliance will deliver justice for us." This statement was a deliberate provocation. The crown prince intended for the affair to escalate, hoping the southern emissaries would ultimately find themselves in an untenable position, facing dire consequences for their slander. Little did the southern emissaries know that the crown prince possessed the antidote, nor could they fathom his true intentions. They merely perceived him as foolish, which inadvertently played into their own downfall. The southern emissaries responded eagerly, "Very well, we shall heed the crown prince's words and summon the representatives of the Supreme Alliance. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Western Chu, please issue a decree to invite the ambassadors stationed in Western Chu from the Supreme Alliance." Without hesitation, Emperor Zhao Ning acquiesced. The surrounding princes, princesses, and royal relatives, unaware of the intricacies of the situation, were taken aback. How could this be? An envoy's poisoning was no trivial matter, and it was scandalous. Should they not be minimizing the situation, handling it quietly? Instead, the noise was escalating. If this continued, it could lead to an embarrassing predicament for the entire Western Chu nation. The southern emissaries might seize this opportunity to evade their obligations of territorial concessions and reparations. It was understandable for the young crown prince to be naive. Could it be that the emperor too was lacking in discernment? Following suit in this folly, many cast anxious glances towards the empress dowager. She turned her gaze to Emperor Zhao Ning, her usually serene eyes betraying her unease and trepidation. "Your Majesty, this may not be prudent," she implored. Emperor Zhao Ning replied calmly, "Do not fret, mother. The innocent shall clear their names." At such a juncture, was it appropriate to utter such lofty platitudes? The Empress Dowager and others were on the brink of madness. Just then, apart from the southern emissaries and those with no blood ties, a soft, mellifluous voice broke through the tension. "No need to rush, the poison was self-administered by the southern emissaries. The truth shall soon be revealed." The southern emissaries, in their reckless escalation of the situation, were digging their own graves. Jiao, perceptive as ever, noticed the corner of an object held tightly in the crown prince's grasp, and his self-assured demeanor. It seemed the crown prince had indeed discovered the antidote. How splendid! The crown prince and Jiao were in sync, having found the antidote to the poison that the southern emissaries had concocted. The fools of the southern nation, lifting stones only to crush their own feet. Those royal relatives and princes who had not previously heard Jiao's thoughts were now taken aback by such explosive revelations, momentarily stunned before hastily adopting an air of ignorance. The 18th prince, that princess, she is a new power. They dared not speak out of turn, for their heads would surely be at stake. Those who had heard Jiao's thoughts, the Empress Dowager and the princes, now appeared considerably calmer, no longer anxious, their eyes fixed on the southern emissaries as they awaited the spectacle of their own self-inflicted wounds. Soon, representatives from the Supreme Alliance arrived. Individuals from various nations, all of significant stature, stood at the banquet, exuding an imposing presence. The southern emissaries' eyes lit up, and they rushed forward. "Esteemed officials, you must advocate for us. For centuries, it has been accustomed to spare envoys in times of war, yet the Western Chu has poisoned our envoy at the banquet, disregarding our sincere offers for peace through territorial concessions and reparations. We are truly aggrieved." Lu Jing, the highest-ranking official of the Supreme Alliance, frowned upon hearing this news and stepped forward to inquire, "Where is the poisoned envoy?" "There." The southern emissaries pointed to the unconscious envoy. The poor envoy had been in a stupor since the poisoning, yet the southern emissaries prioritized blaming the Western Chu over seeking medical help, which was rather laughable. Fortunately, the crown prince, being a person of dignity, had arranged for a physician to attend. After examining the envoy, the physician from the Supreme Alliance confirmed, "It is evident that the southern envoy has been poisoned." The toxin present in the beverage. Lu Jing turned to Emperor Zhao Ning, "Your Majesty of the Western Chu, do you have anything to say?" Emperor Zhao Ning, exuding a commanding presence without anger, replied, "What do you propose?" Having navigated the political landscape for years, Lu Jing had mastered a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance. With a calm expression, he stated, "Our position is that the southern envoy was poisoned and fell unconscious at the banquet of the Western Chu. Thus, it is evident that the Western Chu bears responsibility for the poisoning. You have violated the long-standing convention of sparing envoys during conflicts, which is inexcusable." The southern emissaries chimed in, "Indeed, it is inexcusable. They must pay a heavy price for their actions. Only then can a lesson be learned." A price? The crown prince scoffed. "What sort of price?" The southern emissaries arrogantly declared, "Let us dismiss the matter of territorial concessions and reparations if furthermore, the emperor of the Western Chu must personally apologize to us, demonstrating his sincerity. Only then can this matter be considered resolved." Lu Jing pondered for a moment, deeming their demands reasonable, and self-righteously declared, "This course of action is advisable. Your Majesty of the Western Chu, you should acquiesce." Emperor Zhao Ning scoffed, rising with Jiao in his arms to stand before Lu Jing. "Lu Jing, what if it is the southern emissaries who poison themselves, slandering the Western Chu with the intention of avoiding territorial concessions and reparations after suffering defeat, yet still wishing for us to bow to them? What then?" Lu Jing rubbed his nose. "Let me think on it." The southern emissaries were instantly thrown into a panic. What was the emperor of the Western Chu implying? Could it be that they had discovered their own self-poisoning? It was unthinkable. They had executed their scheme with such secrecy that no one could possibly know. Lu Jing formulated his response, "Your Majesty of the Western Chu, if what you say is true, then the southern nation must indeed pay a heavy price for their actions, and we shall seek justice." However, do you have evidence to prove that the southern emissaries harmed themselves? The southern emissaries began to feel triumphant. The Western Chu people surely had no evidence. However, in the next moment, they were met with a stunning revelation. The Crown Prince declared, "I do. What evidence is that?" The Crown Prince revealed the antidote he had been clutching tightly, displaying it for all to see. It was a red-glazed porcelain vial adorned with the exclusive red bean flower pattern of the southern nation, exquisite, diminutive, and distinctive, unmistakably a product of the southern realm. The Crown Prince stated, "I found the antidote to the poison used by the southern emissaries at their place of lodging." Chapter 22. The princess is utterly adorable. I long to embrace her, to kiss her, to lift her high. Lu Jing personally approached to receive the antidote, glanced at it, and then instructed someone to administer it to the poison envoy from the southern kingdom. The antidote was remarkably potent, and in but a fleeting moment, the envoy regained consciousness and returned to his normal state, appearing as he had before the poisoning, able to eat and drink. He rose to his feet, bewildered, casting a glance around as if unsure of what had transpired. Observing this, Lu Jing exclaimed with delight, "Indeed, it is the antidote." He then turned to the envoy of the southern kingdom. "Do you acknowledge that you poisoned yourselves and slandered the Western Chu?" The envoy's mind was in turmoil, yet he struggled to maintain a facade of composure. "We do not acknowledge it," he retorted, raising doubts. "How can His Highness prove that this antidote was found in the place where we stayed? Do not think that merely presenting a porcelain bottle used in our kingdom suffices as evidence. As long as they insisted the bottle was not theirs and the antidote was not theirs, the Supreme Alliance could not convict them of self-poisoning and slandering the Western Chu. They could evade culpability," the Crown Prince responded. "It is quite simple, Doctor." The physician stepped forward, awaiting orders. The Crown Prince handed him the antidote. "You have just examined the poison within the southern kingdom's envoy, yet could not discern what poison it was, nor could you neutralize it, correct?" The physician, feeling ashamed, replied, "I lack the skill, yes." The Crown Prince continued, "Now, with the antidote in hand, you should be able to identify the poison, correct?" The physician replied, "Yes, I can." "Then let us see." After examining, the physician stated, "This poison is the bane of the red thorn, exclusive to the royal family of the southern kingdom. No other nation possesses it. Moreover, this poison is temperature sensitive. Apart from the people of the southern kingdom, no one else can concoct it, thus rendering the antidote unattainable for others." After having his own physician examine the antidote, Lu Jing arrived at the same conclusion. He decisively proclaimed, "Envoy of the southern kingdom, the poison is yours, and the antidote is also yours. You have poisoned yourselves and slandered the Western Chu." "No, that is not the case." "You slander us, Your Highness." The envoy still clung to his defiance. The Crown Prince added, "Do you truly wish for me to investigate the origin of this porcelain bottle, its batch number, and to whom it ultimately belonged before you will admit your guilt? If I were to uncover these details, the southern kingdom's manipulators would surely be exposed, and none would escape unscathed. The southern kingdom's dignity would be utterly shattered." The envoys understood the implications all too well. They immediately lost the courage to refute and ceased their obstinance. The three envoys knelt in confession, pleading, "We were wrong. We were wrong. We poisoned ourselves and slandered the Western Chu. We beseech His Majesty, the Emperor of the Western Chu, to pardon us." Emperor Zhao Ning let out a cold laugh. "Now you seek mercy, yet you were so arrogant before." Lu Jing declared, "Your Majesty, the matter is clear. You are the aggrieved party. I am willing to advocate on your behalf. Originally, the southern kingdom was to cede land and pay reparations, but now they must compensate double. Their attempt to steal had backfired, and they had inadvertently harmed themselves. They could hardly fathom a single compensation, let alone a doubled one. The southern kingdom would be reduced to rags. The crucial point was that they could not evade responsibility. The matter had escalated too far, and the members of the Supreme Alliance were well aware of it, their gazes fixed upon them. Should they attempt to dodge accountability, they would hand their adversaries a weapon, enabling any nation to use it as a pretext to strike against the southern kingdom. The envoys finally began to grasp why the Crown Prince had chosen to escalate the situation. It appeared that the Crown Prince had fallen into their trap, yet in reality, he had dug a pit for them. How foolish they had been to mock his intelligence. The truly foolish ones were they. Enraged, the envoys pounded the ground in frustration. After the banquet concluded, the ministers of Western Chu were already drafting the amounts and terms for land cession and reparations, coordinating with the envoys from the southern kingdom. In the imperial study, Emperor Zhao Ning, the Empress Dowager, the Empress, the Crown Prince, Consort Li, the 10th and 11th princes, and several royal relatives were present, all in good spirits. Today, the Western Chu had not been outmaneuvered by the southern kingdom, rather, they had turned the tables on them. Double reparations for land cession, the treasury of Western Chu would soon flourish. A prosperous treasury would benefit everyone. How could they not be elated? The crown prince held Jojo, his heart swelling with gratitude towards her. Jojo had saved Western Chuanim. He had evaded the grave peril of being deposed and had even received rewards. Indeed, Emperor Zhao Ning had bestowed considerable honors upon both the crown prince and the 10th and 11th princes. The crown prince was astonished when he heard the list of accolades. Emperor Zhao Ning was in high spirits, smiling broadly, but when he noticed that the crown prince continued to hold Jojo and had not returned her to him, the smile abruptly vanished from his face. He expressed his displeasure to the crown prince. "Return her to me. You must investigate those who administered the poison." "Return what?" the crown prince queried, confused. "Jojo," Emperor Zhao Ning replied, "you have held her for quite some time now." Oh, reluctantly, the crown prince returned Jojo to Emperor Zhao Ning and went off to investigate the poisoning. Emperor Zhao Ning had expected a moment of peace. However, several royal relatives suddenly proposed that they wished to borrow the princess for a period of time. They claimed that the princess was delightful and charming, the only princess in 3 generations of the royal family, and even if she were an impostor, they would accept her. They were eager to experience the joy of having a daughter. In truth, each of these individuals was astute. They had discerned Jojo's uniqueness during the banquet and sought to profit by listening to her thoughts. Jojo did not ponder deeply, she simply felt reluctant. She mused to herself, "Am I a monkey? Why do so many wish to borrow Jojo? They want to take her home to admire her? How infuriating." Jojo was fuming, transformed from a little darling into a disgruntled little duckling. The crowd exclaimed, "Oh, the princess is so adorable, I long to embrace her, to kiss her, to lift her high." No, Jojo will not go. She cannot be without her mother and her dear father. Jojo resolutely declined. Everyone heard her thoughts, yet they feigned ignorance, remaining unmoved, oblivious to the unfolding situation. Consort Li felt a twinge of unease. A child should never be out of the sight of their parents or guardians, especially a girl. Emperor Zhao Ning remained unaware that Jojo was a genuine girl, not an impersonator, thus he did not consider her safety. He simply did not wish to part with her. He firmly stated, "The princess is still young, it is not suitable for her to go out." Prince Ning interjected, "The princess is no longer a child. She is 2.5 years old, capable of eating and drinking. It is permissible." "No, the princess is still nursing." In his anxiety, Emperor Zhao Ning began to speak nonsensically. Prince Ning replied, "Then let the nurse accompany her." "Surely, my Prince Ning's residence can afford a nurse." Emperor Zhao Ning retorted, "Moreover, dear brother, previously, you placed the daughter of Duke Duan in the palace to experience the joys of having a daughter. Now, your younger brothers wish to experience it as well. Why do you refuse them? You are being rather hypocritical." Chapter 23. Are you aware that you have reached the age of 80, yet you still possess the vigor of youth, taking a 14-year-old concubine? The Prince of Ning was known for his forthrightness, a man of robust stature with a round face and an unremarkable complexion, his gaze clear and devoid of guile, which often led him to speak without restraint. However, today he had overstepped, forgetting a fundamental principle of the distinction between sovereign and subject. He was but a subject, while Emperor Zhao Ning held the power of life and death. How could he utter the offensive remark, "You exhibit some double standards"? Look, the expression on Emperor Zhao Ning's face had darkened, becoming more ominous than a soot-stained pot, casting a chilling atmosphere over the hall. The assembled guests were rendered mute with trepidation. Although the Prince of Ning was somewhat slow-witted, he sensed the shift in mood and hastily dropped to his knees. "Your Majesty, I spoke without thought, and for this, I sincerely beseech your forgiveness, considering my genuine affection for the little princess." He pled, "I assure you, I shall not err again." Emperor Zhao Ning took a sip of tea and remained silent for a lengthy moment before finally responding, "Rise." The Prince of Ning stood, though his legs trembled, nearly causing him to stumble. The Empress Dowager, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, attempted to lighten it with a jovial tone, saying, "Your Majesty, your affection for the princess is so profound that you become agitated at the mere thought of anyone vying for her attention. I remember when I wished to take the princess to stay with me for a few days, yet you were unwilling. Mother, very well, I understand." The Empress Dowager turned her gaze to the royal relatives, stating, "The princess is still young and it is not advisable for her to leave the palace. Rest assured, both the Emperor and I are aware of your intentions. When the princess is older, she shall undoubtedly be allowed to accompany you outside the palace for leisure." The Emperor's ire had been ignited, and the Empress Dowager had decreed that the princess was not to be taken outside. Anyone who dared to disregard this warning would be courting disaster. Indeed, no one dared to contest the situation any further. The royal relatives fell silent, and even when they spoke, they sought to discuss only pleasant matters. The atmosphere soon returned to its previous harmonious state, that is, until the 80-year-old Prince Su spoke again. Having arrived late, he was unaware of the earlier commotion surrounding the competition for the princess's affections. He was not fond of children, hence he did not engage in the contest. However, he did address the matter of the princess. "Your Majesty, if you will not permit the princess to visit my estate and allow me to experience the joys of having a granddaughter, might I request the Eastern Pearl you recently acquired as a token of your favor?" The Prince Su was the biological brother of the late emperor, who had once saved his life, and thus enjoyed certain protections that had emboldened him to become quite brazen, daring to ask for whatever he desired. Emperor Zhao Ning, out of respect for the late emperor, often turned a blind eye to his demands, granting him nearly everything he sought, yet now, he audaciously dared to request the precious Eastern Pearl? The Eastern Pearl was an exceptionally rare gem, with only a handful of particularly fine specimens surfacing over decades, specifically intended for the Empress Dowager's phoenix crown. How could the Prince Su even think to ask for it? The Empress Dowager was visibly displeased. "Prince Su, what do you intend to do with the Eastern Pearl? The late princess has long since passed. To whom would you give it? Indeed, to whom would you bestow it? Who would dare covet something reserved for the Empress Dowager? This is an object unworthy even of the Empress's use. How dare anyone covet it? It is utterly outrageous." The Prince Su, emboldened by the late emperor's protection, stammered, unable to articulate a response regarding to whom he would bestow the pearl. Yet, the little princess knew the answer. She felt a surge of excitement, pondering that it could be for the 14-year-old concubine he had just brought into his household. This young concubine, flaunting her youth and beauty, was so demanding that she would likely wish for the stars to be plucked from the sky by the 80-year-old Prince Su, without any concern for his well-being. The emperor, Empress Dowager, and the princes could hardly contain their astonishment at the revelation, leading to a chorus of coughs. What is this? Of the Prince Su is indeed 80, yet he takes a 14-year-old concubine. What an abomination! The empress, who lacked the ability to hear the princess's thoughts, raised a question. "Your Majesty, Mother, Lady Li, Crown Prince, esteemed princes, why is it that you all suddenly find yourselves coughing? Is something amiss?" Emperor Zhao Ning replied, "I have caught a chill, my throat feels uncomfortable." The Empress Dowager added, "I drank some iced water, and it has made my throat sore." Lady Li chimed in, "My throat is scratchy." The Crown Prince and several princes hesitated briefly before, as if in unison, they declared, "We simply felt the urge to cough." The Empress, perplexed, could only respond with a silent expression of confusion. The Prince Su, having overheard the princess's thoughts, believed himself the sole recipient of such insight, dismissing the odd reactions of those around him. "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, I have but this one wish. I implore you to grant it, considering my age of 80. Otherwise, I shall depart this world with an unfulfilled heart." The assembly responded, "You are indeed aware of your age, yet you still possess the audacity to take a 14-year-old concubine? How shameless! Dear father, you must not acquiesce." They feared that the Empress Dowager would become the subject of ridicule, which could lead to her suffering a stroke in a fit of anger, with unpredictable consequences. This was indeed a passage I had read before. The Empress Dowager was an exceptionally astute woman, a sage advisor to the Western Shu nation, who always played a crucial role during pivotal moments. Yet, since the Prince Su had thrown a tantrum over the Eastern Pearl, and his young concubine had paraded around the capital, the citizens had begun to mock the Empress Dowager, suggesting that the Prince Su's concubine had usurped her position. The Empress Dowager could do little against a mere concubine and was left to stew in her own frustration, leading to a stroke from which she would never recover. The Western Shu nation gradually began to decline. At this moment, those who could hear the princess's thoughts, aside from the Prince Su, were genuinely concerned for the Empress Dowager's health, fervently hoping that Emperor Zhao Ning would not grant the Eastern Pearl to the Prince Su, and urged him to reconsider. However, the Prince Su dismissed the princess as a mere child, thinking her fears were unwarranted and overly dramatic. "Surely, the consequences cannot be that severe. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, if you do not grant me the Eastern Pearl, I shall throw myself against this wall until I perish. You surely would not want to hear the scandal of my demise on such a joyous occasion, would you?" The Prince Su was genuinely enamored with his new concubine, having indulged her whims for the past 2 months. When she expressed a desire for a stargazing tower, he ordered its construction. When she wished for a position for her brother, he arranged it. When she desired a grand mansion, he purchased it for her. Whatever she desired, he sought to provide. Thus, the Eastern Pearl was no exception. He would exhaust every means to obtain it. Emperor Zhao Ning and the Empress Dowager felt increasingly powerless. The Prince Su was no ordinary individual, and at 80 years old, they could neither scold him nor punish him for his outrageous behavior, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. Emperor Zhao Ning pressed his forehead with his hand, exclaiming, "Prince Su, please calm yourself." With a heavy sigh, he glanced down at the little princess in his arms. The princess, too, felt exasperated. Emperor Zhao Ning pondered, is there any solution that the princess might propose? The princess continued to voice her thoughts inwardly, for he was indeed listening. Chapter 24 of the echoes of Jojo's thoughts. Jojo tilted her head, puffing her cheeks, her fair and delicate face adorned with an adorable pout. The Emperor Zhao Ning could not help but reach out to pinch Jojo's cheek, inquiring, "Jojo, are you feeling sleepy?" "I am not sleepy," she replied. "Then do speak quickly," he urged, "I am listening." Jojo felt a pang of hunger. She had been preoccupied at the banquet, expending considerable energy, and had been lifted from place to place, leaving her no opportunity to eat now. She was so hungry that she felt weak, her stomach beginning to grumble audibly. Her large, glistening eyes, akin to dark grapes, wandered to the plate of mung bean cakes on the table before her. Upon noticing this, the emperor felt a twinge of guilt for not having attended to Jojo properly and hastily brought the mung bean cakes to her. "Jojo, do eat." After consuming 2 pieces of the cake, Jojo's hunger abated, and she resumed her chatter. "That old fool, the Prince of Su, is so blinded by lust that he will do anything to please his concubine. Little does he know that all 7 of his sons will ultimately perish at her hands. That concubine is a harbinger of misfortune, unworthy of such devotion. The affection and indulgence he showers upon her today will surely turn into daggers aimed at his sons tomorrow." The Prince of Su, overhearing her, dismissed her words. "The little brat is merely babbling nonsense, growing increasingly ridiculous. I refuse to believe it. My 7 sons will surely live long and prosperous lives." Emperor Zhao Ning, having witnessed numerous miracles, firmly believed Jojo's words to be true. He was convinced that the Prince of Su's current indulgence toward his concubine would lead to grave consequences in the future. He wished to offer a warning but feared that if he voiced these concerns to the prince, he would be met with disbelief and would not cease his pursuit of the Eastern Pearl. "What alternative can I devise?" he pondered, glancing at the helpless prince. "Perhaps Jojo can assist her cheap father?" "Grandfather Prince of Su, you desire the Eastern Pearl, correct?" Jojo gently inquired. The prince nodded, "Indeed. My father possesses the Eastern Pearl and can provide it to you. However, it will require some time to reach your hands. I wonder if you can wait?" I can wait. The Prince of Su joyfully turned to Emperor Zhao Ning. "Your Majesty, is what the princess says true?" Initially, upon hearing Jojo's words, the emperor was flustered. He certainly did not wish to part with the Eastern Pearl, and how could Jojo agree to such a thing? But soon he realized that Jojo was aiding him. How clever she was! She understood the need to manipulate time. The Empress Dowager also recognized this and gazed at Jojo with increasing affection. Emperor Zhao Ning met the prince's hopeful gaze and affirmed, "Indeed, I would not wish to witness my own uncle meet his demise before me. The Eastern Pearl is a mere trifle. I shall provide it. However, it is harvested only once every 40 years, and it has been 20 years since the last harvest. In another 20 years, the next batch will be available, and I shall ensure it reaches the Prince of Su without delay." Upon hearing this, the prince nearly choked with indignation. The emperor could wait 20 years, and so could his concubine, but could he? At 80 years old, he had no guarantee of tomorrow, yet he had foolishly declared he could wait, leaving him with no grounds to contest the emperor. He felt as though he might explode with frustration. With a grimace, the prince managed to say, "I shall return home and wait," before storming off in a huff. The onlookers could hardly contain their laughter at the sight of the prince so thoroughly outmaneuvered. The emperor and his daughter, the princess, were in perfect harmony, their collaboration utterly seamless. In light of the former emperor's legacy, Emperor Zhao Ning dispatched someone to caution the prince to be wary of his newly married 14-year-old concubine. Jojo echoed the sentiment in her heart, urging the old man to be cautious of his young and beautiful concubine. She was no innocent flower. In fact, within a few days, she would be responsible for the death of one of the old man's sons. The prince, however, remained unconvinced, dismissing the warnings as mere folly, and left without a backward glance, utterly unfazed. He held no trepidation, for in his mind, his lovely young concubine was the most beautiful, kind-hearted woman in the world, incapable of causing harm. Upon returning home, the Prince of Su dismounted from his carriage to find his enchanting concubine waiting at the door, beaming like a flower. His heart melted at the sight. "My dear, why did you come out to greet me? You should have bundled up more. It's cold outside, and I would be heartbroken if you caught a chill." The prince, feeling tender, took her hand, stooping slightly due to his age, and they strolled slowly into the manor. The concubine replied, "Kaixia did not feel at ease waiting inside." "But my dear, I was unable to procure the Eastern Pearl you desired," the prince lamented. "Ah, but the Eastern Pearl is harvested just twice every 40 years. We shall wait another 20 years, Kaixia smiled. "But I do not speak foolishly, my lord, you will surely be able to wait," she reassured him. "You must live to a ripe old age, for Kaixia wishes to bear you children." Very well, very well. You are indeed my precious darling. With such sweet words, may I steal a kiss?" The elderly prince pressed his lips to the youthful, fair cheek of Kaisia, his face wrinkled with tenderness. Kaisia joyfully took his hand and led him into the house, where laughter soon filled the air. The prince's eldest son, the heir to the Prince of Su's estate, happened to pass by and inadvertently overheard the sounds within. Finding it absurd, he sought out Kaisia the next day. The heir, now 60 years of age, looked at Kaisia, who was so youthful and vibrant, and yet played the role of a concubine to his father. He was at a loss for words and struggled with what to call her. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, "Kaisia, would you come with me?" Kaisia followed the heir to a secluded hexagonal pavilion, where, after a slight bow, she inquired, "May I ask, Your Highness, what matters you wish to discuss with me?" The heir produced a pouch of medicinal powder from his sleeve and tossed it before her. "I wish to convey that my father, at his advanced age, cannot withstand such aphrodisiacs. Should I discover that you are administering these to him, beware, for I shall not hesitate to end your life." Kaisia bit her lip, picking up the powder from the ground and clenching it tightly in her palm. After the heir turned to leave, she cast a fierce glare at his retreating figure and made arrangements with several burly men. That night, as the heir fed fish by the lake within the estate, he suddenly fell into the water and drowned. When the Prince of Su received the news, still caught up in playful banter with Kaisia, he was shocked and hastily dressed before rushing to see his son. Upon finding his heir's lifeless and bloated body, devoid of color, he could hardly accept the reality. Overwhelmed with grief, he fainted on the spot. When he finally regained consciousness, it was the day of his son's funeral. A profound sorrow engulfed him as he prepared to bid farewell to his son, the white-haired father mourning the loss of his black-haired child. Trembling, the prince approached the coffin, leaning on his wooden staff, tears streaming down his face as he gazed upon his son's countenance. In that moment, the echoes of Jojo's warnings flooded his mind. Chapter 25. Today, the cunning, cold, profound, and domineering Prince Su, an old fool blinded by lust, is desperately seeking to appease his young concubine, who is merely 14 and stunningly beautiful. Unbeknownst to him, all 7 of his sons will ultimately meet their demise at her hands. The old man must exercise extreme caution around his enchanting young concubine. She is not to be underestimated. In just a couple of days, she will take the life of one of his sons. The echoes of Jojo's thoughts reverberate incessantly within the mind of Prince Su, refusing to dissipate. He is compelled to rush to the palace to inquire of Jojo how she possesses such foreknowledge. Will all 7 of his sons truly perish? Is there any means to avert this impending calamity? However, a multitude of guests suddenly approaches to console him, urging him not to dwell on such morbid thoughts for the sake of his health. After attending to the guests and burying the heir, Prince Su is utterly exhausted, barely able to stand, let alone venture into the palace. He resolves to rest for a day before making his way to the palace the following day. Upon his arrival at the palace, he spends a considerable time conversing with the Empress Dowager, continually seeking an opportunity for her to facilitate a meeting with Jojo. Yet, each time he nears the subject, he hesitates. On the day of the banquet, as he departs the palace, the emperor sends a reminder to be wary of his newly acquired concubine. In an effort to defend her, he dismisses the messenger with a curt attitude, almost resorting to violence. The princess's warnings had also reached his ears, yet he paid them no heed. At that moment, it seemed inconsequential. To inquire now would only serve to slap his own face. Prince Su, concerned for his reputation, suddenly finds himself disinclined to see Jojo. Coupled with a sense of unwarranted optimism, he believes that Jojo's insights may not be entirely accurate, and the heir's death could merely be a coincidence. His other sons may well evade such misfortune. It was his impulsiveness that led him to the palace. Ultimately, he refrains from asking any questions, exchanging only a few pleasantries before departing. On his way, he encounters Jojo, who wishes to speak with him, reiterating her warnings regarding his concubine, as in a few days, not only the heir but also his second son is destined to meet his end at her hands. Yet, Prince Su, with an air of arrogance, does not pause his sedan chair, brushing past Jojo without a second glance. Left standing there, Jojo mutters to herself, "What is that old fool rushing for? It's not as if I would harm him. Or does he think I appear fearsome?" Hearing this, the playful Lady Li responds, "My dear Jojo, you are exquisitely beautiful, quite adorable. Where is the fearsome aspect? Then why does Grandpa Su flee upon seeing me?" That is because Lady Li ponders for a moment. Just then, Emperor Zhao Ning approaches, seamlessly continuing Lady Li's thought. That is because Prince Su is preoccupied with matters at home and is in a hurry to leave the palace. "Oh, I see. Jojo no longer dwells on it." Emperor Zhao Ning stands before Jojo and Lady Li, noticing that both are dressed rather lightly, frowning in concern. "It is rather chilly today. How can you both venture out in such thin garments?" Feeling their icy hands, he promptly sheds his cloak, draping it over Lady Li before lifting Jojo into his arms, using his own warmth to shield her from the cold. Nestled in Emperor Zhao Ning's embrace, Jojo can only feel the delightful warmth radiating from him. "Wow, my dear father is so warm today. After a brief pause, she playfully sniffs at Emperor Jiaoning. Today, my dear father smells delightful. What brand of body wash do you use? Body wash? Emperor Jiaoning is puzzled. What on earth is that? It sounds like something meant for bathing. Jojo blinks her large, grape-like eyes and asks, Father, why do you smell so fragrant today? I want to smell like that too. Without hesitation, Emperor Jiaoning replies, Fuan, go, take the agarwood incense I used today and deliver it to Qiushui Pavilion for the princess. This scent of agarwood is exquisite and noble, possessing the ability to repel mosquitoes and insects. Due to its complex production process, it is exclusive to the emperor, with no one else permitted to use it, yet today, Emperor Jiaoning bestows it upon the princess. She must be exceptionally favored. The first in the palace, no less, even the crown prince has never enjoyed such privilege. The emperor seems genuinely attentive to the princess, who is indeed fortunate. Fuan rejoices for Jojo. Why are you grinning like that? Hurry along, commands Emperor Jiaoning. Yes, your majesty, I shall attend to it immediately. Fuan hastens to fulfill the task. Jojo, tell your father, what else do you wish for? Your father will grant it all. Jojo tilts her head in contemplation. For now, nothing. I shall let you know later when I think of something. Sooner or later, she will have her father lavish gifts upon her. Today, the cunning, cold, profound, and domineering Jojo, wearing sunglasses, shows no affection for anyone. But where are my sunglasses? Where have they gone? Having completed her period of confinement, Lady Jiang has finally emerged from her quarters. Presently, she and Lady Qing listen to Emperor Jiaoning's words to Jojo, their anger causing them to grip their fans tightly. Just a silly little brat, I cannot fathom why she is so favored. She appears nothing special. She speaks so few words, only stammering occasionally. I truly do not understand what the emperor sees in her. Could it be due to her looks? Surely not. The emperor, whom I regard as wise and formidable, cannot be so superficial. Lady Qing interjects, Sister Jiang, you may not be far from the truth. The emperor might indeed be enamored by Jojo's beauty. Lady Jiang, with a resentful flick of her handkerchief, scoffs at the notion of superficiality. After a moment's thought, she proposes, why not seek a lovely young girl among the nobility? We could keep her in the palace. Perhaps the emperor would then favor our chosen one over that old 18. This way, the two sisters need not endure a daily existence in the shadows. Lady Jiang and Lady Qing have been having a rough time lately. Emperor Jiaoning has not visited them even once, making the palace feel as cold as ice. Lady Qing ponders seriously. The late emperor's youngest daughter, the adopted Princess Qing, has a daughter, Princess Annal, who just turned 3. It is said she is remarkably beautiful, even more so than Jojo. Perhaps we should summon her to the palace? Lady Jiang snorts dismissively. Though Princess Qing is the late emperor's only daughter, she is merely adopted, not his biological child. After the late emperor's passing, she has fallen out of favor and was married off to a powerful minister to balance court politics. I have heard her life is quite miserable. Inviting her and her daughter to the palace would be quite an overestimation of their worth. Lady Jiang desires to elevate her own family members. However, upon reflection, she realizes that her relatives are either plump or bear unsightly features, all decidedly unremarkable. Lady Qing, understanding Lady Jiang's thoughts, states, Your Highness, we must find someone beautiful to bring in, for only the lovely can help us regain the emperor's favor. We have endured neglect long enough. We cannot allow that insipid little brat Jojo to ride over us any longer, and do not even get me started on ladyly favor is paramount. Very well, let us summon someone. Chapter 26. Your Highness, have you yet to awaken from your slumber? 3 days hence, Princess Qing entered the palace with her daughter, Princess Annal, and proceeded to the palace of Concubine Jiang. Concubine Jiang, in addition to arranging for Princess Annal to meet Emperor Jiaoning, summoned Jojo to witness the splendid performance she had orchestrated. She intended for Jojo to behold with her own eyes that her father, the emperor, would not bestow his affection solely upon her. She would inevitably fall from grace and revert to her former pitiful state, trampled beneath the weight of disdain. At Qiushui residence, Jojo held a book, the words within largely indecipherable to her. Her dear father had mentioned that today was not overly busy. Once he completed reviewing the memorials, he would come to accompany her and recount the stories contained within the book. Having lived 2 lives, Jojo had yet to experience the joy of her parents reading to her, and she was filled with anticipation, rising early to await his arrival. However, as she waited and waited, her father did not appear. Jojo inquired of consortly, Mother, will father not return today? He shall return, Jojo, be patient a while longer, consortly reassured her. Your father is not one to go back on his word. He is likely detained by some matter. The 10th and 11th princes came to pay their respects to Consort Li and, upon seeing Zhou Jiao clutching her book in anticipation of Emperor Jianing, they comforted her, "Do not fret, Zhou. Father will surely come." Consort Li cast a glance at the two princes, who had recently improved in their circumstances by assisting the crown prince, and now found themselves less vulnerable to bullying within the palace. Their provisions were of the finest quality, and both appeared to have gained a bit of weight, much to Consort Li's satisfaction. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be if her 13th son could also find such fortune. Alas! Is the 18th princess present? Suddenly, a eunuch arrived with the message that the emperor summoned the princess to the imperial garden. The messenger was a stranger to Consort Li, prompting her to accompany Zhou Jiao, bringing along several attendants, with the 10th and 11th princes following closely. This entourage ensured Zhou Jiao's safety, for none would dare to harm her upon reaching the imperial garden. Consort Li held Zhou Jiao's hand, scanning the surroundings for Emperor Jianing. The emperor stood not far from them, conversing with Princess Qing's daughter, Princess Annal, his expression somewhat unwell. Just as Consort Li was about to approach with Zhou Jiao, they were intercepted by the sudden arrival of concubine Jiang and her retinue. Concubine Jiang, standing at the forefront, with a throng behind her, wielded a fan and declared, "Consort Li, you may merely observe from here. There's no need to advance." Consort Li's thoughts turned dark. What mischief is this concubine Jiang plotting? Concubine Jiang continued, "Consort Li, Zhou Jiao, I presume you are unaware of the purpose for which I have summoned you?" "Did you indeed summon us?" Consort Li replied. "Indeed," concubine Jiang affirmed, adding, "Do not think that only Zhou Jiao can win the emperor's favor with her pretty visage. Consort Li, you too have basked in that affection. Princess Annal is no less pleasing to the eye, far surpassing Weiwei, and as a member of the royal family, she is certain to capture the emperor's heart. Tell me, Consort Li, do you believe you can maintain your current favor today? What of your androgynous child? Will the emperor still cherish her?" Her words struck a chord deep within Consort Li. Ever since her relocation from the cold palace, she had lived in constant anxiety, fearing that imperial favor was as fleeting as the wind and rain. She dreaded the day when all she possessed would dissipate into mere vapor. The emperor's affection for herself and Zhou Jiao extinguished, forcing them back to the cold palace. While she herself was indifferent to such a fate, having faced the depths of despair before, she worried for Zhou Jiao, who was still so young and undeserving of hardship. Consort Li anxiously grasped the hem of her garment, her complexion paling. Surely, it could not be preserved. Concubine Jiang, observing the fear etched upon Consort Li's face, reveled in her triumph. The emperor's favor would forever belong to her, and the little girl in her grasp. It was time for Zhou Jiao to be cast back to her original state, awaiting the loss of her favor and return to the cold palace. Consort Li trembled in panic. Zhou Jiao grasped her hand. "Mother, do not worry, I shall not lose favor. That Princess Annal will not receive it either." Concubine Jiang is truly audacious, accepting anyone into the palace without discerning their background. That Princess Annal, indeed the daughter of Princess Qing, is a royal, but before my father ascended the throne, Princess Qing stood in opposition to him, often using the favor of their grandfather to trouble him, thus he harbors no affection for her. Otherwise, she would not have fallen from grace and been given to a powerful minister to balance the court's factions. My father shall not favor Princess Qing, nor her daughter. What delusions does concubine Jiang entertain, summoning them into the palace on her own accord? She ought to prepare for the consequences. The 10th and 11th princes had initially intended to intercede for Consort Li against concubine Jiang, but upon hearing Zhou Jiao's resolute thoughts, they felt emboldened, no longer needing to humble themselves in request but rather casting scornful glances at concubine Jiang. The 10th prince remarked, "Concubine, your thoughts are rather fanciful, yet they are unlikely to come to fruition." The 11th prince added, "Concubine Jiang, have you not yet awakened? How can you utter such nonsense? You too dare address me in such a manner?" Concubine Jiang, enraged, pointed at them, "Do you not fear that I shall deal with you as well? Should Consort Li fall, you will have no one to rely upon. Do not presume that your association with the crown prince grants you any protection." Upon absorbing Zhou Jiao's sentiments, Consort Li regained her composure and countered, "It is far better than having known only to seek women from a young age, with eyes only for them, and no serious pursuits whatsoever." Consort Li's words subtly referenced concubine Zhang's son, the 15th prince, who, at a mere 12 years of age, was known for his unrestrained indulgence in pleasures, having sullied every maid in his courtyard, much to the palace's gossip. Concubine Jiang, most averse to others speaking ill of her wayward son, felt her temper flare, nearly letting loose a tirade, but she restrained herself, mindful of Emperor Jianing's presence nearby. Taking a breath, she retorted, "Consort Li, what use is it to flaunt your tongue? Princess Annal is on the cusp of gaining favor, while your androgynous 18th, Zhou Jiao, shall soon lose it. Just wait and see." No sooner had she spoken than a furious bellow rang in the ears of all present. "Begone, all of you, leave my sight, I wish to see none of you again." Emperor Jiaoning's wrath was directed at Princess Anil. Why was this? Upon her first encounter with him, she had rushed into his embrace and obstructed his path, causing him to neglect his promise to visit Qiushui residence and read stories to Zhou Jiao, which had incited his displeasure. Furthermore, Princess Anil, in her ignorance, had the audacity to disparage Zhou Jiao, claiming, "No matter how beautiful Zhou Jiao may be, she pales in comparison to me. Dear Uncle Emperor, you must shower me with affection and ignore that ugly Zhou Jiao." Chapter 27. What qualifications does she have to compare herself to his beloved Zhou Jiao? Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jiaoning was extremely displeased. What is this Princess Anil? Were it not for the late emperor's edict safeguarding her and granting her the title of princess, she would be nothing. What right does she have to stand alongside his Zhou Jiao? Is it merely because of her looks? To him, this girl appeared rather ordinary. When compared to Zhou Jiao's enchanting beauty, her fair and delicate visage, she fell far short. Moreover, could he be so superficial as to favor a child solely based on her pretty face? Emperor Jiaoning's expression darkened, and he angrily commanded, "Fuan, either remove Princess Anil from the palace at once or investigate who brought her in." The mother of Princess Anil, Princess Qing, was related to the death of his own mother, had been acerbic towards him before he ascended the throne, and had perpetually made things difficult for him. She was someone he utterly despised, and after his coronation, he had never summoned her, nor had she ever been invited to any banquet. It was clear to discerning eyes that he had distanced himself from her, yet there were still those who were blind to it. He was keen to discover which fool was behind this. Concubine Jiang was unaware of the animosity between Emperor Jiaoning and Princess Qing. She only saw the emperor's foul mood and the abrupt removal of Princess Anil, which diverged from her expectations of being favored. She suddenly felt a pang of panic. Meanwhile, Fuan quickly delivered the findings. "Your Majesty, it was concubine Jiang who summoned her to the palace, claiming it was for a conversation." "A conversation that led to me," the emperor retorted, realizing that concubine Jiang and Li Fei Zhou were standing not far away. He shot a sidelong glance at concubine Jiang, flicking his sleeve dismissively. At once favored due to Feng Xiwei's rise, she had now begun to stir trouble after Feng Xiwei's removal. Emperor Jiaoning's countenance radiated an overwhelming chill, as if he were ready to take a life. "Fuan, issue a decree. Concubine Jiang, for your moral failings and for provoking the emperor's wrath, you are hereby stripped of your title and banished to the cold palace, never to leave it again." The emperor's fury was genuine, prompting such a severe punishment. Concubine Jiang had initially sought to relish in Li Fei's misfortune, yet it turned into her own disgrace. Alas, she was big-breasted yet dim-witted, unable to fathom the intricacies of her predicament or comprehend her own transgressions. As Fuan approached with eunuchs and the imperial guard to escort her to the cold palace, she was left in a state of shock, her face paling as she cried out, "Your Majesty, what wrong have I committed to deserve this?" "Fool!" Emperor Jiaoning had no desire to hear another word and waved his hand, ordering, "Take her away." The imperial guard seized concubine Jiang, who continued to struggle and cry out in protest from a distance. "Your Majesty, I am innocent. I am innocent. Qing Fei, save me, save me." At that moment, Qing Fei was tucked away in a corner of the imperial garden, watching with amusement as concubine Jiang was led away, having no intention of coming to her aid. As Emperor Jiaoning's anger subsided, he approached Li Fei and Zhou Jiao, his expression softening with affection. "My beloved consort, Zhou Jiao, what brings you here?" He self-deprecatingly chuckled. "Surely, it was concubine Jiang who summoned you. Such an evident matter requires no inquiry." "Indeed," Zhou Jiao replied. "That wicked concubine Jiang claimed that you would favor Zhou Jiao in mother, and that you would cast us aside." Zhou Jiao, fearless and unyielding, sensed her mother's underlying insecurity, which had been exacerbated by the earlier fright, leaving her trembling. Yet her foolish father remained oblivious. Upon hearing Zhou Jiao's thoughts, the emperor's heart ached. He firmly drew Li Fei into his embrace, gently patting her shoulder as he spoke soothingly. "Concubine Jiang wishes for you and Zhou Jiao to witness my favoritism towards that princess, thus neglecting you both. You must have been terribly frightened, haven't you?" Li Fei felt warmth swell within her heart. The emperor could truly empathize with her unease. Ah, how splendid! Her dear husband could understand her trepidations. Today, he radiated an aura of 3 meters and 8 centimeters. 3 meters and 8 centimeters. What a nonsensical phrase. Emperor Jiaoning involuntarily connected the two terms. He sighed helplessly and reassured, "Do not worry, nor be afraid. With me here, I shall always protect you and Zhou Jiao, trust in me." Li Fei lifted her gaze from the emperor's embrace, her eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and determination as she met his compassionate gaze. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou Jiao, your father promised to read you a story, yet I failed to keep my word. Please do not hold it against me." Emperor Jiaoning declared, "I shall punish myself and read you stories for an entire month." "Very well." Zhou Jiao exclaimed joyfully, her spirits lifted. Then let us return to the palace. With Jojo in his arms and Li Fei by his side, the family of 3 made their way towards Joshua's residence, surrounded by palace attendants. The nearby imperial guards and eunuchs, initially hesitant to gaze upon the scene, found themselves unable to resist stealing glances. They believed such a harmonious and loving family portrait would forever elude them in this palace, known to consume people, yet today they witnessed it unfold before their eyes. The emperor truly cherished consort Li and Princess Jojo. The overlooked 10th and 11th princes observed the scene with envy. How delightful it would be if they could join this family, yet their father had not invited them to follow. They felt excluded, and to approach recklessly might provoke their father's displeasure should they remain behind, return, yet their hearts felt hollow. Suddenly, Li Fei turned her head, addressing the 10th and 11th prince. Hurry up, I've prepared your favorite braised pork knuckles for lunch. Do eat plenty. Yes, Lin Yang, the 2 responded with delight, hurriedly trailing after her. The palace attendants whispered amongst themselves, the 10th and 11th princes were not ordinary. They had not only connected with consort Li but were also involved in the crown prince's affairs, their futures seemingly limitless. Everyone must serve them well, lest they suffer consequences they could scarcely imagine. After enjoying lunch, the 2 princes departed to attend to their duties. Li Fei, inspired by a sudden whim, took up her brush to paint. Meanwhile, Emperor Jianing prepared to read a story to Jojo to lull her into an afternoon nap. However, just as they settled beside the bed, a frantic cry for help echoed from outside. Help, Your Majesty, Princess, a grave matter has arisen, help. The emperor tightened his grip on the book, casting an irritated glance out the window. Fuan, noticing, quickly stepped outside, muttering in discontent, who is making such a ruckus? Is there no decorum? Do they not realize they might startle the emperor and princess? Upon reaching outside, Fuan discovered it was the Duke of Su and his 3rd son. Last time the Duke entered the palace, despite the unexpected demise of his heir, he had maintained composure, but now, he was unconscious, being carried into the palace. Chapter 28 The Journey of Jojo as the Stars and the Sea. Fuan was taken aback as he gazed upon the Prince of Su, a man with white hair, lying unconscious, his face gaunt, resembling one who had already set a foot into the gates of the underworld. He inquired, what has happened to the Prince of Su? The Prince of Su was the elder brother of the late emperor. Regardless of his unlikable demeanor or absurd actions, he remained the brother of the late emperor and the esteemed uncle of Emperor Jianing. Witnessing the prince in such a state caused Fuan's heart to skip a beat. Upon hearing Fuan's words, Emperor Jianing emerged alone. Sensing the dire situation and fearing that Jojo might be frightened, he did not bring her along. The 3rd son of the Prince of Su, after meeting Emperor Jianing, produced a highly pungent medicine and held it beneath the prince's nose, prompting the prince to awaken faintly. Supported by his son, the Prince of Su knelt before Emperor Jianing and pleaded, Your Majesty, please save me. I beseech you to allow this old minister to meet Princess Jojo. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. Half an hour prior, the prince's 2nd son had met with an untimely demise, seemingly an accident, and while others regarded it as such, the prince no longer believed in mere coincidence. He had heard Jojo's thoughts, in which she proclaimed that all 7 of his sons would perish. When his heir died, he had resolutely deemed it a coincidence. Still doubtful, and out of pride, he refrained from meeting the princess. However, now he was convinced that someone sought to harm his sons. As a father, he felt it imperative to protect his children, and thus, he sought an audience with the princess. Seeing the Prince of Su in such distress, Emperor Jianing immediately realized that the prince had discerned Jojo's ability to foresee events. It was only after the death of his 2nd son that the prince rushed to the palace, desperate for a solution. Emperor Jianing wished to keep the matter of Jojo's clairvoyance a secret. Since the prince could hear it now, he decided to meet with him privately for a discussion. In the silent chamber, only Emperor Jianing and the Prince of Su remained. The emperor cautioned, Uncle, you must vow not to disclose anything about Jojo. I shall help protect your sons. Why does your majesty say this? Can you also hear the princess's thoughts? Is that why you sent someone to alert me that day? The Prince of Su, surprised, nodded in understanding, responding, This old minister promises to obey your majesty. Upon your return, eliminate that young concubine of just 14, who is as beautiful as a flower. Then your son shall no longer be in danger. Emperor Jianing stated. As for the method of her demise, you have granted her considerable power, wealth, and command over the household troops, making her difficult to dispose of, yet I can dispatch the imperial guards to assist you. The Prince of Su remarked, But are you reluctant to part with your young concubine? Indeed, the prince nodded. I come today seeking a solution that can safeguard both my sons and my concubine. Emperor Jianing replied, Have you ever heard the saying, you cannot have both fish and bear's paw? Will you forsake the fish for the bear's paw, or vice versa? The Prince of Su pondered carefully before responding, I understand now. I request your majesty to lend me the imperial guards to assist in eliminating the concubine and her influence. Fuan then led the prince to arrange for personnel. The prince returned to his estate, reluctantly slaying his concubine and eradicating all her power. The estate returned to its previous tranquility. In the ensuing months, his remaining sons encountered no further troubles, yet, one day, his third son coughed twice and suddenly fainted. The Prince of Su, having been bitten by a snake once, now feared even the rope of a well, rushed into the palace to consult Jojo, hoping to discern whether his son was in peril. Upon hearing the news of the third son's cough and fainting, Jojo was momentarily bewildered. If he is coughing, then seek a physician. What do you wish to discuss with me? Besides, a mere cough and fainting won't lead to death. Such trivial matters should not trouble the prince. After hearing this, the prince left feeling reassured. However, another day, his fourth son got into a scuffle and was gravely injured. In a panic, he rushed to the palace once more to inquire if his son faced a life-threatening situation. Jojo was perplexed. If you cannot best someone in a fight, then practice your skills. What use is it to tell me? I cannot assist in a brawl. The prince, dejected, returned home, but not long after, he came again, this time distressed over his fifth son, who had been beaten badly by his wife. He sought to learn if his son would survive the beating and whether he should intervene in his son's marriage. Jojo was at a loss for words. Your fifth son is beaten because he is a playboy, often frequenting brothels and leaving several women with child. Can you blame his wife for being furious? You should discipline him instead of coming here to chat with me. As time passed, such incidents occurred repeatedly. Jojo found herself frequently approached by the Prince of Su. Initially dismissive of her, he now trailed after her, eager to hear her thoughts. Jojo, bewildered, was at a loss for words. Here she was, merely a girl of 2 years and 11 months, spending her days in the company of an octogenarian. Who can manage the Prince of Su? Jojo lamented, wishing to escape the mundane discussions of family affairs and the tales of his sons and their numerous concubines and offspring. Today, as Emperor Zhao Ning visited to discuss preparations for Jojo's third birthday celebration with Consort Li, he overheard her grievances, finding them both pitiable and unjust. He immediately decreed that the Prince of Su should refrain from incessantly visiting the palace to seek Jojo, assuring him that his remaining 5 sons would no longer face any dangers. Finally, some peace. Jojo sighed in relief. Jojo, your father plans a grand celebration for your third birthday, Emperor Zhao Ning declared, embracing her. Jojo, brimming with excitement, asked, will everyone come to the palace to celebrate with me? Indeed, they will, the emperor replied, pleased with her enthusiasm. Jojo was overjoyed. Recently, her father had been considering candidates for the crown prince's consort, but none seemed suitable. If everyone could come to the palace, perhaps the ideal match for her brother, Yuanin, would appear. She hoped her father would bestow Yuanin upon the crown prince, for she was the best and most loyal companion, having even perished in literature for her brother's sake. Truly tragic. The crown prince had always treated Jojo kindly. She wished to help him find a worthy partner. Yuanin. Upon hearing this name, Emperor Zhao Ning felt a sense of familiarity but could not recall which minister's daughter it belonged to. After a moment of contemplation, he remembered the daughter of that one family, known for her strength, having trained in martial arts since childhood, possessing remarkable skills. In the capital, few noble families appreciated a girl who practiced martial arts, yet Emperor Zhao Ning held a different view. He believed it admirable for a woman to possess capabilities. He eagerly anticipated meeting this Missu, having never encountered her before. He wondered what she looked like. Chapter 29. Jojo will undoubtedly grow into a captivating beauty, adored by all. Will the crown prince take a liking to her? Emperor Zhao Ning was filled with numerous questions. Jojo, I am so looking forward to my birthday banquet. I wonder what gifts everyone will bestow upon me? Jojo was not picky, she simply wished for a variety of treats, especially some delightful snacks from outside. She had never tasted any specialty delicacies in her past life, and she loved them dearly. Upon hearing her heartfelt desire, Emperor Zhao Ning felt a pang in his heart. What kind of life had this little one led in her previous existence, that she had never enjoyed such simple pleasures? Emperor Zhao Ning inquired, Jojo, what do you like to eat? I shall have the imperial kitchen prepare it for you right away. Jojo, she wanted snacks. Hearing Jojo's thoughts, Concubine Li interjected, Your Majesty, please do not spoil Jojo. She is still young. It is of no consequence. Fuan, you shall personally convey to the imperial kitchen to prepare more of the princess's favorite treats. Yes, Your Majesty. My beloved, you appear rather. With my dragon aura to protect you, you would surely sleep more soundly. Can one sleep well just because of dragon aura? What kind of reasoning is this? Jojo had never heard of such things before. Could it be that her dear father was merely spouting nonsense, or perhaps he was being overly attentive for some ulterior motive? Emperor Zhao Ning, listening to Jojo's thoughts, he felt like a lecherous rogue. He simply wished to keep Concubine Li company. No need, Concubine Li sighed internally, declining his offer. Observing the slightly haggard appearance of Concubine Li today, Emperor Zhao Ning could not help but recall the phrase, a beautiful yet waning beauty. Some individuals, even in their weariness, exude an ethereal charm. Gazing at Concubine Li, an inexplicable flame ignited within him. Clearing his throat, Emperor Zhao Ning abruptly rose and walked outside, whispering to food beside him, "Prepare cold water, I need to take a cold bath." Fuan. "God, is it not customary to bathe at night?" concubinely queried. "Your Majesty, are you leaving already? Shall we not discuss the details of Jojo's birthday banquet?" "Leave this matter to the Crown Prince. He will come to discuss it on my behalf. I have urgent matters to attend to." The Crown Prince arrived in the afternoon, but his once flawless visage bore the marks of an injury. Though the wound had scabbed over, it was evident that it had been quite severe, nearly marring his handsome features. From a distance, Jojo spotted him and hurried towards the Crown Prince, asking, "Crown Prince brother, what happened to you?" The Crown Prince was the paragon of virtue from the pages of her books, a radiant gem of the world. Jojo adored the prince in literature and the one before her alike. Seeing him injured filled her with concern. The last time she had seen him, he was perfectly well. How could he suddenly be hurt? Had he been schemed against? The Crown Prince waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing, I simply fell from my horse while riding." Fell from his horse while riding? Jojo tilted her head, recalling the tale from her books. Although the Crown Prince was quite busy, he always managed to carve out time for archery practice. It was during one of these sessions that he had ridden a horse that had been drugged, leading to 2 falls. The first was harmless, but the second could have resulted in several broken ribs, rendering him unable to walk for months, and in just a few days, the Crown Prince was due to meet the young lady from the Yu family. As he was already in the crucial phase of selecting a bride, if he were to sustain an injury now, he might miss the opportunity to meet her, jeopardizing his fate with her entirely. Worried that the Crown Prince might miss his chance with the Yu family lady, Jojo urgently advised, "Crown Prince brother, could you refrain from riding for the next few days? If you do not ride, you will not get hurt." Sighing, the Crown Prince replied, "I cannot. Practicing archery is a rule that must be observed by the Western Shu princes, and as Crown Prince, I cannot violate it." Seeing his predicament, Jojo suggested, "Then perhaps you could ride a different horse. That might prevent further injuries." In the story, the Crown Prince had sustained injuries due to riding his prized steed, the Shuema. Although this horse was exceedingly rare and precious, if it were drugged, it posed a significant risk. The Crown Prince's horse had indeed been tampered with. Only by switching horses could he avoid further harm. The Crown Prince reassured her, "Do not worry, Jojo, I will remember to switch horses." Jojo reminded him, "Make sure to switch every day." With a fond smile, the Crown Prince promised, "All right." As they conversed, the 2 siblings arrived at the entrance of Chioshui's residence. Noticing the threshold was too high for Jojo's short legs, the Crown Prince was concerned she might trip, so he bent down and lifted her up. This was Jojo's first birthday celebration, and the Crown Prince was determined to ensure it was splendid and joyous for her. "Thank you, Crown Prince brother," Jojo said, planting a kiss on his cheek. The Crown Prince smiled as he entered and sat down, discussing further details of Jojo's birthday banquet with concubinely before taking his leave. Upon returning to the East Palace, the Crown Prince summoned his trusted aides, Qingke and Bai, instructing them to investigate who had been feeding his Shuema in recent days. The individual responsible for feeding the horse was the one who had drugged it, causing his injury. Previously, he had never suspected anyone, but after hearing Jojo's thoughts, he had grown wary. Sure enough, after 2 days of investigation, they discovered that a stable hand assigned to care for the Shuema had been administering the frenzy-inducing drugs, harboring sinister intentions. Moreover, this stable hand had recently been in close contact with his sworn enemy. The Crown Prince shuddered to think how many significant events he could have missed had he not heeded Jojo's warning and switched horses. What if, one day, he were to be thrown from his horse to his demise? And how delighted would his adversary be upon learning of his misfortune? Jojo's 3rd birthday celebration arrived swiftly. The Crown Prince had recovered from his injuries and was determined to orchestrate a magnificent banquet for Jojo, all while preparing to meet the young lady from the Yu family. On the day of the celebration, Jojo was roused from her slumber by concubinely, who meticulously groomed her. Given the significance of the occasion, Jojo was adorned in a stunning crimson princess gown with fitted sleeves, draped with matching sashes, and adorned with gold and jade jewelry. Concubinely also styled her hair beautifully, applied light makeup, and even placed a floral ornament on her forehead. The young girl, initially drowsy, was astonished by her reflection in the mirror, her fatigue vanishing in an instant. Who is this little fairy in the mirror? How can she be so beautiful? If she is this lovely at such a young age, she will undoubtedly be breathtaking as she matures. She is destined to become the center of admiration, adored by all, and causing hearts to flutter. Chapter 30. Do you dare to bully my little cousin, princess? Hee. Well, I'm off. Li Fei was amused by Jojo's cheeky thoughts. The little one truly loved to show off. Mother, you look so beautiful today, Jojo exclaimed, gazing at Li Fei, who was adorned in a regal deep purple palace attire, exuding grace and elegance, her beauty radiating. Jojo's eyes widened in astonishment. If her father saw this, he would surely be captivated by her mother to the point of distraction. Jojo wished to hide her mother, preventing her father from seeing her too easily, chuckling to herself. In her playful thoughts, Li Fei and Jojo arrived at the Dellen Hall, where the banquet was to be held. Since it was still early, only a few guests had arrived. Jojo, with a hint of mischief, coaxed Li Fei to the nearby side hall for some tea. Later, it would take a great deal of coaxing to bring her mother out, a strategy that would undoubtedly win her father's heart. Li Fei, however, was indifferent to conquering anyone. She simply felt parched and wished for water, but with the banquet yet to commence, she could only retreat to the side hall for tea. Before leaving, she intended to remind Jojo to stay put and wait for her return, but Jojo, like a playful monkey, vanished in the blink of an eye. Li Fei dispatched a trusted confidant to follow her and informed the nearby Imperial Guards, ensuring Jojo's safety before proceeding to the side hall. Once there, as she settled down and poured herself a cup of tea, her duplicitous elder sister, Qing Fei, appeared once more. "Sister, it has been far too long." Qing Fei greeted with a cheerful smile. After the incident where Qing Fei insisted on moving into Qiu Shui residence with her under dubious intentions, Li Fei felt a sense of indifference towards her. She merely nodded, responding blandly, "Indeed, it has been quite a while." "Sister has been quite concerned for you," Qing Fei remarked. "I had hoped to move to Qiu Shui residence to look after you." Still clinging to her ambitions, it seemed. "There is no need for that," Li Fei retorted, no longer interested in subtlety. "Even if I were to help you resolve the issue with Consort Jiang, as a gesture of goodwill, you still would not welcome my presence?" Qing Fei inquired. Meanwhile, Jojo, appearing like a mischievous monkey, was darting around Dellen Hall, searching for someone. She sought Yuaning, eager to meet the heroine sworn to loyalty to the Crown Prince and the Western Shu. Alas, she could not find Yuaning, but she did encounter someone else, Feng Kaiwei. Since being expelled from the palace, Feng Kaiwei had rarely returned. Only at gatherings such as this, attended by all court officials, could she enter the palace alongside her parents. Jojo had assumed that Feng Kaiwei, having lost her title and status, would have learned her lesson and reflected on her past, but she was sorely mistaken if Feng Kaiwei remained as arrogant as ever. At that moment, she was in a corner of Dellen Hall, shoving a girl of similar age to the ground, mercilessly kicking her. The girl cried out in pain, but Feng Kaiwei continued her assault, muttering derisively, "You ugly creature, who do you think you are? Daring to look at this princess, how dare you not kneel before me, you wretched servant, see if I don't kick you to death. Xiao Hong, Xiao Yu, come help this princess." Though Jojo was a distance away, her keen eyes recognized the girl who was being kicked. The girl bore a red birthmark that covered a quarter of her face. At first glance, it might seem unappealing, but upon closer examination, her features were exceptionally beautiful, largely unaffected by the mark. The book had mentioned a girl with a red birthmark. It must be Nan Yuanxiang, the daughter of her mother as half-sister, a remarkable girl. In her youth, due to her birthmark and her maternal family's misfortunes, she and her mother had been left vulnerable and overlooked by her father, living in dire conditions. Yet, she possessed a sharp business acumen and would ultimately become the wealthiest merchant in the land, shedding her birthmark in the process. Her future was indeed boundless. With a heart set on rescuing her, Jojo hastened towards Feng Kaiwei and Nan Yuanxiang. The entourage following her, including Granny Gui, was astounded. Why was the princess suddenly running so fast? Was there a fire, or was she off to save someone? Upon reaching Nan Yuanxiang, Jojo pushed aside the two maidservants and spread her arms wide, shielding Nan Yuanxiang protectively. "Don't be afraid, Yuanxiang, I will protect you." Feng Kaiwei, perplexed, queried, 18th princess. "What are you doing here? You dare to bully my little cousin?" Jojo challenged. "My little cousin?" Feng Kaiwei was taken aback. Nan Yuanxiang was merely a pitiful figure, easily bullied, with a weak mother and an indifferent father. How had she suddenly become Jojo's little cousin? Was it possible that Li Fei and Nan Yuanxiang's mother were sisters? Why had she never heard of this before? 18th princess, are you simply spouting nonsense to save her? Feng Kaiwei scoffed, disbelief etched on her face. Would I jest about such matters? Jojo coldly retorted, though I am small, I am not foolish enough to fail to recognize my own kin. If you continue to bully my little cousin, I will ensure you regret it. Though Jojo's voice was soft and sweet, lacking intimidation, her words carried weight. Some of her pronunciation was still developing, rendering her speech less than clear. Humph. Feng Kaiwei dismissed her threats. However, when Jojo shot her a fierce glare, her eyes icy and devoid of warmth, Feng Kaiwei felt a flicker of fear. Trembling, she stammered, "Why are you looking at me like that? Release my little cousin, and I shall cease this gaze." Despite her fear, Feng Saiwei's arrogance remained. You think I'm afraid of you? What if I don't release her? Then I shall inquire how she has wronged you to warrant such treatment, Jiu stated, her tone one of authority. Feng Kaiwei stuttered, struggling to respond. The truth was, she simply despised Nan Yuanxiang and had no legitimate reason to attack her. I knew you couldn't answer, Jiu declared. My little cousin has done nothing to offend you. You are merely reckless. What did you say? Release her. Jojo threatened, if you do not, I shall inform my father and have you thrown out of the palace once more. Chapter 31. Today's overbearing Jojo. As soon as the words fell, before Feng Kaiwei could fully comprehend the situation, Jojo began to summon people. Come here. The attendants and guards behind Jojo hurried forward, kneeling in reverence, awaiting her commands. Your Highness, they addressed her with utmost respect. Jojo pointed at Feng Kaiwei and declared with an air of authority, this one here, Feng Kaiwei, has inexplicably assaulted my little cousin, exhibiting most vile behavior. Quickly, throw her out of the palace. Yes, Your Highness. At merely 5.5 years of age, she was no match for the palace guards. They lifted her as effortlessly as one would a chick and began to escort her out of the palace. Feng Kaiwei struggled a few times, realizing too late the futility of her efforts. Fear gripped her, yet she stubbornly refused to yield, shouting defiantly, Jojo, regardless of the circumstances, I am still the daughter of a prince. Do you dare to cast me out? My father will not spare you. Ha! Jojo shrugged nonchalantly, unfazed by the threat. Ladies, accompany her. Seeing her maids rush after her in concern, Feng Kaiwei scolded, you fools, what good will it do to chase after me? Go find my father and demand my rescue. He will surely save me. Once Feng Kaiwei's figure faded from view, Jojo turned her attention to the still-seated Nan Yuanxiang. Are you all right, dear cousin? Allow me to assist you. Jojo approached, eager to help. Nan Yuanxiang, having been kicked rather harshly, trembled with pain, finding it difficult to rise. It took considerable effort from Jojo and the old maid to help her to her feet. Once steady, Nan Yuanxiang inhaled sharply and, with a trembling voice, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Jojo. After a brief pause, she added, but how did you know I am Nan Yuanxiang? This is our first meeting. Confusion clouded her eyes. Jojo had deduced Nan Yuanxiang's identity from the red birthmark on her face, recalling her reading about the wealthiest woman in the land. However, she could not disclose this to Nan Yuanxiang. Scratching her head, Jojo replied, I heard my mother mention that I have a cousin with a red birthmark on her face. Nan Yuanxiang murmured, so that's it. The shame of her appearance had already reached the palace, known to all. She covered half of her marked face with her hand, tears streaming down in frustration. She could not understand why she had to bear this birthmark while others were unblemished. Seeing this, Jojo hurriedly wiped away Nan Yuanxiang's tears, exclaiming, why are you crying, dear cousin? Did I say something wrong? No, Nan Yuanxiang responded, clutching her birthmark tightly. Understanding dawned upon Jojo, who quickly reassured her, that birthmark can be removed, please do not cry. Really? Nan Yuanxiang's eyes widened in a mix of hope and skepticism. Jojo nodded emphatically, absolutely. I read about a miraculous doctor who can help remove your birthmark, though they won't appear for over a decade. I will start searching for them now, and surely it won't take that long. Your face will be restored, and you won't need to feel inferior anymore. Initially, Nan Yuanxiang doubted Jojo's words, thinking she was merely expressing pity. However, upon hearing Jojo's genuine thoughts, she was struck with astonishment and began to believe her. No one would utter falsehoods in their heart, yet, she could not fathom how she could hear Jojo's inner voice. It seemed no one else around could hear it, only she could. Nan Yuanxiang wanted to inquire further but refrained, fearing that such questions might label Jojo as a monster. Thank you, Jojo, she said gratefully, clasping Jojo's hand tightly. No need for thanks, Jojo replied. Dear cousin, you seem quite injured. Shall I escort you to the physician? Yes, please. Nan Yuanxiang nodded in agreement. In the Delin Hall, Jojo's birthday celebration was about to commence, with attendees from the harem and court officials arriving in droves. The emperor, having gone to Choshui residence to personally fetch concubine Li and Jojo, was delayed and had yet to collect them. He hastily made his way to the banquet. At this moment, he scanned the surroundings, but despite the many concubines gazing at him with longing, he was only interested in spotting concubine Li and Jojo, yet neither was in sight. Fuan, go find concubine Li and Jojo, he commanded. Fuan hurried off to search for them. The emperor took his seat and greeted the empress dowager, who had also arrived. At this juncture, the duke and duchess of Duan, weeping and wailing, approached the empress dowager and the emperor, accompanied by a few of Feng Saiwei's maids, their eyes red from crying. Brother, mother, please advocate for me, the duke implored as he knelt. His sudden kneeling drew the attention of those nearby, who wondered if something grave had transpired. The Empress Dowager inquired, "What is the matter?" The Emperor looked at the Duke with a mix of curiosity and detachment, unsure why he was causing such a commotion on this joyous occasion. Rather than directly stating that Jojo had thrown Feng Kaiwei out of the palace, the Duke asked, "May I inquire, brother and mother, what punishment would befall someone who forcibly cast my daughter, Feng Kaiwei, from the palace?" The Empress Dowager scoffed, "On this joyous day, who would dare be so brazen?" The Emperor furrowed his brow, "Who dares to be so arrogant? Speak up, and I shall advocate for you. After all, she is a member of the royal family and should not be subjected to such humiliation." The Duke, choked with emotion, replied, "But what if the perpetrator is not an ordinary person, but of high status, deeply favored by you both? Would you still punish them?" "The Emperor's laws apply equally to nobility and commoners," the Emperor asserted. The Duke continued, "Then I am grateful, brother, for your promise to advocate for us." "I too shall advocate for you, so speak swiftly," the Empress Dowager urged. With no further hesitation, the Duke spoke plainly, "Brother, Empress Dowager, it is the 18th Princess Jojo who, relying on your favor, behaves outrageously. It was she who callously ordered my daughter, Feng Kaiwei, to be expelled from the palace. I beseech you to help me and my daughter." The Empress Dowager fell silent, the Emperor's expression hardened. "You, old six. After all this roundabout talk, it turns out you were targeting Jojo." Had he known this from the outset, he would never have allowed the Duke to speak. The Duke added, "Brother, you stated that the Emperor's laws apply equally to all. The 18th Princess, emboldened by her favored status, has cast my daughter out of the palace simply because she does not favor her. This is a grave affront to me and my family. I implore you to assist us." Chapter 32. From now on, Jojo can be with her little cousin every day. Emperor Jiaoning let out a cold snort and said, "Is it truly only due to disfavor that one would expel someone from the palace?" He had heard many of Jojo's heartfelt thoughts. She was not an unreasonable person and would not target others without cause. Furthermore, the previous misdeeds of Feng Kaiwei were still vividly fresh in his mind. Emperor Jiaoning surmised that Feng Kaiwei must have provoked Jojo, leading to her expulsion. This Prince Duan, with his truncated narrative, was enticing him to punish Jojo. Such a clever scheme. The expression on Emperor Jiaoning's face subtly shifted. The surrounding officials, who despised evil with a passion, did not delve deeply into the matter. Upon witnessing Prince Duan's apparent grievance, they hastened to speak on his behalf. "Your Majesty, even if the princess is favored, she should not act with such arrogance. Indeed, how could she disregard the dignity of her royal uncle and expel someone so abruptly?" "It's utterly inappropriate and excessively presumptuous." Prince Duan chimed in, "What the ministers say is indeed correct. I implore my royal brother to impose a severe punishment on the princess as a warning to others." "Punishment, punishment, merely calling for punishment? Have you even ascertained the circumstances?" Emperor Jiaoning shot a withering glance at Prince Duan and those who supported him. The individuals felt a shudder run through them. "Bring the princess forth. We must ascertain what transpired. We cannot rely solely on one side of the story. A confrontation is necessary to discern right from wrong." Emperor Jiaoning trusted Jojo and wished to hear her side of the story. The eunuch was dispatched to summon Jojo. When Jojo returned, she was accompanied by Nan Yuanshang and the imperial physician. Nan Yuanshang's leg was severely injured, making her movement difficult, and she was supported by Jojo and Granny Gue. However, this did little to alleviate her evident agony. Her expression was one of sheer torment, as if she were valiantly suppressing her pain. Onlookers felt a pang of sympathy. Wasn't this the uncherished daughter of the Nan family, Nan Yuanshang? With a birthmark upon her face, she, despite being a legitimate daughter, received little regard and was often bullied. Who had tormented her today? The cruelty of her assailant was appalling. Judging by the sweat on the young girl's brow, her injuries must have been severe. Cough, cough. Prince Duan cleared his throat, seemingly more concerned about his own daughter being expelled from the palace than the plight of this overlooked girl. "Your Majesty, since the princess has arrived, I beseech you to punish her sternly." Emperor Jiaoning cast a warning glance at Prince Duan and addressed Jojo. "Jojo, your uncle Prince Duan claims you expelled Feng Kaiwei from the palace without cause. Is that true?" Foolish Prince Duan, who would intentionally expel his daughter, Feng Kaiwei clearly brought this upon herself. Emperor Jiaoning continued, "Tell your father, do you have any grievances or hardships? He will surely assist you in redressing them." Jojo replied, "I did expel Feng Kaiwei from the palace, but there was a reason behind it." "What reason?" Jojo approached Nan Yuanshang, her eyes red and voice soft. "Father, please look at my cousin Yuanshang. I witnessed Feng Kaiwei and her maid unjustly assaulting her to this extent." The physician, unable to remain silent, interjected, "Your Majesty, Miss Nan's injuries are grave. I preliminarily deduce she was kicked with such force that it has affected her bones." Emperor Zhao Ning turned his gaze toward Nan Yuanshang, who had just been supported in, struggling to walk, clearly indicating her serious injuries. This was no pretense. What good deeds had Prince Duan's daughter committed that he chose to remain silent about? While feeling wronged, Emperor Zhao Ning's eyes turned icy as he glared at Prince Duan. The prince felt a chill run down his spine, trembling in fear. He inwardly blamed Feng Kaiwei's maids. How had they only conveyed that Feng Kaiwei was expelled without mentioning the reasons behind it? This left him in a precarious position. "Prince Duan, do you have anything to say now?" Emperor Zhao Ning inquired. Prince Duan found himself speechless, drenched in cold sweat from his guilt. "A failure in parental guidance is a father's fault," Emperor Zhao Ning proclaimed. "Feng Kaiwei has misused power within the palace, inflicting such harm upon Nan Yuanshang. Expelling her is far from sufficient. As for you, Prince Duan, your salary will be docked for a year, and you shall return home for self-reflection. As for this banquet, you need not partake. This was a princess's birthday celebration, yet instead of honoring it, you deliberately sought to create trouble and caused such chaos. How could Emperor Zhao Ning not be enraged? How could he not impose a severe penalty?" The prince and his wife, having gained no advantage, were publicly humiliated on such a significant day, losing all face, and would find it difficult to hold their heads high in the future. The officials who had previously supported Prince Duan, now realizing their error, began to apologize profusely. "Your Majesty, we were misled and misunderstood the princess. She acted out of compassion for the weak, punishing those within the palace who abused their power. The true fault lies with Prince Duan. We implore your Majesty to impose a harsh penalty." Emperor Zhao Ning raised his hand. "Ignorance is no sin. Rise. Physician, take Nan Yuanshang down for proper treatment. Once she recovers, should the princess wish for her company, allow her to remain in the palace." Emperor Zhao Ning, out of consideration for consort Li and Jojo, wished to improve Nan Yuanshang's circumstances, having observed her hardships. Jojo was filled with joy. Her father had handled this matter to her satisfaction. How imposing! From now on, Jojo would be able to spend every day with her little cousin, and together they would earn great wealth. The celebration of Jojo's birthday commenced. She sat beside Emperor Zhao Ning, for she was now his only daughter. Many ministers and concubines approached to congratulate her, bestowing numerous gifts. Jojo gazed at the mountain of presents before her, her eyes widening in awe. "Wow, so many treasures! Who sent these? There are golden bracelets and necklaces, truly valuable, and this coral bracelet over here, with its splendid hue. What sort of medicine is this? It looks rather expensive. Where was mother? What is this medicine?" Jojo sought out consort Li. Emperor Zhao Ning was also searching for her. Consort Li emerged slowly, amidst the anticipations of father and daughter. Usually dressed simply, today she adorned herself splendidly as the mother of the princess, donning a deep purple palace garment that was both dignified and graceful, accentuating her exquisite beauty. Emperor Zhao Ning was taken aback. The wine he had nearly sipped remained untouched for a moment. Previously, he had been blind to her allure. How could he not cherish such a stunning beauty? He had even relegated her to the cold palace. It was truly a waste of such a treasure. "Consort Li, why have you only just arrived? I've been searching for you." Emperor Zhao Ning initiated the conversation, his gaze softened with affection. Consort Li smiled gracefully. "I had merely gone to the side hall for a moment and lost track of time. I only came upon hearing from the matron that something had occurred with Jojo." "What happened with Jojo?" "Oh, it was nothing serious. It has already been resolved." Emperor Zhao Ning replied. "However, there is good news I wish to share with you, Consort Li." "What good news?" Consort Li inquired. Chapter 33. Today's matchmaker Jojo. Previously, your maternal family faced exile due to the slanderous accusations against you. Once your name was cleared, I dispatched individuals to retrieve them from their harsh, desolate surroundings. They have now settled in the Li residence, and on an auspicious day, you may venture out of the palace to pay them a visit. Your father and elder brother have also been reinstated to their former positions. Is that truly the case? Lady Li exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion, nearly bringing forth tears. Being mindful of the day's joyous celebrations and the multitude of onlookers, she restrained her exuberance and managed to smile. As Emperor Jianing beheld the radiant smile upon Lady Li's face, he was suddenly struck by the thought that nothing in the world could rival the beauty of that smile. He gazed at her, momentarily transfixed. The banquet was in full swing. Ministers exchanged toasts while dancers twirled gracefully, and the melodious sounds of strings and bamboo instruments filled the air. Miss Yuanin, the young lady from the Yu family, whom Jojo and the crown prince had been observing, had also arrived. The siblings had never encountered her before, but they were informed of her presence when someone reported that Yuanin had been caught climbing a tree in the imperial garden to spy on young men, an act deemed unbecoming. It was suggested that the crown prince address the matter discreetly. Jojo, seated not far from the crown prince, overheard the report. She recalled from her readings that the crown prince harbored a disfavor towards Yuanin due to her tree-climbing antics at the palace banquet, which disregarded the decorum expected of a noble lady. However, Jojo's memory of the specific timing of this incident was hazy, leading her to overlook its significance. Now that the situation had arisen, it demanded resolution. In the narrative, Yuanin remained steadfastly loyal to the crown prince, never betraying him despite the many sacrifices she made on his behalf. It would be a travesty for her to be judged harshly based on a mere misunderstanding concerning her tree climbing. Moreover, it had been written that her intention in climbing the tree was to return a fallen baby bird to its nest, not to engage in any voyeuristic behavior, thus making her a victim of malicious slander. Crown Prince, you must see clearly and not be swayed by the mischief of others, nor allow such misunderstandings to cloud your judgment of Yuanin. She is innocent, Jojo lamented, deeply concerned that the Crown Prince might, as depicted in the story, misjudge Yuanin and thereby forfeit a potential romance. With urgency, she approached the Crown Prince, declaring, "Crown Prince, I wish to accompany you." Jojo was determined to assist Yuanin. The Crown Prince, known for his adherence to propriety, might have misinterpreted the situation had he not heard Jojo's heartfelt plea. Now, armed with this knowledge, he resolved not to misunderstand Yuanin's actions. A girl capable of returning a bird to its nest must surely possess a heart of utmost sincerity and goodness. He felt an eagerness to meet her. "Very well," he replied, taking Jojo's hand as they made their way to the imperial garden, to the very spot where Yuanin had climbed the tree. Upon their arrival, they found Yuanin still perched among the branches. To an observer from below, it appeared as though she was indeed spying on the young men gathered below. In reality, she held a small bird in her hands, her gaze focused on the nest from which it had fallen, intent on returning it. Thanks to Jojo's timely warning, the Crown Prince noted this crucial detail, a nuance that had escaped the attention of others. They merely perceived Yuanin as gazing toward the assembly of young gentlemen, sparking whispers among the crowd. How unbecoming for a lady of noble birth to spy on young men. Such behavior tarnishes her family's reputation, and she may find it difficult to secure a marriage in the future, they murmured. The Crown Prince paid no heed to their idle chatter, his focus solely on Yuanin, captivated by her presence. Suddenly, a young woman approached him, clad in white. She appeared delicate and fragile, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age. "Your Highness, you have finally arrived," she said, her tone sweet. "I have been waiting here since I sent someone to summon you. Who are you?" The Crown Prince inquired, unfamiliar with the elegantly dressed girl before him. "I am Nan Baolin, the daughter of the Grand Historian Nan Shuan," she announced. "Nan Baolin, is she not the half-sister of my cousin Yuan Xiang?" The disparity was evident. This illegitimate daughter seemed to lead a life of greater privilege than many legitimate offspring. After hearing Jojo's thoughts, the Crown Prince scrutinized Nan Baolin closely and found her attire to be quite fashionable, a stark contrast to Nan Yuanxiang, who had suffered an injury to her leg. With a smile, Nan Baolin continued, "Your Highness, I summoned you regarding Miss Yuanin, who has been caught spying on young men, an act of impropriety. I implore you to impose a severe punishment." So, the schemer behind the slander of Yuanin, which had condemned her to a life of unrequited love, was indeed Nan Baolin. What a wicked individual she was. Jojo interjected, "Crown Prince, what transpired? Shall we wait for Sister Yu to descend and inquire directly?" In the narrative, when the Crown Prince first witnessed Yuanin climbing the tree, he had been displeased and had taken no time to ask her about it before deciding her fate. If he could manage to suppress his initial distaste and inquire properly this time, it would prevent a lifetime of misunderstanding for Yuanin. Upon hearing Jojo's anxious thoughts, the Crown Prince reassured her, "Do not worry, Jojo. I shall ask her before making any decisions." "Is splendid. As long as you inquire, the outcome will surely change for the better, leading to a delightful union." As she envisioned the sweet moments between the Crown Prince and Yuanin, Jojo placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Once Yuanin had returned the bird to its nest, she slowly descended from the tree. Upon seeing the crowd gathered below, including the Crown Prince whom she had admired since childhood, her heart raced with trepidation. She had heard tales of the Crown Prince's gentlemanly demeanor, his high regard for propriety, and his disdain for noble ladies who breached decorum. Now, she found herself in the very situation she feared, having climbed a tree before him. Feeling as if struck by lightning, Yuanin approached the Crown Prince, her face pale as she performed a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to your Highness, due to Nan Baolin's slander." The Crown Prince's expression. "Just now, Nan Baolin sent word to me, claiming someone climbed a tree to spy on young men, and she hopes I will impose a severe punishment on that individual." So it was Nan Baolin who sought to summon the crown prince. Yuanin bit her lip, casting a glance at the white-clad Nan Baolin who stood behind him, a smile of cunning triumph gracing her lips. Your Highness, please allow me to explain, Yuanin pleaded, yet, Nan Baolin interjected sweetly, what is there to explain? We all witnessed Miss Yu, a lady of noble birth, climbing a tree to spy on young men. Surely, Your Highness also witnessed this, and it cannot be mistaken, Your Highness, while I sympathize with Miss Yu, rules are rules, they cannot be disregarded. I implore you to impose a severe penalty on her, to serve as a cautionary example. Chapter 34 of the desire to gently touch Miss Yu's face. Upon hearing Nan Baolin's words, Yuanin looked at the crown prince with a sense of grievance, longing for an opportunity to explain herself. However, upon noticing the crown prince's tense expression and the chilly aura surrounding him, she hesitated to speak. From a young age, she had trained in martial arts, possessing a bold and wild nature, unafraid of anything except for the crown prince. With him, she weighed her words carefully, pondering them numerous times before uttering even a single sentence. At that moment, the crown prince was visibly agitated by Nan Baolin's accusation regarding her climbing a tree to spy on a man. She feared that he would dismiss her explanation, and even if she were to forcefully clarify, he might perceive it as an attempt to excuse her shameless behavior. It would be better to say nothing at all. Your Highness, do you truly believe that I, in such a grand occasion as the palace banquet, would disregard decorum and shamelessly spy on a man? Yuanin's question was driven by her unwillingness to be slandered, her desperation to clear her name, yet she feared the crown prince's response. Avoiding his gaze, she lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting shadows upon her cheeks, resembling a prisoner awaiting judgment. The crown prince replied, I do not take others' words at face value. I wish to hear your explanation. Really? Yuanin lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. The crown prince nodded affirmatively, indeed. Nan Baolin, flustered, interjected, Your Highness, what is there to explain? The truth is evident to all. The crown prince ignored her, maintaining his calm gaze upon Yuanin. You may speak. Yuanin explained, I merely saw a fledgling fall from its nest and climbed the tree to help it return. Ah, how fitting. It mirrors the sentiments of Jiuzhou. He was grateful to have understood Jiuzhou's feelings, thus avoiding a misunderstanding regarding Yuanin. Otherwise, he would have regrettably overlooked such a kind and beautiful young woman. Unbeknownst to Yuanin, the crown prince harbored his own thoughts, concerned that he might not believe her. She continued, Your Highness, I assure you, I speak the truth. If you doubt me, you may check the tree. The fledgling has injured its left leg. The crown prince chuckled, There is no need for you to be anxious, I believe you. Surprised, Yuanin exclaimed, You truly believe me? She glanced around, noticing the peculiar looks from others, as if they found her explanation ludicrous and implausible. With a sigh, she remarked, Everyone believes I climbed the tree to spy on a man, yet you, Your Highness, choose to trust me? Because I personally witnessed you return the fledgling to its nest, the crown prince clarified. Nan Baolin, in disbelief, protested, While it is true that Yuanin returned the fledgling, the tree she climbed was tall and dense, no one could discern her true intentions, only that she was spying on a man. She had relied on this ambiguity to slander Yuanin and summoned the crown prince. Yet, unexpectedly, the crown prince had seen through her ruse. How had he discerned the truth? Had someone informed him of Yuanin's noble act? Your Highness, Nan Baolin sought an answer for her suspicions, but before she could finish, the crown prince interrupted, Miss Nan, as a mere branch of the Nan family, you ought to remain dutiful at home rather than attend the palace banquet, inciting controversy and attempting to slander others. What punishment do you deserve? Your Highness, I did not. Nan Baolin, frightened, shook her head. I truly saw Miss Yu spying on a man, and everyone else witnessed it too. If you do not believe me, you may inquire among them, but Your Highness just stated he saw Yuanin return the fledgling. Someone interjected, even if others held differing opinions or had not seen her act of kindness, who would dare openly contradict the crown prince? We saw nothing. The crowd hastily declared their allegiance. What Your Highness saw is precisely what we witnessed. Nan Baolin was taken aback. Their earlier statements had been quite different. The crown prince stated, Did you hear that? Nan Baolin responded with a despondent, Yes. Then summon someone. Nan Baolin, as a member of the Nan family, who deliberately stirs strife and maligns a noble lady, her crime is unforgivable. 50 strikes to the face as a warning to others. Yes, Your Highness. After receiving her punishment, Nan Baolin's face swelled to the size of a bun, bruised and red ashamed. She dared not return to the banquet and instead hid outside, awaiting the event's conclusion to leave with her family. Jiuzhou, feeling a bit weary, was cradled by the crown prince as they returned to the banquet alongside Yuanin nestled in the crown prince's embrace. Jiuzhou gazed intently at Yuanin, her heart racing with admiration. Miss Yu is truly beautiful. No, not just beautiful, she is stunning. Her features were elegant, radiating an air of heroism befitting a female champion. Jiao yearned to touch Yuanin's face. Without hesitation, she reached out, attempting to caress Yuanin's cheek, but fell short. Yuanin, noticing Jiao's outstretched hand, assumed the little girl was requesting a gift, considering it was her birthday. With a smile, Yuanin removed her coin pouch and placed it in Jiao's arms. Your Highness, today is your birthday, yet I have not prepared a suitable gift. Please accept my coin pouch. You may buy whatever you desire, Yuanin said gently to Jiao, that she was not asking for a gift. Wah! Misunderstood once more, the crown prince couldn't help but chuckle at Yuanin's gesture. His smile was captivating, with bright eyes and a radiant countenance. Why Yuanin found herself entranced, her steps slowing involuntarily. Noticing Yuanin lagging behind, the crown prince paused, elegantly waiting for her to catch up. Once she did, he resumed walking, bringing her immense joy. Your Highness is so kind. Yet, why did the little princess still reach out to her? Was she enamored by the jeweled hairpin atop her head? Or perhaps it was her earrings. The jewelry she wore today was newly crafted and indeed exquisite. It was natural for the princess to admire them. Generously, Yuanin removed her ornaments once more and offered them to Jiao, thinking that if the princess liked her accessories, she would gladly give them all. Jiao, now with an armful of jewelry, it seemed like she was suddenly perceived as a greedy child, either asking for money or jewelry. Jiao pressed her lips together, her small face reflecting helplessness. Princess, why do you look so unhappy? Yuanin panicked. The crown prince clearly adored the princess, and she had no intention of offending her or causing her to cry. Chapter 35. Her sister, you will surely come to like me and allow me to caress her face. If she provokes the princess's disdain, then the crown prince will undoubtedly share the same sentiments of aversion. Princess, what more do you desire? Yuanin, with her forthright nature, was not adept at charming words. She was a woman of action. In an effort to avoid the princess's displeasure, she graciously offered, whatever you wish, I shall procure for you, only hoping for your happiness and joy. The crown prince interjected, Miss Yu, there is no need for such measures. Jiao nodded in agreement. What brother crown prince says is indeed correct. But why does the princess gaze at me so peculiarly? It seems she has a request. Why Yuanin anxiously fidgeted with her garment, expressing her trepidation. She recalled her father's frequent admonitions about her bluntness, her inability to read the room, which had led to her offending many. Today, she was determined not to upset Jiao. She was making an effort to comprehend the unspoken cues. The crown prince candidly stated, I wish to touch your face. Touch her face, your highness, you wish to caress my face? This seems rather inappropriate. Yuanin's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, starkly contrasting with her attire of deep green. Upon hearing her response, the crown prince too felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. He cleared his throat twice and corrected himself, it is Jiao who wishes to touch your face. Yuanin was on the verge of tears, it was the princess who desired to touch her face. What had she been so foolishly sentimental about? The crown prince had merely refrained from directly stating that the princess wanted to caress her face, and she had misunderstood. How utterly mortifying. Her dignity felt utterly compromised. With her face burning, she could no longer meet the crown prince's gaze. Biting her lip, she longed to explain, yet her words faltered, and in her shame, she fled the scene. Jiao, having been preoccupied with observing Yuanin, had not caught the nuances of the exchange and was thus oblivious to the reason behind Yuanin's hasty retreat. Seeing Yuanin dash away, she looked bewildered and asked, Brother Crown Prince, did you inadvertently say something wrong that frightened sister you away? The Crown Prince, avoiding her eyes, denied, no. Then why? Jiao inquired, puzzled. Because, the Crown Prince pondered momentarily before earnestly stating, because Miss Yu was concerned you might play tricks after touching her face, hence she hurried away. Jiao exclaimed, Is Jiao truly so unlikable? The very heroine she admired had seemingly rejected her, forbidding her from touching her face. This realization struck Jiao hard. Unable to contain herself, her little face fell, and she burst into tears. Observing this, the Crown Prince quickly consoled her, Do not cry, Jiao, do not cry, no one dislikes you, Miss Yu did not refuse your request, it was merely a jest from your brother Crown Prince. Brother Crown Prince, please cease your attempts at consolation, Jiao sobbed, I understand my own worth. What do you understand? You are mistaken, it was truly a jest from your brother Crown Prince, intended to fool you. Jiao was inconsolable, continuing to weep. The Crown Prince, exercising patience, attempted to comfort her for quite some time. When it became apparent that his efforts were futile, he embraced Jiao and quickened his pace towards Delin Hall. Upon arrival, Emperor Jianing and concubine Li noticed Jiao's tears and the depth of her distress. They rushed to the crown prince, questioning, "What has transpired?" "Your Majesty, it is my fault. I have upset Jojin," the crown prince reported to Emperor Jianing, who had always shown favor to the crown prince due to the early demise of his mother, cast a disapproving glance at him and, taking Jojin from his arms, reproached, "As an elder brother, should you not show some leniency towards your sister? How could you cause her to cry?" The crown prince knelt in acknowledgement of his fault. "It is indeed my error, I recognize my mistake." "What good does that do?" Emperor Jianing shook his head, cradling Jojin as he returned to his seat. He and concubinely endeavored to console her for quite some time, yet their attempts were in vain. Ultimately, Emperor Jianing resorted to a desperate measure, presenting Jojin with a chicken leg, stating, "Having cried for so long, you must be hungry. Eat a bit before continuing your tears." Jojin was taken aback. Could it truly be so simple? Well then, considering how much concern her father showed, she would reluctantly partake in a bite. Jojin seized the chicken leg and began to gnaw on it. Finally ceasing her tears, Emperor Jianing looked at her and asked, "Can you tell father why you were crying? Did your brother crown prince bully you?" "This I cannot say. It is too embarrassing." Jojin vigorously shook her head. No matter how much Emperor Jianing coaxed, Jojin remained tight-lipped. As she munched on the chicken leg, she moved beside you. It mattered not that Sister Yu did not like her at present. After all, Sister Yu was a heroic woman, and having a bit of personality was to be expected, yet, Jojin was confident that she would eventually come to like her and allow her to caress her face. Jojin deliberately sat next to Yuanin, hoping to cultivate a bond. Yuanin, somewhat perplexed by the child's sentiments, pushed the delectable treats before her and said, "Princess, feel free to indulge in whatever delights you prefer." Jojin nodded, "Very well." Many curious eyes surrounded them, bewildered by Jojin's choice to sit beside Yuanin. The crown prince was aware but chose not to speak openly. His expression was somewhat complex. As he took his seat, he discreetly observed Yuanin, gauging her reactions. The banquet continued. Although Emperor Jianing had 17 sons, several were absent from the capital due to official duties. For instance, the eldest prince had been away at war. However, with the recent lull in conflict, he had returned to report on his service and to partake in Jojin's third birthday celebration. Upon his arrival, he first paid his respects to the Empress Dowager, Emperor, and Empress, before being guided to a spot not far from Jojin, where he beheld the day's celebrant. "Is this the infamous 18th prince in disguise?" Jojin, oblivious to his words, continued to gnaw on her chicken leg, resting her chin in her palm, gazing dreamily at her revered heroine, Yuanin. Sister Yu is increasingly enchanting, Jojin thought, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Upon hearing Jojin's unspoken thoughts, the eldest prince was taken aback. Had he truly just heard her voice? Was a spirit conversing? Yet, judging by the reactions of those around him, it seemed they were oblivious. How was it that he could hear her? Earlier that day, he had encountered a fortune-teller on the road to the palace, and out of boredom, he had inquired about his fate. The seer had proclaimed that he was no ordinary person, but rather of noble lineage, akin to the azure dragon among the 4 divine beasts, and had come to the mortal realm to endure trials. It seemed that his ability to hear the 18th prince's thoughts was a consequence of this truth. Truly, he was exceptional. The eldest prince felt a surge of delight within. However, this revelation did not alter his disdain for Jojin. Noticing her lack of response, he pressed on, "Hey, you little rascal, I am talking to you, can you not hear me?" Chapter 36. 99 pondered desperately for solutions. Yuanin gently poked 99's arm, exclaiming, "Princess, please don't drift off. The crown prince is speaking to you." "Ha?" 99 gazed in bewilderment at the crown prince, who stood not far in front of her, and inquired, "Elder brother, what did you say?" The crown prince before her was indeed the fierce youth who had taken to the battlefield in his teenage years, renowned for his ferocity. His countenance alone exuded an intimidating aura. The future did not bode well for him either. A decade later, the Western Shu would fall, and he would meet his demise at the hands of an enemy commander, losing his head as if it were a mere ball. Truly a pitiable fate. 99 and Yuanin were seated at a distance from other royal relatives and Emperor Jianing, so none of the others heard 99's innermost thoughts, only the crown prince did. Already harboring a grudge against 99, the crown prince grew increasingly displeased upon hearing her musings. What nonsense is this little brat spouting? How could the Western Shu possibly fall, and how could I end up in such a dismal state, having my head severed and kicked about like a ball? He needed to understand that he was the crown prince, the embodiment of the azure dragon among the 4 divine beasts. Even facing tribulations, his fate would not be so dire. Yet in the next moment, 99 shattered the crown prince's delusions. She recalled that the book had described how in his past life, the crown prince had been a malevolent spirit, and upon his first reincarnation as a human, he had become so fierce, destined for a tragic end. He would need to endure several lifetimes of cultivation to attain humanity and a favorable conclusion. A malevolent spirit? The crown prince was livid, erupting, "What nonsense are you babbling, you wretched child? How could I ever be a malevolent spirit?" The surrounding crowd, unable to decipher 99's thoughts, looked at the crown prince in confusion as he suddenly erupted in anger. "What is wrong with you, crown prince? Why speak so harshly to the little princess?" she merely asked. "What did you say? She has not offended you, yet you respond so fiercely." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their inquiries, the crown prince cleared his throat and replied, I just remembered an incompetent subordinate, so I vented my frustration. It was not directed at the princess. "Oh, I see." The crowd finally relaxed their scrutiny. The crown prince feigned nonchalance, smiling at several officials nearby before striding over to 99, casting a disdainful gaze upon her from his elevated position. "You little brat." 99 pouted, retorting, "I am not a brat. I am a young lady, fragrant and delightful." She recollected that at the very first banquet the crown prince attended upon his return, not only had Sister Yu been caught climbing a tree, but the crown prince had also knocked out 3 of his front teeth. Surely, that banquet was the very one. 99 contemplated warning him to tread carefully, but his fierce demeanor intimidated her. Should she caution him or remain silent? Torn with indecision, she pondered. The crown prince, disdain etched upon his face, thought it laughable that he could lose a tooth. "Am I a mere 3-year-old? How could I possibly knock out my teeth?" Meanwhile, the crown prince's younger brother, the crown prince, observed the length of his elder brother's robe with a complex expression. For civil officials, a long robe posed no issue, as they were cautious and meticulous, walking with utmost care. However, for military generals, it was an entirely different matter. They were robust, striding with vigor, and long robes were ill-suited. Thus, the crown prince was likely to stumble, with good intent. "Please be cautious while walking to avoid any mishaps." Standing at a distance from 99, he had not heard her thoughts. His warning stemmed purely from concern. The crown prince, however, scoffed, "You worry too much, crown prince." "Oh, very well." 99 observed her elder brother's futile warning and, seeing it had no effect, chose to remain silent, muttering to herself instead. Ignoring the counsel of the wise often leads to immediate regret. When the crown prince inevitably knocked out his 3 teeth, becoming a subject of ridicule, he would surely lament his folly. Sighing, 99 resumed gnawing on the chicken leg in her hand. The crown prince, refusing to concede to 99's observations, deliberately paced near her, attempting to demonstrate that he would not stumble, nor would he lose his teeth. Oblivious to the crown prince's peculiar thoughts, 99 paid him no mind and continued to focus on Yuaning with a smile. Yuaning noticed that 99 had nearly devoured the chicken leg down to the bone and promptly fetched her another, saying, "Princess, do indulge yourself." Waving her hand dismissively, 99 took out her pink handkerchief to wipe her small mouth and hands. Then, patting her round belly, she chirped, "I am already quite full. Then let us resume watching the song and dance performances. I have heard that the dancers performing today were sent from the Southern Kingdom. They are quite exceptional." Yuanin's eyes widened as she gazed at the dancers gracefully swirling in the center of the hall. She mused, "Previously, the Southern Kingdom attempted to poison their own at a banquet, seeking to pin the blame on us, the Western Chu, hoping to extort land in reparations. Little did they know, they ended up injuring themselves, resulting in double the land ceded as reparations, a truly lamentable outcome. I also heard that the Southern Kingdom is currently unable to produce substantial funds, resorting to installment payments, and has sent a hostage as collateral." The dancers had arrived alongside the hostage. Upon hearing this, 99's expression grew serious. "The Southern Kingdom has sent a hostage as well. Who could it be? Is it the one from the book, the eventual uniform?" Yet, his arrival was not due to the reparations. It was because, after trade agreements were struck, the Southern Kingdom had taken a considerable amount of goods from the Western Chu without payment, claiming they were broke and sending a prince as collateral. They promised to return him once the debts were settled. In reality, they simply did not intend to repay, casting aside an uncherished prince, hoping he would fend for himself while they evaded their debts. Little did they know that Prince was no ordinary individual. Despite being in the Western Chu and enduring mistreatment and humiliation, he refused to accept his fate. Instead, he turned the tide, returned to the Southern Kingdom, avenged himself against those who wronged him, and ascended to the throne. He even led a campaign to conquer the Western Chu, where he had suffered, gradually unifying the realm. This hostage was the true embodiment of strength, a man who wielded cruelty with decisiveness, truly the protagonist of the tale. If the one sent as a hostage to the Western Chu was indeed him, then the Western Chu was in grave danger. Sooner or later, he would harbor resentment against the Western Chu and lead an army to obliterate it. What could be done? 99's small face knitted with anxiety. Currently, her adoptive father, the Empress Dowager, her mother, and several brothers dote upon her, showering her with affection. She finally has a family, no longer feeling the loneliness of her past life. She could not bear the thought of losing her family or witnessing the fall of the Western Chu, but how could she alter this dire fate? In a frenzy of thought, 99 racked her brain for a solution. Just then, a resounding crash echoed through the air, the ground trembled beneath her feet, and she quickly turned to locate the source of the noise. There, she beheld the Crown Prince sprawled on the ground, having embraced the earth intimately, with blood spilling from his mouth where his teeth had been knocked out. Chapter 37 Big Brother, why are you opening your mouth so wide? Are you planning to devour Jojo? Upon hearing this, Jojo, exhibiting a demeanor beyond her years, shook her head and sighed. This is the consequence of ignoring sound advice. One must heed counsel to enjoy a hearty meal. The Crown Prince, already troubled by Jojo's remark about him knocking out his teeth, felt humiliated when it indeed happened. He felt slapped in the face, his dignity bruised. Consequently, hearing Jojo's lamentations only deepened his discomfort. He found himself unable to retort, for Jojo's words were rooted in undeniable truth. It was his refusal to listen that brought him to this state. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, he found it difficult to meet the gaze of Jojo and the Crown Prince, who had just warned him. Covering his face with his hands, he was assisted by the palace attendants who rushed to his aid. He appeared to shield his face due to his knocked-out teeth, but in reality, he wished to conceal his disheveled appearance from Jojo and the Crown Prince. His large hands nearly obscured his entire face. Onlookers, witnessing his exaggerated gesture, speculated that he had sustained further injuries in the fall. How could the Crown Prince, skilled in horseback riding and combat, stumble while walking? They murmured. It seems he fell quite hard. His face must be severely injured, such a pity, especially since he is yet to take a wife. With each sympathetic comment, the Crown Prince felt increasingly wronged, internally lamenting, "Oh, how unfortunate I am. Mother, your son is in distress." He regretted not heeding Jojo's heartfelt warning. Perhaps, had he been cautious, he could have preserved his teeth, yet he would never voice this regret. It remained a silent torment within him. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Upon witnessing the Crown Prince's fall, Emperor Jiaoning dispatched Fuan to assess the situation. Fuan, observing the Crown Prince's state, remarked, "Your Highness, I shall summon the imperial physician at once." The Crown Prince replied, "Mother, I wish to see Mother." His mother, Consort Hui, was known for her medical expertise, a fact. Upon hearing this, Fuan ordered that the Crown Prince be swiftly taken to Consort Hui's quarters. Emperor Jiaoning questioned, what could have caused such a sudden fall? The Crown Prince, seated beside him, responded, "Eldest brother is unaccustomed to wearing long robes, which led to his tumble." Traditionally, formal court banquets required robes that covered the feet, adhering to palace etiquette. However, upon witnessing the Crown Prince's unfortunate state, Emperor Jiaoning issued a decree. Let it be known that henceforth, military officials may forego the long robes at court banquets and dress as they see fit. Your Majesty is wise. I shall convey your command immediately, a eunuch replied before departing to relay the message. As the banquet reached its conclusion, the Empress directed the consorts of the various palaces to return to their quarters. Emperor Jiaoning, carrying Jojo and accompanied by Consort Li, proceeded to check on the Crown Prince. Consort Hui had already treated him. He had lost 3 front teeth. Though unsightly, it was not a grave matter, as a simple hemostatic potion would suffice to halt the bleeding. However, the Crown Prince would have to contend with the absence of his prominent front teeth, leaving him with an empty smile that might invite ridicule. With tears in his eyes, the Crown Prince beseeched Consort Hui, "Mother, what shall I do? Not only am I subject to mockery, but I may never find a consort." Consort Hui pondered for a moment before asking, "My son, what type of teeth do you prefer, gold or silver?" The Crown Prince was momentarily taken aback. "Why are you asking this, Mother? Can you truly assist me in getting false teeth? Do you want me to choose between gold or silver?" The Crown Prince felt tears welling up. Could he not simply express that he desired none of those options? All he wanted was his original teeth. That he did not wish for a mouth adorned with gaudy gold or silver. How unsightly! At that moment, Emperor Jiaoning and Jojo approached to the Emperor, cradling Jojo, intended to assess the Crown Prince's injuries. However, upon seeing Jojo in the Emperor's arms, the Crown Prince clamped his mouth shut, refusing to open it and averted his gaze, especially from Jojo, unable to meet her eyes. Internally, he grumbled, that little rascal has come to gloat over my misfortune. Meanwhile, Jojo mused, what if the crown prince merely lost 3 front teeth? A true man can endure such trials without shame. He was strong and capable, not at all delicate like a girl. The crown prince nearly shouted in protest, what do you mean delicate, like a girl? He was muscular, possessing an 8-pack abdomen, walking with an air of confidence, as strong as a bull and fierce as a tiger. He was the epitome of masculinity. Having overheard Jojo's thoughts, Emperor Jiaoning inquired, I hear you have knocked out your front teeth, let your father take a look. In truth, he wished to stifle his laughter. After all, this was his eldest son who had lost his teeth. It was inappropriate to laugh, yet seeing his 18-year-old son, a tall and robust young man, lying in bed like a mischievous child, it was hard to suppress a chuckle. Still, he restrained himself. The crown prince refused to show his father. Emperor Jiaoning asked once more, and the crown prince, increasingly agitated, pulled the blankets over his head, enveloping himself entirely. The emperor was taken aback, and Jojo was equally astonished. Is it merely a matter of showing a tooth? Why has the crown prince become so bashful? He is growing ever more delicate. Perhaps I should start calling him princess. Just as Jojo concluded her thought, the crown prince abruptly threw off the blanket, thrusting his face toward Emperor Jiaoning and Jojo, more specifically, toward Jojo. He opened his mouth wide, presenting his teeth for her inspection. He was not delicate, nor a princess. Look if you wish, it won't cost me a single hair. Taken aback by the crown prince's sudden action, Jojo pouted, Big brother, why are you opening your mouth so wide? Are you trying to eat Jojo? Emperor Jiaoning interjected, eldest brother, what are you doing? You shouldn't be so dramatic, you frighten Jojo. Be good, Jojo, do not cry, father will take you home. Seeing that the crown prince was not in dire straits, Emperor Jiaoning opted not to linger, ensuring the crown prince was well looked after and bestowing him some medicine before taking his leave. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as they departed, the crown prince hastily got out of bed to follow them, remaining silent and unnoticed by those ahead, lurking in the shadows as he gazed longingly at Jojo's retreating figure in the emperor's arms. On the palace path, Emperor Jiaoning, noticing that Jojo was not crying, praised, my little Jojo is truly remarkable. Remarkable in what way? She hasn't been frightened into tears. Emperor Jiaoning muttered softly, I was nearly startled myself by the eldest brother's sudden antics. After all, the crown prince's unexpected movement and wide-open mouth would startle anyone. Do not fear, father. Jojo will protect you, Jojo declared, wrapping her arms around the emperor's neck and pressing her cheek against his. The warmth of her affection filled the emperor's heart, and his smile deepened as he regarded her. Jojo beamed until her gaze fell upon the South Kingdom's hostage being escorted into the palace, but her smile abruptly froze, for although he appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the heroic male protagonist depicted in her books. Chapter 38 Unsolicited Kindness. Jojo immediately recognized him. He had a hint of cinnabar on his forehead, enchanting peach blossom eyes that shimmered with affection, and an exceptionally handsome visage. Adorning his left ear was a white pearl earring, while 3 black moles graced the nape of his neck, all of which were auspicious marks. Additionally, a small red mole on the back of his left hand signified nobility, hinting at his extraordinary future. He was none other than the male protagonist of the book, Di Jiang, a figure quietly protected by the heavenly will and a hostage sent by the Southern Kingdom. The emotions Jojo had painstakingly suppressed surged back into her heart. She pondered how she could alter the fate of the Western Chu that was destined to be trampled by this hostage's army. To kill him? No, absolutely not. The hostage was under the silent protection of the heavenly will, making it impossible to simply dispose of him. She needed to devise another plan. After several days of contemplation, Jojo arrived at a solution. Di Jiang harbored resentment towards Western Chu because he had endured much humiliation and mistreatment while serving as a hostage there. If she could assist Di Jiang and ensure he had a better experience in Western Chu, it would undoubtedly alter his perception of the kingdom, thus averting its demise. How astute is Jojo, she decided to visit Di Jiang and help him lead a more enjoyable life, and thus, this delightful resolution was made. For now, Jojo first went to see her little cousin. Nan Yuanxiang was currently recuperating in a side chamber of Qiushuiju. Her leg injury severe enough to affect the bone, with injuries to the muscles and bones requiring 100 days of healing. She was unable to rise from. Jojo visited her daily. Upon entering Nan Yuanxiang's room, her cousin expressed a desire to rise and pay respects to the princess, but Jojo gently restrained her as if she were an adult. Little cousin, you should rest well with your injury, Jojo said. We are sisters. There is no need for pleasantries. Thank you, Jojo. No need for thanks, Jojo replied. If you need anything, just tell me, and I shall fulfill it. However, she feared that Jojo might refuse, particularly worried that Jojo would scold her like the other sisters at home for being gluttonous. Lowering her head in trepidation, Nan Yuanxiang's voice was barely a whisper. If that's not possible, then forget it. How could it not be possible? Jojo retorted. Having experienced hunger in her past life, she could not bear to see someone yearning for food yet unable to have it. She turned to Guamama beside her and instructed, Mama, please go and instruct the kitchen to prepare plenty of delicious dishes for my little cousin. Xiaoshuweiju has no shortage of food, and I am willing to provide generously. Yes, Your Highness. Guamama departed, and soon after, the Crown Prince arrived. Today, the Crown Prince was not clad in his long robe but wore a short, black garment that reached just above his ankles, preventing him from tripping. Behind him trailed two young attendants, each carrying several gifts that he had come to visit Jojo but, finding her absent from her chamber, sought her in this place instead. Upon entering Nan Yuanxiang's quarters, he intended to catch a glimpse of Jojo without directly looking at her, his gaze darting around the room but avoiding her entirely, maintaining an air of aloofness. After helping Nan Yuanxiang adjust her blanket, Jojo stepped forward and inquired, Elder brother, what brings you here? The Crown Prince had intended to ask Jojo how she knew he would knock out his teeth, hoping to smooth over their relationship. After all, Jojo bore no malice towards him and had even tried to warn him to be cautious, which reflected her good nature. She was a charming girl, beautifully crafted like jade. Previously, he had failed to recognize her merits, being blinded by appearances and using her shortcomings against her, and now, having accepted the situation, he thought, let the masquerade continue, as long as her heart is kind, all is well. But as the words hung on the tip of his tongue, he cleared his throat and said, I came to see Miss Nan from the Nan family, Nan Yuanxiang. Nan Yuanxiang replied, Why are you looking at me? Have you taken a liking to me? She did not wish to end up like Feng Kaiwei, who was betrothed at the tender age of 5 to a 16-year-old crown prince. Furthermore, the crown prince was already 18, old enough to be her father, making her even less inclined. Jojo couldn't help but mentally scoff. Why was the crown prince visiting her little cousin? Were they familiar with one another? Certainly not. His unsolicited attentiveness reeked of ulterior motives. Could it be that he was infatuated with her little cousin? At 18, how could he possibly be interested in a mere 5-year-old? Such tastes hinted at a troubling predilection. He might as well be an old bull seeking tender grass. Was he not concerned about indigestion? Today marked the first time Nan Yuanxiang heard Jojo's inner thoughts, and she glanced at her cousin in confusion, though after a moment, she looked away. The crown prince, nearly choking on his indignation, felt the need to defend his reputation. He took a deep breath, his missing front teeth allowing air to escape as he said, I heard that Miss Nan is seriously injured, and I genuinely sympathize, which is why I came to visit. TSK, TSK, TSK. He was still making excuses. The crown prince thought to himself that he could no longer stay in this place. He needed to preserve his innocence in the world. Let us leave, he declared, placing the medicinal herbs he had brought on a nearby table. Originally intended for Jojo and consortly as a gesture of goodwill, he now had no choice but to leave them for Nan Yuanxiang. Once the attendants had set down the herbs, the crown prince hurriedly took his leave, though he did not venture far, lingering at the entrance. After Jojo conversed with Nan Yuanxiang for a while and exited, she found the crown prince standing guard like a sentinel. Elder brother, why are you still waiting here? Jojo inquired, her expression one of displeasure. Are you waiting for someone? Is it me? No, the crown prince does not favor me, it cannot be. He must be silently watching over someone else. Was he guarding her little cousin? It had to be. Coughing softly, Jojo was alarmed by her own thoughts. Such notions were inappropriate. Her little cousin was still so young. After a moment of contemplation, she said sweetly, Elder brother, although you have lost your front teeth, you are still quite handsome. You shall surely find a princess consort. The crown prince beamed at the compliment, his heart soaring with joy. It seemed he had not heard Jojo's unspoken thoughts, nor did he grasp her intentions. He merely smiled and replied, Yes, I am aware of that. Your options are plentiful. Jojo continued. The crown prince nodded, I am aware of that as well. And then? He looked puzzled, failing to comprehend Jojo's insinuations. In truth, he had whimsically wished to tease her, having suddenly realized how adorable her anxious demeanor was, but Jojo remained oblivious to his intentions. Frustrated by his lack of understanding, she tugged at her double-looped hairdo. Elder brother, you truly are a blockhead. To enlighten him was no easy feat. After a brief silence, Jojo spoke plainly, Elder brother, please elevate your esteemed what? It should be foot, I suppose. Kindly spare my little cousin, she is still young and not suited to be your match. Chapter 39. Sincerity truly is the ultimate weapon. Please, raise your esteemed foot. The crown prince furrowed his brow. Jojo, who have you learned this from? You've got it wrong. It should be raise your esteemed hand. Big brother, let us not dwell on that for now, just promise me what I asked earlier, Jojo inquired, her large, grape-like eyes blinking with urgency. Seeing her in such a state, the hardened heart of the crown prince, which had been impenetrable for over a decade, softened in an instant. Very well, I shall not tease you any longer, he conceded with a nod. I will heed your request. Now that's more like it, Jojo replied with satisfaction, relieved that her cousin was safe. Big brother, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. She prepared to seek out Di Jiang, determined to alter the fate that awaited him in the Western Shu Kingdom. If she could change this outcome, she believed that with her father's keen governance, the Western Shu would surely thrive. The crown prince added, I too must return. Go on then, take care, and I shan't see you off. Jojo waved at him as she turned towards the place where the hostages were held. To her surprise, the crown prince followed her. Big brother, weren't you heading back? She asked, halting her steps. Why are you still following me? Who says I'm following you? The crown prince replied with feigned seriousness. This path is the only one available. I haven't claimed you were following me. Oh, Jojo thought his reasoning sound, and with a small gesture of invitation, she motioned for him to go ahead. She wished to show respect to her elders. The crown prince, taken aback by her deference, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, sincerity proved to be a formidable weapon, leaving him speechless before a mere child. Big brother, why aren't you leaving yet? In truth, the crown prince had no desire to depart. He yearned to converse further with Jojo, particularly about the recent banquet at the Heavenly Palace, where he had spoken harshly to her. He worried she might harbor a negative impression of him, and sought to amend that. However, at that moment, it seemed he had no choice but to leave. There will be other days, he mused with a wry smile before walking away. After lunch, Jojo inquired around and finally learned where the hostages were being held, in the hostage quarters located at the junction of the former palace and the rear palace. The hostage quarters served as the court-south holding place for hostages throughout the ages. After a lengthy walk that left her legs weary, she approached the entrance, where two guards, blades at their sides, barred her way, declaring the quarters a forbidden area. Undeterred, Jojo, leveraging her status as the emperor's most cherished and sole princess, threw a tantrum. Concerned about the potential repercussions of her distress, the guards relented. Very well, let the princess pass, one of them conceded. Brothers, stay vigilant and ensure the princess's safety. Now that's more like it, Jojo declared triumphantly, entering the quarters alongside Goemama and her entourage of palace maids. They were astounded by Jojo's audacity, never imagining such tactics could be so effective. Once inside, Jojo surveyed the quarters, which bore little distinction from a typical palace. The courtyard was spacious, featuring a single room, yet it was drafty, with creaking doors that swayed precariously as if they might collapse at any moment. However, she could not ascertain the interior's condition just yet. Before her, kneeling in the glaring sun, was Di Jiang, the hostage from the southern kingdom, a slender figure exuding both defiance and innocence. Why are you kneeling here? Who ordered you to do so? Jojo queried as she approached him. Di Jiang remained silent, his demeanor cold and distant. One of the guards interjected, Princess, perhaps it's best if you refrain from questioning him. This southern hostage has fallen to such depths and yet retains a fierce temper, refusing to answer anyone. Then I shall inquire of you, who commanded him to kneel here. How long has he been in this position? It was the emperor, your highness, surely you are aware? The guard continued. The emperor declared that the southern kingdom's actions were intolerable and intended to teach them a lesson, decreeing that this hostage must kneel for an entire month, only permitted to rise for sleep. He has already been kneeling for several hours. To kneel every day for a month, will he not ruin his legs? Jojo thought of the story she had read, recalling how Di Jiang had suffered from leg ailments, particularly in his knees, which ached unbearably during inclement weather. Surely, this was a consequence of enduring such punishment as a hostage in the Western Shu. While the texts did not elaborate on the details of the hostage's suffering, they did recount how they ultimately avenged their grievances. For instance, the one responsible for Di Jiang's leg afflictions, her father, was said to have his legs severed after Di Jiang led his forces to conquer the Western Shu. The empress and several of her father's favored princes had not escaped such fate either. Once, Jojo had puzzled over why hostages sought vengeance against so many. Now, she understood, they were exacting retribution. She could not bear the thought of such events transpiring, especially now that circumstances had shifted. Among those her father cared for, she and her mother had become central figures, and they did not wish to suffer such a fate. Rushing forward, she grasped Di Jiang's arm, urging, Please, rise. Do not kneel any longer, you will injure your legs. Di Jiang ignored her, or perhaps he simply could not respond. The emperor had commanded him to remain kneeling, and rising at his own discretion would be a death sentence. He had no intention of risking his life. Seeing her efforts futile, Jojo turned to the guards. Will none of you assist the princess? The guards shook their heads in alarm. No, we dare not. Our heads would be at stake, then I shall seek out the emperor, one guard suggested. He dotes on you, princess. If you plead on behalf of the hostage, he will surely acquiesce. Very well, I shall do just that, Jojo resolved, addressing Di Jiang. Wait for me, I will return him with that. She hurried away. Though Di Jiang had initially disregarded her, he now watched her diminutive figure recede, a flicker of hope igniting within him. That little princess did not appear malicious, perhaps she could indeed help him, yet moments later, he struck his own face in reprimand. What foolish dreams are you entertaining? No one in this world will come to your aid. Even if you were to perish here today, no one would care. They will gaze upon your suffering with indifference, treating your plight as mere gossip. The little princess would be no exception. Having experienced the coldness of others during his time in the southern kingdom, Di Jiang had long since ceased to harbor hope or trust in anyone. In that moment, seeds of hatred quietly took root in his heart. He vowed to himself that one day, he would wash away the humiliation he faced today in blood. Chapter 40 Persuasion of the Frugal Father. What could Jojo possibly know? She was rushing towards the imperial study without a moment's delay. Upon her arrival, Emperor Jiaoning was initially engrossed in reviewing memorials, but upon noticing Jojo, who was flushed, panting, and drenched in sweat, he hastily set aside his work and bent down to embrace her. With genuine concern, he inquired, "What has happened to my precious daughter? Why are you so exhausted?" Feeling somewhat fatigued, Jojo hesitated to respond, instead patting her small chest to catch her breath. The emperor continued, "I have heard that your elder brother has come looking for you again. Has he bullied you once more?" Jiaoning was well aware of all activities in Qiushui residence, vigilantly monitoring the situation. He was apprehensive that with numerous concubines and offspring in the palace, a moment's inattention could lead to harm befalling those he cherished most. "Tell your father, and I shall ensure you are treated justly." Jojo waved her hand dismissively. "No, it's nothing, father, please don't misunderstand." Unbeknownst to her, the emperor misinterpreted her gesture and promptly summoned the crown prince. "Father, my elder brother, he hasn't wronged me," Jojo gasped. "Then why are you in such a hurry?" asked the emperor. "It's because, after taking a few breaths," she continued, "Jojo is very tired. I wish to drink some water first." The emperor personally poured her a glass of water and fed it to her. Gradually, Jojo regained some strength, her flushed face returning to its natural hue, and she hopped down from the emperor's embrace. With a serious expression, she addressed him, "Father, Jojo wishes for you to spare the southern country's hostage from kneeling." "Why is that?" Emperor Jiaoning asked, gently pinching her delicate, soft cheek. "Has Jojo forgotten? The southern country's people are not virtuous. They once poisoned themselves in an attempt to frame us, and they still owe us silver as compensation. A father must teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they will think us easy to bully." After hearing the emperor's words, Jojo lowered her head and puffed out her cheeks. While he was not wrong in his reasoning, the hostage from the southern country was the male protagonist of her story, endowed with luck, strength, and wisdom, destined to unify the world in the future. In the narrative, the frugal father punished him to kneel daily, causing him to bear a grudge. 9.5 years later, he would lead an army to conquer the Western Chu, seeking vengeance upon the frugal father, the concubines of the harem, and Jiaojo's brothers. Upon discerning Jiaojo's thoughts, Emperor Jiaoning suddenly recalled her earlier mention of the Western Chu's demise in 10 years. He had pondered who would ultimately lead the army to conquer the Western Chu. He could strive to resolve the current internal and external troubles plaguing the Western Chu and avert the crisis caused by his own people, yet, the one who would ultimately conquer the Western Chu posed the true threat to its safety. However, he did not know who that person was. Had he known, he could have made early preparations. He had contemplated inquiring with Jojo, but various concerns had held him back, and he was taken aback that she had voluntarily expressed it today. No, she had articulated it in her heart. It was that hostage the Feng royal family had suffered greatly at his hands. He would not allow such a fate to unfold. Emperor Jiaoning had already devised a countermeasure in his mind. Jojo, unaware of the emperor's thoughts, gazed up at him earnestly, saying, "Father, while the southern country's people are despicable, the sin does not lie with the child. That young hostage is truly pitiable, frail, and weak. Please, spare him." Very well, the emperor readily acquiesced. Jojo was taken aback. She had anticipated a lengthy persuasion, preparing to throw a fit if necessary, yet the frugal father agreed so easily. How splendid! She thought to herself, "I truly am remarkable today." However, her joy was short-lived, for the next moment, the emperor added, "The southern country's people are vile, and their princes are equally so. Now, as hostages in our Western Chu, should we mistreat him, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment and may seek vengeance one day. I am willing to heed Jojo's wishes and spare that hostage from torment. However, I am inclined to eliminate him directly to prevent future troubles." Emperor Zhao heart was now set on murder, influenced by Jojo's internal musings. Jojo was bewildered. What is happening? Did I err in my persuasion? Or did I express something incorrectly? She whimpered, Father, did you not say to spare the hostage? With wide, innocent eyes, she exclaimed, how has it come to killing the hostage? He is the male protagonist of the story. The one destined to unify the world, favored by heaven and protected by myriad forces, how could he be so easily slain? The frugal father's actions would only deepen the hatred of the hostage, intensifying his thirst for vengeance. Emperor Zhao found Jojo's internal mutterings to be quite sensible. The one favored by heaven cannot be easily killed. He understood this all too well, having experienced it firsthand from a young age. He had not received his father's affection. After the demise of his mother, he faced various trials and tribulations in the palace, nearly perishing until he grew older and his father recognized his exceptional talents, placing him under the care of the current Empress Dowager, allowing his circumstances to improve gradually. Yet, he had still faced numerous dangers in the subsequent struggle for succession. His brothers, who sought to usurp the throne, were no trifling adversaries. He had been poisoned, had venomous serpents unleashed upon him, been pursued by various factions, and even once tumbled off a cliff. Yet, he had survived. He had personally proven the saying, the child favored by heaven. Reflecting on this, Emperor Zhao began to soften, yet he was reluctant to let the southern country's hostage go so easily. He gently stroked Jojo's head and said, do not worry, Jojo, your father will contemplate this matter further. Jojo discerned that the emperor was inclined to relent but needed a bit more time. She did not press him but nodded vigorously, saying, all right. The emperor inquired, have you eaten, Jojo? I have. Have you napped? Not yet. Then come, sleep with your father for a while. Upon waking, I shall provide you with an answer. Okay. Emperor Zhao embraced Jojo as they drifted into an afternoon slumber. Exhausted from her earlier exertions, Jojo fell asleep almost immediately. The emperor, watching her slumbering form, too, closed his eyes in contentment. In his dreams, however, Emperor Zhao was haunted by a gruesome vision. He saw his legs severed by the southern country as hostage, along with the legs of his most cherished consort, Li Fei, and Jojo's mother. They gazed at him, tears streaming down their faces. It was a sight he found unbearable. No, please, do not harm me, do not hurt them. Suddenly, Emperor Zhao awoke with a start, drenched in sweat. Chapter 41 Young Master, does your knee still hurt? Emperor Zhao was abruptly awakened from his slumber, drenched in sweat and wearing an expression of sheer terror, his hands trembling uncontrollably from the remnants of fear, struggling to catch his breath. Beside him, Jojo was roused by the commotion. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she inquired innocently, Father, what has happened? Did you have a nightmare? The soft, delicate timbre of her voice resonated in Emperor Zhao ears. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Jojo, and upon seeing her safe and sound, especially her little legs intact, with not a trace of injury or blood, he finally emerged from the grip of his nightmarish reverie. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. He exhaled in relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and enveloped Jojo in his arms, pressing his chin against her small head. With solemnity, he declared, my Jojo must live a life of peace, health, and happiness. Why the sudden outpouring of such sentiments? It feels rather peculiar. Jojo, puzzled yet affirming, nodded, indeed. And your mother as well, said Emperor Zhao, now fully awake. Fuan, come in and assist me with my attire. He felt compelled to visit Shoshui Pavilion to see Consort Li. He needed to ensure her well-being, to confirm that she was unharmed and that her legs remained unbroken, before he could find solace. As for Jojo's suggestion regarding the southern kingdom's hostage no longer kneeling, Emperor Zhao was resolutely lenient. Jojo, that southern kingdom hostage need not kneel any longer. Our western Shu shall exhibit the grace befitting a great nation, treating him with the finest provisions henceforth. The dream had imparted wisdom upon Emperor Zhao that granting others leeway is, in essence, granting oneself leeway. He would no longer be harsh toward the southern kingdom's hostage, hoping that one day, the hostage might also extend leniency toward western Shu. Moreover, spurred by the dream, Emperor Zhao resolved to prioritize military officials and bolster the military strength of western Shu. Jojo felt an unexpected surge of happiness, her weariness dissipated. Thank you, father, I shall go find the southern kingdom's hostage right away. With joy, she made her way to the embassy. At that moment, in addition to her attendants, a eunuch had joined their company to convey the emperor's edict. Upon seeing Jojo return, the southern kingdom's hostage, Di Jiang, widened his eyes in disbelief. He gazed at Jojo, joy flooding his heart, as the resentment and anger that had previously taken root within him began to fade. The little princess had not deceived him nor ridiculed him. She genuinely wished to assist him. She was unlike those who merely stood by and watched from afar. Di Jiang felt immense gratitude toward Jojo. However, he could not fathom why a eunuch had suddenly appeared by her side, clad in attire befitting the emperor's inner circle. This eunuch was clearly of higher status. What purpose did he serve? While Zhou Jiao's goodwill was unquestionable, the eunuch's intentions remained uncertain. The emperor of Western Chu harbored deep animosity toward the southern kingdom and its people, which made Di Zhang's heart tighten once more, the calm he had just regained now reeling. The eunuch approached and declared the imperial edict. Zhou Jiao promptly assisted Di Zhang to his feet. Please rise, father has decreed that you shall no longer kneel and has promised to show our nation's grace by providing you with ample food and drink. Zhou Jiao succinctly conveyed the essence of the edict, and though Di Zhang initially struggled to believe her, he began to accept the truth after hearing the eunuch read the decree. It was genuine that he would no longer be required to kneel, nor would he suffer hunger. He could finally eat to his fill, yet everything felt surreal, as though he were caught in a dream. Standing up, a mixture of joy and apprehension coursed through Di Zhang. However, due to his prolonged kneeling, his knees were injured, leaving him unsteady on his feet. He nearly stumbled, but Zhou Jiao stepped forward, offering her small frame for support. As Di Zhang looked at the adorable little princess who wished to aid him, he felt warmth spread within him. She was truly kind-hearted, a beacon of light in his otherwise dim existence. Thank you. No need for thanks. Zhou Jiao replied cheerfully. She turned to her maidservants and instructed, You two, please fetch a physician post-haste. Yes, your highness. The maidservants hurried to summon a physician from the royal hospital to attend to Di Zhang's knee. Zhou Jiao remained by his side, observing his furrowed brow. Young master, does your knee still ache? No, Di Zhang shook his head. Are you hungry? Before he could respond, Zhou Jiao commanded her maid to retrieve food from the imperial kitchen. As Di Zhang watched her, resembling a little adult, concern etched on her features as she prepared to bring him nourishment, he felt a warmth in his heart mixed with uncertainty. It was heartwarming that, after all these years, someone finally cared for him, yet, he was wary. Zhou Jiao's kindness was granted under the emperor's approval. That he had no doubt about Zhou Jiao's benevolence, but he questioned the emperor's motives. He recalled his earlier audience with the emperor, who had regarded him with hatred and disdain, almost wishing for his demise. How could such animosity transform so suddenly? Was it due to Zhou Jiao's persuasion? That seemed unlikely. The enmity between Western Chu and the Southern Kingdom could not be resolved by mere words from a little princess. Could the emperor's sudden kindness be a ploy to use Zhou Jiao as a means to eliminate him? The thought sent a chill down Di Zhang's spine, prompting him to take a deep breath to quell his rising anxiety. When Zhou Jiao's maid returned with the meal, despite his ravenous hunger and the enticing aroma wafting from the dishes, he hesitated to eat, fearing for his life. He stared blankly at the spread before him, a feast that he had longed for, a vision that had invaded his dreams, his eyes betraying a hint of frost. Unaware of the turmoil brewing within Di Zhang's heart, Zhou Jiao asked, Why aren't you eating? I just heard your stomach rumble. You must be famished. Please, do eat. Still, Di Zhang refrained from eating, gazing at the food before him, absently fiddling with the wooden ring on his thumb. From the outside, it appeared merely as a wooden ornament, yet within, it was silver, capable of detecting poison. Chapter 42 You must come. My little son Di Zhang yearned to test for poison with his wooden finger, yet hesitated to do so directly, fearing it might hurt the tender heart of the young Zhou Jiao. As he pondered a suitable pretext for the test, he noticed Zhou Jiao, seated opposite him, unabashedly picking up her chopsticks and beginning to eat. She muttered to herself, I already had lunch, so why do I still want to eat upon seeing this food? Today's gluttonous little Zhou Jiao sighed as she quickly sampled all 5 dishes and soup brought by the maid, exclaiming, So delicious. Seeing Zhou Jiao enjoy her meal with such abandon, all of Di Zhang's doubts and suspicions evaporated. He even felt a twinge of self-reproach for underestimating her character. How could the little princess, now present, possibly wish him harm, and how could she assist others in doing so? Shaking his head, he observed her relish in the food and found his own appetite stirred. Noticing her struggle with shrimp due to her small hands, he set down his chopsticks and willingly peeled the shell for her. He also helped her remove the bones from the fish she adored. In the end, Zhou Jiao was led by Di Zhang to indulge in a plethora of delectable dishes. When she could eat no more, she patted her round belly, sighed, and remarked, I'm so full, yet so sleepy. Why is it that being full makes me drowsy? Yawning, she added, I want to go back and continue sleeping. Observing this, Di Zhang reluctantly laid down his chopsticks, as if loath to let his little son set and depart. Fidgeting with his wrinkled garment, he inquired anxiously, will you come back to see me after you leave? Zhou Jiao nodded with certainty. Of course, after all, you are the leading man in this story. Currently, you are in dire straits and in need of warmth and care. How could I not come? Only by visiting can I bring you warmth, gradually foster our bond, and, one day, when when you wield power over life and death, ensure leniency for the people of Shichu and my family." Jojo was determined. Having expressed her intent, she departed to return to her slumber. Despite his leg injury, Di Jiang insisted on personally escorting Jojo out of the hostage's quarters, watching her leave with a reluctant gaze. He silently vowed, "You must come back, my little son." Once her petite figure vanished from sight, Di Jiang retreated. Over the years, due to neglect, mistreatment, and exploitation, his heart bore count. Yet, in this moment, a flicker of expectation ignited within him. He longed to see the little princess again. The servant Chu Yang, who had accompanied the hostage, went to fetch food but returned after several hours with nothing substantial, only a few cold, hard-steamed buns. Upon his return, he began to scold, unreservedly addressing the guards present in the quarters. "Are we not even provided a morsel to eat? Such stinginess in the vast kingdom of Shichu." A guard retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Just moments ago, the princess sent a bountiful array of food and even secured a decree for you. Do not be ungrateful. Lift your bowl to eat instead of cursing while you set it down." Chuyang opened his mouth to argue, but Di Jiang interjected, "Chuyang, come inside." Following Di Jiang into their shabby abode, Chuyang, who was a few years older and already 12, noticed Di Jiang struggling to walk due to his injured knee and having not eaten, felt a surge of concern and nearly scolded him. Di Jiang stopped him, saying, "The guard speaks the truth. The princess truly sent food, and we shall have an easier time from now on." "Is that so?" Chuyang asked, skeptical. "But if you don't believe me, look over there at the table." Chuyang turned and beheld an array of unfinished sumptuous dishes, the aroma of rice wafting to his nostrils. Realizing he had been too agitated to notice earlier, he exclaimed in disbelief, "The people of Shichu are so kind as to send us food?" Di Jiang murmured, "The high-ranking officials of Shichu might not be, but that little princess certainly is. Remember, you may harbor hatred or grievances towards anyone, but not towards her." Upon waking from her slumber, Jojo opened her eyes to find three large faces looming before her. Startled, she let out a high-pitched scream. "Ah, such enormous faces, you scared me to death." The trio of faces belonged to the Crown Prince, the 10th Prince, and the 11th Prince, all of whom were momentarily taken aback by her remark. "What are you three brothers doing? Did you come to scare me on purpose?" Jojo's little heart raced in fright. "Can't you speak properly without frightening me? I haven't offended any of you." The Crown Prince, 10th Prince, and 11th Prince exchanged glances, realizing they had not intended to frighten her, rather, they cared for her well-being. Fortunately, Jojo remained unaware of their affection, or she would have weakly expressed her gratitude for their concern. Clearing his throat, the Crown Prince stated, "Jojo, it is wrong for the Crown Prince to scare you, so I shall atone by copying scriptures. I will go home and do just that." After a pause, he added, "However, I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance. Come with me at once." Ruffling her tousled hair, Jojo asked, "Where to?" "Out of the palace." "Out of the palace?" Jojo exclaimed in delight. Since her arrival in this story, she had never left the palace and longed to see the outside world. She recalled her adoptive father mentioning at the last birthday banquet that her mother could visit her maternal family, but her mother had been silent, making no move. To her surprise, the Crown Prince was taking her out first. Jojo felt incredibly fortunate. "What I wish for is coming true." She laughed heartily. "But where are we going once we leave the palace?" "To the home of your sister Yu," the Crown Prince replied. "Didn't you want to touch your sister Yu's face? I assure you, this time you will get the chance." The Crown Prince had already prepared to propose to Yu Wanyin as his consort, but her father was notoriously obstinate, unwilling for his daughter to marry into the royal family or be confined within the palace walls for her entire life. It was a complicated matter. Seeking a decree for marriage would be futile. If things went awry, he might outright refuse the edict, creating a dilemma for everyone involved. To be on the safe side, he decided to propose first. Taking Jojo to the Yu family also served to gauge her feelings, enabling him to strategize for a successful proposal. After hearing the Crown Princess' words, Jojo blinked her eyes and asked, "Really? Am I really going to touch my sister Yu's face this time?" The Crown Prince nodded. Indeed. Jojo stroked her chin, pondering, "But what if I can't touch it?" "What should I do?" "If you can't touch it," the Crown Prince proclaimed with conviction, "I shall become your steed and carry you until you are satisfied." Chapter 43. Jojo had never ridden a horse before. Ride a horse? Jojo had indeed never ridden a horse. She had heard that other children had their fathers allowing them to ride, and she wished for the same, yet she dared not voice it directly. Anticipation shimmered in her eyes. The Crown Prince said, "Jojo, very well." In exchange for the opportunity to ride, Jojo acquiesced to the Crown Prince. "Besides, I have specifically discussed this with Father and Lady Li, and received their consent." "That is reassuring," Granny Gue responded. "As autumn approaches, the weather grows increasingly unpredictable. I shall fetch a cloak for the princess before we depart." "All right." After retrieving the cloak, Granny Gue followed Jojo and the Crown Prince out of the palace. Yu Wanin's father was no ordinary man in his youth. He was a renowned general, celebrated for his military exploits. However, due to health issues in recent years, he had withdrawn from the battlefield to recuperate in the capital. Yet, his stubborn temperament had not softened with retirement. Even when the crown prince visited, upon learning of the prince's intentions, he had the audacity to refuse entry, citing his illness. At that moment, the crown prince, cradling Giorgio, stood before the tightly shut vermilion door of the Yu residence, his expression awash with astonishment. He had anticipated that General Yu, prioritizing his daughter's happiness and wishing to avoid entanglements in royal factional disputes, would not easily allow his daughter to marry into the royal family and would present numerous challenges to his proposal. However, he had not expected General Yu to deny him entry entirely. What a complete lack of courtesy! The crown prince felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat. A sudden autumn breeze swept through, rustling the fallen yellow leaves scattered about, casting a pall over the atmosphere. The crown prince contemplated alternative strategies. He would not retreat in the face of such a setback. He was determined to find a way inside. Giorgio pondered silently. I in the books, it was mentioned that after retiring from the battlefield, General Yu often reminisced about the taro he used to enjoy with his comrades in arms. Yet, in the capital, amidst the flourishing flowers and extravagant wares, the taro was nowhere to be found, leaving General Yu to yearn for it daily. If only the crown prince could procure some taro to present to General Yu, surely he would open the door. Upon hearing Giorgio's thoughts, the crown prince felt as though the clouds of despair had parted to reveal a full moon. He reflected on how wise it was to bring Giorgio along, and remarked, I have heard that General Yu has a fondness for taro. If I can acquire some for him, he will undoubtedly grant us entry. My dear brother is truly clever, Giorgio thought, realizing he had grasped her idea. Chinke and Bai nodded in agreement, affirming, Your Highness speaks the truth. Granny Gue, however, expressed her apprehensions, but Your Highness, the soil in our capital is not suitable for growing taro. Many people are even unfamiliar with it, let alone where to purchase it. Having lived long and seen much, Granny Gue was aware of the rarity of taro, but if it were easy to procure, General Yu would not have longed for it for so many years. Thus, the crown prince would be unable to gain entry to the Yu residence through taro alone. The crown prince, resonating with Giorgio's sentiments, declared, Where there is a will, there is a way. Chinke, Bai, utilize all the resources at my disposal to procure some taro. Yes, Your Highness. Chinke and Bai set off to fulfill the task. The accompanying 10th and 11th princes, seeing the difficulty of the situation, also joined in the search for taro. The crown prince did not simply wait idly. He took Giorgio with him on a tour of various locales, inquiring where taro might be found. From bustling markets to grand taverns and merchant caravans, he left no stone unturned. Observing the crown prince's diligence, Giorgio strained her memory for any mention of where taro might be sold in her books. After considerable reflection, she recalled a detail: taro could be found with a particular merchant in the western market, known for his frugal ways, who often traveled with taro to sustain himself during his journeys. When General Yu was nearing the end of his life, his sister had tirelessly sought out taro, ultimately finding it at the western market. Brother, I have heard that many merchants from afar gather at the western market. Shall we go and take a look? Very well. The crown prince proceeded to the western market, where he indeed found a merchant with a supply of taro. The merchant had brought it along to stave off hunger during his travels and had consumed only a small portion, leaving behind a whole sack. The crown prince immediately produced 100 taels of silver and asked, Good sir, would you be willing to sell me all your taro? To the crown prince, this sum was insignificant. However, for the merchant, it was a fortune he had never encountered in his lifetime. In his homeland, taro was of little value. He had brought it solely for its filling nature, which allowed him to save on meals during his travels. How could this seemingly naive young master consider it a treasure and offer 100 taels for it? The merchant scratched his head, feeling a pang of conscience. Young master, it was no easy feat for me to bring this taro from afar. However, it is not worth 100 taels. I would be willing to sell it to you for 10. The merchant, being an honest man, did not wish for the crown prince to spend excessively on something that was not worth such a price. He only sought what was fair. The crown prince, observing the merchant's tattered clothing, weary visage, and cracked hands, insisted, No, it shall be 100 taels. Just 10. The merchant's reluctance to part with his taro for such a price was evident, and Chinke, unable to contain herself, muttered under her breath. The crown prince shot her a sidelong glance and handed Giorgio over to Granny Gue before producing another 100 taels in silver notes, saying, Take this, in the future, if you have more taro, you may sell it to me again. The crown prince had considered having the merchant deliver the taro directly to General Yu's residence, but he believed that personally presenting it would convey more sincerity and better sway General Yu's heart. Upon hearing this, the merchant ceased his objections, accepting the silver notes with a heart full of gratitude. Realizing he had encountered a benefactor, with 100 taels, he could afford medical treatment for his ailing mother and perhaps even save enough to find a wife in the future. The merchant's spirits, once low due to financial constraints, began to lift, and he felt tears welling in his eyes. Wiping them away, he entrusted the entire sack of taro to Chinke. After the crown prince and his entourage departed with the taro, the merchant could no longer contain his emotions, squatting on the ground and weeping tears of joy over the silver notes. The crown prince, still cradling Jojo, arrived once more at General Yu's doorstep. The sky had darkened, and if they could not gain entry soon, the crown prince would not easily concede. They risked spending the night on the streets in the cold. Would they be able to enter this time? Chapter 44 Divine Assistance from Jojo. Will they be able to enter this time? Despite already possessing the taro, the crown prince, anxious and perturbed, still harbored concerns. Observing the tension etched upon the crown prince's face, Jojo gently patted his shoulder with her delicate hand, offering reassurance. Do not worry, dear brother. This time, we shall surely gain entry. Indeed, the crown prince responded, affectionately stroking Jojo's head. You have always been a harbinger of good fortune for me, and I have every faith that you shall do so again. With that, he instructed Chinke to knock on the door once more. Upon the door being opened, Chinke spoke, Might you inform your master? Yet, before he could finish, the inhabitants within, upon recognizing Chinke, slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Chinke, with his lofty forehead, nearly had it knocked against the doorframe as he spoke. He was on the verge of uttering a curse, but, for the sake of his master's noble intentions, he took a deep breath, adjusting his posture, and knocked again with a smile. This time, when the door opened, he omitted the customary pleasantries and directly stated, Our prince has brought taro for General Yu. We kindly request you to open the door and allow us to deliver it. Taro? The servant at the door, initially intent on shutting it again upon seeing Chinke, hesitated at the mention of taro. Instead, he politely replied, Esteemed guests, please hold for a moment. I shall inform my master at once. Chinke thought to himself, So now we are esteemed guests. Just a moment ago, we were treated as beggars. The crown prince, meanwhile, looked gratefully at Jojo in his arms, recognizing that without her, he would have been left waiting indefinitely at the threshold of the Yu residence. Moments later, General Yu himself emerged to welcome the crown prince, a faint smile gracing his features. Ah, the crown prince has arrived. I have been unwell all day, and it is only now that I realize my transgression. Please, come in. At last, the crown prince and his entourage were granted entry into the Yu estate. Truly a feat. Once seated, General Yu had tea served, a fine selection from his personal collection. As the crown prince prepared to present the taro, General Yu interjected, I have heard that His Royal Highness has brought taro for this old minister. Is it indeed true, such a rarity? Apart from the battlefields where I once fought, it is virtually unattainable elsewhere, as the soil is unsuitable for cultivation. Even with the trade caravans frequenting the capital, it remains impossible to procure. Year after year, I have sought it without success. As General Yu's excitement momentarily surged, a shadow of doubt crossed his mind. Could this be a mere fabrication by the crown prince to gain his favor? Had he allowed his enthusiasm to cloud his judgment, the smile that once adorned his face faded as he contemplated the possibility of being deceived. The crown prince, observing this shift, remained silent. Instead, he urged his attendants to unveil the sack containing the taro for General Yu to see. Upon witnessing the prize tubers, tears of joy nearly brimmed in the old general's eyes. Since his retirement from warfare, he had yearned for this delicacy, often sending emissaries on perilous journeys, only to have their spoil seized by bandits before they could return. Though he could engage the services of a guard or a caravan, the costs were exorbitant, thousands of taels of silver, a steep price when he wished to save for his daughter's dowries. Seeing the taro before him, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Excellent, excellent! General Yu exclaimed. Quickly, summon the kitchen to prepare this taro. Yes, my lord. The servants scurried off to fulfill the task. The crown prince was about to broach the subject of marrying Yuan but was seemingly interrupted by General Yu, who suddenly turned his attention to Jojo. Ah, the princess has also graced us with her presence? Indeed, Jojo nodded. The princess is as lovely as jade. I have yet to hold her in my arms. Might I have the honor of embracing her? General Yu extended his hands toward Jojo, who, sensing no malice in his intentions and wishing to assist her brother, consented to be held. General Yu, though aged, had a fondness for children that he held Jojo tightly, playing with her for an extended time, leaving the crown prince with no opportunity to speak. Finally, it was Jojo who broke the silence. Grandfather Yu, you have held me for quite some time now. You must promise me one thing. General Yu chuckled. It seems the princess is not one to be embraced lightly. Am I to be put to the test? General Yu, feeling at a loss against Jojo's charm, sighed in resignation. What is it? Speak, and I shall grant your wish. My brother wishes to speak with you. Will you not listen to him? I knew you would say that, General Yu replied. For the sake of the princess, I shall acquiesce. Speak, Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, casting a delighted glance at his divine supporter Jojo, began, General Yu, I wish to propose for the hand of your legitimate daughter, Yuanin. General Yu fell silent. Noticing this, Jojo urged, Grandfather Yu, you need only respond to my brother. Very well, General Yu relented, unable to resist Jojo's charm that he turned to the Crown Prince. It is indeed an honor for Yuanin to receive your affection, yet I implore you to understand a father's concern. All I desire is for my daughters to lead peaceful and untroubled lives. But there is no but. General Yu interjected firmly. The son of the Minister of Works, Lu Feng, has also sought my daughter's hand. He is a gentleman of exceptional character, devoted to his studies, and eschews the temptations of the brothel. He is indeed a suitable match. I intend to marry my daughter to Lu Feng. What? The Crown Prince was taken aback. He longed to protest, but the resolute expression on General Yu's face indicated that he was already aware of the Crown Prince's intentions. It was clear that he had no desire to see Yuanin wed to him, instead seeking to forge a connection between her and Lu Feng. The Crown Prince pondered how to sway General Yu's decision when he suddenly heard Jojo's thoughts. Lu Feng is of good character, averse to the brothel. General Yu has been deceived. Lu Feng is, in fact, licentious and brutal, frequently patronizing brothels and abusing his servants. He is hardly a man worthy of lifelong commitment. In the narrative, Lu Feng's reputation may have been respectable at first, but he later became infamous. If only the Crown Prince could escort General Yu to the Zuihua Tower, he would witness Lu Feng's true nature, and General Yu would surely reconsider marrying his daughter to Lu Feng. Upon receiving these thoughts, the Crown Prince felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted. Jojo truly was a fortunate charm. With her by his side, every challenge seemed surmountable. He began to devise a plan for when and how to take General Yu to the Zuihua Tower. Meanwhile, Jojo grappled with how to communicate this to her brother. Chapter 45. It is evident that he genuinely admires Her Highness the Princess. The Crown Prince seemed to have discerned what Jojo was pondering. He playfully pinched her small face and remarked, General Yu, the night is splendid this evening. How about we take a stroll outside? Let us set aside these unpleasant matters for now. By the time we return, the taro will be ready. The intoxicated Huazhuang Tower, a place Jojo longed for, was not far from their location. The Crown Prince was eager to escort General Yu there to unveil Lu Feng's true character. As for whether Lu Feng would be present at Huazhuang Tower tonight, there was no need for concern. The young men of the capital flocked to Huazhuang Tower daily, indulging in poetry, painting, and seeking the company of women, a routine they adhered to without fail, descending into utter depravity. The Crown Prince, having previously investigated such matters, was well aware of this. At this hour, it was indeed opportune for the Crown Prince to accompany General Yu. Unbeknownst to Jojo, the Crown Prince had already set his sights on visiting Huazhuang Tower. As they prepared to depart, she enthusiastically suggested, Grandfather Yu, Crown Prince, shall we procure some bamboo dragonflies? I heard they are sold at the West Market. General Yu, initially reluctant to venture out, found himself unable to refuse upon hearing Jojo's entreaty. Very well, I shall escort the princess to acquire some bamboo dragonflies. However, Princess, your attire is rather insufficient for the chill. We must ensure you do not catch a cold. At that moment, Grandma Gue promptly produced a prepared cloak, stating, I have brought clothing for the princess. Once Grandma Gue had adorned Jojo with the necessary garments, General Yu, carrying her in his arms, set out with the Crown Prince. The 10th and 11th princes, having learned that the Crown Prince had procured taro, had also returned. The throng of people made their way to the West Market, a grand procession. Upon arrival, the Crown Prince remained vigilant for any sign of Lu Feng, even dispatching aides to investigate. Meanwhile, General Yu focused on assisting Jojo in selecting from the various bamboo dragonflies available at the stalls. To avoid unnecessary trouble, General Yu suggested, let us simply call her Jojo today. No offense taken, Jojo waved her hand dismissively. So, Jojo, which bamboo dragonfly do you fancy? General Yu surveyed the array before him and inquired, do you wish for all of these to be yours? Jojo, ever charming, endeared herself to General Yu, who found it difficult to refrain from indulging her. The steward, trailing closely behind General Yu, noted, the master has always been frugal, saving diligently for the brothers in the military and for the young ladies' dowries, never spending extravagantly. This is the first time I have seen him so willingly purchase something for another. It was apparent that he held a sincere affection for Her Highness the Princess. Indeed, the princess was strikingly beautiful, with a cherubic charm that could melt anyone's heart, including that of the master. Although Jojo adored the intricately crafted bamboo dragonflies, she was not greedy and opted for just one. After General Yu made the purchase and settled the payment, the Crown Prince wished to acquire a few delightful trinkets for Jojo as well. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance, accompanied by the sound of a woman weeping. What has transpired? General Yu inquired, perplexed. The crown prince, observing the crowd, remarked, "Is that not Lu Feng? I had sent someone to search for him, yet he appeared here instead. It seems fortune has favored us in this instance." Good son-in-law, General Yu unknowingly teased the crown prince, who found himself at a loss for words. "Do not be upset, dear brother," Zhou reassured him. "Grandfather, you will soon see his true colors." What sort of good son-in-law was he? Lu Feng had a notorious reputation for abducting common women in the streets, and this uproar suggested he was up to no good again. General Yu would undoubtedly witness Lu Feng's true nature and come to despise him. Upon hearing Zhou's heartfelt defense of him, the crown prince felt a weight lift from his heart. He graciously proposed, "General Yu, shall we proceed to investigate?" "Certainly," General Yu responded with a smile. "I shall take this opportunity to greet the good son-in-law." As General Yu carried Zhou toward the source of the ruckus, they soon arrived to witness Lu Feng forcibly gripping a woman's arm, declaring, "Come with me. I shall ensure you dine lavishly from now on." General Yu was momentarily taken aback by this scene. The Lu Feng he remembered was polite and refined, a true gentleman, not one to behave so rudely. The woman, in tears, pleaded, "A few days ago, you took my sister, claiming she would enjoy a life of luxury with you, yet, in less than 2 days, you had tortured her to death." She gazed at Lu Feng with a mixture of fear and defiance. "I refuse to go. I wish to live a foolish girl," Lu Feng sneered. "I visit Huashuang Tower every day to admire the beauties there, yet I have never considered bringing them home. You should consider yourself fortunate to be chosen. Do not dare speak to me in such a manner." He brandished a dagger, menacingly threatening her. "Do you want me to mar your pretty face?" Terrified, the girl cried out for help, turning to the onlookers. "Is there a kind soul willing to save me?" "No one will come to your aid," Lu Feng boasted arrogantly. "You may either accompany me home, or I shall ruin your beauty. Choose." In the emperor's realm, such audacity was intolerable. General Yu could no longer stand idly by. He entrusted Zhou to the crown prince and stepped forward, tapping Lu Feng on the shoulder from behind. Lu Feng, irritated, retorted, "Who dares disturb my affairs?" One of Lu Feng's attendants chimed in, "Young master, it is your future father-in-law." "Future father-in-law?" Lu Feng scoffed. "That old fool, so rigid and never ventures out at night. How could it be him? What nonsense!" General Yu spoke up, his voice laced with disappointment and displeasure. "Lu Feng." At the sound of that familiar voice, Lu Feng jumped in alarm, regretting his previous words. He took a deep breath, sheathed his dagger, and turned to face General Yu with a placating expression. "Father-in-law, what brings you out at this late hour? Frequenting Huashuang Tower, abducting women and torturing their sisters to death? Truly commendable." General Yu's disdain was palpable as he delivered a swift punch to Lu Feng. "I once spoke highly of you as a paragon of virtue worthy of lifelong trust. How foolish I was." With a series of blows, General Yu struck Lu Feng hard enough that he could scarcely rise, his face bruised and battered. "Bring this scoundrel to the magistrate. Let them thoroughly investigate the crimes he bears. I shall oversee this personally. Should anyone dare to engage in corruption or collusion, I shall see to it that they meet their end." Hearing this, Lu Feng's face drained of color, and he knelt in desperation, pleading, "Father-in-law, I am to be your future son-in-law. You cannot treat me this way." General Yu coldly scoffed, "Not anymore." Lu Feng's heart sank in despair. How could this be? The daughter of General Yu was no ordinary woman. The crown prince sought her hand in marriage, and he was on the verge of success, surpassing the crown prince. How had he suddenly lost everything? Who was it that sought to thwart his fortune? Chapter 46. If you were a stinking pit, how dare you blame the flies? As Lu Feng pondered over this perplexing thought, he caught sight of the crown prince cradling Zhou amidst the crowd, accompanied by the 10th and 11th princes. It was evident that the crown prince was scheming against him. Lu Feng managed to break free from General Yu's grip and rushed before him, clinging to the old general's leg, and plaintively exclaimed, "Esteemed father-in-law, it is the crown prince who is orchestrating this against me. I beseech you to see the truth, your son-in-law is innocent." General Yu could not contain his laughter. Yet, Lu Feng continued, "Esteemed father-in-law, in his pursuit of marrying Miss Wanyin, the crown prince has set a trap to showcase this side of me. He is the one with ulterior motives, the true villain who seeks to harm me. You should hold him accountable instead of seizing your innocent son-in-law." "Harm you?" General Yu retorted angrily, "Do you take me for a fool? Was it the crown prince who forced you to abduct a common girl? Was it he who compelled you to drive her sister to her death? Has he been the one making you visit the drunken flower pavilion daily?" At a loss for words, Lu Feng fell silent. General Yu derided, "You are but a filthy pit, yet you dare blame the flies that hover around you? This crude remark was laden with devastating impact. Lu Feng felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and bury himself to escape the contemptuous gazes of those around him. Meanwhile, Zhou and the Crown Prince were left in stunned silence. They found General Yu's sharp tongue both formidable and entertaining. Ultimately, Lu Feng was taken away, while the abducted girl expressed her gratitude to General Yu. As Lu Feng passed by the Crown Prince, he gritted his teeth and remarked, "Your Highness truly lives up to your title. I presume Miss Wanyin shall soon become your bride." "Too kind," the Crown Prince replied, glancing at Zhou in his arms. Onlookers believed he had cleverly unveiled Lu Feng's true nature, allowing him to continue pursuing Wanyin, yet only he knew that it was the little one in his embrace who had revealed remarkable secrets to him. Without her guidance, he would have struggled to secure General Yu's favor. Even if Wanyin harbored feelings for him, their union would remain fraught with difficulty. After resolving the matter and returning to the Yu residence, they realized that the palace gates would soon be locked. The Crown Prince, eager to press on with his courtship of Wanyin, could not leave just yet, especially since Zhou was unable to ride and thus could not return swiftly. Consequently, the 10th and 11th princes rode back to the palace to relay the message that they would not be returning that night. Following their conversation with General Yu, they settled at the Crown Prince's residence for the night. Although the Crown Prince primarily resided in the East Palace, a separate prince's residence had been established outside the palace for convenience. At this moment, Zhou was preoccupied with thoughts of Wanyin, wishing to touch her face. Suddenly, she saw Wanyin approaching with a platter of cooked taro and several dishes made from it, all steaming hot. Previously, General Yu had not permitted Wanyin to appear before the Crown Prince due to his disapproval of the courtship, but now that she was present, it signified a marked shift in his stance. "Dear Sister Yu." Zhou reached out her hands. "A hug? Please?" General Yu interjected. "Why not allow her a hug?" He too wished to embrace the princess, but since the Crown Prince had held her tightly without releasing her, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Wanyin approached the Crown Prince and extended her hand toward Zhou, embracing her while discreetly casting a glance at the Crown Prince from the corner of her eye. Seizing the moment while Wanyin's attention was diverted, Zhou inhaled the fragrant scent emanating from Wanyin and gently touched her face. "Ah, at last, I have touched the face of my most revered heroine." Zhou beamed with delight. However, a sudden thought struck her. The Crown Prince had said that if Zhou could not touch Sister Yu's face, she would have to ride the horse. Now that she had touched it, would that mean she could not ride? Oh no! Zhou thought, feeling a sense of unease. Clutching her bamboo dragonfly, she fell into deep contemplation. After a while, she still could not fathom why she could not both ride the horse and touch Sister Yu's face. The Crown Prince, attuned to Zhou's thoughts, smiled softly, remembering her desire to ride the horse. General Yu, savoring the taro, appeared to be reminiscing not merely about the taste of the food but rather about the days when he fought valiantly alongside his brothers on the battlefield. The Crown Prince, observing this, felt a surge of emotion. He took the initiative to engage General Yu in conversation, reminiscing about the past. After a lengthy discussion, General Yu broached the subject of the Crown Prince's proposal. "Your Highness, I, the old man, consent to give my daughter to you." From the moment the Crown Prince sent taro and revealed Lu Feng's true nature, General Yu had discerned that the Crown Prince was no ordinary man and would surely protect Wanyin. Moreover, Wanyin herself harbored affections for him. She had even threatened him, saying that should he dare force her to marry Lu Feng, she would kill him. General Yu recalled this vividly. "Is that so?" The Crown Prince felt a surge of excitement as he glanced at Wanyin, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and both felt a warmth creeping into their cheeks. Suddenly, the Crown Prince, with the enthusiasm of a youth, declared, "Then I, no, your humble son-in-law, shall come tomorrow to present the betrothal gifts." "Very well." With this agreement, the Crown Prince's significant endeavor was at last resolved. He felt exhilarated and, upon returning to the prince's residence, found himself unable to sleep due to his excitement. He shared his joy with Zhou, confiding that he had fallen for Wanyin the moment he saw her standing by the tree, holding a small bird. Today, his wish to marry her had finally been fulfilled. "Zhou, I must thank you. I'm so sleepy, let's talk about it tomorrow," Zhou replied. Not allowed to sleep, the Crown Prince insisted. Zhou, struggling to keep her eyes open, protested, "But I truly can't hold on any longer. I'm just a little child and can't stay up late." "How about I let you ride the horse?" the Crown Prince tempted. All right. Zhou instantly perked up, her eyes shining as she climbed onto the Crown Prince's back, riding the horse. This was her first time riding, and the Crown Prince, concerned for her safety, carefully supported her as he moved about the room. The two siblings were enjoying their playful moment when suddenly, Jinkei arrived with news. The second prince had come to congratulate the Crown Prince on his joyous occasion and had important matters to discuss. The Crown Prince had been close friends with the second prince since childhood, considering him a good brother. Upon hearing of his arrival, he promptly instructed Chin-kei to invite him in. Jojo, however, was taken aback. The second prince, he was no good person, merely a false prince. He had been close to the crown prince with ulterior motives, aiming to usurp the crown prince's position. Unfortunately, the crown prince remained oblivious, treating him as a trusted brother. Chapter 47. Jojo was being watched. The crown prince was initially filled with joy at the arrival of the second prince late at night, who came to extend his congratulations. Numerous individuals surrounded him, each seeking favors and assistance, yet it was only the second prince who asked for nothing, showing genuine concern for him, valuing him, and sharing in his happiness. However, he did not anticipate overhearing such heartfelt sentiments from Jojo. A false prince, with malicious intent, attempting to usurp his position. The crown prince was well aware of Jojo's capabilities, and upon hearing her thoughts, he felt no doubt but instead reflected on the myriad interactions he had shared with the second prince. Despite having a biological mother, the second prince seemed to have been loathed by her from a young age, for reasons unknown. Moreover, he bore little resemblance to his brothers and seldom mingled with others, save for his interactions with him. He had pondered the reasons behind this in the past but found no answers, and now, hearing Jojo's insights, it appeared as though all his questions had been elucidated. The crown prince could not help but clench his fists, his eyes betraying a mix of hatred, resentment, and anger, yet overshadowing these emotions was profound disappointment. For years, he had regarded the second prince as a dear brother, while the second prince harbored ulterior motives towards him. The blow to the crown prince was significant. Jojo looked at the crown prince with concern. Her elder brother, noble and upright, treated her with utmost kindness, yet regrettably, he had failed to discern the true nature of those around him, forging connections with the deceitful false prince. Ultimately, this led to his downfall and lifelong imprisonment. Later, during the turmoil in the kingdom of Shichu, he risked everything to rescue Feng Kaiwei, disregarding his confinement, which not only tarnished his reputation but cost him his life. Now, although she need not worry about Feng Kaiwei implicating her elder brother, she remained apprehensive regarding the second prince. How could she ensure that her elder brother steered clear of the second prince? Ideally, she would sever their ties, so that when trouble befell the second prince, her brother would remain unscathed. The crown prince gazed at the little girl before him, deeply moved by her concern for him. He turned to the attendant in white and stated, "The hour is late, and I wish to accompany Jojo to sleep. I shall not meet with the second prince tonight, please inform him to return." The attendant, puzzled, recalled that the crown prince had expressed a desire to see the second prince just moments ago. Observing his animated demeanor, what had prompted this sudden change of heart? Jojo also regarded the crown prince with curiosity. He closed his eyes briefly and explained, "I have suddenly remembered some unpleasant matters from the past and wish to avoid any future encounters with the second prince." After a pause, he added, "If he arrives, inform him that I am unavailable." The attendant remained baffled, sensing the strangeness of the situation but chose not to voice his concerns and went to carry out his orders. Chin-kei was about to escort the second prince to where the crown prince and Jojo were staying when he was unexpectedly halted by the attendant in white. "Your Highness, please refrain from proceeding. The crown prince has requested that the young lady rest. He must accompany her and cannot meet with you. I kindly ask you to return." The attendant subtly invoked Jojo's name to dissuade the second prince from advancing. "It is difficult to serve, Your Highness. The princess is not in a position to receive you." Inside, Jojo suddenly sneezed. Who was speaking of her? The second prince, taken aback, wondered why the crown prince would not see him. Previously, he would always welcome him, regardless of the time or place. What had changed? Had the crown prince discovered his secret and was intentionally distancing himself? Impossible. That fool. He was kind to all, never displayed any temper, and perpetually maintained the demeanor of an upright gentleman, untouched by any sordid affairs. How could he possibly know his secret? Relieved, the second prince thought, "Attendant in white, I must trouble you to announce again that I have matters to discuss with the crown prince. His Highness is truly occupied." The attendant reiterated, "I must implore you to return." Having been urged twice, the second prince nodded sullenly, saying, "Then I shall come again another time." And with that, the second prince departed. In the past, due to their unusual friendship, Chin-kei and the attendant in white would personally escort him to the door. However, this time, the attendant did not offer to see him off but instead signaled for Chin-kei to return to her duties. The second prince felt increasingly uneasy, pondering what actions he might have taken to displease the crown prince, prompting such treatment. Meanwhile, the crown prince was resolute in his determination to investigate the second prince. The matter of his being a false prince was no triviality. It required thorough examination and clarity. The attendant returned to report that the second prince had left. The crown prince nodded, instructing, "You may retire for the night. I have important matters for you to investigate on the morrow." "Understood, Your Highness." The two attendants replied and took their leave. The crown prince remained lost in thought. Jojo mused to herself, observing that her elder brother seemed to, "Bravo, elder brother. She thought you are entirely different from that foolish character in the book. I hope you continue your vigilance, for that way, you shall not meet the tragic fate depicted therein." Hearing Jojo's encouraging thoughts, the Crown Prince smiled, playfully pinching her cheek, and asked, "Do you wish to write again?" Jojo reminded him of an important matter, feeling that she ought to express her gratitude properly. "Yes, yes, yes." She eagerly nodded. "Then let us proceed." The Crown Prince declared generously, "Today, I shall ensure you write to your heart's content." True to his word, he accompanied Jojo in playful revelry until the late hours of the night. When Jojo awoke the following day, the sun was already high in the sky, and the Crown Prince had vanished from her side. He had mentioned the previous evening that he would be delivering gifts to the Yu family, and he had risen early to fulfill that promise, refraining from disturbing her peaceful slumber. Jojo was aware of this and held no resentment. At this moment, she allowed Grandma Gue and her maids to assist her in washing and dressing. Once she was ready, she suddenly desired to stroll through the streets and perhaps procure some breakfast. In her past life, she had been financially constrained, unable to afford even a meal and subsisting on but one meal a day, and now, however, her circumstances had changed. Her purse was filled to the brim, generously provided by her father and mother. She had ample funds and did not wish to dine at the Crown Princess residence. The palace offered the same fare daily, and she had grown weary of it. "Grandma, shall we go out together?" she proposed. But Grandma Gue hesitated. "Princess, shouldn't we return to the palace?" It had been a hard-won opportunity to step out. Jojo puffed out her cheeks in protest. "Are we really not going to explore a little, Grandma?" With her little lips pouting in a cute manner, she appeared even more endearing. Very well, Grandma Gue, unable to resist her charm, looked at Jojo with affection and said, "We may stroll about, but we must not wander too far. Let us explore the nearby street and return after a brief while." Agreed. Jojo eagerly set out, bringing along two maids to assist her with her belongings. Little did she know, the moment she stepped outside, she had caught the attention of someone. But who was watching her? Chapter 48. Who has set their sights on those two with stomachs as vast as an ox? The Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's residence is adjacent to that of the Crown Prince. Upon hearing that Jojo was residing in the Crown Prince's palace, he rose early to prepare himself for a meeting with her. As soon as he stepped outside, he encountered Jojo. The Crown Prince was in high spirits. He approached her with a smile, exclaiming, "What a coincidence, dear sister." Jojo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is rather fortuitous to run into the crown." Pausing mid-sentence, she amended, "Since we are outside, I shall refrain from calling you Crown Brother, and instead refer to you as Big Brother." "What do you mean by that?" the Crown Prince inquired, lowering his gaze and following Jojo's diminutive figure. "Does it sound as if I am not fond of Big Brother?" He wished to utter sweet words to win Jojo's favor, yet despite his pondering, he could not conjure anything pleasing to say. "Forget it," he decided. "It is you who does not favor me." Jojo had not forgotten the incident at her birthday banquet. The Crown Prince felt a twinge of impatience, eager to clarify that it was not as she perceived. However, seeing Jojo stride ahead, he hurriedly called out, "Jojo, would you listen to your big brother?" "I am hungry," Jojo replied. "Let us discuss matters after we have eaten." "Hungry?" the Crown Prince said. "I know of a place that serves exceptionally delicious buns, far superior to those prepared in the palace. Would you allow me to take you there?" Upon hearing of delectable food, Jojo set aside her grievances and eagerly nodded, "Yes, yes, yes." The Crown Prince, beaming, led Jojo to the bun shop, which was but a short stroll away. Once seated, they turned their attention to the bustling proprietor of the establishment. "Bring us 20 steamer baskets of buns," the Crown Prince ordered. 20? Jojo gasped, nearly dropping her jaw. "Surely, you meant to say just 2? The proprietor, too, regarded the Crown Prince with skepticism. Feeling a sense of disdain, the Crown Prince retorted, "What, do you not believe I can consume 20 baskets?" Of course, the proprietor stammered, intimidated by the Crown Prince's imposing stature. "I shall prepare the buns for you at once." "That is more like it," the Crown Prince replied, turning to Jojo with a gentler demeanor. "I did not eat much yesterday, so naturally, I will require more this morning, but it is not excessive." 20 baskets. And that is not excessive? Jojo coughed lightly, adding, "If you cannot finish, make sure to take some home, it would be shameful to waste food." "I can finish it," he asserted. As the buns arrived, each basket containing 5 buns, they were stacked high upon the table, resembling a small mountain, towering even above Jojo. The proprietor, concerned that Jojo might struggle to reach them, kindly placed one basket within her reach. Trembling, Jojo picked up a bun and took a bite. It was indeed delicious, yet the murmurs from the surrounding patrons were less than pleasant. "These two have stomachs as vast as an ox. I can barely manage one basket in a sitting, and they dare to consume 20, it blinds my eyes, that is my food supply for 2 days. Unable to bear it any longer, Jojo, with tears brimming in her eyes, took a few buns and moved to a corner to eat, deliberately distancing herself from the Crown Prince. He did not take offense, merely advising her, "Jojo, do not wander too far." Jojo responded, glancing at the nearby vendor selling hairpins while munching on her bun. Suddenly, a plump boy of around 7 or 8 years old tapped her shoulder, his tone unfriendly as he demanded, "Shorty, take off that gold and jade necklace around your neck and give it to my sister." Jojo turned to face the boy, who had a chubby stature and small eyes, carrying an air of arrogance as he stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him stood a little girl, no older than 5, who appeared to be of similar age to 9 Yuan Sheng. Behind them trailed a number of attendants, indicating they were not children of ordinary households. "Who are you? Why should I give you my belongings?" Jojo defended the precious gold and jade necklace, a treasured piece from her mother's dowry, far too valuable to part with. The boy scrutinized Jojo carefully. He had not seen her in the capital before, and while she was well-dressed, he deduced she was likely the daughter of a merchant rather than a high-ranking official. Thus, he arrogantly declared, "I am Jiang Chang, the son of the Minister of Works. My cousin Lu Feng is about to marry the daughter of General Yu.My lineage is esteemed, and in this capital, no one dares to offend him, nor to offend me, young master." Jojo could not help but chuckle. "Is this a 2G internet CAF? Sister Yu is to marry the crown prince, and Lu Feng has been rejected and sent to the government office. His cousin dares to act so arrogantly here? What do you find amusing?" Jiang Chang retorted, jabbing a finger at Jojo's nose. "Do you believe I won't strike you? Quickly, take off that necklace and give it to my sister, and I might overlook your offense, otherwise." He glanced back at his entourage, who were accustomed to bullying others, and upon seeing Jiang Chang's signal, they encircled Jojo and her companions, rolling up their sleeves and brandishing their fists. Was this a threat to resort to violence should she refuse? Just as Gui Mama and several maidens prepared to shield Jojo, the crown prince suddenly rushed over, a bun clenched between his teeth. He swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of Jojo, glaring at the opposing group and stating, "You dare? Big brother is actually defending me?" Jojo marveled, recalling how he had treated her at her birthday banquet, lacking any kindness and even targeting her. Yet now, he was willing to protect her. Was he forsaking his beloved buns for my sake? She gazed in astonishment at the imposing figure of the crown prince standing before her, providing a sense of security. "You, who are you?" Jiang Chang stammered, taken aback by the crown prince's formidable presence. "Few could match his stature." Swallowing hard, he warned, "My family holds significant power. I advise you not to provoke me, lest you face dire consequences." "Is that so?" the crown prince scoffed. "No matter how high your rank, can it surpass that of my father?" Jiang Chang, noticing the crown prince's missing teeth, found it amusing and lost his fear, laughing derisively. "You have no front teeth? How ridiculous!" "Silence," the crown prince snapped, detesting any mention of his dental misfortune. Jiang Chang clicked his tongue dismissively, taunting, "A toothless wretch dares to threaten me. Who do you think you are? I have never seen you in the capital. You must be a nameless nobody. How dare you challenge me? Someone, do not fear him, seize him, and I shall reward whoever succeeds with 100 taels of gold." The crown prince remained silent. He is a martial general. Are they truly prepared to fight? Chapter 49. Do you dare to snatch my sister's jade-studded necklace? The crown prince, apprehensive that a genuine altercation might ensue, felt the need to issue a forewarning. He clenched his fist, proudly displaying the sinewy muscles of his arms, and proclaimed, "I am the crown prince, unparalleled in martial prowess. You insolent brat, are you certain you wish to engage in combat?" As he spoke, the crown prince cast a disdainful glance over the throng of attendants and bodyguards behind Jiang Chang. While they appeared numerous, in reality, they were merely portly and ineffectual. "Allow me to speak candidly, I could easily send any one of them flying with a single kick. They are all no match for me." The crown prince spoke with unvarnished honesty, yet, unbeknownst to him, one of his remarks struck a chord of hilarity within Jiang Chang. Upon hearing it, Jiang Chang not only dismissed the threat but erupted into raucous laughter, his mirth so intense that he could barely stand upright. The crown prince, perplexed, raised an eyebrow and queried, "Insolent brat, what is so amusing?" He was entirely serious in his assertion. "I laugh at your audacity to impersonate the crown prince," Jiang Chang retorted, scrutinizing the crown prince from head to toe. How could someone of such exalted status possibly wander the streets consuming buns? Surely, he would not venture out without a retinue of servants. Would the crown prince truly walk unaided, eschewing a sedan chair? Would he don attire that fails to conceal his boots, garments befitting his noble stature? Dressed as you are, if one is to impersonate another, one ought to at least resemble them somewhat. Yet you, a mere brute, dare to masquerade as the crown prince. Jiang Chang laughed until his abdomen ached, and when he finally ceased, he pointed at the diminutive figure behind the crown prince, exclaiming, "Brute, do you claim to be the crown prince? Are you also suggesting that this squat figure behind you is the illustrious 18th princess? You've utterly cracked me up." Jiang Cheng felt he had encountered the most amusing jest of the year, his laughter relentless. The attendants and bodyguards behind him joined in, their laughter laced with a palpable undercurrent of mockery. You dare to question my words? The Crown Prince attempted to defend himself in Zhou, yet his tongue faltered, struggling to articulate a convincing argument. The only token that could affirm his identity, his waist token, had been left behind in his haste. Frustrated, he clenched his fist, yearning to strike. Zhou furrowed her brow and stepped forward, her innocence tinged with a hint of naivete as she declared, I am indeed the 18th princess. Granny Gui echoed, ignorant child, do not speak so disrespectfully of our princess. Did you hear that, sister? She dares to assert she is the 18th princess. Jiang Cheng pointed at Zhou, laughing uproariously as he addressed the little girl beside him. With her appearance, she dares to claim the title of 18th princess. Who is the 18th princess? After all, a scion of imperial lineage, cherished by the emperor himself. How could she possibly venture beyond the palace walls? And if she did, how could she lack the protection of the Imperial Guard? Moreover, how could she indulge in such inexpensive street food? Zhang Shuai nodded in agreement, saying, brother, you are right. They are nothing at all. After a pause, she continued, their words are merely intended to intimidate you, to frighten you into submission so that you might forfeit the necklace you covet. Zhang Shuai gazed enviously at the jade-studded necklace adorning Zhou's neck, utterly enamored with its beauty. Fear not, sister, I shall procure whatever you desire, Jiang Cheng declared, turning to address the throng behind him. Hurry, on the double, we must seize the necklace from the neck of that squat figure and apprehend the impudent one for impersonating royalty, ensure he is captured and brought before the magistrate for questioning. With that, the assemblage of attendants and bodyguards surged towards the Crown Prince, intent on attacking him. The onlookers along the street and the owner of the bun shop held their breath, anxious for the Crown Prince's fate. Could he withstand such overwhelming odds? The Crown Prince, however, remained unfazed. He glanced back at Zhou and commanded, step back. Retreat to a safe distance. Zhou nodded obediently, retreating alongside Granny Gui. The few maidens accompanying them, concerned for Zhou's safety, shielded her and Granny Gui with outstretched arms. The little princess was a cherished treasure of the Crown Prince, and they were determined to protect her at all costs. Through the gaps in the crowd, Zhou watched in wide-eyed fascination as the Crown Prince dealt with the assailants. Wow, Big Brother is so formidable, he sends them flying with a single kick, as effortlessly as kicking a ball. Initially, she had thought he was exaggerating, but now it was evident, her big brother was truly impressive. Energetically, Zhou mimicked his stance, kicking at the air with gusto, engaging in her own imaginary battle. She was exhilarated by the experience, even if her kicks landed on nothing but air. Yet, this was sufficient to satisfy her, granting her a taste of combat. Enthralled, she continued her playful kicks. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince, emboldened by Zhou's admiration, fought with renewed vigor. In no time, Jiang Cheng's entourage lay sprawled upon the ground, bruised and battered, groaning in pain, clutching their injuries. The Crown Prince, unscathed, brushed the dust from his garments and approached Jiang Cheng, demanding, do you still dare to snatch my sister's jade-studded necklace? Jiang Cheng was indignant, yet with his companions laid low, he realized that further bravado might lead to his own downfall. A flicker of fear crossed his face as he retreated several steps under the Crown Princess' imposing presence. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, you dare to strike my people? My cousin and my father will not let you off lightly. In addition to your cousin, you now have a father to contend with. I wonder who he might be. The Crown Prince mused, intrigued. Seizing the moment while the Crown Prince was deep in thought, Jiang Cheng turned to the two maidens behind Zhang Shuai, issuing hurried instructions. You, rush to the Lu residence and inform cousin Lu Feng that I am being bullied. Tell him to bring some people with him. And you, hurry home and summon father, telling him that the young master and young lady are being terrorized by street thugs. Urge him to come quickly with reinforcements. The two maidens nodded in unison. Young master, we shall depart at once. Once Jiang Cheng and his entourage had departed, he sneered at the Crown Prince, saying, do not presume that defeating my servants makes you formidable. Are you prepared to face my cousin and my father? Not only was his cousin formidable, but he was also soon to wed the daughter of General Yu, a person of great importance. His father wielded significant power, governing this entire street. Did he dare to provoke him in his own domain, that would be courting death? Chapter 50. How could the princess dine with me? Your cousin is Lu Feng, as you just mentioned, I am aware. But who is your father? The Crown Prince inquired. Jiang Cheng proudly lifted his chin and replied, Jiang Qingshan. Jiang Qingshan, you say? The Crown Prince scoffed coldly. He recalled that just last night, Jiang Qingshan had brought gifts to seek an audience with him, waiting outside the Crown Prince's residence for a full hour, yet he had not granted him an audience. After all, he was merely a minor official, not worthy of his attention. To his astonishment, Jiang Cheng turned out to be his son, and he was raised to be so arrogant? Bold enough to rob someone in broad daylight, and he dared to do so right under the nose of the Crown Prince. Judging by his nonchalant demeanor, he must have committed such acts more than once, yet no one intervened, undoubtedly with Jiang Qingshan shielding him. The crown prince initially contemplated dealing with Jiang Cheng directly, but at this moment, he reconsidered. He wished to question Jiang Qingshan thoroughly. "Let us wait," the crown prince declared, taking hold of Jojo's hand, and they returned to their previous spot to continue eating buns. "Sister, let us eat while we wait." Jojo still wished to dine elsewhere, not wanting to be the subject of remarks about her large appetite. However, the crown prince seemed resolute. As Jiang Cheng was watching closely, he felt at ease with Jojo by his side. Jojo relented and resumed eating her buns. The shopkeeper, while collecting the steamer baskets, approached and whispered, "Young master, you might want to reconsider waiting. Take this opportunity to flee. This entire street is under the control of Jiang Cheng's father, and Jiang Cheng, your cousin, is a rising power, soon to marry the daughter of the great general. He wields considerable influence, and you cannot afford to provoke him. One misstep, and it could cost you your life." The shopkeeper shook his head, recalling a previous victim who had met a tragic fate. "Not long ago, right across from me, there was a bun shop that angered Jiang Cheng, and he had that establishment destroyed. It was a horrific scene." Upon hearing this, the crown prince's gaze turned icy. "Is that truly the case?" he asked. "Indeed, it is true. How could I deceive you about such matters?" the shopkeeper replied. "Such audacity," the crown prince exclaimed, angrily stuffing another bun into his mouth. "Today, Jiang Qingshan and Jiang Cheng must pay for their transgressions and be dealt with decisively." The shopkeeper, unaware of the crown prince's intentions, noticed he still showed no sign of leaving and added, "Even if you disregard your own safety, consider the young lady beside you. She is so small and adorable. What if those ruffians were to abduct her? The conditions in a dungeon are dreadful, and once a young lady enters, her chances of survival are slim." Jojo sweetly interjected, "Uncle, you needn't worry. I am a princess, and they would not dare touch me." "A princess?" The shopkeeper sighed, "Dear girl, spare us the jest. What would a princess be doing dining here?" Such words implied that a princess would require no sustenance. "I am merely trying to advise you to leave quickly. If you insist on staying, there is little I can do." With that, the shopkeeper, carrying the empty steamer, walked away with a sigh. The crown prince continued to eat, though his expression remained grim, clearly channeling his frustration into his appetite. Jojo witnessed him consume 19 steamer baskets, and after finishing, he stared blankly at the last bun remaining beside her, seemingly wishing for more. Jojo swallowed in astonishment and said, "Big brother, please help yourself. I am quite full." "Very well." The crown prince unceremoniously devoured the final bun. At last, he felt satisfied, taking a deep breath of contentment. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had sent a maid to Lu's residence, and upon her return, he approached with anticipation. "Where is my cousin? Why hasn't he arrived? What did he say?" The maid replied, "Young master, Lu Feng, he was taken to the government office last night by General Yu himself, and it seems the marriage with Miss Yu has fallen through." "What?" Jiang Cheng felt as if he had been slapped. Just moments ago, he had boasted about his cousin Lu Feng being betrothed to the daughter of the great general, and now it had all crumbled. His cousin had been sent to the government office? Jiang Cheng's expression soured, confusion overtaking him. How could this happen? Wasn't he just about to send the betrothal gifts? Who knows? After a moment of displeasure, Jiang Cheng puffed out his cheeks and fell silent. "Well, it doesn't matter if my cousin can't come. My father will be here soon. As long as my father arrives, he can help me out of this predicament." The maid agreed, "Yes, yes." Just then, another maid, sent by Jiang Cheng, arrived with a group of people. From a distance, they appeared as a formidable force, well-trained and armed, exuding an intimidating presence. At the forefront was a lavish palanquin. Without a doubt, Jiang Cheng's father occupied it. Jiang Cheng's eyes brightened as he hurriedly took his sister's hand and rushed forward. Yet before he reached his father, he began to cry, "Father, my dear father, you have finally come. If you had delayed any longer, I would have been bullied to death. I am suffering so much. I, too, am in pain." Jiang Shuer echoed, following her brother. Hearing the plaintive voices of his children, Jiang Qingshan could no longer remain seated in the palanquin. "Get down from the palanquin," he commanded. As he descended, he gazed at his two children, each wearing a pitiful expression, their eyes slightly red. His heart ached for them. "Chenger, Shuer, what has happened? Why are you suddenly crying? Who has wronged you? Please stop crying. With your father here, I will support you." Jiang Cheng pointed towards the fallen bodyguards nearby. "A brute has knocked down all my men and wishes to bully me. Thankfully, I was clever enough to invoke your name, which startled him while I awaited your arrival to seek retribution." "Such audacity!" Jiang Qingshan exclaimed. "Who is that person? Tell your father immediately. I shall not let him go unpunished. I will ensure he pays dearly." With his back turned to Jiang Qingshan, the crown prince, he thinks to punish him, ha! It is he. Jiang Cheng pointed at the crown prince's back. Father, please help Cheng'er seek justice. Shuer chimed in, and I want that golden jade necklace from around that short fellow's neck. Do not worry, Jiang Qingshan reassured them, gently patting his children's heads. I shall go at once to demand justice for you. Jiang Cheng nodded emphatically, good. Jiang Qingshan took his children's hands, flanked by his entourage, and approached the crown prince from behind. The crowd had swelled even larger than before, appearing even more menacing. The onlookers dared not linger, fearing retribution. Many hastily fled. Jiang Qingshan coldly regarded the figure before him and declared, the one seated there, turn around. You dare to bully my son, I shall take your life. The crown prince turned to face Jiang Qingshan, inquiring, is that so? Chapter 51. Inch quick, let Jojo take a look at the sun, where is it? Upon catching sight of the familiar visage of the crown prince, Jiang Qingshan felt his legs weaken, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. Jiang Cheng, perplexed, inquired, Father, what is the matter? Why have you suddenly knelt down? Did you not vow to have that person torn apart by 5 horses? Rise, quickly. Although Jiang Cheng was small in stature, he exerted himself to pull Jiang Qingshan up. However, to his astonishment, not only did he fail to lift him, but he also caught a whiff of a foul odor. Jiang Qingshan had been so terrified that he had urinated on himself. For Jiang Qingshan, the crown prince was of noble lineage, a figure of immense military prowess, with a future that seemed limitless. In contrast, he was merely a 5th-rank official, with scant prospects for promotion, and had long harbored aspirations of serving under the crown prince to advance his career. Regrettably, he lacked even the qualifications to meet the crown prince. He had waited in vain for a glimpse of him the previous night that he had been devising ways to seek an audience. Yet now, his son had unwittingly brought misfortune upon them by antagonizing the crown prince? You ungrateful wretch, you have doomed your father. Jiang Qingshan exclaimed, striking Jiang Cheng. Father, why do you strike me? Jiang Cheng protested, clutching his face and gazing at Jiang Qingshan in confusion. You govern this entire street. You are an official, while that scoundrel is but a commoner. What is there to fear from him, and you even strike me because of him? Silence. Jiang Qingshan retorted, dragging both Jiang Cheng and the nearby Jiang Shuer to kneel, proclaiming, Crown Prince, I, your humble servant, and my son, have failed to recognize your esteemed presence and have offended you. We beseech your forgiveness. Crown Prince? Upon hearing this title, Jiang Cheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Momentarily rendered speechless, he murmured, he is not speaking nonsense, he truly is the crown prince. And that young girl beside him must undoubtedly be the 18th princess. I had just attempted to snatch the 18th princess's jeweled collar and had even insulted her. This is a capital offense. The arrogance that had once colored Jiang Cheng's expression evaporated, replaced by a pallor of fear as he slumped to the ground, his heart racing anxiously. He even found himself directing some ire towards Jiang Shuer, casting a fierce glance in her direction, reproaching, it is all your fault, why did you make me attempt to seize the jeweled collar? Then he turned to Jiang Qingshan, and you, father, why must you insist that I take care of my sister, protect her, and fulfill all her whims? Look where that has led us, offending a noble. Jiang Shuer, being young and unaware of the gravity of the situation, pouted and began to cry when reprimanded. Though Jiang Qingshan would typically console her, he found himself devoid of such inclination at this moment. With a heavy sigh, he bowed several times before the crown prince, pleading, Your Highness, my son, and I harbor no intent of offense. My son, not recognizing you, has caused this unfortunate misunderstanding. We humbly ask for your clemency. Misunderstanding? The crown prince scoffed, You were prepared to have this prince torn apart by 5 horses, and you dare to call it a misunderstanding. It is fortunate that I am a prince. Otherwise, you would have long been dispatched to the west for enlightenment. Jojo interjected, he even insulted this princess, calling her a short winter melon. The crown prince, adding to the mockery, remarked, In the entire palace, none would dare to insult a princess in such a manner. Jiang Qingshan, your son is indeed remarkable. Heaven above, earth below. As these words fell, 2 guards of the crown prince, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged. They knelt respectfully beside the crown prince, awaiting his orders. The crown prince commanded, Take this Jiang Qingshan and his son, along with that young girl, to the government office. Let the officials thoroughly investigate the extent of their family's misdeeds on this street and the harm they have inflicted upon others. Yes, thanks to you, we have rid this street of its tyrants, otherwise, we would have continued to suffer under their oppression. We hope the officials will administer justice without favoritism. After hearing these sentiments, the crown prince assured the crowd, Rest assured, I shall personally oversee this case. Thank you, Your Highness. The crown prince nodded, concerned that the throng might cause trouble, and took Jojo in his arms as they made their way back. He had not anticipated that merely seeking a bun would lead to the apprehension of the bullies plaguing this street. All credit was due to Jojo. The crown prince regarded her with a beaming smile. Were it not for her having had her collar snatched, he would never have learned of these injustices and been able to champion the plight of the suffering populace. "Why is the big brother looking at me like that?" Jojo queried. "There are no more buns for you to eat. The big brother looks at you because he likes you." "Likes me? Has the sun risen in the west? Quick, let Jojo see where the sun truly is." "It is to the left, but is the left side east or west?" Jojo could not quite distinguish the cardinal directions. Hearing her innocent musings, the crown prince's smile deepened. How adorably naive she was. As Jojo realized she could not discern the directions, she decided to abandon the notion entirely, her thoughts shifting to another pressing concern. The officials depicted in the books were hardly the paragons of justice. Now that Lu Feng had been taken in, along with Jiang Qingshan, Jiang Chang, and Jiang Shuer, this family had some influence behind them. What if the officials were to act with favoritism? If only the deputy magistrate were presiding over this case. He is indeed a good official. Alas, he is overshadowed by the main magistrate. Upon hearing her thoughts, the crown prince spoke candidly. "Jojo, shall we go to the government office and see if the officials will adjudicate this case fairly?" Jojo nodded vigorously. Yes, if the big brother goes in person to supervise, those wrongdoers will receive the punishment they deserve. Perhaps we could even promote the deputy magistrate. She recalled the deputy magistrate from the book, who had devoted his entire life to serving the people. What a hard life! At the bun stall. As the crown prince and Jojo departed, the stall owner began to call out to passers-by. "Brothers and sisters, come and taste the buns from my stall. They are truly delectable." Just moments ago, the illustrious crown prince and princess devoured 20 baskets in one sitting. If they were not delicious, they certainly would not have eaten so many. "Come and try them, but hurry, for they may soon be gone." The owner, a savvy businessman, took advantage of the opportunity to sell his buns, yet would the pedestrians stop to indulge? Chapter 52. The time for unprecedented wealth has finally arrived. Upon hearing the proprietor's words, the pedestrians on the street paused to engage in animated discussions. Could it be that the crown prince and the princess themselves were indulging in the buns from this very stall? And they had consumed a staggering 20 baskets in one sitting. The delectable nature of these buns must truly be extraordinary. I simply must taste them and discover what flavor delights the imperial lineage. A throng of people surged towards the bun stall, instantly filling every seat and forming a lengthy queue. As the owner busily wrapped buns, he mused, "At last, this unprecedented fortune has come my way. Enough of your rambling. Hurry and prepare the buns, the customers are waiting," chided the proprietress. Very well, very well." Though their banter seemed like a quarrel, both were secretly elated. Today was indeed a stroke of luck for them. The arrival of distinguished patrons had invigorated their business, which had never flourished to such an extent before. They were certain to reap significant profits today, all thanks to the favor of the nobility. If the opportunity arises, they would be certain to express their gratitude to those two esteemed individuals. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, supporting an elderly gentleman as he inquired, "Was it truly the current princess who recently dined here?" The owner nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, she is my granddaughter." The elder was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "Son, it truly is our granddaughter. I must meet her." The two were, respectively, the princess's grandfather and uncle. After returning to the capital from their place of exile, their days had been spent either recuperating or keeping a watchful eye on the movements of concubine Li and the princess. It had been 3 long years since their last encounter, and they yearned for her presence. Upon hearing that she resided in the crown prince's residence, they had sought an audience there, but were unable to meet her, prompting them to follow her. "Father, do not fret. I shall lead you to her," the son reassured. When the crown prince and the princess arrived at the magistrate's office, they entered discreetly, opting not to announce their presence, for neither wished to be the subject of public spectacle. However, unbeknownst to them, this choice allowed them to witness the most authentic scene unfolding within the magistrate's hall. In the grand chamber, the chief magistrate surveyed the trio of Jiang Qingshan, Jiang Chang, and Jiang Shuer who had been brought before him and declared, "You 3 shall be detained alongside Lu Feng." The deputy magistrate, visibly anxious, interjected, "My lord, that is inadvisable." "And why is that?" retorted the chief magistrate with disdain, unable to fathom why a mere deputy, inferior in rank, would dare to question his judgment. The deputy magistrate reasoned, "The Lu and Jiang families are already entwined by ties of marriage. Now that both families have committed offenses, the public is watching closely. Should they be incarcerated together, it would appear as though we are favoring them, compromising our ability to handle the case impartially. Why concern yourself with such matters? This office intends to favor them. What of it? The chief magistrate arrogantly proclaimed. But my lord, they have indeed committed crimes. General Yu and the Crown Prince are both keeping a watchful eye on this matter, the deputy magistrate cautioned. If we fail to act justly, we risk inviting criticism. I have already detained them. Does that not constitute fair treatment? The chief magistrate scoffed. Furthermore, General Yu and the Crown Prince are not shadowing our every move. We merely need to placate the situation for a time. Once the fervor subsides, we can impose a light punishment and release them. The chief magistrate had connections with both the Liu and Jiang families and was determined to mitigate their punishment by any means necessary. As for General Yu and the Crown Prince, he would be careful to avoid offending them, opting to placate them for the time being. However, he had not anticipated that the Crown Prince would arrive and overhear his schemes. Chief Magistrate, your cunning plans have not gone unnoticed by the Crown Prince, he thought. Just as he was about to admonish the deputy magistrate to cease his chatter, he heard the Crown Prince's voice. He immediately rose to greet him, casting a reproachful glance at the guards at the entrance. The Crown Prince and Princess have arrived. Why was I not informed? How could you allow him to overhear such matters? The guards hung their heads in shame. The Crown Prince, shielding the princess from the chief magistrate's reproachful gaze, said, "You are the chief magistrate, are you not? It appears you have been somewhat lax in your duties. Perhaps it would be best for you to take a respite at home for a while and refrain from attending the magistrate's office. Your responsibilities will be assumed by the deputy magistrate, and rest assured, I shall inform my father of the reasons behind this decision." Upon hearing this, the chief magistrate was struck with terror. Should he truly take a leave, returning would be exceedingly difficult. He feared that he might be stripped of all his positions. "Your Highness, please," he pleaded, kneeling in desperation. "Be gone." The Crown Prince had no interest in the chief magistrate's protests. Should he refuse to depart, he would command that the guards forcibly remove him. Thus, the chief magistrate exited. The deputy magistrate, appearing to have merely replaced the chief magistrate, was on the cusp of receiving an imperial edict that would make him the new chief magistrate. Observant individuals could easily discern that the Crown Prince intended to promote the deputy magistrate. The chief magistrate's career was effectively over. Well done, big brother. The Crown Prince had swiftly eliminated that parasite, and the deputy magistrate was sure to achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. Lu Feng, Jiang Qingshan, Jiang Chang, and Jiang Shuer would not escape the consequences of their actions. The princess silently mused. The deputy magistrate, a clever man, understood the Crown Prince's motives for sending the chief magistrate home to rest and promoting him. It was all due to the misdeeds of those from the Liu and Jiang families. He glanced at the others nearby and earnestly addressed the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, I assure you I will diligently gather evidence against Lu Feng, Jiang Qingshan, Jiang Chang, and Jiang Shuer for their oppression of the common people and their disregard for human life, and I shall ensure they are dealt with justly." "Very well, I await your promising news," replied the Crown Prince, taking pleasure in the princess's recent praise of him. As he conversed with the deputy magistrate, he playfully ruffled the princess's hair, adding, "If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to send someone to the Crown Prince's residence to find me." "Yes, Your Highness," the deputy magistrate responded. As the Crown Prince prepared to depart, the princess tugged at the deputy magistrate's sleeve, urging, "For the next few days, regardless of what occurs, do not dismount from your carriage. It is imperative that you remain seated." In the story she had read, a deputy magistrate had been unjustly despised by the chief magistrate for handling a case fairly. One day, while out walking, he was ambushed by a sudden assailant who blinded him in one eye. The timing was suspiciously close to now, and with the chief magistrate sent home today, it was likely that he would harbor even greater resentment. She hoped the deputy magistrate could avert this calamity. Losing even one eye would be a tragic fate for such a good man. The deputy magistrate, believing the princess was merely jesting, did not take her words seriously. Yet he politely replied, "Thank you for your kind warning, Your Highness." Perceiving his dismissive tone, the princess insisted earnestly, "Promise me, you shall not dismount from your carriage over the next few days." Chapter 53. The elder brother's home is full of amusements. The deputy prefect, having matured to this point in life, had never before been commanded in such a manner by a mere child. The princess was the first to do so. She appeared somewhat assertive and resolute, yet he could discern that her intentions were rooted in concern for his well-being. With a smile, he acquiesced, saying, "Yes, Your Highness, I shall comply." The Crown Prince, attuned to Jojo's sentiments, understood the rationale behind her assertiveness. Coupled with his own experience of disregarding advice and suffering the consequences of a chipped tooth, he held her admonitions in high regard. He supported and endorsed her stance, adding, "Rest assured, Jojo, I shall dispatch someone to keep a watchful eye on the deputy prefect. Should he dare to alight from his sedan chair on the way home, my men shall undoubtedly break his legs." Thank you, elder brother, Jojo expressed, finally feeling at ease. The deputy prefect, however, was taken aback. While he understood the princess's assertiveness as a manifestation of her concern, he was perplexed by the crown prince's similarly fierce demeanor. The threat to break his leg seemed rather brutal. He swallowed hard, startled by the prospect. In the ensuing days, as he departed the prefecture to return home, he indeed noted an increased presence of the crown prince's guards surrounding him, fierce warriors, to be sure. The deputy prefect, heeding their counsel, refrained from disembarking, yet those who plotted against him would not allow him the luxury of remaining safely ensconced within his sedan chero that night. As the deputy prefect returned home after his shift, the hour had grown late, and darkness enveloped the sky. He had been resting with his eyes closed, indifferent to the world outside, when suddenly he was jolted by the sound of a baby's wailing, a haunting, sorrowful cry that tugged at his heartstrings. He inquired of the steward outside the sedan, "What is the matter? Why is there a baby crying?" The steward, having been forewarned by the crown prince's men, responded cautiously, "My lord, perhaps we should ignore it and hasten home." The cries emanated from a nearby alley, which typically lay deserted at night, devoid of any inhabitants. How could there be an infant in such a place? It was undoubtedly a trap set by malicious individuals intending harm upon their master. The steward, unwilling to intervene, also discouraged the deputy prefect from doing so. However, the deputy prefect was a man of principle. Even aware of the potential danger, he could not turn a blind eye to the plight of the child. His heart ached at the thought of an abandoned infant, crying in despair. With the weather turning colder, he feared that if he ignored the situation, the child might perish from exposure overnight. After all, a life was at stake. "Stop the sedan, I must go and investigate," he commanded. "My lord, you must not stop the sedan." The deputy prefect insisted firmly. "As a father figure to the people here, how can I stand idly by while they suffer? Especially when it concerns an innocent child." "But, your highness, the princess expressly forbade you from disembarking." "You have given your word." The steward, unable to dissuade him, sought to summon Jojo for assistance. After a moment of hesitation, the deputy prefect relented, saying, "I shall apologize to the princess later." "Let me down." "Very well." The steward, realizing he could not oppose his superior, reluctantly signaled for the sedan to be lowered. Just as the deputy prefect was about to step down, a foot unexpectedly kicked him from outside the sedan, sending him crashing back onto his seat, his head striking the rear panel of the sedan. As he muttered about the indignity of it all, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The assailant was one of the crown prince's appointed men, who, after delivering the kick, turned to the steward and said, "To deal with disobedient individuals, one must resort to force." "Why waste words on them?" The steward, drenched in cold sweat from shock, marveled at this brutality. "Very well, let us return your master home. As for the infant's cries in the alley, they would go to investigate." Yes, the steward, feeling intimidated by the crown prince's men, nodded hurriedly as the crown prince's guards ventured into the alley, eager to uncover the source of the cries at this hour and in this location. Yet after thoroughly searching the alley, they found no infant. Instead, they discovered several figures cloaked in black, hidden in the shadows, using vocal mimicry to imitate a baby's wail, an imitation so skillful it was indistinguishable from the real thing. The crown prince's men were struck with terror at the sight of these impostors. Had the deputy prefect fallen for the ruse and ventured into the alley, the consequences would have been dire, likely resulting in severe injury or death at the hands of these masked figures. Fortunately, they had managed to render him unconscious and return him home safely. Fortuitously, the crown prince had the foresight to send them to protect the deputy prefect. No, it is the princess who deserves the credit. Had she not commanded the deputy prefect to remain in the sedan, the crown prince would not have dispatched us. The guards expressed their admiration for the princess, acknowledging her as a fortunate charm capable of averting disaster. As they reflected on the events, they proceeded to apprehend the individuals who had been mimicking the baby's cries and took them to the prefecture. At the crown prince's residence, Jojo turned to the crown prince seated beside her and inquired, "What became of those apprehensions?" The crown prince had come to relay this very news to Jojo. He recounted how the masked figures, once captured, were taken to the prefecture, where the deputy prefect personally interrogated them the following day. Can you guess what he uncovered? He teased, not revealing the answer directly. Jojo, unable to guess, implored, "Elder brother, please tell me." She approached him, tugging at his hand playfully. "If you don't tell me, I shall tickle you." The crown prince, who had a particular aversion to being tickled, raised his hands in surrender. All right, I shall tell you." After a brief pause, he continued, "The deputy prefect discovered the identities of those who were sent to harm him." "Who were they?" Jojo pressed. "They were agents of the very prefect who was resting at home," the crown prince replied, exasperated by the pettiness of the individual. "Indeed, a despicable little man," Jojo agreed. The crown prince added, "I have informed father about these events. He has relieved the prefect of his duties and assigned him menial labor at the docks, while reinstating the deputy prefect." Jojo nodded approvingly. That is commendable, the wicked have been punished, and the virtuous have been rewarded. Curious, she then asked about Lu Feng, Jiang Qingshan, Jiang Chang, and Jiang Shuer. The crown prince, alluding to a possible revelation, suggested, how about you accompany me to my residence? I shall tell you everything. However, Jojo declined. No, I wish to stay here at the crown prince's. Why not? What makes the crown prince's residence so appealing? You spend every day here. The crown prince questioned, puzzled by her choice. Because, dear elder brother, your home is filled with delightful amusements, Jojo exclaimed. Do you not appreciate that? Chapter 54. Jojo only wants to ride a horse. Jojo shook her head, declaring, I don't like it. The crown prince, puzzled, responded, how can you not like it? At your elder brother's residence, there are performances of acrobatics, singing, dancing, and all sorts of wondrous contraptions. There is so much fun to be had. Recently, however, Jojo had lost interest in such amusements. All she desired was to ride a horse. That if she remained with her elder brother, he would allow her to ride daily, but that was not guaranteed with others. The crown prince thought to himself, so the little girl stays here simply because the crown prince lets her ride? He chuckled, don't all children enjoy riding horses? Jojo, if you accompany your elder brother home, he will let you ride to your heart's content. Really? Jojo's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, her elder brother had mentioned something she adored. How wonderful, the crown prince joyfully affirmed. Indeed, truly. Then it's settled. Let us go to my elder brother's residence, Jojo declared as she followed the crown prince to his abode. Upon hearing this news, the crown prince, who had been reveling in the successful betrothal that would soon allow him to bring Yuanin home, found his joy diminished. He exclaimed, how could my elder brother act so unscrupulously, deceiving me and whisking away my precious Jojo? Had I been present, he would not have succeeded. Upon arriving at the crown prince's residence, not only did he permit her to ride horses, but he also informed her about the fates of Lu Feng, Jiang Qingshan, Jiang Chang, and Jiang Shuer. Lu Feng was burdened with the lives of several women, the evidence was irrefutable, and after a trial by the 3 divisions, he was sentenced to execution after the autumn harvest. Jiang Qingshan, guilty of corrupt governance and harming the populace, was dismissed from office and exiled 3,000 miles away. Jiang Chang and Jiang Shuer were relegated to servitude and would soon enter the palace to serve. Truly, they had received their just deserts. After hearing this, Jojo felt a sense of relief and remarked, I wonder if they will dare to act so arrogantly in the future? The crown prince echoed, the wheel of justice turns. Who can escape the heavens' judgment? Indeed, the wheel of justice turns, who can escape the heavens' judgment? Jojo repeated, seemingly mimicking the crown prince, yet in truth, she was expressing her grievances for her own blood brother, the 13th prince. The 13th brother had been imprisoned for poisoning, nearly causing the deaths of the emperor, the empress, and the dowager empress. It was the Duke of Dun who had mistakenly consumed the emperor's food, leading to his fatal poisoning, which ultimately spared the emperor and the 2 empresses. Alas, the Duke of Dun had met his demise. A Princess Wen had also testified, claiming to have witnessed the 13th prince administering the poison, which resulted in his imprisonment. Considering the time, Princess Wen would soon return to the palace, providing an opportune moment to seek justice for the 13th prince. Jojo resolved to return to the palace immediately. The crown prince, surprised, remarked, you have barely settled in and are already eager to leave? Big brother, I will visit your home again. Jojo insisted. Can we not play for a few more days? The crown prince urged, stay a little longer, and I shall personally escort you back to the palace. Besides, the Princess Wen whom Jojo held dear would not arrive in the capital for a few days, so there was no need to rush. Yet, Jojo was anxious to prepare, prompting her haste. Emperor Jianning was also contemplating the matter. Years ago, the Duke of Dun had perished at a palace banquet after consuming tainted food. Following the Duke's death, his family relentlessly demanded a thorough investigation and severe punishment for the poisoner. After much inquiry, the investigation led to the 13th prince, who had been out of favor at the time. Furthermore, Princess Wen had personally testified against him, claiming she had seen him poison the food and presented evidence. Consequently, Emperor Jiaoning imprisoned the 13th prince in a dark dungeon. Recently, having observed concubine Li's daily lamentations for the 13th prince, often staring vacantly at his garments, Emperor Jiaoning resolved to revisit the events of that fateful day. With Princess Wen set to return, it was the perfect opportunity to investigate the matter thoroughly. Emperor Jiaoning intended to pursue the inquiry and visited Qiushuiju, conversing with concubine Li about the situation while assuring her that regardless of the truth, he would find a way to extricate the 13th prince. It was at this moment that Jojo returned. Seeing Emperor Jiaoning in Qiushuiju, speaking with her mother, Jojo approached to pay her respects. The emperor inquired, Jojo, have you missed your father recently? He has certainly missed you, my dear girl. Ever since you left the palace, you have taken up residence at the crown prince's, and I cannot fathom what charm that place holds. Now that you are back, I am overjoyed. With a smile, Emperor Zhao extended his arms. Come here, let your father give you a hug, let us see if you have grown plump. Zhou stepped forward, and the emperor lifted her, placing her on his lap. Not bad, not bad. You've gained a little weight, he remarked. What delicious food have you been enjoying lately, he inquired. You seem to have gained 2 pounds. Buns, Zhou replied, laughing at the thought. Father, mother, you wouldn't believe it, my elder brother has been taking me to eat buns every day, and I eat 20 baskets at a time. 20 baskets? Emperor Zhao Ning and concubine Li gasped in astonishment. No wonder Zhou had gained weight, it was clear she had been compelled to consume an excessive amount of buns each day. One could only imagine the arduous days she had endured. Is something wrong? Zhou asked innocently. After exchanging a glance with concubine Li, Emperor Zhao Ning, unable to contain his fury, declared, that scoundrel, I knew he didn't care for Zhou, but to treat her this way is unconscionable. How can our little Zhou endure 20 baskets of buns? Does he wish to burst my only precious daughter? Emperor Zhao Ning's ire flared. Fuan, summon the crown prince to the palace and have him kneel at the entrance of the imperial study, and I shall teach him a lesson. Zhou hurriedly waved her hands. Father, it is not as you think. Do not punish my elder brother. Do not speak on his behalf, Emperor Zhao Ning interrupted. Nor shall I let fear of him prevent me from speaking the truth. I have overlooked his treatment of Zhou until now, but this time, he must face consequences. As he spoke, Emperor Zhao Ning set Zhou down and turned to concubine Li. Regarding the 13th prince, I will discuss it with you once I have dealt with the crown prince. Please wait. Having concluded this, Emperor Zhao Ning set off to reprimand the crown prince. Zhou rushed after him. Father, do not go. Alas, her short legs could not keep pace, and in the blink of an eye, the emperor had vanished from sight. Zhou stood there, bewildered. Concubine Li caught up with her and said, Zhou, cease your pursuit, your father is moving too swiftly, clearly, he does not wish for you to follow. But father has misunderstood my elder brother. Zhou protested, her voice quivering. My elder brother has not bullied me lately, nor has he forced me to eat buns. Those 20 baskets were all consumed by him. Chapter 55. In this day and age, is being toothless considered a crime? Li Fei never anticipated that the situation would unfold in such a manner. The crown prince did not compel Zhou to consume buns. Zhou had merely been sharing an amusing anecdote about how she and the crown prince had devoured 20 baskets of buns. It was they who had misconstrued her words. Clearing her throat, Li Fei remarked, My dear, I shall take you to seek an audience with your father, the emperor. The mother and daughter duo made their way to the imperial study in a palanquin. Upon their arrival, the crown prince was already there, kneeling. As soon as Zhou alighted from the palanquin, she walked towards the place where the crown prince was kneeling. Li Fei entered the study to ascertain the truth behind the matter. Elder brother, please rise, Zhou urged, attempting to pull the crown prince to his feet, but despite her efforts, she could not budge him. The crown prince replied, Zhou, this matter does not concern you. It is father who has commanded me to kneel. You may go and play elsewhere. However, she felt it was indeed pertinent, yet, she dared not voice her thoughts directly, fearing a reprimand. Elder brother, just get up, will you? There is no need for concern, no one will blame you, I promise. As soon as she finished speaking, Fuan emerged to convey the emperor's decree, permitting the crown prince to rise. The crown prince, bewildered by the inexplicable kneeling, stood up equally perplexed. He inquired, Fuan, why has father commanded me to kneel? Fuan glanced at Zhou before reciting the words he had just memorized from the emperor. His Majesty stated that your prolonged neglect of dental care is quite disrespectful, which is why you were made to kneel. Please seek out concubine Hui at your earliest convenience to address your dental needs. Otherwise, you may face further penalties of the crown prince. So it was related to his lost front tooth. In this day and age, is being toothless truly considered a transgression? The crown prince exhaled in exasperation, stating, I shall go find mother to have a gold tooth fitted. He muttered to himself, this way, should I ever find myself short on funds, I could simply remove the tooth and sell it for money. Brilliant, isn't it? Wait. Zhou chased after the crown prince, eager to clarify the misunderstanding, unafraid of any punishment. Yet, Fuan restrained her. Princess, it would be best not to intervene. It is indeed advantageous for the crown prince to restore his teeth. Otherwise, the court would be filled with whispers mocking him, and if the emperor happened to overhear, his mood could sour. Reluctantly, Zhou ceased her pursuit and returned to the study with Fuan. The minor episode of consuming 20 baskets of buns had come to a close. The emperor refrained from further reprimanding the crown prince but found himself curious about the buns they had consumed. What made them so delectable that they could eat 20 baskets? He resolved to procure some for himself and Li Fei to sample. Thus, a pleasant decision was made. The emperor nodded to himself and continued discussing the matter of the 13th prince with Li Fei. The investigation into the 13th princess' past misfortunes, after many years, proved to be challenging. To seek justice, one would need to clarify all the details surrounding the events of that year. The emperor inquired of Li Fei, "Did you notice anything unusual prior to the 13th incident?" Li Fei pondered briefly before shaking her head. Zhou mused internally. While there had been no apparent anomalies, the texts indicated that the reason the 13th prince was accused of poisoning by Princess Wen was due to her being bribed. Princess Wen had accepted a substantial sum from the true perpetrator of the poisoning in exchange for a precious elixir that could save her mother's life, leading her to falsely accuse the 13th prince. The individual who had bribed Princess Wen had not ceased his harassment over the years, extorting money from her monthly, and now that Princess Wen was returning, if only the emperor could uncover the correspondence between her and the poisoner. Upon hearing this, the emperor's previously scattered thoughts suddenly crystallized. He promptly dispatched individuals to seek out any letters Princess Wen had sent in recent years to aid in exonerating the 13th prince. Zhou had truly rendered him a great service. Had he attempted to uncover these clues on his own, it was likely that Princess Wen would arrive and depart without him having discovered the truth, as time was too limited and the events too distant to investigate thoroughly. However, thanks to Zhou's timely reminder, he could conserve much effort, and the 13th princess' grievances could be swiftly rectified. The emperor felt a surge of joy as he gazed at Zhou, staring at her in admiration for a considerable while. Zhou, perplexed, asked, "Why does father look at me so?" "Because you are simply adorable." The emperor replied, his tone laced with affection. "I can never gaze upon you enough." Such words were rather sweet. When had her father become so charming? The emperor, at what he spoke were indeed sincere words, heartfelt truths. Zhou had the audacity to claim he was merely flattering her. His heart ached. The emperor clutched his chest and sighed deeply. Observing this, Li Fei inquired, "Your Majesty, are you unwell?" The emperor, adopting an attitude of indifference towards the whims of a child, reassured her, "I am fine." After a brief pause, he continued, "Li Fei, Zhou, I have devised a plan to investigate the 13th princess' wrongful accusation of poisoning. We shall focus on Princess Wen. You both may return and await my good news." Truly, Zhou gasped, astonished that her father had thought to pursue Princess Wen just moments ago. He had appeared troubled, and now he seemed to have found clarity, his mind working swiftly. Had he recently consumed an excess of walnuts? Too many walnuts? He had not eaten any recently. Or perhaps he had indulged in too much health supplement. Regardless, it mattered not, for soon, mother would be reunited with the 13th brother. Excitedly, Zhou turned to Li Fei, who was equally animated. The emperor, noticing the smile in Li Fei's eyes, smiled in return. It seemed that her happiness brought him joy, and her unhappiness weighed heavily on his heart. To ensure Li Fei's continued happiness, the emperor resolved to undertake more actions that would bring her joy. Zhou and Li Fei took a palanquin to the imperial study, but returned on foot to Qiushui courtyard, both desiring a leisurely stroll. Zhou hopped and skipped along the way, lively as a rabbit, to the point that the small pouch hanging from her waist fell unnoticed, neither she nor the accompanying maid realizing it. As Zhou darted about, the pouch fell in a rather secluded spot. It was entirely normal that no one noticed. Coincidentally, the pouch was discovered by the deputy head of the Imperial Medical Bureau. The deputy, intrigued by the pouch's exquisite craftsmanship, picked it up and examined it. Finding a piece of paper tucked inside, curiosity piqued, he pulled it out to read. He had intended to ascertain the identity of the pouch's owner to facilitate its return. To his astonishment, the paper bore no name, only a series of crooked, glaringly unpleasant lines. Upon first sight, the deputy felt a headache coming on, wishing to discard the paper immediately. How could such venomous words exist? They were painful to behold, yet, upon discerning the content more clearly, his eyes widened in shock. It was a prescription capable of antidoting a myriad of poisons, exceedingly rare. However, this prescription had long been lost to history. Where had it originated? Chapter 56 quickly returned the prescription to Zhou. Where did this come from? He was certain that the Imperial Medical Institute did not possess it. Even if it did, it would merely be a fragmented prescription, lacking 3 essential medicinal ingredients necessary to complete it. Yet, generations of physicians at the Imperial Medical Institute had endeavored to restore it, attempting countless times without success. The prescriptions they ultimately concocted were somewhat unsatisfactory and failed to neutralize all poisons. However, the version in his possession supplemented the 3 missing ingredients exceptionally well, impeccably suited, without a trace of flaw. The deputy chief physician gazed at it, utterly exhilarated. The thin piece of paper in his hand felt like a treasured gem. After examining it for a considerable time, as his excitement began to subside and reason reclaimed its hold, he declared, quickly, "Find out to whom this pouch belongs. And from which master this prescription originated. I must locate that individual and appoint them as the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Institute. As for the current chief physician, let him serve as the deputy. I believe he would have no objections." When Zhou and Granny Gue returned to retrieve the pouch, they saw the deputy chief physician holding it and conversing with someone. Jojo approached and said, "Physician, you are holding my pouch, please return it to me." "Your pouch?" The deputy chief physician was taken aback for a moment, then inquired, "Might the princess enlighten me as to who provided the prescription contained within this pouch?" "It's my own," Jojo replied candidly. When the southerners had attempted to poison themselves, she had worried that the crown prince would be unable to find an antidote, thus she painstakingly transcribed the traditional Chinese medicine prescription taught to her by the matron of the institute. The deputy chief physician, however, was skeptical. How could a mere child possess such a prescription? Did she appear so foolish as to be deceived? His expression grew notably stern. "Your Highness, a child who lies is not a good child. An adult who disbelieves the truth is not a good adult," Jojo retorted. The deputy chief physician found himself momentarily speechless. What a sharp-tongued little girl. She was also charming, forthright, and unreserved. No wonder the emperor favored her. "Quickly return the pouch to Jojo," she commanded, hands on her hips, feigning ferocity. "Very well." The deputy chief physician, believing Jojo would not falsely claim someone else's belongings, returned the pouch to her, but withheld the prescription inside. "Return the prescription as well," Jojo insisted. "This is a family heirloom of mine. It cannot be easily given away," as the matron had advised her. Reluctantly, the deputy chief physician returned it. "Now that's more like it," Jojo remarked. "At last, the physician has proven to be a good adult. In light of my being a good adult, may I request to copy this prescription?" She had caught a glimpse of the 3 supplementary medicines and remembered them, but had not noted their precise quantities. Only with accurate measurements could the medicine achieve its maximum efficacy. "That is not permissible," Jojo shook her head. The matron had warned her that this prescription could save lives but also cause harm. If it fell into the wrong hands, malicious individuals could poison others and profit from selling antidotes. Many would suffer as a consequence. She had to safeguard it until she matured and could discern right from wrong before deciding how to handle the prescription. "Very well." He was so exhilarated that on his way back to the Imperial Medical Institute, he could not stop murmuring about the prescription that could neutralize all poisons. Thus, 2 days later, when Princess Wen entered the palace, she immediately sought an audience with the deputy chief physician. Princess Wen was another adopted daughter of the late emperor, raised for a diplomatic marriage. She had married into the Mangdan tribe and was now the grand consort of that tribe. Every few years, she would return, primarily to seek medicine. Her biological mother had been poisoned in her youth, and the poison had never been entirely eradicated. She survived only by relying on precious life-saving medicines. However, the Mangdan tribe was known for its fierce warriors, yet their medicinal knowledge was rather rudimentary. To preserve her mother's life, she had to return to the palace to request medicine. Upon hearing that the deputy chief physician had recently acquired a prescription capable of neutralizing all poisons, she rushed to him without visiting the emperor or empress. "Deputy chief physician, I have heard you possess a prescription that can neutralize all poisons, a remarkable feat indeed. It is said that if someone requests it, even a dog, you would oblige. Please, have compassion and grant me a copy to save my mother's life." "Who said that?" The deputy chief physician was stunned. "Princess Wen, do not speak nonsense. I have no such prescription." "How can that be? This rumor has spread throughout the palace," Princess Wen challenged. "Merely baseless gossip," the deputy chief physician replied. "If you do not believe this old minister, you may inquire with the personnel at the Imperial Medical Institute. The common folk outside are a rabble, perpetually spreading unfounded tales. If I possessed that prescription, would I still be toiling day and night in research here? I would have long presented it to the emperor for a reward." That was a valid point. Furthermore, the deputy chief physician had no reason to deceive her. Princess Wen no longer doubted him. She simply pressed on. "But, deputy chief physician, as the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is fire. Surely, this matter did not emerge from thin air. There must be a reason behind it. Could you enlighten me? That way, I can continue to seek medicine for my mother." "Ah," the deputy chief physician replied, "I have indeed seen a prescription capable of neutralizing all poisons. However, the person who possesses it refuses to share or disclose it, so I am diligently attempting to concoct it here." "Who is that person?" Princess Wen inquired, somewhat agitated. If she could find that individual, she could undoubtedly obtain the prescription and thoroughly eliminate the residual poison afflicting her mother. The deputy chief physician hesitated, recalling the incident where the 13th prince was imprisoned for being accused of poisoning by Princess Wen. He refrained from mentioning Jojo, as the relationship between Lady Li and Princess Wen had always been fraught with animosity. If he were to disclose it, it could intentionally incite conflict, potentially placing him in a precarious position. Suddenly, the deputy chief physician regretted his previous impulsiveness. Now, he sought to be more prudent, scratching his head and pondering for a long moment before saying, I seem to have forgotten. Forgotten? Princess Wen frowned in disbelief. You can forget something like this? Are you attempting to deceive me? Why would I deceive you? The deputy chief physician retorted with conviction. In all these years, whenever you sought medicine, have I ever failed to provide it? Have I ever been dismissive? Indeed, you have not. Princess Wen conceded, choosing not to press the deputy chief physician further. She resolved to inquire around the palace. With a bit of silver, she was certain she could uncover the truth. With that thought, she promptly dispatched someone to gather information. She herself was not idle, joining in the search. By sheer coincidence, she stumbled upon Lady Li and Jojo playing Jianzi in the Imperial Garden, both thoroughly enjoying themselves. What a narrow twist of fate, Princess Wen muttered to herself. Chapter 57 The Weasel celebrates the new year with the chicken. With malicious intent, Princess Wen, relying on her noble status as a legitimate princess who had once ventured forth to forge alliances for the state, believed herself to be a person of significant merit to both the realm and the court. Thus, she sought to create difficulties for Consort Li and the young girl, Jojo. Perhaps, she thought, she could even scheme against the two. Since fate had brought them together, she would not let the opportunity slip away easily. However, she was halted by the matron behind her. Your Highness, you mustn't. Why ever not? Princess Wen exclaimed, bewildered. The matron explained, both Consort Li and the 18th princess are currently favored by the emperor. If you were to trouble them, the emperor would undoubtedly be displeased. Should he take offense, it would be difficult for us to petition him for anything in the future. As for your mother's ongoing medical needs, we would find it challenging to approach the Imperial Medical Bureau. This reasoning was sound, albeit somewhat irksome. Princess Wen clenched her fist hidden within her sleeve, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions surging within her. Very well, she resolved, she would not further complicate matters for them. With a frustrated kick, she sent a stone skittering across the ground. Preserving her mother's life was of utmost importance. After a moment's pause, she instructed, Matron, dispatch more personnel to investigate who possesses the remedy that can eliminate all toxins. I must obtain it. As she was articulating her intentions, the very individual she had sent out returned with news. They had indeed found information regarding the precious remedy. It belonged to the 18th princess. Just days prior, a palace servant had witnessed the deputy head of the Imperial Medical Bureau seeking the formula from her. What, the 18th princess? Princess Wen exclaimed incredulously. Surely, this cannot be true. How could such a valuable prescription possibly belong to a mere child? Your Highness, I assure you, I have made no error, it is indeed authentic. Princess Wen pondered this revelation. The individual before her was a trusted confidant, one who had consistently provided her with accurate information over the years, leaving no room for doubt. She trusted that this person would not dare to speak falsely, yet her expression darkened, more thunderous than if struck by lightning. Why must the remedy belong to the 18th princess of all people? It was she who had contributed to the downfall of the 13th prince. Surely, Consort Li and the 18th princess loathed her for it. How could they possibly relinquish such a vital formula into her hands? Anxiously pacing back and forth, Princess Wen found herself unable to turn her attention to the sight of Consort Li and Jojo playing with their shuttlecock. Meanwhile, the matron, ever optimistic, chimed in, Your Highness, this is indeed fortuitous. Fortuitous? How so? Princess Wen responded, her irritation palpable. I am in a state of distress, and you dare suggest it is advantageous? The matron, unperturbed, expounded, if the prescription were in the hands of another, acquiring it would be no simple task, and we might have to pay an exorbitant price. However, if it lies with a mere child, then we are in luck. A single sweep might suffice to charm her into parting with it. Your Highness need not worry, and as for the situation with the 13th prince, there is no cause for concern. A child does not comprehend the intricacies of adult grievances. Upon hearing this, Princess Wen experienced a moment of clarity. Why should she fear a mere child? Her previous anxieties had been unfounded. With a deep sigh, her tense expression softened somewhat. Observing Consort Li and her daughter in the distance, she smiled and instructed, Matron, quickly prepare some treats the children adore, and wait for the 18th princess to be alone. At once, Your Highness. After some time playing, Jojo and Consort Li returned to the palace. In the afternoon, Jojo and the injured Nan Yuanxiang ventured outside to bask in the sun. Winter was approaching, rendering their abode quite chilly, while the warmth of the sun outside was inviting. Noticing that Nan Yuanxiang had grown despondent from lying in bed all day, Jojo coaxed her to join her outside. At that moment, Nan Yuanxiang sat in her wheelchair, bathed in the golden glow of sunlight, her facial birthmark glowing like a painted sunset, a breathtaking sight. Jojo did not hesitate to express her admiration. Wow, a little fairy has painted the sunset upon your face, you are truly beautiful. Upon hearing such heartfelt praise, Nan Yuanxiang's frown dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. No one had ever complimented her before, others only mocked her, yet Jojo, seeing beauty where others saw flaws, regarded her as lovely. "Jojo, thank you." Nan Yuanxiang expressed her sincere gratitude. "We are family." "No need for thanks, dear cousin, you are genuinely beautiful, even with your birthmark." Jojo reassured her. "I will endeavor to find a doctor who can help remove it." Nan Yuanxiang's smile blossomed even more brightly at Jojo as thoughts, filled with hope for the future. Just then, Princess Wen appeared, shattering the warm ambience shared between the two. Princess Wen approached Jojo, holding a beloved treat of the children from the Mengdan tribe, a chewy candy, and smiled brightly, intending to offer it to Jojo. Jojo regarded the unfamiliar Princess Wen with a cold gaze. This was the first time she had ever laid eyes on the princess. However, seeing her in exotic attire, it was evident that no one in the palace dressed in such a manner. Therefore, it was not difficult for Jojo to deduce her identity. With a complex expression, Jojo scrutinized Princess Wen, who remained oblivious to the resentment, hatred, anger, and malice reflected in Jojo's gaze. Or perhaps she believed that as a mere child, Jojo would not harbor any ill will towards her upon their first encounter. Such a demeanor was merely a sign of caution when faced with unfamiliarity. Princess Wen maintained her innocent smile, exuding an air of naivete, seemingly harmless. To anyone unaware of her true nature, she would likely appear as a benevolent person. "Princess, I am the Grand Princess of the Mengdan tribe. Today, I have come to the palace to pay my respects and fortuitously encountered you. I find you most endearing and would like to offer you this candy, which is a favorite among the children of our tribe. Even in this capital of Shichu, it is a rare delicacy." As she spoke, Princess Wen extended the oil paper-wrapped candy towards Jojo. "Oh." Jojo responded nonchalantly. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, with ulterior motives. Though Nan Yuanxiang did not comprehend Jojo's remark, she aligned herself with Jojo's sentiments. Jojo remained vigilant, and Nan Yuanxiang mirrored her wariness. Both girls pretended not to notice the candy presented by Princess Wen. Unperturbed, Princess Wen enticed, "Dear princess, this candy is truly delightful, sweet, fragrant, and chewy, unlike any ordinary confection. Should you decline, you may regret it for a lifetime." "Is that so? Allow me to see." Considering the earnestness with which Princess Wen promoted the candy, Jojo accepted the package from her hand. Upon witnessing this, Princess Wen felt a surge of delight. The matron had been correct, children were indeed different from adults. With just a few pieces of candy, she could easily win a child's favor. There was no longer any need to worry about the matter of the prescription. Once Jojo tasted the candy and her guard was lowered, Princess Wen would broach the subject of the remedy, confident that Jojo would willingly part with it. Chapter 58. De Huang's affection for Jojo, silently guarding her as Princess Wen's sinister plot was about to come to fruition, Jojo slowly unwrapped the toffee, carefully encased in oil paper. The confectionery indeed appeared delightful. Upon opening the paper, a wave of sweet aroma enveloped her. However, Jojo merely glanced at the toffee before nonchalantly flipping her small hand, sending the candy tumbling to the ground, where it became tainted with dirt. Though it seemed accidental, it was, in fact, a deliberate act. She had no intention of consuming anything bestowed by Princess Wen. The grudge she bore for her brother Shersan lingered in her mind. "You actually discarded the toffee?" Princess Wen seethed, for the candy was a rare delicacy, typically reserved for tribal leaders and esteemed guests. Had it not been for the medicinal formula, she would never have presented such a treasure. To think that the 18th princess had let it fall to the ground. Did she not recognize its value? Princess Wen's heart ached at the sight of the toffee surrounded by ants, yet, Jojo, with an air of indifference, remarked, "This confection, Jojo has had her fill of. It tastes dreadful and sticks to the teeth. It is most suitable for feeding ants. I am merely feeding the ants." "Feeding ants, indeed?" Princess Wen was particularly sensitive to this statement. The toffee was the exclusive delight of the tribal leaders and esteemed consorts. By suggesting it was fit for ants, was she not equating them with the lowly creatures, thereby intending to humiliate her? Princess Wen felt as though an invisible slap had struck her face, leaving it burning with indignation. Jojo harbored such thoughts but refrained from articulating them. Instead, she disdainfully snorted and turned her attention to Nan Yuanxiang. "Cousin, shall we return?" "Yes," Nan Yuanxiang nodded, "let us take this path. The ants over there will consume the toffee, we must not obstruct their way." "Cousin, how adorable you are," Jojo chuckled at her. Meanwhile, Granny Gu pushed Nan Yuanxiang's wheelchair, engaging in light-hearted banter with Jojo as they made their way back to the palace. Princess Wen glared furiously at the toffee swarmed by ants and questioned her attendant beside her. "Did you not say that she was merely a child, unaware of adult grievances, and that a single candy would suffice to win her over?" Look how many precious candies I have offered her, yet she did not even spare it a glance, and instead, claimed to be feeding ants, striking me in the face. She clearly despises me and seeks to humiliate me. Princess Wen's face turned pale with rage, her fists clenched tightly, her long nails digging into her palm until it bled, yet she paid it no mind. The attendant, upon seeing the blood, compassionately pried open Princess Wen's fist and said, "Your Highness, what are you saying? The princess is meeting you for the first time today. Even if you reveal your identity, she might not know who you are. After all, in our Mongdan tribe, there are several esteemed consorts." After a moment of contemplation, Princess Wen nodded in agreement. "You are right. Why should I presume that the 18th princess loathes me due to the matter of the 13th prince, and thus seeks to humiliate me?" "She did not mean to insult you," the attendant corrected. "Children wear their emotions on their faces. Clearly, the princess threw the toffee to the ground to feed the ants because she does not like it. Your Highness, you are overthinking." Princess Wen conceded, "Indeed, it seems I was overly concerned." With that, she was persuaded, her sorrow dissipating, replaced by renewed determination. Yet, she may not like toffee. There must be other things she enjoys. I refuse to believe she dislikes everything. Quite so, the attendant concurred. Go inquire what the 18th princess relishes. We shall present her with her favorite delicacies, and I am certain she will be pleased. Once she is satisfied, she will surely provide me with that medicinal formula. Princess Wen's plan was meticulously devised. On this day, a new dog named De Huang had arrived at Jiushui residence, a gift from Emperor Zhao Ning to win over consort Li. De Huang was gentle and fiercely loyal, having been raised by the emperor himself. At that moment, he was being introduced to consort Li, while Jojo's gaze remained fixated on the dog, her interest surpassing even that of consort Li. "Jojo, do you fancy this dog?" Emperor Zhao Ning inquired. "Oh, I do indeed." Jojo's eyes sparkled with delight. "What an adorable dog. In my past life, I wished to be a dog. No, I wished to raise a dog, but I could not afford one." Jojo had always envied those who owned dogs. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhao Ning regretted not having brought the dog sooner, although consort Li had initially been reluctant to accept the dog for fear it might bite. Seeing Jojo's enthusiasm made her reconsider. However, she asked, "Your Majesty, will it bite? I worry it might harm Jojo. This dog has been raised by me personally and possesses a remarkable temperament. Fear not, consort Li. Furthermore, both I and the dog trainer have trained De Huang thoroughly. He would never harm anyone from Jiushui residence, otherwise, I would steam him for dumplings." Emperor Zhao Ning jested. Upon hearing this, the dog wagged its tail and barked a few times, seemingly expressing its loyalty while also conveying its desire not to be turned into dumplings. "May I pet him?" Jojo excitedly asked. Of course, Emperor Zhao Ning nodded. Jojo cautiously approached, tentatively extending her small hand to stroke the dog's head. De Huang was exceptionally well behaved. He neither barked wildly nor bit, but rather lay down, tongue lolling out, presenting a harmless demeanor. No longer afraid, Jojo stepped a bit closer. At that moment, the dog affectionately nudged Jojo's hand. He truly would not bite her. Filled with joy, Jojo plopped down onto the ground, sprawling atop the dog, playfully rubbing against him while giggling heartily. The atmosphere between the girl and her canine companion was remarkably harmonious. Consort Li watched from the side, smiling. Emperor Zhao Ning chuckled as well, turning to consort Li. "I intended to bring this dog for your amusement, yet it seems he has become Jojo's. I shall find you something entertaining in the future. Your Majesty is most considerate." In the days that followed, despite Emperor Zhao Ning's assurances that De Huang would never bite, consort Li remained cautious, believing it better to be safe than sorry. She arranged for a skilled imperial guard to protect Jojo closely. However, Jojo remained unafraid, spending her days joyfully playing with the dog. At this moment, Jojo was swinging in the imperial garden, with De Huang loyally watching over her, his eyes fixed on her, brimming with loyalty and affection. He adored Jojo and was devotedly protecting her. It was during this time that Princess Wen arrived, bearing steamed buns purchased from outside the palace. She had heard that the eldest prince and Jojo had dined there, devouring 20 baskets, and that they were exceptionally delicious. Knowing that such treats were unavailable within the palace, Princess Wen had intentionally procured them to win Jojo's favor. The line was long, filled with nobility, and she had waited patiently to obtain them. This time, she was determined to gain Jojo's affection and, in turn, acquire the medicinal formula from her. "Princess, look what delightful food I have brought for you." Before Princess Wen even reached Jojo, she called out. With her keen sense of smell, Jojo exclaimed, "I can scent the fragrance of buns. Is it not from that delightful place outside the palace that I adore?" Chapter 59 of Flattery without cause is either deceit or theft. Jojo rose from the swing, akin to a playful puppy, her little nose twitching as she sniffed about, seeking the source of the delectable aroma of steamed buns. Beside her, De Huang remained vigilant, particularly wary of the individual nearby who was enticing Jojo with the buns. Woof, woof. De Huang exhibited an extraordinary intuition, sensing that the adult attempting to lure the child with buns harbored ill intentions. It barked towards Princess Wen's direction, advancing to position itself protectively in front of Jojo, determined to prevent her from proceeding any further. Observing this, Jojo halted, not solely due to De Huang's blockade, but because she caught sight of Princess Wen approaching with a food box and a smile. So it was she who sought to entice me with buns. Jojo, possessing a strong sense of pride, resolved not to accept anything from her, even if it were the most delicious delicacy. With her arms crossed defiantly over her chest and her chin raised high, she let out a haughty snort, her fair, delicate face radiating an air of cold disdain, starkly contrasting with her usual soft and approachable demeanor. However, Princess Wen remained oblivious. Upon reaching Jojo, she crouched down, placed the food box on the ground, opened it, and extended a bun towards Jojo with a smile. Princess, we seem to share an instant rapport. Upon learning of your fondness for these buns, I took the liberty of procuring some for you. Flattery without cause is either deceit or theft. Jojo ignored Princess Wen entirely, not even glancing at the fragrant bun proffered before her, her expression one of utter disdain. Noticing Jojo's reaction, Princess Wen forced a smile, pretending not to comprehend the rejection, and insisted on placing the bun in Jojo's hand. Princess, while the bun is still warm, do indulge, it won't taste as delightful once it cools. With the bun now resting in her hands, its warmth radiated slightly into Jojo's palms. Woof, 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 De Huang suddenly barked out. I want to eat it, Jojo declared. Don't worry, De Huang. As she spoke, she thrust the bun back into Princess Wen's hands, her face contorted in disgust. This princess has no desire for such fare, you may consume it yourself. Why ever not? Princess Wen queried, confusion evident in her tone. Everyone within the palace insists you enjoy these buns, how is it you suddenly no longer do? Jojo remained silent. Pray tell, do you dislike buns in general, or merely the ones I present to you? What do you think? Jojo retorted. Very well, I understand now, Princess Wen conceded. You do not fancy the buns I offer, or more precisely, you harbor an aversion towards me, hence your repeated rejections. Her prior intuition proved accurate. Both Princess Wen and Consort Li bore a grudge against her for the matter concerning the 13th prince. It was she, alongside the wet nurse, who had been deceiving themselves, attempting to curry favor, only to be met with humiliation time and again. Upon grasping this truth, Princess Wen could no longer maintain her facade. The hypocritical smile vanished, replaced by a countenance darker than the bottom of a pot. 18th princess, you have pushed me to this, unwilling to expend so much effort only to come away empty-handed. She contemplated theft. Unfazed, she reached out, intent on seizing the pouch that hung at Jojo's waist. She had inquired and learned that the coveted prescription was concealed within that very pouch. Since all her efforts to appease Jojo had been met with disdain, she resolved not to hold back any longer. Today, she would acquire that prescription by any means necessary, snatch it away, transcribe a copy, and then return it. Even if questioned later, it would pose no significant issue. She could merely explain it away as a misunderstanding. Princess Wen had meticulously plotted her course of action, yet, just as her hand neared Jojo's pouch, the latter stepped back, evading the grasp, her small hand instinctively clutching the pouch tightly. Someone is attempting to rob me, help, Jojo cried out, standing a distance away. Granny Gui and the Imperial Guards had not discerned Princess Wen's intentions until Jojo's alarm rang out, prompting their immediate understanding of the situation. They rushed forward to intercept Princess Wen, intent on safeguarding Jojo, yet, they were outpaced by De Huang, who lunged ahead, instinctively shielding Jojo, barking fiercely at Princess Wen, warning her to retreat or face consequences. Princess Wen, having heard that De Huang was non-aggressive, dismissed the dog's threat. Ignoring De Huang, she pursued Jojo, intent on seizing the pouch, but in the next moment, De Huang, realizing it could not deter Princess Wen, lunged and bit down hard on her hand. Princess Wen yelped as the dog tore away a piece of skin, leaving several bloody puncture wounds. The pain was immediate and intense, and De Huang was relentless, intent on inflicting further bites upon her. 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Princess Wen felt excruciating pain, her face paling as fear finally gripped her. No longer daring to snatch the pouch, she turned to flee, with De Huang hot on her heels. The pair, one human, one dog, raced forward in a frenzy, forsaking all notions of dignity, grace, and poise. One pursued with unbridled ferocity, resembling a relentless assailant, while the other fled in abject terror. It was a sight rarely witnessed in a century. Observers in the palace were left astounded, halting to watch and murmur amongst themselves. Jojo, along with Granny Gui and the Imperial Guards, followed closely behind. When Princess Wen dashed from the Imperial Garden to the study, she collided with Emperor Zhao Ning and the Empress Dowager, whom she perceived as her salvation, rushing to hide behind these two formidable figures. "Help, your majesty, Empress Dowager, save me," Princess Wen cried, her voice hoarse with desperation. Yet De Huang remained undeterred, intent on pursuing her, poised to attack once more. Emperor Zhao Ning, upon witnessing the scene, expressed concern not for Princess Wen's injury but for De Huang's potential to inadvertently harm the Empress Dowager. He called out to De Huang, commanding it to cease its pursuit. The dog trainer, recognizing De Huang's aggression, swiftly muzzled the dog and secured it with a leash, bringing an end to the chaos. Casting a sideways glance at Princess Wen, who was panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Emperor Zhao Ning inquired, "What transpired? Why is it that my De Huang is pursuing you so fervently? De Huang never bites without cause. What have you done to provoke it?" Emperor Zhao Ning scrutinized Princess Wen, refusing to lay blame on De Huang without understanding the circumstances, despite her being the apparent victim. After catching her breath, and once she regained the ability to speak, Princess Wen, her face twisted with hatred, distorted the truth. "It was the 18th princess, your majesty. The 18th princess deliberately incited this dog to bite me. Look at what it has done to my hand. Please, have this dog executed, and punish the 18th princess severely to seek justice for me." Princess Wen, unwilling to accept her injuries without retribution, sought to ensure that both the 18th princess and the dog paid a steep price. Chapter 6099 cast a restless gaze upon Emperor Zhao Ning, who was being directed by the 18th princess. The emperor expressed his skepticism, saying, "Princess Wen, speak reasonably. My 99 is not the sort of person who would torment others indiscriminately. Your majesty, look at what I have become. Are you still protecting the 18th princess?" Princess Wen said sorrowfully, wiping away her tears, "You cannot indulge her simply because she is your biological daughter. Is it not said that a prince is as guilty as a commoner when he breaks the law? The 18th princess has instigated a dog to bite me today. Employing unlawful means that violate the legal statutes of our Western Chu kingdom. I beseech your majesty to address this matter seriously and restore justice to me." "Ha! You speak with such grandiloquence," Emperor Zhao Ning retorted disdainfully, snorting coldly. "It is not for you alone to determine right from wrong. When my 99 returns, I shall inquire further." "But, silence!" Emperor Zhao Ning interrupted with authority, "I do not wish to hear it." Whether it was merely her misperception or not, Princess Wen felt that the tone the emperor adopted while addressing her now starkly contrasted with the demeanor he had exhibited when she first entered the palace a few days prior. Today, his manner suggested a sudden aversion towards her, as if he were unwilling to hear her words at all. Could it be that her mention of the 18th princess's instigation of the dog attack had irked him? Surely, it could not be so trivial. In her recollection, Emperor Zhao Ning would not hold such a minor grievance against her. After all, she was the victim, having been so grievously harmed. Her protests were not unwarranted. Or perhaps, she was simply overthinking things. That must be it. Princess Wen reassured herself. Before long, 99, accompanied by Granny Gui and others, caught up. Being so small, after running such a long distance, she was quite out of breath and fatigued. Upon stopping, 99 bent at the waist, pressing her hands against her legs as she gasped for air. Emperor Zhao Ning and the Empress Dowager hurried forward, inquiring with concern, 99, what has caused you to be in such a state? 99 waved her hand, remaining silent. The emperor promptly scooped her up, cradling her in his arms. Rest here in your father's embrace. Thank you, father. After a moment of rest, 99 finally regained some of her strength. The emperor then asked, 99, can you tell your father why the big yellow dog bit Princess Wen so fiercely? Princess Wen longed to declare that there was no particular reason. It was merely 99 who had instigated it, for 99 was a spoiled child who acted recklessly and needed to be chastised and taught proper behavior. However, before she could voice her thoughts, the emperor's warning gaze fell upon her, conveying a clear message: be silent, or face the consequences. Princess Wen fell mute. 99 explained, it is because she attempted to steal my pouch. I did not. Princess Wen refuted, what value is there in your pitiful pouch? Besides, as an adult, why would I steal a child's pouch? Emperor Zhao Ning and the Empress Dowager exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why Princess Wen would covet 99's pouch. Was Princess Wen truly so childish? Had 99 perhaps misunderstood? But 99 had not erred. It was written in the book that Princess Wen's mother, afflicted by poison, had not yet purged the toxins from her body and had been relying on various precious medicines to survive, while desperately seeking an antidote. 99's pouch contained a formula capable of counteracting numerous poisons, and Princess Wen must have learned of this, prompting her attempt to seize it. Yet how could 99 articulate such a reality? After all, this knowledge was contained within the pages of a book. 99 herself was unaware. To speak of it indiscreetly might lead others to believe she was a sorceress. 99 scratched her head, pondering a solution. Sensing the turmoil within 99, Emperor Zhao Ning and the Empress Dowager discerned a course of action. The emperor remarked, what is there to steal? Princess Wen, how can you utter such words? Are you not seeking the formula in 99's pouch to cleanse your mother of her lingering toxins? The Empress Dowager added, how dare you claim that 99 commanded a dog to bite you? If you had not attempted to take 99's belongings, would the dog have bitten you in defense of its owner? You are clearly reaping what you have sown. Princess 1. How could this be? The informants she had dispatched had claimed that although the Emperor and the Empress Dowager were aware of her mother's predicament, they were oblivious to the fact that 99's pouch concealed the antidote. Thus, she had dared to act recklessly, believing she could seize it without consequence. How had they come to know, and how had they connected her theft to her mother's need for an antidote? Princess 1 found herself at a loss for a defense, biting her lip in resignation. She remained silent. 99 gazed at Emperor Zhao with confusion. How did her adoptive father know that her pouch contained the antidote? She had not disclosed this to him. Aside from the imperial physician at the Thai hospital, no one else was aware. Could it be that her adoptive father could hear her thoughts? Oh no, could that truly be the case? 99 anxiously regarded Emperor Zhao. He coughed twice, seemingly reflecting. Fortunately, I happened to hear from the imperial physician about the treasure hidden in 99's pouch that can detoxify poisons. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to deal with this Princess 1. Ah, so the garrulous imperial physician had divulged everything. At that moment, the deputy director of the Thai hospital, busy preparing medicine, unexpectedly sneezed twice, muttering, who was thinking of me? Meanwhile, Emperor Zhao continued, Fuan, bring forth all the findings from the investigation. There was no better time than the present. Having clarified the matter concerning the 13th prince, he intended to address it today. After laying out the facts, he would proceed to mete out justice to Princess 1. Yes. Fuan presented the numerous letters uncovered by the blood drops from Princess 1 over the past few days into Emperor Zhao hands. The Emperor held 99 with one arm while using the other to hurl the letters directly at Princess 1's face. And how do you explain these letters? You, who conspired with the Qing concubine to poison the Empress Dowager, myself, and the Empress, and upon being bribed by the Qing concubine, you provided false testimony, accusing the 13th prince of the poisoning, leading to his imprisonment. Over the years, you have been extorted by the Qing concubine using this matter, leaving behind these letters. Did you truly believe you could conceal the truth from everyone? Princess 1 stood in a daze, staring at the letters that had fallen at her feet. These were the correspondences exchanged over the years with the Qing concubine, mostly containing demands for money. As the contents were not particularly savory, the Qing concubine had been exceedingly cautious with each letter, applying a special potion that obscured the text. Upon receipt, Princess 1 would use another unique solution to reveal the words. However, after reading them, she would typically let the letters dry to render the words invisible once more. Their methods had been so clandestine that few would have suspected the nature of their correspondence. How could the Emperor have uncovered these letters, and how had he made the text visible? It's a fabrication, all of it, Your Majesty, you slander me. In her panic, Princess 1 desperately countered, Your Majesty, you favor concubine Li and the princess. For their sake, you wish to release the 13th prince, and thus you resort to these false accusations against me. Chapter 61. And Princess, I was wrong. Could you lend me your voice for a moment? Had the Emperor of Zhao let out a cold laugh. Princess 1, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Fuan? Yes, Your Majesty. Fuan comprehended the Emperor's intent and immediately proceeded to search Princess 1, discovering the seal upon her person. After applying ink to the seal and pressing it onto paper, it became evident that it bore an identical impression to that found on the incriminating letter. Furthermore, Fuan retrieved manuscripts that Princess 1 had studied in the palace prior to her marriage alliance, comparing the handwriting with that on the letter. The scripts matched perfectly. Princess 1, the seal is yours, as is the handwriting on the letter. The Emperor of Zhao seethed with fury. Do you still wish to deny it? These are irrefutable pieces of evidence. With no means left to refute the charges, Princess 1 lowered her head in resignation. The Emperor declared, Princess 1, having fabricated false evidence to slander my 13th prince and now defaming my most beloved daughter and her dog, you deserve execution. However, considering your years of merit from the marriage alliance, I shall spare you from death. Yet, you shall never enter the palace again, and the princess residence in the capital shall be reclaimed. Begone, I wish to see your face no more. Each of Princess 1's transgressions grew more egregious, and the Emperor truly contemplated her execution. Nonetheless, as she had married into the Mengdan tribe and was now their grand matriarch, he could not resort to such measures, and thus dealt with her in this manner. Please, no. Princess 1 was horrified upon hearing her fate. Ignoring the wounds on her hands, she knelt and repeatedly knocked her head against the ground until it bled. Your Majesty, if I cannot enter the palace, I cannot summon the imperial physician. What shall become of my mother as poison, and the princess residence? Please do not reclaim it, it is my most treasured pride. Should it be taken from her, she would become a laughingstock among the Mangdan tribe, and the chief would no longer favor her. Unmoved, the emperor ordered the release of the 13th prince and commanded that the true perpetrator, the poisoned Qing Fei, be apprehended. In her panic, Princess Wen pleaded with Jiu, "Princess, I was wrong, truly wrong. I should not have slandered you, could you speak on my behalf?" The emperor's resolute stance suggested that only the princess could sway him, yet Jiu paid her no heed. A mistake is a mistake. As an adult, one must bear the consequences of their errors. Mere verbal apologies hold no weight. Upon learning of the 13th prince's imminent release, Li Fei wept tears of joy. Once her emotions settled, she sought an audience and, accompanied by Jiu, exited the palace to fetch the 13th prince from the prison. Upon arrival, the guards stood watch outside while she and Jiu entered to retrieve him. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Fei wept, holding Jiu with one hand while wiping her tears with the other. Despite her attempts to console her, Jiu's efforts were in vain. The emperor had intended to join them in the retrieval, but his inquiries into Qing Fei's matters had yet to conclude, leading him to interrogate her instead. Upon hearing the news, the 10th and 11th princes, who had been assisting the crown prince with wedding preparations, hurriedly took leave to reunite with the 13th prince. Having been imprisoned for several years, the 13th prince was now 12 years old. He had matured significantly since his imprisonment, growing taller yet remaining pale from prolonged confinement. Though not sickly, he was born to Li Fei when she first entered the palace, and his health was naturally robust. As he stepped out of the prison, he shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight, gradually lowering his hand to acclimate to the brightness. Once fully adjusted, he beheld Li Fei, Jiu, and his two friends, the 10th and 11th princes, awaiting him outside the prison. The joy of seeing the light of day was abruptly overshadowed by confusion. Why are they here? Were they not forbidden from visiting after my imprisonment? Why have I been released? The 13th prince found it hard to believe he had been exonerated. Throughout history, regardless of guilt or innocence, once someone entered prison, they seldom emerged again. He dared not inquire with the guards about the reason for his release. His trembling hands betrayed his anxiety. He could not help but think, could it be that father intends to execute me, allowing mother and my brothers to bid me farewell? It must be so, otherwise, why were they crying with such swollen, red eyes, resembling peaches? No, no. My life has only just begun, I do not want to die. In a frenzied state, the 13th prince sprinted towards the unguarded section of the prison, moving swiftly in the opposite direction of where Li Fei and the others stood. Li Fei was left in shock. What is happening? 13th, don't run. She, along with Jiu, chased after him, while the 10th and 11th princes hastily followed suit. 13th, let us talk calmly. Why are you running? We are family, we won't harm you, what is with all this commotion? At this moment, a guard remarked in disbelief, could it be that the 13th prince has lost his mind? Having witnessed many individuals succumb to madness after enduring the dark existence of prison life, the guard instinctively assumed the 13th prince had succumbed as well. Impossible. Li Fei shook her head stubbornly, refusing to accept such a notion, yet her tears flowed freely, like pearls on a broken string. The 13th prince ran desperately onward, still heading towards the prison exit. He yearned to escape, to be free, to avoid death. He must survive. Since the decree for his release had already reached the prison, no one impeded his flight. The 13th prince dashed unimpeded toward the prison gates. Once he passed through that threshold, he would be free, yet confusion gripped him. Why were the guards not stopping him? As he neared the exit, he questioned the guard stationed at the door, why do you not stop me? The guard replied, why should I stop you? You have been released without charge. Go where you please. There is no need for restraint. Have you lost your mind to ask such a question? Alas, the 13th prince remained oblivious to his exoneration. The lack of obstruction only deepened his conviction that he was to be executed, and the guards, out of pity, had chosen not to hinder his escape. Mother, I can no longer fulfill my filial duties by your side. But I will find a way to write to you. Do not worry. After muttering a few words in his heart, the 13th prince turned back for a final glance at Li Fei and the others pursuing him desperately. Though reluctant, he gritted his teeth and bolted from the prison. This is it, 13th has truly lost his mind, hence his frantic escape, observed the 10th prince upon hearing the exchange between the 13th prince and the guard. What should I do? Li Fei, unwilling to accept such a reality, found herself grappling with the overwhelming truth. Chapter 62. The 13th brother has lost his mind. She took a deep breath, instructing someone to keep an eye on Jiu while she pursued the 13th prince alongside the 11th and 10th princes. I must go find my brother. Jiu, unwilling to remain idle, also gathered her companions to chase after them. Perhaps it was merely fortune, but as soon as Jojo led her entourage into the throng, she spotted the 13th prince darting about amidst the crowd. Quickly, apprehend my brother, do not let him run amok. If he gets lost, it will be disastrous. Jojo commanded the 2 imperial guards trailing behind her. These guards had been summoned by her mother to protect her from the menacing Great Yellow, and now they were finally put to use. Jojo felt grateful for their presence. The imperial guards were adept, and within moments, they subdued the 13th prince and brought him before Jojo. Noticing the 13th prince's furrowed brow and apparent discomfort, Jojo hurriedly said, "You two, be gentle. Just ensure he doesn't escape, do not hurt him." Understood. Yet, taking advantage of a moment's lapse in their grip, the 13th prince broke free and dashed to Jojo's side, suddenly crouching down and gripping her slender neck. "You little pumpkin, have them stand back and release me, or I will kill you." The 13th prince, having been confined in the prison of the edict, was unaware that concubine Li had given birth to Jojo in the cold palace. At that moment, upon seeing Jojo, he found her somewhat endearing, yet for reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar familiarity, treating her as a stranger. "Brother, you are my dear brother. How could you wish to kill Jojo? Ah, does your conscience not ache?" Jojo pouted in distress. "Who is speaking?" The 13th prince scanned the faces around him, noticing no one's lips moving, only seeing Jojo clutching her heart in anguish. He seemed to hear the girl's innermost thoughts. She claimed he was her true brother. Was she born of the empress? Indeed, she bore a resemblance to her, particularly in her delicate features. How could he even contemplate harming his sister? He was filled with remorse, as if struck by lightning. He had always yearned for his sister, hoping to be the noble protector as depicted in tales. Now that he finally had a sister, how could he treat her thus? In a moment of clarity, he released his grip on Jojo's neck, shame washing over him as he raised his hand and struck himself. Jojo was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? One moment he wants to flee, the next he speaks nonsense, and now he is harming me and then striking himself. Surely, he cannot be truly mad. Jojo wished to reject this reality. Mother would surely be devastated by such a blow. She gazed at the 13th prince with pity, her mind racing to find a solution. Was there a remedy for madness? "Do not look at me like that, I am no madman," the 13th prince insisted. Jojo had merely muttered her thoughts inwardly, she had not accused him of insanity. Why was he so defensive? What sane individual would engage in a pointless defense of their sanity? "It is over, he truly is mad," Jojo lamented internally. Meanwhile, the 2 imperial guards seized the opportunity to restrain the 13th prince further, preventing him from causing any more chaos. Concubine Li, along with the 10th and 11th princes, soon arrived, bringing more people with them. Granny Gui rushed forward, whispering urgently to Concubine Li, recounting the recent events. After hearing the account, Concubine Li could no longer deny her son's madness, her heart aching with pain, yet she had no time to grieve. She immediately commanded her attendants to bind the 13th prince. His erratic behavior and violent actions, even towards Jojo, made it clear that he had indeed lost his wits. If she allowed him to continue unchecked, it would be tantamount to harming him. "Mother," Jojo looked at Concubine Li, her heart heavy. "Do not be sad. Brother will surely recover." "Ah, he is not mad," the 10th and 11th princes observed with sympathy towards the 13th prince. Concubine Li sighed, approaching the bound 13th prince, tears streaming down her face as she caressed his cheek. "My son, do not blame your mother. I had no choice but to bind you. We must return." "No, I do not wish to go back, I want to live," the 13th prince protested, struggling against his bonds. "What nonsense are you speaking? No one intends to harm you." It was evident he had succumbed to madness. Speaking wildly, Concubine Li's heart ached even more, her tears flowing freely like pearls falling from a broken string. "You are deceiving me," the 13th prince shook his head, refusing to believe them. "You have all come to bid me farewell. How could I possibly still live?" Concubine Li choked on her words. "My child, how have you fallen into such madness?" "I am not mad," the 13th prince roared. Concubine Li said nothing further but took Jojo by the hand, leading the group back to the palace. At Jiushui residence, Emperor Jianing had nearly completed his interrogation of concubine Cheng. She harbored resentment for having grown up alongside concubine Li, who entered the palace pregnant and later gave birth to a prince, rising to the status of consort while she was left with nothing, subjected to disdain. Thus, she resorted to poison and framed the 13th prince. She also confessed to instigating the summoning of Princess Qing and her mother into the palace, as well as being involved in the deaths of several concubines she had resided with. Emperor Jianing, enraged by her deeds, sentenced concubine Qing to death by strangulation, to be carried out in 2 days. Once these matters were settled, he headed to Jiushui residence, expecting to find concubine Li and Jojo having rescued the 13th prince, finally bringing their family together for a joyous occasion. However, upon arrival, he was met with the sight of the 13th prince bound hand and foot, surrounded by several physicians wielding needles, seemingly attempting to treat him. What is happening here? Emperor Zhao inquired with concern. Concubine Li wiped her tears and replied, Your Majesty, it is nothing. She could not disclose the truth of the 13th prince's madness, fearing the emperor might confine him once more. She could not bear the thought of him being imprisoned again. Jojo, what do you say? Jojo remained silent. Emperor Jianing stepped closer, lifting Jojo into his arms, eager to hear her thoughts. Though she did not speak, her heart conveyed the same message. He gently coaxed her. What has transpired? If all is well, why are there so many physicians present? What? Jojo feels so distressed. 13th brother has lost his mind. Chapter 63. If mother does not go, then Jojo shall not go either. Mother is worried that the chief father will imprison elder brother, which is why she is reluctant to reveal the truth. Jojo is also concerned. But what can be done? Am I going mad? Emperor Zhao caught the significant words hidden within Jojo's thoughts. He cast a disbelieving glance at her, then turned his gaze towards the 13th prince, who was still evading the physician's needles, shouting, You quacks, you charlatans! I am not mad, I do not need those needles. Such long needles, they frighten me. Even if he is not mad, he will eventually be scared into madness. Consort Li attempted to rush forward to cover the 13th prince's mouth to prevent him from speaking recklessly and risking imprisonment, but she was restrained by Emperor Zhao. Consort Li, did the 13th say he is not mad? What does that mean? No, it means nothing. Consort Li felt a pang of guilt, yet maintained a facade of indifference. Your Majesty, do not overthink it. There are many people here, the atmosphere is muddled. Allow me to assist you in stepping outside for some tea. Consort Li wished to swiftly lead Emperor Zhao away from this place of controversy. However, Emperor Zhao refused to leave, pointing at the 13th prince surrounded by physicians. Is it because the 13th has gone mad that you have summoned so many physicians? Are you unwilling to tell me the truth out of concern that I might imprison him again? As he spoke, Emperor Zhao cast a grateful glance at Jojo. Were it not for her, he would still be in the dark regarding Consort Li's thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, Emperor Zhao had gleaned her intentions from Jojo's heart. She naively believed that he had cleverly deduced her thoughts, and was quite close to the truth. She was not adept at lying and, seeing the situation, could only resign herself to kneeling at Emperor Zhao's feet, pleading, Your Majesty, I implore you, even if the 13th has gone mad, please do not imprison him. Just promise me, and I shall do anything you desire. Mother. The 13th prince, witnessing his mother pleading on his behalf, felt a pang of discomfort that he truly was not mad. There was no need for his mother to act so desperately. Emperor Zhao regarded Consort Li with a complex expression, inquiring, Is it truly anything? Although reluctant, Consort Li nodded, yes. She understood that since Emperor Zhao had released her, he desired her to serve him in bed, but due to her unresolved feelings, she had always hesitated and now, for the sake of her son, she was willing to comply, believing that the emperor would not refuse. Emperor Zhao was not oblivious to Consort Li's intentions. He sighed, compassionately helping her to her feet and wiping away her tears. What do you take me for? The 13th is your son, and also mine. You do not wish for him to suffer, nor do I. Therefore, you need not plead with me in order to protect him. Your Majesty. Upon hearing these words, Consort Li felt warmth bloom within her heart, as the grievances and pain of being cast into the cold palace years ago eased slightly. Emperor Zhao continued, Rest assured, since I have released the 13th from the prison, I shall not imprison him again, regardless of the reason. Thank you, Your Majesty. Consort Li finally felt at ease. The 13th prince, however, was in a state of confusion. His father truly had set him free, there was no intention to harm him, had he misunderstood, yet, his reputation as a madman had been solidified by these misunderstandings. The 13th prince was unsure whether to rejoice at being freed or to lament being seen as a madman. Unable to contain himself, he began to cry, tears streaming down his face. Jojo followed suit. Why is brother 13 crying again? Do people become so changeable when they go mad? His tears prompted Jojo to feel the urge to cry as well. Whoa. I am not mad, not mad. The 13th prince bellowed. Consort Li attempted to console him, but Emperor Zhao interjected, Yao, take Jojo outside, soothe her, do not let her cry. I will speak with him, Your Majesty. Is that true? Consort Li asked incredulously. Indeed, the 13th has suffered grievances for so many years. I must fulfill my duty as a father. In truth, he did not wish for Consort Li and Jojo to remain here, burdened by sorrow. Very well, I shall wait outside with Jojo. Meanwhile, Fuan watched in shock at Emperor Zhao. Goodness, what had he just heard? The emperor stated he would fulfill his responsibilities as a father. He would personally counsel the mad 13th prince. It is essential to understand that the emperor had many sons and thus, did not hold any particular affection for them. Even if he were to fulfill his paternal duties, it would merely entail finding tutors for the princes and checking their lessons. There was truly no need for him to intervene personally, given the pressing affairs of the realm. Yet today, the emperor intended to personally counsel the 13th prince, and given the 13th's current state, This demonstrated that the emperor genuinely cherished consort Li and the princess, extending that affection to the 13th prince. They must be careful in serving consort Li and the princess, as they were the most promising nobles in the palace. Consort Li and Jojo waited in the outer chamber. Jojo had been crying, but upon stepping outside and hearing no more of the 13th prince's cries, she ceased her weeping. Consort Li noticed the tears on Jojo's face and helped wipe them away, saying, "Jojo, given the 13th's current condition, I worry that seeing him may cause you to cry further. I am concerned he might lose control and hurt you, thus I wish to send you to my maternal home for a while. Would you be willing? Is mother going?" Consort Li wished to go but did not dare. She shook her head bitterly. "Let it be. Back then, I was framed, leading to the downfall of my entire family. My parents must still hold resentment towards me. They would not wish to see me. I truly cannot return." This was also the reason why the emperor had long ago suggested she could visit home, yet she had never taken him up on it. If mother does not go, then Jojo shall not go. Jojo refused. "Jojo, be obedient." Consort Li's brows furrowed in annoyance. Jojo puffed her cheeks. "It is of no use for mother to be angry. If we are to return, it must be as a complete family. If not, then none shall return." "Jojo, why can you not understand your mother's intentions? I am worried." Yeah, Jojo is right. If we are to return, we shall return together. If not, then none shall go. Emperor Zhao Ning had just finished counseling the 13th prince, who followed him out, appearing somewhat more composed, no longer shouting or attacking, yet still looking quite restrained and fearful, the content of their conversation unknown. Emperor Zhao Ning then addressed Consort Li, "Prepare for today. Tomorrow I shall accompany you back to your maternal home. Jojo and the 13th shall come along." Consort Li appeared somewhat reluctant. Emperor Zhao Ning understood her concerns and was aware of her family's hopes for her return, thus he sought to facilitate this connection. He stated firmly, "This is an imperial decree, but the 13th may harm others. It is unwise for him to leave the palace." Consort Li sought to use the 13th prince's madness as a reason to avoid returning home. Chapter 64. Wait until he finishes his official duties, and he will also come to partake in the reunion dumplings. However, Emperor Zhao Ning interjected, "Do not worry, 13th will no longer harm others indiscriminately." Concubine Li, unable to believe her ears, asked, "Is that true?" "Indeed," replied Emperor Zhao Ning. "If you doubt it, inquire with 13th. Concubine Li turned her gaze towards the 13th prince. The 13th prince, his body tense, nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Truly, truly, I shall not harm anyone recklessly again." This was because Emperor Zhao Ning had just admonished him, "13th, if you act out of line again and cause Concubine Li and Jojo distress, I shall not hesitate to confine you back in the prison." The 13th prince, not wishing to return to confinement, had no choice but to submit. His heart was heavy with sorrow. Fuan, who had heard these words firsthand, was somewhat bewildered, having expected the emperor to gently persuade the 13th prince with heartfelt counsel. To his surprise, it was merely a blunt and forceful threat. The emperor had a modicum of paternal affection, but it was not abundant. Nevertheless, the outcome was satisfactory. Aside from refusing to let the imperial physician attend to him, the 13th prince was obedient in all other matters, even assuring that he would not harm anyone and would behave himself. Seeing that the 13th prince still retained some semblance of reason and could comprehend human speech, not having succumbed too deeply to madness, Emperor Zhao Ning decided to bring him out to meet others. "Mother, sister, I will not harm you," he vowed once more to Concubine Li and Jojo, raising 3 fingers to heaven in solemn oath. Concubine Li nodded in agreement. "Very well, I trust you, my son." Yet, despite her words, Concubine Li instructed Mama Li to find 2 imperial guards to keep a watchful eye on the 13th prince at all times, ensuring that should he exhibit any inappropriate behavior, especially if it involved harming others, it must be stopped. Having recently endured a trip to the cold palace, she had grown fearful and thus had become exceedingly cautious in her actions. Observing Concubine Li's arrangements, Emperor Zhao Ning did not intervene but declared, "Very well, it is settled. Tomorrow, after I attend the morning court, I shall come to fetch you." After making this pronouncement, he left with Jojo in his arms to attend to official matters, as Fuan had mentioned the need for his attention. Jojo thought to herself, "Why must he bring me along? He could handle his affairs alone." Tonight, she wished to enjoy the reunion dumplings with her mother and brother. After all, it was a rare occasion for the family to be together. Why was there no place for her at the table? Was she not a member of the family? Emperor Zhao Ning felt a twinge of melancholy. After he addressed his official duties, he must also partake in the reunion dumplings. The reason he had brought Jojo along was to seek her counsel regarding a significant matter of state. This issue was substantial, encompassing vast interests and implications. Though he had already made a decision, he felt unease and desired to hear Jojo's thoughts. Jojo had a knack for prophetic insights, and he intended to reconsider his decision based on her predictions. Upon arriving at the study, they found Deputy Minister Jiang Wu already waiting, having indicated that there was an important matter to discuss. Jiang Wu observed Emperor Zhao Ning's arrival, but the sight of him cradling a child rendered the atmosphere less formal. He maintained a stern expression inside. He had significant matters to address, yet the emperor seemed preoccupied with the princess. When would he show more ambition? Sensing Jiang Wu's thoughts, Emperor Zhao Ning feigned ignorance and inquired, Minister Jiang, you mentioned there are important matters to discuss. What are they? Jiang Wu replied candidly, Your Majesty, you must have heard that there are voices from the south denigrating our weaponry, claiming it to be outdated and ineffective in battle. The reason we triumphed last time was due to our clever strategies. Having ensnared them in a trap. Without such tactics, they might not have lost the conflict. This was undoubtedly true. Emperor Zhao Ning was acutely aware of how they had achieved victory. Thus, what was the minister suggesting? I still wish to advise Your Majesty to establish a weapons bureau, and to broadly recruit skilled artisans from across the realm to innovate new weaponry that can give our soldiers an edge in battle. Jiang Wu had proposed this more than once. However, Emperor Zhao Ning had yet to acquiesce. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, the current weapons manufacturing was controlled by royal relatives, a lucrative position they would not willingly relinquish. Forcing the issue could incite discord and lead to disastrous consequences. Secondly, rumors circulated both within and outside the court that Jiang Wu was a notorious corrupt official, engaged in embezzlement, yet evidence was elusive, rendering him difficult to prosecute. His repeated suggestions to establish a weapons bureau seemed motivated more by personal gain than by genuine concern for the future of the state. Jiang Wu continued, Your Majesty, only through reform and innovation can we ensure our soldiers are invincible on the battlefield. Otherwise, our outdated weaponry will put us at a disadvantage. Should conflicts arise again, the kingdom of Shichu is destined for defeat. Emperor Zhao Ning, wishing to avoid chaos, was reluctant to implement reforms. After all, hadn't they just achieved victory through clever tactics? Jiang Wu, growing more animated, raised his voice, Your Majesty is correct, but weaponry is equally crucial. Without improvements, even if we manage to win battles, our soldiers will suffer grievous losses. These casualties are entirely avoidable. His argument had merit, yet his fervor was excessive, and his volume too high. The entire study echoed with his voice, reaching ears outside the room, suggesting a pressing urgency for the emperor to promptly decree the establishment of the weapons bureau. Emperor Zhao Ning felt displeasure rise within him and even a hint of suspicion. He closed his eyes and remarked, Minister, your fervent advocacy for the establishment of a weapons bureau, could it not be construed as a desire for personal gain? As these words echoed in his mind, Zhou's prophetic voice whispered in Emperor Zhao Ning's ear. The matter of the weapons bureau had been mentioned in the texts she had read, with numerous individuals petitioning for the emperor to recruit skilled artisans to revamp the weaponry for the soldiers. Yet, the emperor had always declined, burdened by excessive concerns. Little did he know, the future demise of the Shichu kingdom was closely tied to the inadequacy of its weaponry. Their arms were far too antiquated. The southern kingdom's long spears could strike from a considerable distance, leaving our soldiers, armed with short blades, vulnerable before they could even retaliate. Thus, the improvement of weaponry and the establishment of a weapons bureau was not merely advisable. It was imperative, as the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Zhou did not fully grasp the meaning of this phrase, having merely memorized it from her readings, but she hoped that her father would heed the official's counsel and enhance the weaponry. Upon hearing Zhou's thoughts, Emperor Zhao Ning felt a shift in his stance, leaning towards acquiescence, but he needed to hear how Jiang Wu would address the matter of personal gain. After all, the rumors about Jiang Wu being a corrupt official held some weight. While he might genuinely consider the future of Shichu in his repeated proposals for the weapons bureau, it was likely that his motivations were far from entirely altruistic. Your Majesty, I harbor no intentions of personal gain, Jiang Wu asserted, all my actions are solely for the benefit of Shichu. If Your Majesty doubts my sincerity, I am willing to demonstrate my resolve by sacrificing my life before you. Chapter 65 Careless recklessness. Jiang Wu was not jesting, he was determined to crash through. If he truly collided and caused damage, the news would spread, and Emperor Zhao Ning might become the first tyrant in history to force his ministers to their deaths. The court officials would be filled with trepidation, unable to perform their duties with peace of mind. Emperor Zhao Ning, feeling a headache coming on, pressed his forehead and commanded, Fuan, quickly, stop him. Several eunuchs beside Jiang Wu hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him, but Jiang Wu, stubborn as ever, insisted on making a martyr of himself. Unable to crash into one side, he attempted to do so on the other. Fortunately, a vigilant eunuch swiftly positioned himself in front of a pillar, and Jiang Wu ended up colliding with the eunuch's chest instead, narrowly missing the pillar. The eunuch fell to the ground, clutching his chest and spewing bile mixed with foam. Emperor Zhao Ning, Jiang Wu, Your Majesty, if you do not believe in my loyalty to the Western Chu, I shall crash again. Is this never ending? The emperor felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, the thoughts of Zhou resonated in his ears. This Jiang Wu, in truth, was a virtuous official, not a corrupt one, genuinely devoted to the people and the Western Chu. Unfortunately, his rigid integrity made him oblivious to the art of flattery, leading him to mingle with those truly corrupt and nefarious officials. Even when slandered, he maintained a stance of self-purification, never offering an explanation, which resulted in his notorious reputation. Sometimes, rumors are not necessarily true. The emperor hoped that his simple-minded father could discern the truth and not wrongfully accuse a good official, let alone execute Jiang Wu based on mere fabricated evidence as depicted in stories. After contemplating Zhou Zhao's thoughts for a long while, Emperor Zhao Ning remained silent. He had always believed the rumors circulating within and outside the court, that Jiang Wu was insatiably greedy and acted solely for personal gain, thus necessitating caution. However, he never considered that Jiang Wu's steadfastness and refusal to conspire with others might be the very reasons for his tarnished reputation. It was his lack of judgment, being misled by appearances, that led him to doubt a worthy minister and even harbor thoughts of executing him. No wonder Zhou Zhao claimed that the Western Chu would perish. With such a monarch as himself, the downfall of the Western Chu seemed inevitable. Emperor Zhao Ning quietly resolved that from this day forth, he would read more, learn, reflect, and elevate himself, striving to become a wise and discerning ruler. Your Majesty. Jiang Wu persisted in his reckless pursuit of martyrdom, desperately attempting to prove his lack of ulterior motives. Yet, at this moment, the emperor's mindset underwent a significant transformation. He no longer doubted Jiang Wu and drastically altered his attitude towards him. Setting aside Zhou Zhao, he approached Jiang Wu, gently patting the back of his hand, and said, "You have repeatedly demonstrated your resolve through self-sacrifice. How could I not trust you?" Jiang Wu was moved. The emperor continued, "I shall issue a decree to establish an armory, temporarily placing you in charge of it, to recruit talented individuals from across the realm to create new and more suitable weapons for battlefield combat. Moreover, I intend to expand our military forces to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. If you have good suggestions, please submit them, and I will consider them carefully." Jiang Wu could hardly believe his ears. What was the emperor saying? He not only adopted his proposal to establish an armory but also unexpectedly reversed his attitude towards him. He was discussing military expansion with him. It was important to understand that previously, the emperor had always displayed distrust and a degree of distance towards him, often excluding him from significant state affairs. This had caused him much distress, leaving him feeling helpless. Yet now, the emperor was entrusting him with such a crucial responsibility and seeking his opinion on military expansion. This was a clear sign of trust. A robust man like Jiang Wu suddenly found himself overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. "Why are you crying, my minister?" Emperor Zhao Ning queried, perplexed, for in his memory, Jiang Wu was a man who shed blood but not tears, known for his hard demeanor. "It is nothing." Jiang Wu wiped his tears, saying no more than, "I shall not disappoint your majesty and will ensure the armory is established effectively. Proceed discreetly, do not let the royal family become aware, or it will lead to endless trouble," the emperor cautioned. "I understand." Jiang Wu took his leave. Emperor Zhao Ning glanced at Zhou Zhao, feeling fortunate that he had preserved a good minister due to her heartfelt insights. Moreover, he had cultivated a mindset of diligence and self-improvement, marking a small change in progress. Changing a little each day, making incremental improvements, the Western Chu would not fall so easily. He believed he could prevent the occurrence of adverse events. Late at night, after finally concluding his state affairs, Emperor Zhao Ning took Zhou Zhao to Qiushui residence to enjoy dumplings together. Concubine Li and the 13th prince were already waiting for them, and the atmosphere between the two appeared considerably more harmonious, especially the 13th prince, who seemed quiet and well-behaved, no longer in a frenzy. The emperor felt a sense of relief. As long as there was no disturbance, that was sufficient. Once seated, holding Zhou Zhao, he glanced at Concubine Li and teased, "I thought you had given up on waiting for me, Yao." "Your Majesty, how could you say such a thing? Zhou Zhao was waiting for you to return." Concubine Li replied. "Guima, quickly send someone to prepare dumplings." Concubine Li instructed. Guima cheerfully acknowledged and went off to prepare the dumplings. As Emperor Zhao Ning conversed with Concubine Li, the 13th prince cautiously gazed at Zhou Zhao. He had been remorseful ever since he had grabbed Zhou Zhao in the streets, leaving a poor impression on her, and had longed to apologize but had lacked the opportunity. Today, he finally saw his chance. He produced a grass-crafted frog and presented it to Zhou Zhao, saying carefully, "Zhou Zhao, this is a gift from your brother, crafted by my own hands. I hope you won't dislike it and will accept it." Zhou Zhao, who was arranging for the Nanyuan fragrance to be brought over for everyone to enjoy the dumplings together, received the frog. She also owned a bamboo dragonfly given to her by General Yu, which she treasured dearly. This frog was equally endearing to her. "Thank you, 13th brother," Zhou Zhao said, joyfully accepting the frog. The 13th prince watched Zhou Zhao with fondness, internally praising, "My sister is truly beautiful, delicately carved like jade, just as I had imagined. I wish to give her a kiss." "Brother, why do you look at me like that?" Zhou Zhao asked while playing with the frog. "Because I like you," he replied earnestly. "I like you too, brother." Zhou Zhao smiled brightly, her lovely eyes nearly disappearing in her joy. However, the 13th prince did not smile. Instead, he said solemnly, "Zhou Zhao, about the incident where I grabbed you earlier, I was in the wrong. I apologize to you. I swear I will never do it again. I will protect you. After all, Jojo was his only sister. It's nothing, really, Jojo said liberally. I don't hold it against you. After all, you were unwell. Jojo thought it would be petty to hold a grudge against someone who was ill. The 13th prince, could his sister please not misunderstand him? Just as he was about to clarify, he overheard Emperor Zhao Ning conversing with concubine Li. The emperor said, Yao, when Zhao returns to your family tomorrow, let her resume her male attire, shall we? Chapter 66. A parent's love for their child is profoundly considered. Emperor Zhao Ning remarked, Yao, when Zhao returns to your maternal home tomorrow, shall we allow her to revert to her male form? He harbored concerns that if Zhao continued to dress as a girl, her parents might discover the truth and be displeased, thereby forming a negative impression of him. The 13th prince, however, was left in a state of bewilderment. Male form, what nonsense is this? Could it be that his sister is merely an illusion? Is his brother masquerading as her? Upon realizing this possibility, the way he gazed at Zhao transformed entirely. The previous affection and warmth evaporated, leaving only displeasure, discomfort, and even a hint of provocation. His brother would snatch away many things from him. As he grew, he would become burly and odorous, lacking any appeal. Thus, he found no fondness for a brother. He desired a sweet and delicate sister. Alas, his sister was suddenly to become a brother. His heart ached. Unaware of the 13th prince's shifting sentiments, Zhao turned to Emperor Zhao Ning and stated, Father, I do not wish to revert to a male form. I am a girl, a bona fide girl. I am also the sole princess. Zhao yearned to no longer be perceived as a false princess in male disguise. She embraced her identity as a girl, as the one and only princess. Furthermore, now that her mother's family had returned and regained their former status, she felt emboldened to speak her mind. To her surprise, Emperor Zhao Ning expressed disbelief. He shook his head, looking at Zhao with seriousness, saying, Alas, it seems Zhao has assumed her female role for so long that she can no longer distinguish her true nature. Although Emperor Zhao Ning cherished Zhao's current feminine appearance, parental love necessitates long-term considerations. Now that Zhao had turned 3 and possessed some understanding, it would be selfish and disgraceful for him to indulge his own desires by allowing her to continue as a young girl. At this moment, he began contemplating Zhao's future. With a heavy heart, he declared, I have resolved that from this day forth, Zhao shall revert to her male form. If he had no daughter, so be it. He accepted that if furthermore, all of Zhao's feminine garments would be stored away, never to be worn again. Zhao, but I am truly a girl, why does my father not believe me? In her desperation, she almost considered revealing herself publicly. However, Emperor Zhao Ning, with a touch of sorrow, suggested, Let us not dwell on these unpleasant matters any longer. The dumplings are ready. It is a rare occasion for our family to be together, so let us enjoy the dumplings. Li Fei refrained from further explanation. Noticing that Nan Yuanxiang had also arrived, she arranged a seat for her, and they all sat down to partake in the dumplings. Emperor Zhao Ning felt a twinge of sadness at the thought of having no daughter. From this day forward, he quietly consumed dumplings, barely speaking, emanating a chill that could freeze a person. Nan Yuanxiang, who had much to say to Zhao, hesitated in light of Emperor Zhao Ning's demeanor, choosing instead to silently enjoy the dumplings. After finishing their meal, it was quite late, and they could settle in. Emperor Zhao Ning stayed overnight, yet he and Li Fei occupied separate chambers, still maintaining their individual spaces. The 13th prince continued to brood over his sister's transformation into a brother, sighing and speaking little, his face clouded with gloom. Zhao found his behavior quite perplexing. Why did her brother's mood shift so dramatically? His countenance was as unpredictable as the weather in July. After reflecting on this, filled with confusion, Zhao retired to bed. The following morning, Zhao awoke to find herself devoid of beautiful skirts and lovely accessories. She had been forced to don the attire of a boy, dressed in a boyish robe and boots, her hair tied back. Upon seeing her reflection in the mirror, she felt somewhat despondent. Li Fei, having dismissed the attendants, comforted her, saying, This version of Zhao is quite adorable as well, cheer up. Yet Zhao longed for her skirts. Do not fret. After some time, once I am certain that your father can indeed protect us and our family has regained its former strength, I shall speak to the emperor and reveal that you are a girl, and you shall be free to wear your skirts again. For now, Li Fei remained cautious, unwilling to take risks. Once bitten by a snake, one fears the rope. For 10 years she was wary of the beautiful yet venomous women in the imperial harem, so she could not gamble with Zhao's life, opting instead for meticulous caution. Zhao nodded in understanding of Li Fei's concerns. After Emperor Zhao Ning concluded his court duties, he arrived at Zhoushui Pavilion, preparing to accompany Li Fei, Zhao, and the 13th prince back to the Li family. Although Zhao was dressed as a boy today, she remained soft, cute, and delicately beautiful, resembling a little girl. Emperor Zhao Ning, still enamored by her appearance, approached and pinched Zhao's cheek, lifting her into his arms, saying, Today, Zhao looks splendid, and your father is pleased. Thank you, father. However, Jiuzhou missed her skirts, her beautiful accessories, and her pearl-embellished shoes. Alas, she lamented that such luxuries would be forever out of reach. Emperor Jiaoning, why does she still possess the thoughts of a little girl? This cannot continue. He was determined to correct Jiuzhou's perspective, instilling in her the belief that she was a boy, embodying the spirit of manhood. Thus, as they approached the carriage, to foster Jiuzhou's masculine disposition, Emperor Jiaoning insisted that the 3-year-old Jiuzhou climb into the carriage by herself. Jiuzhou felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Yet she remained silent, displaying the resilience of a strong child. Today, she was commendable, while her father was troublesome. Even her mother did not come to her defense, and the 13th brother, so erratic in his affections, was quite ill indeed. Once they were all seated in the carriage, the sounds of Jiuzhou's grievances reached the ears of Emperor Jiaoning, Li Fei, and the 13th prince, yet they feigned ignorance. The carriage rolled forward, passing through the grand palace gates and the bustling marketplace, eventually arriving at the Li family residence after a quarter of an hour. Upon learning of Li Fei's return, her parents, siblings, and sisters-in-law had eagerly awaited their arrival at the entrance. However, it was not merely the family they longed to see, their deepest desire was to reunite with Li Fei. Yet, Li Fei, feeling a heightened sense of trepidation as they neared her hometown, hesitated to disembark. She was gripped by fear, trembling all over, huddled in the corner of the carriage with her head bowed. Bearing this fear alone, Emperor Jiaoning, preoccupied with the 2 children, momentarily overlooked her state, saying, "Yao, we have arrived. Let us alight from the carriage." You go ahead," Li Fei replied. "I still have things to retrieve. I shall be the last to descend." Very well. Emperor Jiaoning first assisted Jiuzhou out of the carriage, followed closely by the 13th prince. The 2 elderly figures approached, tears brimming in their eyes, bowing to Emperor Jiaoning before glancing at Jiuzhou and the 13th prince, then turning their gaze back to the carriage. These 2 were Li Fei's parents, Li Canfeng and Xie, who were fervently hoping for their daughter to step down so they could embrace her. However, as moments turned into a stick of incense, then into a full stick, Li Fei continued to fabricate excuses, resolutely refusing to exit the carriage. She even entertained thoughts of fleeing. Chapter 67. In the midst of gossip, concubine Li was perpetually haunted by the belief that her parents harbored resentment towards her, feeling as though they blamed her and perhaps even wished to avoid her presence altogether, which left her hesitant to descend from the carriage. Emperor Jiaoning, perceptive as ever, discerned her troubled thoughts. Casting a reassuring glance at her anxious parents, he ascended the carriage himself to offer comfort to concubine Li. As soon as Emperor Jiaoning entered the carriage, he enveloped concubine Li in his embrace, gently patting her shoulder, and urged, "Do not be afraid. No one wishes to avoid you, nor do they harbor any blame. On the contrary, your father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law are all eagerly awaiting your descent from the carriage." Taken aback that the emperor understood her inner turmoil, concubine Li found it difficult to believe his words. Really? They are truly waiting for me? Just moments ago, she had been consumed by the thought that upon learning of her arrival, her family would be casting disparaging remarks at the gates of Li Manor, signaling their unwelcome sentiments. Indeed, Emperor Jiaoning patiently assured her. "If I were to deceive you, may I never win your heart." His words elicited a smile from concubine Li, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "Your Majesty, you jest." "Very well, shall we descend together?" he proposed. "Fear not. I am here." With renewed courage, concubine Li stepped down from the carriage, her gaze directed towards her family at the entrance of Li Manor. They too were watching her, their eyes brimming with joy, devoid of any negative emotions. Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, she felt her heart swell with emotion. "Yao Yao." Li Canfeng and Madame Xie hurried forward, grasping concubine Li's hands, nearly moved to tears. Realizing the emperor's presence, they tempered their emotions and ushered everyone inside the manor. Within, the finest tea had already been brewed. As Emperor Jiaoning and concubine Li settled at the table, the tea served was her favorite from her maiden days. The array of pastries laid before them were also her cherished delights. Such small details conveyed profound affection. Observing this, concubine Li was deeply touched. Her parents' love for her had remained unwavering, and they had never held her accountable. A warm current flowed through her heart, bringing with it a gentle warmth. As tears welled in her eyes, her parents quickly interjected, "Yao Yao, do not cry, today marks a joyous occasion, and you should be celebrating." Wiping her tears, she replied, "I understand, and I shall not cry any longer." The family exchanged pleasantries, albeit somewhat reservedly, for the emperor's presence created a distinction between sovereign and subject, rendering them cautious in their speech, opting for subtlety and politeness. Noticing this, Emperor Jiaoning suggested a stroll outside. Concubine Li's brother, Li Guangxing, accompanied him, while her sister-in-law offered to fetch more tea. Concubine Li, along with the 13th prince and others, remained behind to converse with her parents. Once seated, Li Canfeng and Madame Xie turned their attention to concubine Li's two children. Spotting the 13th prince, recently released from the prison of edicts, Li Canfeng nodded in delight, exclaiming, "Ah, it is wonderful that you are free." After a moment's pause, he lamented, "I have heard you went mad. Such a fine child, how unfortunate, but fret not, we shall care for you for life, as we can afford to." The 13th prince interjected, "I am not mad, I am perfectly sane." Sighing, Li Canfeng remained silent, prompting the 13th prince to storm outside in frustration, feeling misunderstood. Li Canfeng shook his head, saying, "This child, even if he were mad, possesses a fiery temper." "Indeed," concubine Li teased. "When I converse with him, I remain vigilant, fearing he might have an episode." "Father, mother, please refrain from mentioning the madness in front of the 13th prince, treat him as a normal person." "Very well," they both agreed in unison, and then their eyes lit up as they turned to their eagerly anticipated grandson, Jojo. Since returning to the capital, they had heard much about Jojo and had longed to meet him. Li Canfeng had even ventured to the crown prince's residence in search of Jojo, but had missed him. Now, as he took Jojo from concubine Li's arms, he joyfully remarked, "So this is our little grandson, Jojo. He is truly handsome, the finest looking child in the Li lineage. Look at those lovely little eyes and that adorable nose, so charming, and his skin is so tender and fair." Madame Xie added, "He is indeed delightful." "Absolutely." Li Canfeng concurred, then inquired, "But why is Jojo dressed this way? Did they not say he was a girl? Why does he appear like a little boy?" "Father, mother," concubine Li did not conceal the truth from them, stating plainly, "Jojo is indeed a girl. However, as you know, the emperor has 17 sons, and Jojo is the only daughter that I feared for her safety and thus insisted she disguise herself as a boy." "Ah, I see," Li Canfeng nodded in understanding. "Experience teaches wisdom. You have acted wisely, but it is unfortunate for Jojo." Meanwhile, the 13th prince, returning from retrieving something, was taken aback. What secret had he just overheard? Jojo was a sister, not a brother, a fact that their mother had deliberately concealed from everyone. Even Father Emperor was unaware of the truth. They had all been deceived. The 13th prince felt a surge of excitement. A sister, he had misunderstood her just yesterday. He had been feeling down about this matter and had distanced himself from Jojo. Reflecting on it now, he realized that had been a mistake. He needed to devise a way to make amends. With this thought, the 13th prince stealthily hid in a corner, continuing to eavesdrop on the conversation, eager to uncover more secrets. His curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, Emperor Zhao Ning, strolling outside, caught sight of the sneaky 13th prince. As Li Guanxing had left to find something, the emperor approached the boy from behind, inquiring, "What are you up to?" At that moment, the 13th prince was engrossed in the tale of Jojo's amusing escapades in the cold palace. Jojo, having a fondness for cats, often fed the strays in the cold palace. Initially, the cats thrived, but as they had litters of kittens, they could no longer venture out to seek food, resulting in their gradual decline in health. Observing the cats growing increasingly emaciated, Jojo took it upon herself to catch mice for them each night. She would set up a few bricks with sunflower seeds, and by morning, there would be mice beneath them. She would joyfully bring the mice to feed the cats, while concubine Li would be utterly terrified, for she harbored a fear of rodents. Hearing this, the 13th prince found it immensely entertaining, bursting into laughter without realizing who stood behind him. When asked, he casually responded, "Just listening to gossip." "Are you so captivated by the tales?" Emperor Zhao Ning inquired further. The 13th prince nodded enthusiastically, "Oh yes, I've heard so many secrets." "Secrets?" The emperor's interest was piqued, sensing there were matters unknown to him. The 13th prince, unguarded, began to divulge. Jojo was a little girl. When she was younger, she even helped catch mice for the cats. Chapter 68. Emperor Zhao Ning prepares to personally verify Jojo's identity. The 13th prince speaks up. "Jojo is a little girl. She used to catch mice for the kittens when she was younger." "What little girl?" The emperor is taken aback. "How did Jojo become a little girl?" "Old 13, clarify this for me." Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, the 13th prince, trembling with fear, turns around to behold the emperor's displeased countenance. He is somewhat intimidated and dares not reveal the truth, fearing that once his father learns the reality, he may hold his mother accountable for deliberately concealing Jojo's gender. In his flustered state, he begins to babble nonsensically. What little girl? Jojo is an adorable little girl. 13 is also an adorable little girl." Jojo transformed into a butterfly and fluttered away. She flies and flies, flies and flies. The 13th prince chases after her while pretending to be mad, flapping his arms in imitation of a butterfly's wings as he moves forward. He cleverly evades the emperor's probing questions with his antics. The emperor watches the 13th prince's retreating figure, exclaiming, "Am I truly questioning a madman? Have I lost my senses?" He shakes his head, realizing he has been overly serious, which is inappropriate. Yet, he feels something is amiss. For instance, when he gazes upon Jojo, she undeniably appears to be a little girl, and her voice resonates like that of a young girl. Everything about her seems to embody that of a little girl. Thus, he allowed her to masquerade as one. However, due to Consort Lee's prior assertion that Jojo was the 18th prince, he had not suspected otherwise. Yet now, the 13th prince's statements, though seemingly mad, could potentially hold truth. What if he is merely echoing Consort Lee's words? There exists that possibility. The emperor resolves to seek an opportunity to personally ascertain Jojo's gender. After the two elders embraced Jojo affectionately for a considerable time, they resumed their conversation with Consort Lee, expressing deep concern for her well-being over the past few years and inquiring extensively. Consort Lee, equally concerned about her family, responds, "As long as you and father are well, Yaya can rest assured. However, what is the matter with my brother and sister-in-law? They always seem so melancholic and seldom speak, a stark contrast to their former selves." Consort Lee expresses her worries. Sighing at this matter, Li Canfong and Madame Xia both look somewhat helpless. Consort Lee presses, "Father, mother, what exactly is the matter? Please share. Perhaps I can help devise a solution." "My dear child, as long as you can lead a happy life, that is all that matters. You need not worry about us. Moreover, worrying is futile. In this matter, no one can provide assistance." "Father, mother, do you regard me as an outsider, which is why you refrain from speaking? What nonsense are you uttering? We will forever be a family." Fearing that his daughter might overthink, Li Canfong directly states, "It is your brother and sister-in-law. Ever since their marriage, their bond has been exceptionally strong, yet they remain without offspring." Madame Xia adds, "Your brother is nearing 30, while others of that age already have children over 10 years old. But your brother has yet to father even one child. Can they not feel anxious? Such anxiety disrupts their peace of mind, coupled with your father's concern that they may grow old without a son or daughter, leading to a difficult life. He has contemplated suggesting they adopt a child or take a concubine to bear one, but your brother is unwilling. Consequently, both parties are currently at odds over this issue." Upon hearing this, Jojo begins to ponder. Her grandmother's words hold merit. "Mother is 27 this year and already has 13th brother in me, yet my uncle has no children, which certainly must weigh heavily on him." Jojo reflects on the reasons her uncle has remained childless in the texts she has read. Upon perceiving Jojo's thoughts, Consort Lee gazes at her expectantly. Since Jojo has mentioned needing to think, does it imply that she has a solution? Surely she must. Jojo is a fortunate child, capable of bringing good fortune. Consort Lee believes wholeheartedly. Li Canfong and Madame Xia exchange incredulous glances at Jojo. What have they just heard? Jojo's lips did not move, yet they distinctly heard her voice. More accurately, they heard her thoughts. It is utterly astonishing. Even more remarkable is the fact that Jojo is contemplating the reasons behind her uncle's childlessness over the years. Can she truly deduce the cause? The two elders harbor doubts, yet they cannot help but believe, for they regard Jojo as trustworthy. She would not deceive them. After a moment, Jojo smacks her thigh, recalling something significant. A matter of great import is documented in the texts. There was an incident in the capital where many noble women fell victim to poisoning. Some succumbed to their fates, while others survived due to rare antidotes, and a few, having suffered milder poisonings, remained alive yet became forever barren. Only by expelling the residual toxins from their bodies could there exist a possibility of conception. Poisoning? Consort Lee is taken aback. How could she have been unaware of this? When did her sister-in-law suffer poisoning? Yet Jojo knows. 6 years ago, during the turmoil in the capital, rebels captured numerous noble women and forced poison upon them. Some were astute enough to induce vomiting immediately, thus lessening the effects of the poison, yet others, in their passivity, succumbed after ingesting the toxin. One such victim was the mother of Princess One, as well as her aunt. This incident, Consort Lee finally recalls, as the chaos of the rebellion 6 years ago was quite significant. Her sister-in-law was also captured but fortunately rescued later. However, she never anticipated that her sister-in-law had fallen victim to poisoning during that ordeal, resulting in her inability to bear children. It is said that Jojo possesses a prescription capable of neutralizing myriad toxins. A Princess One had sought after it by any means. Consort Lee only learned of this matter later. And now, could Jojo's prescription indeed assist her sister-in-law in conceiving? Consort Lee gazes at Jojo with anticipation, thinking, "Little one, an opportunity to aid your mother's family has presented itself, you must not falter." Jojo understands this well. She cheerfully rummages through her pouch for the prescription. After a lengthy search, she finally retrieves it and hands it to Consort Lee. "Mother, this prescription is truly remarkable. It can expel toxins from the body and assist in conception. Quickly prepare it as a decoction for my aunt to consume. I believe it will not be long before she is with child." "Is that true?" Li Canfong, momentarily forgetting his astonishment at hearing Jojo's thoughts, gazes at her excitedly. Can she truly provide a means for the eldest to have a child? Mighty soon welcome another grandchild, Su Xiaoxue, who enters to serve tea, overhears this conversation and cannot contain her excitement. Rushing towards Jiao and consort Li in her haste, she stumbles and nearly falls, yet she pays it no mind. With tears welling in her eyes, she implores, "What are you discussing? Can you truly help me conceive?" Chapter 69. My dear lady, what have you applied to your face today? The suffering of not having children over the years was a burden only Su Xiaoxue bore. Despite her parents-in-law's affection and her husband's gentle approach, who never pressured her on this matter but only subtly suggested the idea of adopting a child for the sake of having someone to rely on in their old age, she remained discontented. She could not accept her childless state. Moreover, the whispers of outsiders, particularly those former acquaintances, pierced her heart like daggers. Each time they met, they would incessantly inquire if she was pregnant, speculate on the reasons for her inability to conceive, and question when she would finally bear a child. "Are you planning to remain childless for life?" they would ask. Such inquiries, seemingly innocuous, were sharp blades to someone who had longed for pregnancy. The pain was overwhelming. To shield herself from further heartache, she severed ties with her former friends, yet, even so, rumors still found their way to her ears. Once, she overheard neighbors clandestinely discussing her, likening her to a hen that could not lay eggs. The anguish was unbearable, yet she felt powerless. Retreating to weep in solitude, after her tears subsided, she sought medical advice, desperately exploring ways to conceive. However, after years of attempts, she had yet to achieve her desire. Despair was creeping in when she chanced upon the words of Li Fei and Jiao, which felt like a lifeline. "Sister Yao, is it truly so?" Su Xiaoxue asked through tears. "Do not fret, sister-in-law. Sit down," Li Fei urged, leading Su Xiaoxue to a seat before handing her the prescription given by Jiao. "Jiao has provided a remedy that can cleanse the toxins from your body and promote fertility. Sister-in-law, prepare and drink this. Just one dose will rid your body of toxins, and then you shall conceive. Jiao will have a playmate soon." Jiao mused happily in her heart. Li Fei, sensing Jiao's sentiments, relayed her joy to Su Xiaoxue. "Sister-in-law, this medicine is potent. Remember, do not overindulge. One dose is sufficient. I believe in a few months, you shall receive good news." "Indeed," Su Xiaoxue nodded earnestly. For reasons unknown, as she gazed at the crooked writing on the prescription, a sense of hope blossomed within her. She felt certain that after taking this medicine, she would indeed bear a child. This thought had never crossed her mind during her previous consultations. It was a remarkable feeling. Overcome with emotion, Su Xiaoxue laughed and cried simultaneously, expressing her gratitude to Li Fei, who felt a bit embarrassed by it all. "Sister-in-law, we are family, no need for thanks. And do not cry, it wouldn't do to have your eyes swollen from weeping. Besides, this is truly Jiao's merit. The one deserving of thanks is that little lucky charm, Jiao. Without her, none of this would have come to pass." Li Fei gazed at Jiao, her heart brimming with pride. The elders looked upon Jiao with tender affection, and after a lengthy pause, they spoke. "Xiaoxue, stop your tears. This is a joyous occasion, smile more." Su Xiaoxue wiped her tears and replied, "I understand." When Su Xiaoxue glanced at the prescription's crooked characters, she paused for a moment, but her eagerness prevailed, and she instructed someone to procure and brew the medicine. After the maid Jilan prepared the concoction, she brought it to Su Xiaoxue, beaming as she said, "Young madam, you may not know, but the physician in our household also reviewed this prescription and declared it an excellent remedy." Su Xiaoxue tested the temperature of the medicine and remarked, "It was given by Sister Yao. How could it be anything but good?" Jilan continued, "The physician also mentioned that this medicine could cleanse all toxins from the body. Since young madam has been unable to conceive, I have always felt it was related to that incident when you were poisoned." Noticing the medicine had cooled, Su Xiaoxue lifted it and drank it in one gulp, wiping her lips with a handkerchief as she said, "I had suspected that might be the case. I sought medical help for it, but those quacks were utterly useless. None could provide any relief." "Now it shall be well," Jilan replied. Indeed, thanks to Sister Yao, they concluded their conversation. Before long, Su Xiaoxue felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen. After excusing herself to the restroom, she felt as though decades of accumulated toxins had been expelled from her body. A sense of lightness enveloped her, and she no longer felt fatigued. Her complexion had improved significantly. It appeared that the toxins had indeed been purged. Filled with joy, after partaking of her evening meal, Su Xiaoxue made sure to bathe and change her attire, eagerly awaiting Li Guanxing's return. That evening, as Li Guanxing stepped through the door, he was struck by the transformation in Su Xiaoxue. "My lady, what have you applied to your face today?" he marveled. "I have applied nothing at all," Su Xiaoxue replied honestly. "Then how is it that your complexion is so radiant and rosy, akin to that of a young maiden?" Li Guanxing observed, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes as he stepped closer, whispering in her ear, "You are truly exquisite. Though they had been married for many years, Su Xiaoxue still found herself stirred by the flirtatious tone in his voice. Her ears flushed crimson, and her cheeks resembled ripe apples. Like Guangxing, noticing her blush, chuckled softly and lifted her into his arms, striding toward the bed. Su Xiaoxue had an intense premonition that tonight, they would surely conceive a child. After much anticipation, Li Fei finally returned home, having been granted a 3-day reprieve by Emperor Zhao Ning before she had to return to the palace. Overjoyed, she settled into her old boudoir, the same one she had occupied before entering the palace. Following the exile of the Li family, the entire estate had fallen into disrepair, but it had recently been restored to its former glory, and everything appeared just as it had before. Li Fei found great comfort in her surroundings. Emperor Zhao Ning also chose to remain, sharing the same quarters. While she felt a touch of discomfort, she was also bewildered by his presence. "Your Majesty, you have court tomorrow. Is it appropriate for this humble concubine to stay at home?" she inquired. The emperor reassured her, "I shall rise early to attend court, it will not be a bother. Do not worry, Yi Yao." "Oh. Is it truly permissible?" Li Fei responded, astonished. At that moment, Emperor Zhao Ning contemplated having Jiuzhou's true nature verified. To this end, he instructed his trusted attendant, Aunt Lu, to prepare bathing water for Jiuzhou. Aunt Lu was his confidant, and by bathing Jiuzhou, she would discern whether Jiuzhou was male or female. However, Jiuzhou was currently engaged in conversation with Li Canfeng and the Xie family and had yet to return. As the emperor waited, fatigue began to set in. He murmured, "Yi Yao, why do the elders have so much to discuss with Jiuzhou? It has been over an hour, do their mouths not tire?" "Grandparents often have a soft spot for their grandchildren," Li Fei replied. "Ah, indeed," Emperor Zhao Ning mused, recalling his own grandfather, who had also doted on his grandchildren during his lifetime, especially during the years when he had not received the affection of his father, finding solace instead in his grandfather's care. Chapter 70 of The Eldest Brother is quite fierce. Once, he could not comprehend the reason behind it. Now, he finally understands that it is indeed the affection between generations. In the royal family, even the bonds of father and son, or brothers, are rather tenuous, hence the concept of intergenerational affection eluded him. It was only upon the mention of intergenerational affection by concubine Li that he was reminded of the time he was favored by his grandfather, the emperor, and understood the emperor's genuine goodwill towards the princes and grandsons, devoid of any ulterior motives. He truly grasped the essence of intergenerational affection. Emperor Zhao Ning gazed at concubine Li, feeling a sense of warmth in his heart, yet he still advised, "Yao, you should retire for the night. I find myself unable to sleep, so I will wait here for Jiuzhou to return." Only with concubine Li retiring would there be no one to hinder him from asking Aunt Lu to bathe Jiuzhou and examine her. Unbeknownst to concubine Li, Emperor Zhao Ning's true intentions, she felt somewhat weary and, wishing to avoid the awkwardness of sharing a bed with him, said, "Then I shall go wash up and retire." Once asleep, she would not have to face him. At that moment, Jiuzhou had already bid farewell to the elders and was hastening towards concubine Li. The elders were quite fond of her, engaging her in conversation and mentioning Nanyuan Xiang, who, they lamented, had injured her leg and could not accompany them back to the Li family. Jiuzhou offered many comforting words, alleviating their regrets. "Jiuzhou." The voice of the 13th prince suddenly echoed in Jiuzhou's ear. She turned towards the source and saw the 13th prince holding a bamboo dragonfly, grinning at her. Confused, Jiuzhou asked, "13th brother, you weren't like this before. Why the sudden kindness towards Jiuzhou?" The 13th prince found it difficult to answer and could only feign madness, declaring, "Sister is a little darling, a precious treasure, my sweetheart, a little fairy. Brother likes you, likes you, likes you. Oh dear, it seems brother is beginning to act strangely again, causing his emotions to fluctuate so drastically. What to do? Brother refuses to let the imperial physician examine him, and no one knows the severity of his condition. It appears Jiuzhou must devise a suitable plan." As Jiuzhou pondered, the eldest prince unexpectedly scaled the wall and entered, startling both Jiuzhou and the 13th prince. They initially thought a thief had broken in, stepping back several paces, picking up sticks for defense. The 13th prince instinctively shielded Jiuzhou. To their surprise, it was the eldest prince. Jiuzhou exhaled in relief, discarding the stick and inquiring, "Eldest brother, why didn't you enter through the front door?" The eldest prince replied, "It's too late, the front door is locked." "Then what brings you here at this late hour?" Jiuzhou asked, puzzled. As the eldest prince spoke, he suddenly approached Jiuzhou, opening his mouth wide and grinning. "Jiuzhou, come quickly and look at my golden tooth. Isn't it lovely? My mother personally had it replaced, and as soon as it was done, I couldn't wait to show you." "Show me your tooth." "A golden tooth," Jiuzhou responded. The eldest prince stepped closer, tilting his mouth towards the lantern held by the maid behind Jiuzhou. In the lantern's glow, Jiuzhou clearly saw it and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" the eldest prince queried, bewildered. "And you, old 13, why are you laughing too? Your laughter is rather peculiar. I've heard you've gone mad." "Madman's laughter is usually quite different, so I won't hold it against you," the 13th prince exclaimed. "I'm not mad. Frustrated, he decided not to speak further and returned to his room. As the eldest prince, worried about the 13th prince losing his mind and mistakenly entering the wrong room, thoughtfully dispatched someone to follow him. Then, he flatteringly turned to Jojo, saying, "Isn't eldest brother kind, you should praise him, eldest brother is wonderful." Jojo complied. However, she also wanted to say that eldest brother's tooth looked rather unappealing. At such a young age, why adorn oneself with such an aged-looking golden tooth? Wouldn't a porcelain one suffice? But fearing it might hurt eldest brother's pride, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The two siblings chatted as they made their way to the elegant courtyard where concubinely resided Emperor Zhao Ning, waiting for Jojo's return, approached her with delight upon seeing her. "Ah, Jojo has returned. Yes, I'm back." Jojo nodded. "Father, why are you still awake?" Emperor Zhao Ning shot a glance at the unexpectedly present eldest prince and replied, "Father is waiting for Jojo to take a bath." "A bath?" like Jojo protested. "Jojo doesn't want to bathe. It's cold today. Once you bathe, you can wear a little dress, can't you?" Emperor Zhao Ning tempted. "A little dress?" Jojo's eyes lit up. "Yes. Yes, Jojo loves little dresses." Jojo is willing to bathe. Upon hearing about the little dress, the eldest prince glanced at Jojo's attire and scoffed, "Such a lovely little girl like Jojo, which wretched scoundrel made you wear such a boyish outfit? It is utterly hideous." At that moment, Emperor Zhao Ning's anger flared, and he chased after the eldest prince, ready to give him a sound thrashing. "You little brat, your wings have hardened, haven't they? You dare to insult me, and what else with that golden tooth? Is it a crime to be ugly? Which scoundrel had that put in?" Meanwhile, the Hui Fei, preparing for sleep, suddenly sneezed, muttering, "At this late hour, which scoundrel is cursing me? So sleepy, I'll not think of it anymore, it's time to sleep." And with that, she fell asleep. The eldest prince, however, could not find rest after being beaten by Emperor Zhao Ning and penalized to kneel, yet he remained oblivious to the reason for his punishment. Jojo mused inwardly, "Eldest brother is exceedingly fierce. This ugly outfit I'm wearing was insisted upon by my cheap father. How dare he call my cheap father a scoundrel? Is he tired of living?" The eldest prince wondered, "What? The one who insulted my cheap father is my own father. Thankfully, my father did not kill me, only punished me to kneel." "Princess, the water is ready. Please follow this old servant to bathe." Aunt Lu emerged, leading Jojo to the bath. For the sake of wearing the little dress, Jojo disregarded everything, including her mother's admonitions and concerns. She followed Aunt Lu to the bath, which was a splendid flower petal-soaked tea had been specially prepared for Emperor Zhao Ning, but he graciously offered it to Jojo. Grandma Gui attempted to intervene but was unable to, as Aunt Lu was a trusted attendant of the emperor. She hastily approached, using the pretense of helping Jojo wash her face to remind her, "Princess, do not let anyone discover your true gender." Initially, Jojo heeded Grandma Gui's warning and remained cautious. However, upon arriving at the hot spring pool and playing with the petals, she noticed the absence of others and forgot her caution, playing freely in the water, which led to Aunt Lu, who was secretly observing from the shadows, witnessing her true form. Aunt Lu, astonished, hurried to report the matter to Emperor Zhao Ning. "What? The Jojo is truly a little girl." Chapter 71 of The Smiling Emperor. Upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, the Emperor of Zhao Ning was so astonished that the teacup in his hand slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the floor and scattering porcelain shards everywhere, while tea splashed onto his boots, leaving behind mottled water stains. Known for his fastidiousness, he momentarily set aside his usual concern for cleanliness. Overwhelmed with both surprise and joy, he rose and approached Aunt Lu, gazing at her eagerly as he implored, "Aunt Lu, could you repeat that for me? Is it true that Jojo, she is truly a young girl?" The emperor sought further confirmation. With a smile, Aunt Lu assured him, "Your Majesty, you have heard correctly. Jojo is indeed a genuine young girl." At this unequivocal response, the emperor's doubts dissipated. Good, he exclaimed, pacing excitedly within the room, his footsteps echoing his delight, and his eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions. He recalled the dying words of the national master, who had explicitly urged him to trust and protect Jojo, leading him to believe that her existence was crucial for the future of the Western Shu. Little did he realize, there lay a deeper significance. He had yearned for many years, longing for a daughter who had already been by his side, while the national master had been subtly guiding him towards cherishing her. Tears of joy streamed down the emperor's face, and fearing he might be seen, he discreetly wiped them away, taking several deep breaths. The national master had truly meant well. Moreover, Jojo had already confided in him that she was a young girl, and it was his disbelief that had rendered him foolish. After indulging in this self-reflection for a while, unable to contain his excitement, he declared, "I must see Jojo. Aunt Lu, please check if she has finished bathing. No, I shall go myself and wait for her to emerge." Seeing the emperor hastening away, Fu Wen cautioned him, "Your Majesty, do take care. It is quite late, and visibility is poor. Be wary of tripping." The emperor paid no heed and rushed to the hot spring's edge, eagerly awaiting Jojo's completion of her bath. Aunt Lu, understanding the emperor's eagerness, instructed Granny Gui to assist Jojo in her washing, preparing her with a lovely dress and accessories. Once Jojo had bathed and donned her attire, she transformed back into her previous adorable self. Standing before the mirror, she beamed, "Now this is the attire befitting a princess, how delightful." "Very well, princess, the emperor awaits you, hurry along to meet him," Granny Goe urged. "All right," Jojo replied, allowing Granny Goe to lead her to the emperor. At that moment, the emperor sat within the room beside the hot spring, sipping tea, yet he held the cup without taking a sip, lost in a silly grin. He appeared somewhat foolish in his demeanor. From a distance, Jojo observed him, murmuring to herself, "Father seems rather peculiar today. What is he grinning about? Why is he avoiding mother? Has he come to the hot spring just to smile foolishly? Could it be that he has taken a liking to one of the maidservants here? That simply will not do, they are all from Mother's family, and she would be distressed to find out." Irritated, Jojo approached the emperor and grasped his hand, attempting to lead him towards the residence of concubine Li. The emperor, attuned to her thoughts, understood that she wished to steer him away from the distractions of the court. With a chuckle, he obliged her, taking a few steps alongside her before lifting her into his arms, exclaiming, "My precious daughter, let me have a good look at you." "Why look at me every day? What is so special?" she replied. However, the way her father gazed at her today felt distinctly different. In the past, his eyes held affection and fondness, but today they radiated pure love, the kind that only a doting father could possess. How strange, had he perhaps indulged a bit too much? "Jojo, tonight let us sleep together with your mother," he proposed, wishing to hold his dear daughter close. Jojo nodded, All right." Upon arriving at the residence of Chinya, they found concubine Li already asleep, turned away from them. The emperor had questions for her but refrained from asking, letting out a sigh as he gently placed Jojo in the center of the bed, personally removing her shoes and socks before tucking her in. Subsequently, he lay down beside her. Fuan interjected, "Your Majesty, you have not removed your shoes." "Oh, in my excitement, I forgot," the emperor admitted. Fuan stepped forward to assist in removing the shoes, adding, "Your Majesty, your clothing and headpiece have yet to be taken off, and the princess's attire remains as well. Oh, I forgot that too." The emperor sat up, allowing Fuan to help him and Jojo out of their garments and remove their headpieces. Exhausted from the day's activities, Jojo fell asleep the moment she touched the bed. Yet the emperor, brimming with joy, found it difficult to slumber, gazing at Jojo, enchanted by her every feature. He tenderly kissed her chubby little hand, watching her until deep into the night when he finally succumbed to sleep, smiling even in his dreams. Hearing his laughter, concubine Li woke abruptly, puzzled. What could possibly have caused the emperor to laugh in his sleep? Such behavior was unprecedented. Had he encountered something particularly thrilling? Might it be that he had taken a fancy to some woman? A twinge of unease stirred within her. The following morning, as the emperor prepared to attend court, he noticed that both concubine Li and Jojo were still asleep. Reluctant to disturb them, he tiptoed out, dressing quietly before departing for court. After the meeting, he hurriedly left the palace, heading for the Li residence. On the way, he personally purchased several baskets of Jojo's favorite buns from a renowned vendor. Noticing the quantity he bought, the vendor inquired, "Are these for your family?" With a proud tone, the emperor replied, "My little daughter adores them, these are specially for her." "Ah, you too must have a daughter," the vendor complimented. "Daughters are wonderful, like a warm little jacket." "Indeed," the emperor chuckled. "They bring warmth." Listening to the vendor's lament about having 3 sons, the emperor felt a surge of compassion. After paying for the buns, he hopped onto his carriage, heading straight for the Li residence. Besides his longing to see Jojo, he had several pressing questions for concubine Li. Why had she not informed him of Jojo's true gender? Why had she allowed her to disguise herself as a boy? Did she not comprehend his aspirations for their daughter? Did she truly wish for Jojo to remain in disguise, perpetually misunderstood by everyone? Chapter 72, With a Precious Daughter, Life is Perfected. Does she truly wish for Jojo to perpetually disguise herself as a boy, living under the weight of misunderstanding from all? Upon arriving at the Qingye courtyard of the Li Manor, Emperor Jianing first permitted the eldest prince, who had knelt for an entire night, to rise and accompany him for breakfast. As they entered, the emperor halted abruptly upon overhearing a conversation between consort Li and Jojo. "What, Jojo, did Lu Gu, who attended the emperor last night, take you for a bath?" Consort Li, having learned of this from a maid, was momentarily flustered. She hurriedly inquired, "Did your true gender become exposed?" Her breath quickened. "The imperial harem is rife with treacherous individuals who would devour you without remorse. If your identity is revealed, it would be perilous. As your mother, I feel powerless and fear I cannot protect you. My family has only just returned from exile and has yet to regain its former strength. What shall we do if further harm befalls us?" Consort Li's eyes brimmed with tears as they cascaded onto Jojo's hand. Feeling the warmth of her tears, Jojo gently wiped them away, reassuring her, "Mother, do not fret. Lugu merely led me to the hot spring. It was Nurse Gui who assisted me with the bath, and my identity remains concealed." Seeking solace, Consort Li turned to Nurse Gui, who nodded in affirmation, granting her a sigh of relief. "That is a relief," she murmured. After hearing their exchange, Emperor Jianing felt a surge of guilt. It was his failure to protect both Consort Li and Jojo that had subjected them to such unwarranted distress, leaving them fearful and on edge. He vowed to safeguard them henceforth. As for the lingering questions, he chose not to pursue them further. He already knew the answers presently. Knowing Jojo's true identity and realizing he had a cherished daughter filled his life with completeness. There were no regrets, it was enough. While Consort Li's deliberate concealment was misguided, it was understandable and thus forgivable. The emperor chose not to dwell on it but felt concerned that the eldest prince might carelessly speak out, bringing trouble to Consort Li and Jojo. He cast a warning glance at the eldest prince, who, astonished by the revelation of Jojo's true identity, nodded in acknowledgement of his father's unspoken caution, promising, "I shall not speak indiscreetly." With that, the group entered the room with cheerful spirits. "Jojo, see what your father has brought for you," the emperor inquired. "Buns, buns!" Jojo exclaimed, her senses ignited by the delightful aroma. "May I have one?" "Certainly," Fuan replied, presenting her with a bun while laying out the rest for everyone to enjoy. The buns were truly delectable. After indulging, the family sang praises, especially the eldest prince, who still yearned for more, only to find none left. After their meal, Emperor Jianing planned to take Consort Li and Jojo for a leisurely stroll, discreetly observing the common folk. They disguised themselves as ordinary citizens and ventured into the streets. The eldest prince and the 13th prince accompanied them, vying to please Jojo, who sensed something amiss. Why were they behaving so differently today? Had they discovered her true gender, and were they thus elated? As they strolled, the group reveled in the lively shouts of street vendors and the bustling atmosphere, finding joy in the experiences absent from palace life. Everything was novel to Jojo as her brothers bought her numerous trinkets, carrying them for her while she nestled in the emperor's embrace, savoring a sweet and tangy candied hawthorn. After growing tired from their excursion, they rested at a tea house, sipping tea and catching their breath. The emperor observed the capital's commendable order and the citizens' contentment, feeling quite pleased as he praised several officials, until he overheard a troubling discussion. "Have you heard? Many refugees have recently flooded into the city. The city guards are tirelessly attempting to expel them, but the task seems endless." "Refugees?" The emperor furrowed his brow. "How come I was unaware of this?" The eldest prince replied, "It appears someone is deliberately suppressing the information, which is why we remain uninformed." Emperor Jianing pondered, where could these refugees originate? If they are continually driven away, the populace may accuse us of tyranny. Should we not take them in and provide proper accommodation? As he contemplated the appropriate course of action, he was interrupted by a voice of dissent. "No, we cannot allow these refugees into the city." The eldest prince added, "Father's intentions to avoid the appearance of tyranny are commendable, yet these refugees are not ordinary. They hail from the south." It was known from texts that the south had recently been afflicted by a plague, expelling all those infected to fend for themselves. These individuals had made their way to Shichu, posing a significant risk. Should they enter the city, they would undoubtedly spread the contagion to its inhabitants. The records indicated that Shichu had suffered greatly from a previous plague, resulting in numerous fatalities and a severe decline in economic stability. After reflecting on her thoughts, Jojo contemplated how to persuade Emperor Jianing to reconsider his decision. The emperor voiced, "It is best not to harbor refugees, it would disrupt the city's appearance." The eldest prince concurred, "Indeed, it would affect the city's aesthetics." Jojo was taken aback. Is it truly so simple? Nevertheless, it was a relief, sparing her the burden of persuasion. Fuan, Emperor Jianing instructed quietly, "Convey the decree to the city guards, ordering them to drive out all refugees, ensuring they wear masks to avoid direct contact and prevent the spread of the plague." "Understood," Fuan replied, departing to relay the command. The emperor continued to contemplate which physician would be best suited to attend to the refugees. Without addressing the plague, the people of Shichu would remain vulnerable, necessitating a resolution at the source of the issue. Upon receiving this decree, the city guards promptly set about expelling the refugees, albeit without masks. The rationale was twofold. Firstly, they felt it unseemly for men to wear masks, considering it effeminate. Secondly, they dismissed the notion of plague transmission as an overblown concern, firmly believing there was nothing to fear. As the guards hastened to clear the streets, they gathered to discuss the matter, each appearing unconcerned and dismissive. "Our emperor is overly cautious. They are merely refugees, after all. They seem healthy enough, capable of eating and drinking. There is no need for alarm. Let us expedite their removal so we may fulfill our duties." Chapter 73. Jojo, why don't you praise your elder brother? The city guards, unrestrained, were hastily driving the people. The refugees, though appearing healthy, had begun to develop sores beneath their clothing, hidden by the layers they wore for winter. Their steps were weary, and their eagerness to eat and drink stemmed from a prolonged hunger that made them feel on the brink of starvation. Suddenly expelled from the city, they felt as though there was no escape, and their cries resounded, piercing the heavens. It was at this moment that the Prince and Princess of Duan, along with Feng Kaiwei, made their appearance. They had just been strolling near a tea stall when they spotted the disguised Emperor Zhao Ning and his entourage. Initially intending to greet them, they were taken aback by the conversation they overheard between the Emperor and the Crown Prince. They learned of the Emperor's desire to shelter the refugees, yet his hesitation was rooted in concerns about the refugees' impact on the city's appearance, leading to his decision against offering refuge. Now, they had come to assist the refugees in improving their appearance. Feng Kaiwei exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Father, Mother, if we can help these refugees enhance their appearance, making them presentable and no longer a blight on the city, I am certain that the Emperor will be exceedingly pleased." The Prince of Duan smiled in agreement. "Indeed, who knows, your royal uncle might be so delighted that he would welcome you back to the palace and shower you with affection." The Princess of Duan's eyes sparkled with hope. "Our good days are just around the corner." Feng Kaiwei scoffed. "That androgynous old 18th Prince won't be basking in glory for long." Indeed, the Prince of Duan concurred. Ever since the family was expelled from the palace, their status had diminished significantly, drawing the disdainful gaze of all who passed. Life had become arduous. To regain royal favor, they exerted great effort, even going so far as to expend considerable sums of silver and manpower to assist the refugees in enhancing their appearances. You four, tend to the refugees on the east. You all, assist those on the west, the rest, stay with me, the Prince of Duan instructed. The captain of the city guards, upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the prince and his entourage, obstructed their efforts to drive away the refugees and drew near to them. "Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that you must maintain your distance from the refugees. Please take your attendants and leave at once, otherwise, should you contract the plague, it would be dire." Although the captain felt the notion of plague was absurd, he, being in charge, sought to avoid any repercussions and felt compelled to issue a warning. "What plague?" The Prince of Duan waved dismissively. "I am not easily frightened. You need not attempt to scare me. It is the Emperor's command." The captain insisted. "I am well aware of the Emperor's intentions." The Prince of Duan replied. "The Emperor's concern for a plague is merely a pretext to prevent the refugees from flooding the city and to avoid the burden of providing for them, as the treasury is empty. If I were to offer my own funds to alleviate this predicament for the Emperor, he would undoubtedly reward me handsomely." The captain, intrigued by this proposition, inquired, "Is that truly the case?" The prince, determined to proceed without obstruction, replied firmly, "Of course it is true. Would I have any reason to deceive you regarding such matters? Indeed, there is no need for that," the captain conceded. "So, will you still impede my efforts?" The Prince of Duan asked with a knowing look. No, the captain replied, not only refraining from stopping him but also feeling a growing desire to join the prince in his endeavors. He looked at the prince, eager to ingratiate himself. "Your Highness, given the multitude of refugees, wouldn't it be beneficial for me to assist you in enhancing their appearances? That way, should rewards be distributed afterward, I too would share in the glory." The captain, having not received a promotion in years, saw this as a prime opportunity. "Certainly, you may assist," the prince responded. "However, you must keep this confidential. Once we succeed, we shall present a grand surprise to the Emperor." "Understood, I will follow your lead," the captain agreed. Thus, the captain ceased his efforts to drive away the refugees and instead joined the prince's entourage, working alongside them to help the refugees enhance their appearances. The guards and the refugees soon found themselves in close proximity. After a brief respite, Emperor Zhao Ning and his companions returned to inquire about the refugees, discovering that information had indeed been withheld from them. He issued a decree reprimanding all involved officials and imposed a half-year salary deduction as a warning to others. Among those punished was the captain of the city guards, who, daring and undeterred, continued to covertly assist the prince despite his punishment. The following day, Jojo once again ventured out with the Crown Prince and the 13th Prince to enjoy steamed buns. Although they could have sent someone to fetch them, the trio preferred the taste of freshly steamed buns. Upon their arrival at the bun shop, the owner immediately recognized the esteemed Crown Prince and Jojo. He hurried over to greet them. "Welcome, esteemed ones, here for buns, I presume." "Indeed," the Crown Prince replied, producing a silver ingot and placing it on the table. "Let us have 20. He paused, glancing at the 13th Prince, thinking to himself that this fool needed to be taken care of too. "Make it 30 baskets, the owner, smiling, said. "Noble sirs, the buns will be ready shortly, but today, there is no need for payment. This is a small gesture of gratitude for your support of my humble establishment." He was a man of gratitude, and with business thriving lately, he had long wished to express his thanks to the Crown Prince and Jojo. Seizing the opportunity, he hurried away, anxious that they might refuse his offer. The crown prince chuckled and remarked, "Jojo, isn't my elder brother impressive? We don't even have to pay for buns. Quickly, praise your elder brother, shameless." The 13th prince scoffed. At your age, still mooching off others, you fool, what do you know? The crown prince retorted, I know everything. The 13th prince replied defiantly. Humph, the crown prince huffed, given your foolishness, I shall let it slide. He then turned to Jojo, come now, praise your elder brother. Just as he spoke, Feng Kaiwei appeared before Jojo and the crown prince, a cold smirk gracing her lips, exuding arrogance. Several servants trailed behind her, equally disdainful at Jojo, enjoying buns. Are we? Feng Kaiwei asked derisively. Didn't you have enough in the cold palace? Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? The crown prince replied, vexed. Elder brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. Besides, do you not despise this Feng Jojo? Why do you not stand with me? I am about to regain the emperor's favor, while this androgynous creature, Feng Jojo, shall soon find herself back in the cold palace. If you continue to cling to her, it will not reflect well on you. Though young, Feng Kaiwei spoke with a haughty and venomous tone, displaying a fierceness that surpassed that of an adult. Chapter 74. A grand surprise for His Majesty. The crown prince, feeling vexed, listened to her words with increasing irritation. He sighed heavily and wordlessly instructed someone to fetch a rope to bind Feng Kaiwei, then stuffed a leftover bun into her mouth. At last, there was some semblance of peace. Initially, as she bit into the bun, Feng Kaiwei was quite indignant. How could she possibly eat something that had been left by someone else? However, as she savored its flavor, her eyes widened in astonishment. How could this bun be so delicious? She had never tasted anything so exquisite before. At that moment, Jojo's buns were also served. The crown prince first offered Jojo the most aesthetically pleasing one, placing it on the plate before her, encouraging her to eat. He then took one for himself, chewing as he remarked, Feng Kaiwei, do you think everyone is like you? Merely seeking personal gain and flattering those in power. I am with Jojo because I genuinely like her. I care not for any consequences. As for you, even if you were to ascend to immortality and share longevity with the heavens, I wouldn't cast you a second glance. You simply do not capture my interest. The disdain and contempt in the crown prince's words left Feng Kaiwei infuriated. Jojo, on the other hand, remained silent, contemplating what Feng Kaiwei had said about soon regaining favor from the emperor. What could Feng Kaiwei possibly do to win back the emperor's affection? It was clear that her previous actions had irrevocably alienated both her and the duke's residence from the emperor's goodwill. Regaining his favor would require monumental achievements, but that seemed utterly implausible. What could it be, then? Jojo pondered for quite some time, unable to come to a conclusion. The 13th prince, noticing her distraction, nudged her elbow and said, Sister, hurry and eat your bun. All right, Jojo responded, resuming her meal. The proprietor also provided each of them with a complimentary bowl of egg drop soup. Noble guests, this soup is delightful. Do indulge, he added, glancing at Jojo and advising, but, dear young lady, do take your time with it. It would be a shame to scald your lovely mouth. Jojo smiled and nodded. The crown prince chimed in, do you find my sister adorable too, proprietor? The proprietor replied, your sister is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, exquisitely crafted like a fine work of art. Truly a rarity. The 13th prince, feeling agitated, banged on the table and exclaimed, but she is my sister, she is my blood sister, born of the same mother. Though not from the same mother, we share the same father, so she is indeed family, the crown prince retorted. You fool, you lack even the most basic knowledge. Upon saying this, the crown prince smacked his forehead, muttering to himself, I've called him a fool. Why would I expect him to possess any common sense? Alas, I am the foolish one, Jojo interjected. All right, brothers, let us eat our buns before they grow cold and lose their flavor. For Jojo's sake, I shall not hold it against you, the crown prince said melodramatically to the 13th prince. After they had eaten their fill, the group returned to the Li residence. Upon arriving at the entrance, they overheard the guards whispering among themselves. Have you heard? The Duke of the End has prepared a grand surprise for His Majesty. It seems to be an apology for all previous grievances. However, what could this grand surprise be? It sounds quite significant, but the specifics remain shrouded in mystery. The Duke's people were tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any details, insisting that His Majesty must see it for himself. Upon hearing this, Jojo, who was being held by the crown prince, mused internally. No wonder Feng Kaiwei had become so brazen and boisterous, claiming she would soon regain the emperor's favor. This was the reason. The Duke aimed to use this grand surprise to restore all that had been lost, yet, one could not help but wonder about the reliability of this surprise. Only by witnessing it could they ascertain its worth. The crown prince led Jojo and the 13th prince into the Li residence, seeking out Emperor Jianing and consort Li. They found the emperor and the consort gathered in the main hall, engaged in earnest discussion, with the Duke and his wife also present. The couple stood at the center of the hall, cautious in their demeanor, refraining from taking a seat due to their previous transgressions. Upon seeing the crown prince and Jojo return, Emperor Jianing rose to greet them, exclaiming, "My precious daughter has returned. Have you had your fill?" Jojo nodded. "I am quite satisfied. I see you enjoy those buns from that establishment." Emperor Jianing mused, "I wonder if we should summon that couple to the imperial kitchen? This way, you would not need to make the journey there." "That would be splendid." Jojo responded enthusiastically. Emperor Jianing exchanged a knowing glance with Fuan and instructed, "Go take care of it yourself, and ensure they receive all due courtesies." "Yes, your majesty," Fuan replied before departing. Turning to Jojo, Emperor Jianing continued, "Your uncle the Duke has prepared a grand surprise for you, and wishes for you to accompany me to see it. Will you come?" Jojo thought for a moment and replied, "No, thank you. I do not wish to see Feng Kaiwei. Encountering her only leads to quarrels. It is better to keep my distance, out of sight, out of mind." Hearing her sentiments, Emperor Jianing recalled the previous unpleasant events and lost interest in attending. He no longer wished to see the grand surprise. He still held reservations about the Duke. However, the Duke knelt and earnestly implored him, claiming it was a matter of great significance to the state and urging him to attend. Seeing this, Emperor Jianing relented, saying, "That very well, I shall go and take a look." He was curious to discover what state matter warranted such urgency. Were it not for the Duke's insistence on its importance, Emperor Jianing would never have considered attending. "Consort Li, Jojo, you shall remain here at the Li residence to accompany your in-laws." "I shall be back shortly," Emperor Jianing declared. "Understood," they replied in unison. Emperor Jianing and the Duke and his wife set out in a carriage towards the city gates to observe the transformed refugees. Had Feng Kaiwei still been in favor, Emperor Jianing would have shared a carriage with the Duke and his wife. However, now that she had fallen from grace and given the Emperor's lingering grievances towards the Duke, they traveled in separate carriages. Upon reaching the city gates, Emperor Jianing did not alight from his carriage but called out, "What is this grand surprise?" The Duke exited his carriage, leading a group of refugees to bow before Emperor Jianing. Compared to before, these refugees appeared much cleaner and more presentable, clad in the latest fabrics of the capital, neither extravagant nor overly humble. Emperor Jianing, perplexed, inquired, "Who are these people? Why do they bow before me?" "They are the refugees who previously flooded into the city," the Duke replied with a smile. "I took pity on them and organized their transformation before bringing them to meet you, dear brother." Emperor Jianing was taken aback. What is he saying? He hastily pulled back the curtain of his carriage. The Duke, oblivious to the Emperor's discomfort, stood below the carriage and continued, "Brother, their appearance has improved significantly. I have even helped them set up relief tents. They no longer mar the city's beauty and can now live in the capital. I implore you to allow them to stay." After finishing his speech, the Duke lowered his head, chuckling softly, eagerly awaiting the Emperor's praise and rewards. Chapter 75. Prince Duan, you are truly a harbinger of calamity. However, a considerable time had elapsed, and aside from an eerie silence, no other sounds could be heard. Prince Duan gazed perplexedly out of the carriage window, only now realizing that the curtain had been drawn down at some point. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart, though he dismissed it as mere paranoia. With a forced smile, he inquired, "Your Imperial Highness, do you like the grand surprise I have prepared for you?" "Like it? How absurd, you foolish wretch, you are putting us all in peril." The sharp rebuke of Emperor Jianing struck Prince Duan like a thunderclap. Stunned by the accusation, he pondered why he was being chastised. Yet, Emperor Jianing's fury was not abated. In a fit of rage, he removed one of his intricately embroidered dragon-patterned boots and hurled it at Prince Duan's head from the carriage window. The blow left Prince Duan's head throbbing painfully, sending chills of dread coursing through him. Trembling, he hastily knelt on the ground, bowing his head in confusion as he asked, "Your Imperial Highness, what has transpired?" "I was merely attempting to alleviate your burdens. Do you not appreciate it?" "Alleviate burdens, ha!" Emperor Jianing placed a hand to his forehead in exasperation. "You have only succeeded in adding to my troubles and those of the citizens of the capital." Prince Duan, bewildered, replied, "I do not quite comprehend." Emperor Jianing scolded, "I instructed that those refugees afflicted by plague be expelled immediately, yet you have chosen to ignore my command? And instead, you have concocted this mess. You have truly surprised me." Plague, observing the Emperor's irate demeanor, made it clear that this was no jest. It appeared the plague was indeed a reality. Previously, he had foolishly speculated about the Emperor's intentions. This was disastrous. The once relaxed disposition of Prince Duan swiftly turned tense. If the plague was real, it was contagious, and everyone in the Duan residence had come into contact with the refugees. The Duan household would be the first to suffer, and the emperor would not show him mercy. The color drained from Prince Duan's face. At that moment, amongst the crowd of refugees nearby, several individuals suddenly collapsed. The accompanying imperial physician rushed to examine them, discovering their pulses to be erratic, indicative of illness, not merely a common ailment, and each bore similar sores. It was indeed the plague. The sudden fainting spells signified a life-threatening situation. After the physician completed his examination, his legs weakened, and he hurried to report to the emperor. Upon hearing the news, Emperor Jianing immediately devised a plan. Imperial Guard, commence tracking down everyone who has had close contact with the refugees and expel them from the city. They are to be treated outside the city walls, not a single soul shall be spared. Throughout the city, disperse lime powder for disinfection. Only a few from the Imperial Medical Bureau need remain in the palace. The rest shall proceed outside to handle the plague. All must be diligent. The matter of the plague is not trivial. A moment's carelessness could lead to the city's ruin. I expect all officials to treat this with the utmost seriousness. The Imperial Guard and accompanying physicians knelt in acknowledgement. Yes, Your Majesty, we shall approach this matter with the gravity it demands. Next, the focus turned to those responsible for the spread of the plague. Emperor Jianing's gaze fell upon the commander of the city patrol and Prince Duan. Both were quaking in fear, yet their fate was sealed. They would pay a heavy price for their actions. Emperor Jianing coldly declared, "Commander of the city patrol, for your insubordination and deceit, resulting in the spread of this plague, you are to be executed immediately. The remaining members of the patrol shall face a year's salary forfeiture. As for you, Prince Duan, you are to be imprisoned in the imperial dungeon for life." The plague has historically been a great calamity. Thus, Emperor Jianing dealt with those involved with merciless resolve, showing no leniency. The awaiting Imperial Guard promptly received their orders to apprehend the offenders. Seeing the Emperor's stern demeanor, they did not dare delay, swiftly detaining the commander of the city patrol and Prince Duan. At that moment, the commander regretted his decisions deeply, wishing he could break free from the grip of the Imperial Guard and deliver a sound thrashing to Prince Duan. However, he was powerless to escape and could only hurl insults at him. "Prince Duan, you are truly a harbinger of calamity. Had you not lured me into this scheme to reform the refugees, would I have faced this disastrous fate? You are a star of misfortune, and you have led me to ruin. I had hoped to rise through your influence, but instead, I find my life in jeopardy because of you. Had I known, I would have complied with the order to disperse the refugees without indulging in your foolishness." It is often said that a man does not shed tears lightly, yet at this moment, the commander of the city patrol, while berating Prince Duan, found himself weeping profusely. "Your Majesty, I was wrong. I beg for mercy, please spare my life." The commander's desperate pleas fell on deaf ears as Emperor Jianing remained unyielding, and the Imperial Guard escorted him away. Prince Duan, too, wept. He dreaded the thought of the dungeon. Once one entered, escape was nearly impossible. He pleaded for mercy in vain as he was taken to the Imperial dungeon. The members of the Duan household were likewise expelled to the outskirts for treatment. They had eagerly anticipated rewards for their involvement in the refugee reformation, but instead of accolades, they faced expulsion due to their close contact with the afflicted refugees, forced into the cold of winter outside the city. As they shivered in the biting chill, they lamented Prince Duan for their plight. In the span of a single day, many had been expelled from the city. The remaining individuals were ordered to refrain from unnecessary movement, advised to stay at home until physicians could check their pulses and clear them for freedom of movement. The streets fell eerily silent. The city patrol was no longer required to patrol, they simply carried lime powder daily for disinfection. The chaos in the capital, instigated by the commander and Prince Duan, was gradually being brought under control. However, the situation for the refugees outside remained dire. At this moment, upon receiving the physician's report, Emperor Jianing felt overwhelmed. The refugees had begun to fall ill, the situation growing increasingly severe, with many succumbing to the illness. Although the citizens of the capital were confined to their homes, fear and anxiety loomed large. If this persisted, calamity was inevitable. An urgent need arose for a remedy to combat the plague, yet no one in the Imperial Medical Bureau could formulate one. Meanwhile, Jojo found herself confined within her chamber, forbidden to leave. Nonetheless, she yearned to go out in search of someone who could provide a solution to the plague. "Mother, please take me outside," Jojo pleaded, clutching Li Fei's leg and gazing up with imploring eyes. Li Fei gently shook her head. "It is not permissible. For one, your father does not allow anyone to roam freely, and secondly, the situation is precarious. It is best we exercise caution and refrain from venturing out." Yet Jojo was aware of an individual capable of producing a remedy for the plague. However, she was unable to leave. If only she could assist this person in getting out, then controlling the plague would be possible. The book she had read spoke of her ability to manage the plague. But the delay had cost many lives. Had Jojo acted sooner, fewer would have perished. Upon hearing her thoughts, Li Fei felt a surge of delight. She longed to inquire if it was true who that person was. Yet, recognizing the urgency of the situation, she wasted no time, scooping up Jojo and heading outside. Mother has changed her mind. I will take you out now, Li Fei declared. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Chapter 76. You treacherous couple. Though Jojo found it peculiar that her mother suddenly changed her mind, she refrained from asking questions. She leaned in and kissed Li Fei, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, mother. Li Fei felt a warmth in her heart and smiled as she led Jojo out the door. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when Emperor Zhao Ning emerged, as they were all residing in the Qingye courtyard, a place where one could easily encounter another. As soon as Li Fei and Jojo prepared to leave, Emperor Zhao Ning took notice. Despite being busy and somewhat anxious, he maintained a gentle demeanor in front of Li Fei and Jojo. Where are you two headed? The situation outside is dire. It would be wise not to venture out. He expressed his concern for the mother and daughter. We're going to seek someone, Jojo replied, aware of who could concoct a remedy to combat the plague. She and her mother were on their way to find that individual. This person was the one whom Jojo admired most from the book. The mere thought of her stirred Jojo into a flurry of excitement. Upon hearing her thoughts, the emperor's previously troubled mood lifted considerably. Indeed, Jojo was a fortuitous star in his life. When faced with challenges that left others in despair, she alone could devise solutions in the shortest time. Jojo was remarkable. Surely, she would aid him in addressing the plague. He believed it would not be long before the capital returned to its former tranquility. With this in mind, Emperor Zhao Ning approached Li Fei and, with a change of tone, suggested, if you truly wish to go out, I shall accompany you. I can join you in seeking the one who can resolve the plague issue and ensure the safety of both mother and daughter. Very well, Li Fei agreed. Jojo chimed in, shall we head to Qinglu Alley? I have heard there is a vendor there who sells candied hawthorn, which is particularly delicious. I long to taste it. In truth, Jojo intended to use the opportunity of enjoying the candied hawthorn to locate that individual. The person she sought resided in Qinglu Alley. Her name was Qingzi, a disciple of a reclusive master. After her master's passing, she had married and descended the mountain. Unfamiliar with the ways of the world, her marriage had been somewhat hasty, and her husband was rather unremarkable, often berating her for treating patients, insisting it was disgraceful for a woman to do so, thereby shaming him. He compelled Qingzi to sell shoes alongside him, leaving her to practice medicine in secret. In the book, when the plague first broke out, Qingzi managed to heal a few individuals and wished to publicly share her prescription to save others. However, her husband discovered her intentions, broke her leg, and confined her to their home. After 4 months of recovery, she secretly ventured out to publish her prescription, ultimately alleviating the plague afflicting the Western Shu. Sister Qingzi was a woman of great compassion. Despite her unfortunate marriage, her boundless love remained undiminished, which endeared her to Jojo. Thus, Jojo felt compelled to rescue her. In the narrative, it was on this very day that her husband had broken her leg for her charitable endeavors, preventing her from ever leaving home again. What, her husband broke her leg for saving lives? Emperor Zhao Ning found this revelation astonishing. How could such a man exist in the world? It seemed he must advocate more vigorously for women in medicine, lest the entrenched belief that it was shameful for women to practice healing persist, leading to ridicule and abuse from incompetent husbands. As these thoughts churned in his mind, the group arrived at the entrance of the Li residence. The emperor first lifted Jojo into the carriage, then assisted Li Fei before finally boarding himself. The carriage swiftly made its way to Qinglu Alley, traversing the empty streets at a brisk pace. In the span of 2 incense sticks, they reached their destination. Upon disembarking, Emperor Zhao Ning held Jojo in his arms as they, together with Li Fei, proceeded into the alley. Accompanying them were 2 elite guards, while others lurked in the shadows, ready to protect them. After walking for a short while, the emperor spotted a woman in the depths of the alley, crouched as she tended to an elderly woman who had fainted. Although the personnel from the Duke of Duan's residence had been expelled outside the city due to their close contact with refugees, it was still possible that they had interacted with others upon returning home. During the official inquiries, these individuals may have concealed their contacts, resulting in some in the capital contracting the plague. Thus, the elderly woman being treated was an unfortunate victim of this transmission. The elderly woman, with her weakened immune system due to age, collapsed the moment she was infected, fainting in the alley. Fortunately, she encountered the kind-hearted Qingzi. After administering a few acupuncture needles, Qingzi revived her and provided a prescription. You shall recover in 5 days with this medication, she advised as she gathered her tools. The elderly woman, upon recognizing Qingzi, exclaimed with excitement, I came seeking your help, but fainted on the way. How fortunate to find you. Just yesterday, you healed my grandson. Your skills are renowned, and we all trust you. Without you, who knows how many in this alley, having come into contact with the Duke of Duan's wet nurse, would have perished. Please, do not mention it, Qingzi replied with a smile. You must hurry to fetch your medicine, for this is a plague, and time is of the essence. The elderly woman nodded, taking the prescription and using her cane to depart. After sending the elderly woman on her way, Qingzi was about to return home when a man stormed toward her, his demeanor aggressive. He seized her hair and shouted, "How many times must I tell you? When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Since you chose to marry me, you want to stick by me and sell shoes, not tend to patients. Why won't you listen? Do you want me to break your legs before you behave and stay home, ceasing to treat others and bringing me shame, huh?" Crying, Qingzi pleaded, "Please, do not hit me, especially do not grip my wrist. If you injure it, I won't be able to take pulses properly." "I will strike you," the man retorted, kicking her several times. Witnessing this, Emperor Zhaoning swiftly handed Jiu to Li Fei and stepped forward to confront the man. "What kind of man strikes a woman? Your actions are contemptible." He grasped the man's hand that was inflicting violence, filled with disdain. "What business is it of yours?" the man retorted, sizing up the emperor. "Are you protecting my wife because you are having an affair with her?" Emperor Zhaoning replied. "What nonsense is this? Clearly." The man hastily adorned himself with the metaphorical green hat, pointing at the emperor. "I will deal with you both, you treacherous couple. I swear I will send you both to the underworld today." Damn it, I am infuriated. Chapter 77. In no pain without gain. Among all the ministers and officials in the court, there was not a single individual who dared to speak to Emperor Zhaoning in such a manner, let alone threaten him. Yet, the man before him was the first to do so, truly audacious. Before the man could lay a hand on him, Emperor Zhaoning, with a darkened expression, seized the man's outstretched finger and mercilessly twisted it, instantly breaking his index finger. The pain of a severed digit is unbearable for any ordinary person. The man immediately let out a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the alley, his cries so sharp and grating that even the patrolling guards, who were already under scrutiny for their previous negligence, were alarmed. Upon hearing the shrieks, they hurriedly made their way into the alley. Emperor Zhaoning, observing the man writhing in agony, warned, "Mind your tongue, or I shall have it severed." "Your Majesty? You think you are the emperor?" The man scoffed, glancing at Zhaoning, noting his attire which resembled that of a wealthy commoner rather than the royal robes. He continued coldly, "With your appearance, how dare you pretend to be an emperor? Just wait until the guards arrive, they will take you into custody. I can already hear their footsteps approaching, your end is near." With a dismissive smile, Emperor Zhaoning signaled his guards to restrain the man. He, along with Consort Li and Jiu, moved forward to assist the fallen Qingzi, who had been brutally kicked to the ground. The force of the blow had rendered her unable to stand, clutching her abdomen in evident pain, swaying precariously as they helped her to her feet. Consort Li quickly supported Qingzi, who, despite her discomfort, looked at the emperor and Consort Li gratefully, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." Zhaoning remarked, "I just witnessed you prescribing medicine to a woman afflicted with the plague. Are you capable of curing this ailment? Your Majesty, you are the emperor?" Qingzi was taken aback, wanting to bow in respect, but Zhaoning halted her, saying, "Given your condition, do not kneel. Simply answer my question." Nodding, Qingzi replied, "I have learned medicine from my master and possess sufficient skill to concoct a remedy for the plague." "Excellent, splendid!" Zhaoning exclaimed, casting a glance at Jiu, and praised her. "This journey has not been in vain, Jiu. Thanks to you, I have encountered someone capable of curing the plague." Zhaoning feigned ignorance to Jiu's inner thoughts, attributing the fortunate meeting solely to her desire for candied hawthorn. Jiu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing, as long as the plague can be alleviated. We shall reward you upon our return." "Very well," Jiu agreed. Zhaoning then turned his attention back to Qingzi, speaking earnestly, "Since you possess the talent to cure the plague, you may enter the Imperial Medical Bureau. Would you be willing to serve as a physician under my reign?" If a woman were to enter the Imperial Medical Bureau and become a physician capable of curing the plague, she would serve as an exemplar for all women across the realm. This would pave the way for future female physicians, freeing them from the stigma they currently endure. Upon hearing the name of the Imperial Medical Bureau, a glimmer of hope flickered in Qingzi's eyes. That esteemed institution was a sanctuary of medical knowledge, housing many eminent doctors. She yearned to join them, to exchange ideas and research remedies, dedicating her life to the healing arts. However, her husband disapproved of her medical pursuits, and with a young child requiring her care, she felt unable to pursue this dream. Realizing this, Qingzi sighed regretfully, her gaze dimming. Her husband seized the moment to threaten, "Wretched woman, if you dare to leave, you will never return, and you shall never see our son again." Her son was Qingzi's Achilles heel. Had it not been for him, she would have long since divorced her husband and devoted herself to healing the sick. Now, with her son as leverage, she panicked and hastily declared, "I shall not go, just do not prevent me from seeing our child." With a triumphant smirk, her husband retorted, "You cannot escape my grasp." Embarrassed, Qingzi glanced at Emperor Jiaoning, saying, "Your Majesty, I appreciate your kindness," but, before she could finish, Jiaoning interrupted, "I can grant you a divorce, and your son shall remain with you. I shall summon you to the Imperial Medical Bureau, provide you with a residence, and ensure you receive a salary from the court. Will you still refuse my offer?" If she could indeed secure a divorce, retain custody of her son, and serve in the Imperial Medical Bureau, her future would be secure, allowing her to continue her healing work without fear of destitution. This was an opportunity too extraordinary to pass up. With determination, Qingzi bit her lip and declared, "I accept." "Do you truly believe him?" her husband scoffed. "He is not the emperor, he is deceiving you, attempting to seduce you with false promises." "You vile woman, you know nothing," he sneered. "And you, scoundrel, when the guards arrive, they will not spare you." Unable to contain her anger any longer, Jiao rushed forward, delivering several slaps to Qingzi's husband while berating him, "You foul-mouthed wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you presume to judge my father?" Furious, she declared, "If you utter another word, I..." In a fit of rage, she sat down on the ground, removed her shoes and socks, and, when he attempted to speak further, stuffed them into his mouth. His words were infuriating enough to shorten her lifespan. At last, he fell silent and Jiao took a deep breath. Relieved, Emperor Jiaoning looked at her with pride, appreciating the fierce spirit she displayed in defending him. His heart swelled with warmth, his affection for her was not in vain. Consortly, both amused and exasperated, observed the scene. The girl was remarkably fierce, shoving her shoes and socks into the man's mouth with such authority. Yet, she found it endearing. However, it was winter, and without shoes or socks, the young girl's feet would surely become cold. Hastening forward, Consortly lifted Jiao, wishing to warm her feet. But Emperor Jiaoning was quicker, cradling Jiao's small feet in his large hands to provide warmth. Consortly was taken aback, astonished that the emperor would hold Jiao's feet so affectionately. She knew for certain that none of his 17 princes had ever received such treatment. Only Jiao was fortunate enough to enjoy such affection. Yet, Emperor Jiaoning felt he was the truly fortunate one, blessed with a daughter as precious as Jiao. Without her, the myriad issues plaguing the Western Chu would remain unresolved for a considerable time, leading to a decline in national strength and eventual downfall. Now, with Jiao by his side, the burdensome matters were gradually being addressed, ensuring the survival of the Western Chu. The sudden arrival of the patrolling guards shattered the pleasant atmosphere. The restrained man, upon seeing the guards, perceived them as his lifeline. Though words eluded him, he could only emit frantic cries, desperately trying to attract their attention to his miserable plight, with his mouth stuffed with shoes and socks. Chapter 78. Di Jiang awaits Jiao. The city patrol guards were indeed drawn forward by him. What was happening? Why was everyone gathered together? Woe is me. Please save me. Apprehend this scoundrel impersonating the emperor. He intends to abduct my bride, the man cried out desperately, his neck stretching as he shouted, the veins on his head and neck bulging with urgency. The city patrol guards initially intended to intervene on his behalf, but upon seeing that the figure who had turned around was none other than Emperor Jiaoning and consortly Jiao, they dared not proceed any further. They hastily knelt, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty, to your highness, and to the princess. Long live the emperor, long live the consort and the princess." The man was taken aback. That person was indeed the emperor. He had not spoken in folly, yet he had just brazenly provoked the reigning emperor, daring to label him a lecher. What folly! Fear gripped him, causing him to lose control, and an unmistakable stench filled the air. Fortunately, the cold weather mitigated the odor, leaving only him able to detect it. Otherwise, it would have been unbearable for all. Emperor Jiaoning commanded, "You may rise. Now, assist this lady in securing a divorce with utmost haste. Then escort her into the palace to meet me." The city patrol guards responded, "Yes, your majesty." A few of them took Qingzi and her husband to their residence to draft the divorce papers. With the intervention of Emperor Jiaoning and the city patrol guards, the divorce was finalized swiftly. Within the span of a single tea session, Qingzi obtained the divorce decree along with custody of her son. Next, it was time to enter the palace. Emperor Jiaoning and consortly Jiao had already returned to the palace to make arrangements. Now that they had access to a person capable of remedying the epidemic and a prescription, they needed to organize the officials to collaborate with the Imperial Medical Bureau in concocting the medicine, distributing it both within and beyond the palace. The matter was intricate and required meticulous planning. Thus, Emperor Jiaoning returned to the palace first, while the city patrol guards summoned a carriage to escort Qingzi to the palace for an audience. Qingzi's husband, having lost both son and wife in a single night, sat despondently at the entrance of his home, lamenting his fate. Passers-by would mutter, "He deserves it, how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife," yet he failed to cherish her, insisting she toil alongside him selling shoes. What profit did those shabby shoes yield? How dignified was that? Healing the sick and saving lives is far more commendable, allowing one to accumulate virtue, yet he found it shameful and even resorted to violence against a woman. He brought this misfortune upon himself. As Qingzi prepared to leave with her son, she cast one last glance at her husband and said, "Son, I shall raise you, we need not meet again in this lifetime." The man surged forward, pleading, "Do not leave, please. I will treat you well from now on, no more shoe selling, I will let you heal the sick instead." "Enough!" Qingzi retorted, "You once used such deceitful words to ensnare me into marriage. I shall not be misled again." With that, she embraced her son and boarded the carriage prepared by the city patrol guards, heading into the palace. Upon her arrival, she was taken by Emperor Zhao to meet with the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau, where they meticulously recorded the prescription capable of alleviating the epidemic, and together they began to brew the medicine. As for her son, Godan, aged 4, nearly the same age as Jiao, he was temporarily taken to Consort Lia's quarters to play with Jiao while Qingzi attended to matters concerning the epidemic. At that moment, Jiao held Godan's hand and declared to everyone in the Autumn Water Pavilion, "He, Godan, will henceforth be my companion, no one is permitted to bully him." Godan, having never encountered palace figures before, initially felt intimidated and dared not meet their gaze or speak. However, with Jiao by his side, offering support and encouragement, he soon lost his fear and even recognized Jiao as his leader. "O leader, from this day forth, I shall obey your every command. Should you bid me to go east, I shall not venture west." "Well said." Jiao, embodying the demeanor of a little adult, patted Godan's shoulder and remarked, "In the future, Big Brother will protect you as well." As she spoke, she rummaged through her belongings and produced several silver ingots, presenting them to Godan as a welcome gift. Godan, astonished at the sight of such large silver ingots, was left speechless. He had never seen such wealth in his life, nor had his family ever possessed so much money. This was the first time he had encountered such a fortune specifically bestowed upon him. After a moment of astonishment, Jiao noticed he had not taken the silver ingots and asked, "Have I given you too little?" "And no, not at all." "Then why do you not accept them?" With that, Jiao continued to search through her belongings, pulling out several banknotes, each worth 100 taels, and offered them to Godan. "These are for you as well. I have plenty of these, but no place to spend them, so you may as well use them." At this moment, Godan was so overwhelmed with joy that he fainted. He had suddenly come into possession of such wealth. Previously, his greatest desire had been to have money, for with money he could resolve many of life's troubles, yet, he had none, and his father spent his days laboring to sell shoes, causing him to worry for his mother. He longed to grow up quickly so he could assist her. Little did he expect that before he could grow up, such a delightful surprise would arrive. He had money, a great deal of it, and it left him so ecstatic that he lost consciousness. "Jiao, I had initially planned to take him out for a stroll and introduce him to others, but he fainted, then we shall wait." In the Quality Pavilion, Di Jiang spent his days either reading or gazing longingly at the door of the pavilion, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his cherished little son. Yet, day after day passed, and now winter had set in, with 3 or 4 snowfalls already blanketing the ground. The year-end approached, and still, he had not seen his little son. At this moment, he twirled the wooden ring on his finger, feeling a deep sense of loss as he mused, "Shu Yang, do you think the little princess is deceiving me?" "What?" Shu Yang, tending to the kindling, looked puzzled. The charcoal provided by the Internal Affairs Bureau was of poor quality, making it difficult to ignite. Di Jiang glanced at the charcoal fire and replied, "She said she would come to see me." Shu Yang set down the fire starter and turned to Di Jiang, "So, Your Highness, you are contemplating whether the little princess's promise to visit you is a lie since she is yet to come?" Di Jiang remained silent, his tacit acceptance evident. Just as Chu Yang was about to offer some comforting words, encouraging Di Jiang to take the matter lightly, 2 uninvited guests arrived at the Quality Pavilion. Who were they? Jiang Chang and Jiang Shuer. Due to family circumstances, they had been relegated to serve as palace servants, attending to Di Jiang in the Quality Pavilion. Accustomed to being waited upon since childhood, they found it difficult to adapt to serving others. Especially upon learning that Jiao had visited Di Jiang and that their relationship was extraordinary, they became even more negligent. The meals they brought to Di Jiang were of the lowest quality. Upon arrival, they would mock and ridicule him, as was the case at this moment. Jiang Chan crossed his arms defiantly, adopting an arrogant demeanor. "Quality hostage, still lost in your fantasies, waiting for the princess to come? She will not come, so spare yourself the dreams." Chapter 79. I am Black Egg, and you are Pink Egg. She is indeed a person of great importance, perpetually occupied with various social engagements. What is your standing in her heart? How could you ever hope to capture her attention? Huh, fool, Jiang Chang sneered repeatedly, his demeanor exuding an insufferable arrogance that was quite repugnant. Since his first birthday, Di Jiang had been cultivated to embody the grace of a noble prince. Witnessing such behavior from Jiang Chang left him utterly disdainful, too lethargic to respond. No matter how much Jiang Chang babbled, Di Jiang did not deign to spare him a glance. Standing erect like a steadfast pine, his gaze remained fixed on the doorway, as if the commotion beside him were merely the ramblings of insignificant rabble, unworthy of acknowledgement. Feeling disregarded, Jiang Chang's pride took a serious blow, and he felt quite irked, pointing an accusatory finger at Di Jiang and demanding, "Why won't you answer me?" Di Jiang merely scoffed. "Do you think you are worthy?" Yu Chu Yang interjected. "Even if our lord is a hostage, he carries the bloodline of an emperor. What are you in comparison? Do you believe you have the right to converse with our lord?" Jiang Chang was infuriated. He contemplated resorting to violence, believing he and Di Jiang were of similar stature and size, and feeling confident in his ability to prevail. However, he was halted by Jiang Shuer. "Brother, let it go." Being a girl, Jiang Shuer possessed a naturally timid disposition, especially after the recent incident that left her fearful of further misfortunes. She cautioned, "If you truly strike him and Feng Jiuzhou finds out, we will be in deep trouble." Jiang Shuer wept. "We are not as we once were. Feng Jiuzhou could easily crush us. We must tread carefully." Jiang Chang comfortingly patted his sister's shoulder, asserting, "Sister, you need not fear. Feng Jiuzhou won't come for us. Even if it's a 1 in 10,000 chance, we should be cautious." Jiang Shuer, now more distressed, cried even harder. Jiang Chang, feeling a pang of sympathy, relented. "All right. I shall heed your words and let this matter rest for now." With that, he set down the food box and escorted Jiang Shuer away. As he walked, he mused, "Hostage, I shall spare you this time, but should we meet again, the outcome may differ. My sister worries about Feng Jiuzhou discovering our bullying, but I am untroubled. How long has it been since she last visited you? She has surely forgotten you by now." Di Jiang paid little mind to Jiang Chang and Jiang Shuer's departure. His thoughts were solely consumed by his little son. "When will she come to see me? Is she truly not coming?" he muttered to himself, his tone steeped in melancholy. Chu Yang had already ignited the charcoal fire and, exhaling softly, approached the food box sent by Jiang Chang and Jiang Shuer. He opened it and remarked, "Your Highness, there is no need to dwell on it. Since food has arrived, let us eat. Ever since the princess' visit, our meals have greatly improved. Yet, since Jiang Chang and Jiang Shuer began delivering our meals, the quality has declined day by day. Today looks acceptable. You should eat while you can. Tomorrow, it may not be as fortunate, and we must seize every opportunity to eat. We cannot allow anything to come between us and sustenance." Meanwhile, on Jiuzhou's side, once Dog Egg awakened, she planned to take him and De Huang out for a stroll. De Huang required exercise, but due to the recent plague, all palaces had been placed under lockdown, restricting movement. It was only today, with the discovery of a remedy for the plague, that they were free to roam. Just as Jiuzhou and Dog Egg were about to step outside, they were intercepted by the 13th prince. The 13th prince gazed at Dog Egg with confusion, inquiring, "Why are you called Dog Egg?" "What a ridiculous name, Dog Egg, but what a bizarre question. Just answer me, will you?" the 13th prince urged. Dog Egg cast a glance at Jiuzhou and asked, "Then why are you called Feng Tianci? And why is Jiuzhou called Jiuzhou?" "There is no reason. Thus, my name as Dog Egg holds no significance. It is merely a name." Dog Egg tilted his head, adding, "If I had to provide a rationale, it would be that my father said, a humble name is easier to nurture." "A humble name is easier to nurture," the 13th prince mused. "Then I shall change my name as well, for it would be better for my survival." Having been confined in the imperial prison for many years and lacking social interaction, the 13th prince, now 12, still retained his youthful innocence, exuding a certain naïve charm. At this moment, he contemplated a name for himself. "I shall be Black Egg, as I am too pale and wish to appear more masculine. As for Jiuzhou, let her be Pink Egg. It sounds lovely for a girl." Jiuzhou, Pink Egg. She looked utterly bewildered. "Oh no, 13th brother has lost his mind again. What nonsense is this about Black Egg and Pink Egg? It sounds rather unpleasant." The 13th prince, oblivious to the implications of his words, felt puzzled. Was his chosen name unsatisfactory? He thought it rather splendid. Jiuzhou glanced at Dog Egg and said, "Dog Egg, could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" "Please take the 13th brother to seek treatment. His condition seems to be worsening." Jiuzhou spoke earnestly. "We cannot allow him to remain in this state." She wished for him to recover, healthy and sound, knowing that Qing Yi possessed the medical expertise to heal him. "Worsening?" Dog Egg was perplexed. The 13th prince retorted, "I am not mad." Jiuzhou insisted, "Yes, my 13th brother has indeed lost his wits, driven mad by confinement." Dog Egg replied, "Then let us hasten to find my mother." "Very well." Dog Egg, Jiuzhou, and De Huang forcibly guided the 13th prince to the Imperial Medical Department. In the center of the Imperial Medical Department, several large cauldrons were set up, bubbling with remedies for the plague. filling the air with a potent medicinal aroma. The physicians observed the concoction, seeming relatively unoccupied for the moment. Jojo felt reassured. She led the 13th prince to Qingzi, and now a respected physician. Qingzi had gained the emperor's trust, and after presenting her remedy for the plague, she garnered respect from all the physicians within the imperial medical department. Qingzi beamed, invigorated by her work. Unlike her previous days of selling shoes when she never experienced a moment of joy, grateful for the influential people she had encountered, she was now in high spirits as she prepared medicine. Upon noticing Jojo's arrival, she hurried to greet her. "Princess, what brings you here?" The princess, being of noble birth and cherished by the esteemed, naturally warranted a careful approach. Moreover, the princess was undeniably beautiful, and Qingzi found her endearing. Even without the ties of nobility, she would have cherished the princess. With a sorrowful expression, Jojo said, "Qing auntie, if you are not too busy, could you take a look at the 13th brother? His madness seems to be escalating." Chapter 80 A Dream of Di Jiang. I am not mad. The 13th prince is attempting to flee, yet I feel perfectly well. I must depart. You shall not leave. Sit still and allow the doctor to attend to you, only then can you recover. Jojo tugged insistently at the much taller 13th prince, preventing his escape. However, Jojo's strength was no match for that of the 13th prince, who effortlessly freed himself from her grip. Noticing her frustration, he sheepishly admitted, "Dear sister, I truly fear needles. I promise you this time, I shall disappoint you, but from now on, I will heed your every word. For now, I must take my leave." The 13th prince made to run, but was promptly halted by De Huang, who seized his robe with a firm grip, rendering him immobile. De Huang cast a glance at Jojo, seeking praise. Jojo rushed forward and embraced De Huang's head, exclaiming, "De Huang, you are magnificent. Tonight, I shall reward you with an extra chicken leg." Woof woof woof. Very well, my master, the dog adores you. Jojo loves you too. Mwah mwah mwah. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Jojo conversing with De Huang. The princess is truly delightful, able to communicate with a dog. The dog exhibits a remarkable understanding, faithfully assisting the princess in her endeavors, displaying unwavering loyalty and reliability. Seizing the opportunity, Jojo pulled Qingzi before the 13th prince, forcing him to check his pulse. Realizing escape was futile, the 13th prince began to wail in despair, muttering, "I truly do not wish to be pricked by needles. I hope this person before me is not a quack, intent on treating me for an ailment I do not possess. Especially with needles, they must not be wielded indiscriminately, otherwise, I shall not let her off the hook." The 13th prince clenched his fists in determination. "You are in good health, thus require no needles," Qingzi affirmed after completing the examination. He then turned to Jojo and said, "Princess, your 13th brother is perfectly fine, his mind is intact." "Intact?" Jojo queried, puzzled. "Then why does he occasionally behave erratically?" Qingzi chuckled, "My dear princess, a perfectly sane individual, when unjustly labeled a madman, would naturally exhibit eccentricity. It is only to be expected." "Ah, so that is how it is." Aunt Qing's medical skills are indeed impeccable. It seems we have all misunderstood 13th brother. Jojo felt a surge of joy upon realizing that 13th brother was well. She rushed home to share the good news with her mother and stepfather. The 13th prince, overhearing Jojo's heartfelt sentiments, felt a wave of exhilaration. He had finally emerged from the shadows of despair. He glanced at Jojo, then at Qingzi, who had vindicated him, and suddenly knelt before Qingzi, proclaiming, "Imperial physician, you are nothing short of divine. I am finally free from the stigma of madness. Thank you. Upon my return, I shall offer 3 incense sticks in your honor." "That is entirely unnecessary." Qingzi laughed, declining the honor. "Yet, it is essential," the 13th prince insisted. Observing this display, Jojo suddenly comprehended that her 13th brother was merely a bit eccentric, not mad. Their misunderstanding had been quite significant. During the evening meal, Emperor Zhao Ning visited Qiushui residence. The 13th prince had gone to find the 10th and 11th princes, leaving Jojo to share Qingzi's diagnostic results with concubine Li and Emperor Zhao Ning, both of whom were taken aback with delight. "Is it true?" Indeed. I swear, Jojo speaks no falsehood. If father and mother do not believe me, they may inquire with Imperial Physician Qing. 13th brother is truly well, just an ordinary person." "No need for that," Emperor Zhao Ning stated, lifting Jojo into his embrace. "If I cannot trust Jojo, whom can I trust?" "That is more like it." Jojo beamed, unable to resist devouring a few extra bites of her meal. Emperor Zhao Ning observed her with great joy. It seems love manifests in the simple act of another enjoying their meal. In recent nights, Jojo had been plagued by dreams, yet she consistently awoke with no recollection of their content. As she roused from slumber, her brow furrowed with concern, she murmured, "What on earth did I dream? What have I forgotten?" "Princess, please rise," Granny Gue urged. With the recent outbreak of plague now under control due to effective remedies, we are finally free to roam. The plum blossoms in the May garden are in bloom. Shall we not gather a few? We could invite Miss Yuan Xiang, and even bring along Dog Dan? But, Jojo clutched her hair in frustration, I do not wish to gather plum blossoms. I feel as if I have forgotten someone amidst my busy encounters with various people. Who could it be? I must ponder this carefully. You have not forgotten anyone, Granny Gui chuckled. No, I have indeed forgotten. Jojo declared, collapsing onto her bed. Perhaps if she slept a little longer, the memory would return. Granny Gui couldn't help but laugh at the princess's adorableness. If you wish to sleep a while longer, simply say so. Very well. Jojo drowsily replied, drifting back into slumber. The recent cold weather, coupled with the warmth from the charcoal fire, made her prone to drowsiness and laziness. Jojo's nap was deep and sweet, and she found herself dreaming again. This time, she dreamt of Dijiang. Dijiang's circumstances were dismal. In the frigid weather, he had no hot dishes or warm meals, subsisting solely on cold food. The charcoal fire was inadequate, producing excessive smoke and failing to provide warmth. He often endured the biting cold, with his hands, nose, and face perpetually reddened from exposure. Dijiang must not suffer. Jojo cried out, jolting awake, clutching her head in frustration. She lamented, how could I have forgotten about the male lead, Dijiang? I promised him I would visit, yet I have not done so. I wonder if he harbors resentment towards me. Will he, like in the stories, come to despise everyone from Shichu for the hardship he endures? That cannot be allowed. With this thought, all drowsiness fled her, and she hurriedly donned her shoes and clothing, yet, she struggled with her garments. Granny Gui, please come quickly and assist Jojo. Granny Gui, stationed just outside the door, rushed in upon hearing Jojo's call, helping her to dress, wash up, and style her hair. Today, Granny Gui fashioned 2 shoulder-length braids for Jojo, making her look particularly charming. Princess, you look stunning today, one might be tempted to steal a kiss. Granny Gui remarked. Then do it. Jojo leaned forward, presenting her cheek to Granny Gui. Granny Gui was taken aback, waving her hands in protest. Oh no, that cannot be, I am but a servant, and you, my princess, we must maintain our proper roles. As she spoke, Granny Gui adorned Jojo with jewelry, enhancing her beauty further. Jojo, who typically adored gazing into mirrors, hardly noticed today, for she was eager to leave for the academy to seek out Dijiang. My dear princess, it is snowing today. Do remember to take an umbrella, do not run too fast, wait for me, I shall fetch an umbrella. Granny Gui chattered, but Jojo paid her no mind. She feared not the snow, rather, it was Dijiang who would suffer, and she must hasten to check on him. After all, he was a formidable male lead destined to unify the realm. She could not allow him to endure hardship. Chapter 81. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, all to see you. The year end is approaching, and Jojo is nearly 3.5 years old. Although she is still a little short-legged and chubby, still drinking milk, she runs remarkably fast. Grandma Gui merely took an umbrella and cloak, and in an instant, Jojo was gone from sight. Fortunately, the other serving girls kept pace with her, and De Huang followed suit. After running for a while, she had yet to reach the quality hall when delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, swirling gracefully and glistening like crystals. Numerous concubines, accompanied by their maidservants and eunuchs, had ventured out to admire the snow, while some had made their way to the plum garden to tread upon the snow and gather blossoms. The snow was beautiful, the flowers were exquisite, and the people were enchanting, yet, Jojo paid no heed to the scenery, continuing her swift journey toward the quality hall. Upon arriving at the quality hall, she bent slightly to catch her breath before entering Dijiang's chamber, where everything was exactly as it had appeared in her dreams. The charcoal fire was insufficient and produced a great deal of smoke. The room was shrouded in a cold, dry haze. As soon as Jojo stepped inside, a gust of cold air hit her, and the smoke made her cough several times. Not far away, Dijiang sat by the window, dressed in thin garments, his complexion pale from the cold, yet seemingly indifferent, engrossed in a book. Upon suddenly seeing Jojo, he was taken aback. Jojo took a few steps closer, reaching Dijiang's side, and noticed that his hands, which held the book, were red and afflicted with frostbite. A wave of concern and unease washed over her. How could Dijiang's beautiful hands be marred by frostbite? Such a lovely pair of hands, now rendered less appealing. Moreover, would Dijiang harbor resentment toward them and Western Chu for enduring such suffering? Would he nurture thoughts of vengeance against the royal family of Western Chu? It was all Jojo's fault for promising to visit him but failing to do so, leading to neglect from those in the palace. Sighing deeply in her heart, she pressed her lips together and gazed at Dijiang. He, too, was looking at her. Their eyes met, and time seemed to come to a halt. While Jiao was consumed with worry over troubling matters, her heart raced, and Di Jiang felt a surge of joy. His long-awaited little son had finally arrived. Clearing her throat a few times, Jiao turned to the maidservants behind her. "You all, hurry to my palace and bring the charcoal from my quarters for my brother. Also, fetch the frostbite ointment and a few cotton blankets." Being young, Jiao struggled to articulate her thoughts when anxious, but fortunately, the maidservants had been with her long enough to infer her intentions. "Yes, Your Highness, we shall go at once." The maidservants departed. Grandma Gui caught up just in time to attend to Jiao, alleviating the maidservants' worries. Noticing the chill in Di Jiang's room, Grandma Gui draped a small cloak over Jiao. Though she felt warmer now, Jiao's heart remained anxious. She looked at Di Jiang with trepidation and, feeling a bit ashamed, said, "Brother Di Jiang, I promised to visit you earlier, but I failed to come." Jiao had not meant to forget. It had slipped her mind. "If you wish to blame someone, blame me alone, and do not hold it against anyone else. I shall bear the consequences of my actions." As she spoke, she patted her small chest, appearing quite resolute. She was prepared for Di Jiang's admonishment. To her surprise, Di Jiang did not chastise her. He set his book aside and gently brushed the snowflakes from Jiao's hair, then adjusted her cloak, tightening the ties. Jiao found herself bundled up snugly, feeling no chill whatsoever. She looked at Di Jiang in confusion. He pinched her flushed little face, which had turned rosy from the cold, and affectionately remarked, "Princess, your presence alone brings me immense joy. How could I ever blame you? What a delightful little princess, so charming and thoughtful, braving the snow to visit him, concerned for his well-being, and feeling remorse for not coming sooner." How could he bring himself to scold her? Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, Jiao felt incredulous, her mind racing. "He does not blame me." The character in the book despised everyone from Western Chu due to his suffering, displaying a rather cold demeanor. "Yet, he is so kind to me." "Princess?" Di Jiang called out, noticing Jiao's dazed expression. He waved his hand in front of her face. "I'm fine," she replied, collecting herself. "Thank you for not blaming me. I will come to see you often from now on." If she visited him frequently, he would suffer less. His needs would be better met. Otherwise, even if her father issued a decree to treat Di Jiang kindly, those attending to him in the palace were often disdainful, and seeing him in such a vulnerable position in Western Chu, they would inevitably make things difficult for him. Unaware of Jiao's thoughts, Di Jiang felt a surge of excitement at her promise to visit him often, yet he worried it might be a long time before he could see her again. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Princess, when will you come next?" "Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that," Jiao joyfully replied. "I will visit you every day." "Really?" Di Jiang felt overwhelmed with happiness, unprepared to accept such a delightful prospect. "Of course it is true," Jiao asserted confidently. Hearing her affirmative response, Di Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile, and warmth flickered in his eyes. A rare sight. Chu Yang, standing nearby, could not help but smile as well. The prince had not experienced such joy in a long while, all thanks to the little princess. "Good." Di Jiang nodded earnestly. After exchanging a few more words, Jiao's maidservants arrived with charcoal, blankets, and frostbite ointment. The room was undeniably cold, prompting the maidservants to assist Chu Yang in lighting the charcoal. Grandma Gui busied herself adding more blankets. De Huang wandered about the room, sniffing curiously, holding the frostbite ointment. Jiao turned to Di Jiang, asking, "Brother, may I apply the medicine for you?" Di Jiang's face flushed slightly. Men and women should maintain proper boundaries. This is not appropriate. I can manage it myself." To Jiao, such distinctions were meaningless. She was but a child. Ignoring his protests, she opened the ointment, scooped a little with her fingertip, and took Di Jiang's hand, intent on applying it. Di Jiang, feeling the warmth of her tiny hand clasping his, turned even redder, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could a grown man allow such a small child to administer his medicine? "Really, it's unnecessary," he insisted. But Jiao remained silent, diligently applying the ointment and blowing gently on it. "There, all done. It will heal quickly." "Thank you," he replied. "Not at all." Jiao waved her hand dismissively, shoving the remaining ointment into Di Jiang's grasp. "You can use this later." Di Jiang nodded. "Very well." Noticing that the new charcoal had been lit and extra blankets added, Jiao felt reassured that Di Jiang would be warmer and not suffer in the cold. "Brother Di Jiang, I must take my leave now." Though reluctant, Di Jiang replied. "Very well." Princess Chu Yang, seeing Jiao preparing to leave, felt anxious, wishing for her assistance in resolving the issue with the two who had come to deliver meals. Chapter 82. Jujiam returns again. The two individuals were truly despicable, perpetually concocting schemes to deprive them of their rations, and they, regrettably, could not voice their grievances. It was time to show them a lesson. However, Di Jiang restrained him. "Your Highness, why do you hold me back?" Chu Yang inquired, perplexed. "What is the matter?" Zhujiam also halted, turning back to ask. As she paused, her maid and attendants ceased their movements as well. Di Jiang replied, "It is nothing, Princess, you should return quickly, otherwise, the snow will continue to fall heavily, making it difficult to return later." "Very well." Zhujiam, along with Guamama, the maid, and De Wan, departed. Chu Yang, feeling utterly powerless, questioned, "Your Highness, why do you prevent me from speaking? Dealing with those two is merely a matter of a word from the princess, we would no longer have to endure such fare." Di Jiang responded, "The princess has already aided us immensely today. It would be inappropriate to trouble her further." While this was the official stance, Di Jiang was genuinely concerned that he might burden Zhujiam too often, leading her to grow weary of him. He had witnessed firsthand how individuals had been scorned by nobility for being a nuisance. He did not wish to become an object of Zhujiam's disdain and thus resolved to refrain from imposing too much upon her, longing to see her frequently. "Very well." Chu Yang conceded, "I shall heed your wishes." Just as the words left his lips, Jiang Chang and Jiang Shuer arrived, bringing lunch. After a tumultuous morning, it was astonishing that lunchtime had already arrived. Time had flown by. Jiang Chang and Jiang Shuer, as per usual, stormed in with an air of aggression, accompanied by several youths who appeared to be no older than a mere 10 years, yet exuded an air of arrogance, oblivious to their surroundings. In their fervor, they failed to notice that Zhujiam and her companions had departed and were now returning. Zhujiam had momentarily forgotten something important and was returning to inform Di Jiang. To her surprise, she encountered Jiang Chang and Jiang Shuer delivering food. These two were certainly not benevolent souls. Why were they the ones bringing meals to her brother, Di Jiang? Given their disdain for Zhujiam, they would undoubtedly not deliver anything of quality to him. With this thought, Zhujiam hastened her steps toward Di Jiang's quarters, stopping at the door upon overhearing some remarks about herself. After placing down the food box, Jiang Chang remarked, "Ah, the hostage. I hear the 18th princess has come to see you. It is indeed a rare occurrence. A busy individual such as herself finally found time to pay you a visit. It has been several months since her last appearance, has it not?" His words dripped with sarcasm, mocking Zhujiam, a mere 3.5-year-old child, questioning what she could possibly be so occupied with. He implied that she had little regard for him, and her visit today, bringing charcoal and blankets, was merely an act of pity, a condescending gesture she deemed beneath her. Di Jiang typically dismissed Jiang Chang, a man of poor character, but today, he found himself unable to tolerate Jiang Chang's audacity in speaking ill of the princess in his presence. "You, a mere servant, dare to speak of the princess in such a manner? Are you not afraid of death?" The word death was emphasized with intensity. "Oh, I am terribly frightened." Jiang Chang feigned terror, shivering dramatically, yet his expression betrayed no hint of fear, his eyes glimmering with mockery. Observing this display, Di Jiang retorted angrily, "You pretentious cur! You dare to call me a cur?" Jiang Chang, agitated, felt insulted. "What, is there a problem? Is this not what everyone says about you?" Di Jiang countered. Jiang Chang fell silent. While it was true he was a servant and was often derided as a dog servant within the palace, he found himself at a loss for words. His inability to retort only fueled his anger further, and he raised his fist, poised to strike Di Jiang. Chu Yang swiftly interposed himself, arms outstretched to shield Di Jiang, staring down Jiang Chang. "Do you intend to resort to violence? The palace has its rules. Engaging in personal conflict will lead to severe consequences." Jiang Chang, upon hearing this, was not deterred by the palace's regulations but rather feared Zhujiam would learn of his assault on Di Jiang and reprimand him. He lowered his fist, refraining from striking. "You lot, commendable indeed," Jiang Chang thought, devising a plan to torment Di Jiang. From now on, he would deliver only one meal per day, hoping to starve them out, all the while watching their defiance. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuer, noticing the warmth emanating from Di Jiang's quarters, ventured to inspect the source of the heat. To her astonishment, it was silver bone charcoal. "This is the finest charcoal in the palace," Jiang Shuer gasped. "It produces no smoke, is difficult to extinguish, and provides warmth, reserved for the highest-ranking individuals in the palace. Only the Emperor, Empress Dowager, Empress, Crown Prince, and the favored Li Fei, along with the 18th princess, have access to such luxury. Who would have thought it would be found here? Brother, come quickly. The hostage is burning silver bone charcoal," Jiang Shuer exclaimed. "What, silver bone charcoal?" Jiang Chang was equally astonished. Before becoming a servant in the palace, although he was a young master, his family could not afford such luxury. He and his sister had only heard of it, never seen it. The sight before him was beyond belief. Approaching the charcoal basin, he confirmed it was indeed silver bone charcoal, and there were 2 whole baskets. It could burn for an extended period. This charcoal must have been sent by the princess. She truly is kind to him, Jiang Cheng mused inwardly. Indeed, Jiang Shuer agreed. However, as Jiang Cheng gazed at the charcoal, a nefarious thought crossed his mind. As servants in the palace, they led a miserable existence, unable to afford such fine charcoal, with their quarters often cold. If he could devise a way to sneak a basket away, both he and his sister would be spared from the cold. With this thought, he suddenly declared, "You fortunate hostage, this silver bone charcoal is reserved for the palace's most esteemed individuals, yet you have access. It must have been stolen from the nobility. Such disregard for palace rules is intolerable. Today, I shall confiscate all of this charcoal and deliver it to the steward." However, he intended to surrender only a portion to the steward, keeping the remainder for himself and his sister. In this way, without a trace, he would acquire the precious charcoal. No one would ever discover his theft. Jiang Cheng's scheme was well thought out. "What nonsense are you spouting? This charcoal was sent by the princess," Xu Yang retorted. Jiang Cheng feigned ignorance, replying, "How could the princess possibly send you such things? Do not blame the princess for your own misdeeds. Today, I must take this charcoal. Shuer, come help your brother with the charcoal." Jiang Cheng called to Jiang Shuer. After nodding in agreement, she turned to the several individuals behind her. "Many hands make light work. Can you assist?" "Certainly." These individuals were originally placed in the palace by the Jiang family to look after Jiang Cheng and Jiang Shuer. Ever since the siblings became servants, these aides had been responsible for their welfare. They complied with whatever the siblings requested. At that moment, they helped Jiang Cheng seize the charcoal and prepared to depart. Xu Yang attempted to intervene, but he was outnumbered and could not stop them. Jiang Cheng and Jiang Shuer, along with their entourage, lifted the charcoal and exited. However, just as they stepped outside, they encountered Zhujiam at the threshold. Chapter 83. The princess will no longer watch the tears of crocodiles. Jiao stood at the entrance for quite some time, waiting for Jiang Cheng and the others to emerge. When Jiang Cheng and Jiang Shuer finally appeared and caught sight of Jiao, they were so startled that their souls nearly fled. "Princess, when did you arrive?" Jiang Cheng stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably, completely devoid of the arrogance he had moments before. Jiao gazed at the charcoal they were carrying and remarked, "I was here long before you arrived." Her voice was soft and innocent, akin to that of a delicate little rabbit. However, both Jiang Cheng and Jiang Shuer were acutely aware of the devastating impact of her words, which filled them with dread. Jiang Cheng nervously swallowed. "So, you heard everything we just said, princess?" "Indeed, I heard it all," Jiao replied. "You claimed that the charcoal I provided to the envoy was stolen by him and that you intended to take it away." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng and Jiang Shuer were momentarily stunned and immediately knelt on the ground in unison, exclaiming, "Princess, we were wrong." They were reluctant to admit their mistakes, still harboring the pride of young masters and young ladies. Yet, having already suffered a significant setback at the hands of the exalted princess, they knew they must learn to be sensible. Jiang Cheng added, "As for the charcoal, princess, we were merely jesting with the envoy. We would never take it away. How could we possibly remove the charcoal you graciously gifted us?" He commanded his followers, "Brothers, quickly return the charcoal." Jiang Cheng's entourage dutifully placed the charcoal back in its original position. They assumed a posture of contrition, kneeling and repeatedly bowing their heads. "Princess, we truly erred. We shall never repeat our mistakes. Please, spare us." "How could you promise not to err again?" Jiao retorted, recalling how Jiang Cheng had displayed the same demeanor on 2 separate occasions. "Bow your heads all you like. It is of no use given your boundless arrogance. You only know how to bully others. You might as well go scrub the toilets." "Gue Mama, please inform the steward." "What, scrub the toilets?" Jiang Cheng and his companions were struck dumb, as if a thunderbolt had hit them, rendered speechless for a moment. Scrubbing toilets was the most degrading task in the palace, typically assigned to the lowest servants. Dirty, laborious, and foul-smelling. The princess would dare to punish them with such a task? "Please, princess, have mercy." Jiang Cheng, drenched in cold sweat, pleaded, "You may punish us however you wish, but please do not make us scrub the toilets." Jiao huffed in silence. Jiang Cheng then turned to Di Jiang, desperately banging his head against the ground. "Your Highness, the envoy, we were entirely in the wrong before. We should not have troubled you. I beg your forgiveness. Please, intercede with the princess on our behalf. Do not let us scrub the toilets. I would gladly serve you in any capacity." Jiang Cheng was genuinely pleading for mercy, but after a short while, his forehead was bloodied from his repeated bows, tears, and blood mingling in a distressing sight. "Brother, stop. Please, don't." Jiang Shuai cried, attempting to dissuade him, yet Jiang Chang paid her no heed, continuing his desperate bowing. Di Jiang coldly stated, "Your pleas are futile, I will not assist one who has humiliated and harmed me." Zhou stamped her little foot, "Take them away. I do not wish to witness any more of their crocodile tears." "What crocodile tears?" Jiang Chang failed to comprehend and had no inclination to understand. He urgently explained, "Princess, these are truly tears of sincere repentance. Be quiet." Gui Mama could no longer tolerate their antics and, in a moment of exasperation, declared, "It is said that one's nature is hard to change. If you were genuinely remorseful, I would allow the princess to perform a handstand while relieving herself." Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Can one truly relieve oneself while in a handstand? Surely, it would result in quite a mess. Wong wong wong. The large yellow dog barked in discontent, as if to say, "Why don't you perform a handstand while relieving yourself? My little princess, of noble lineage, cannot be subjected to such indignity." Gui Mama slapped her own mouth. "What am I saying? In my haste, I misspoke. I meant to say that I and the envoy would perform a handstand while relieving ourselves." Di Jiang felt an overwhelming embarrassment at the imagined artistic scene and turned red, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Fearing that Gui Mama might utter something further to embarrass him, Zhou quickly interjected, "Mama, please escort them away." Very well, I shall heed the princess's command." Jiang Chang and Jiang Shuai were led away, and Gui Mama informed the steward of the incident that occurred at the envoy's quarters and the princess's punishment of scrubbing toilets. The steward, upon hearing this, raised no objections, stating that everything was to be done as the princess wished. Thus, Jiang Chang and his companions were condemned to scrub the toilets. In the depths of winter, using cold water to wash the foul-smelling toilets was indeed a torturous ordeal. Jiang Shuai was in tears throughout. Jiang Chang, who had always doted on his sister, could not suppress his grievances any longer. "Had it not been for you urging me to inspect the silver-bone charcoal, I would never have entertained the notion of stealing it, nor would the princess have discovered our plot and punished us here. This is all your fault, and you dare to cry. What are you crying for? Silence." Feeling wronged by her brother's reproach, Jiang Shuai dared not cry openly. She buried her head in her arms, sobbing softly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chang had begun scrubbing the toilets, for the steward had informed them that if they did not clean at least 100, they would not be allowed to eat. Thus, he had to endure the stench despite his revulsion. As he scrubbed, he cursed, "Phone Zhou, you little brat, once I rise again, I will not let you off so easily. I will make you lick my feet." After a laborious struggle, they finally managed to scrub 100 toilets and were permitted to eat, but Jiang Chang and Jiang Shuai felt as though they were enveloped in a cloud of foul odor, rendering them unable to eat as the stench made them nauseous, their throats churning with bile. The two of them, holding their bowls, broke down in despair. "Who can help us?" Zhou assigned 2 of the young eunuchs who served her to Di Jiang. She had no shortage of attendants, but Di Jiang needed capable individuals to help protect him, ensuring he would no longer be bullied. Di Jiang was reluctant to accept, feeling he would be imposing on Zhou, but she insisted, "If you refuse, I shall not come by anymore." "Not at all, I shall accept them." Di Jiang could not bear the thought of Zhou not visiting. Thus, he acquiesced. The 2 eunuchs were diligent and immediately began assisting Chu Yang with his tasks, leaving no moment of idleness. Zhou observed with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Well done, you have great insight. I'll ensure my mother grants you both an increase in your monthly allowance." Di Jiang, puzzled, inquired, "Why has the princess returned? Has she forgotten something? If the princess speaks of it, I shall assist in finding it." Di Jiang also hoped to help Zhou in any way he could. Chapter 84. As the saying goes, losing wealth can avert disaster. Di Jiang also hoped to assist Zhou in whatever modest ways he could, rather than always relying on her help while contributing nothing in return. "It is essential for one to learn the virtue of gratitude and reciprocity," Zhou inquired. "Brother Di Jiang, has the Imperial Medical Bureau sent you any medicine? What kind of medicine?" Di Jiang looked puzzled. Zhou continued, "A plague has broken out in the capital. Those infected must take medicine to cure it, while those who are not infected need preventative medicine. The Imperial Medical Bureau has been tirelessly concocting remedies." "Everyone needs to take medicine. Have you taken yours, Brother Di Jiang?" The text revealed that Di Jiang had inadvertently contracted the plague, enduring immense suffering and narrowly escaping death. Upon recovering, he had quietly eliminated several physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau who had taken advantage of his plight by demanding 1,000 taels of silver, threatening to burn him alive to contain the plague if he refused. Di Jiang, lacking funds, had endured great hardship to survive. Knowing this, Zhou was determined to protect her brother from further infection and to prevent any deaths among the physicians, as their expertise was crucial during this time of crisis. "No," Di Jiang shook his head. Jojo urged, Nanny, please hurry to the Imperial Medical Bureau and fetch some medicine for Brother Di Jiang. Once he has taken it, we shall depart. Very well. Nanny Gui personally went to the Imperial Medical Bureau, retrieved the medicine, and administered it to Di Jiang, offering him some advice before returning. On her way back, Jojo encountered 3 physicians, the very ones who had been discreetly dealt with by Di Jiang in the text. With the preventative medicine now administered to Di Jiang, he was assuredly safe from the plague, while these opportunistic physicians would not face demise and could continue their work. However, Jojo felt a twinge of discomfort. The characters in the book had behaved so wickedly. Di Jiang, as a hostage in a foreign land, was already suffering greatly, and yet they had the audacity to extort him. Jojo wished to exact a measure of retribution on Di Jiang's behalf. Surely, it wouldn't be unreasonable to swindle a bit from them in return. Indeed, it seemed only fair. As the saying goes, losing wealth can avert disaster. If they could deceive Di Jiang, then Jojo could surely turn the tables on them. With this thought in mind, she approached the 3 physicians, clutching her stomach and exclaiming, oh dear, my stomach hurts terribly." The physicians, upon realizing it was the beloved little princess, hurried to check her pulse, eager to ascertain her condition. However, just as their hands neared her, Jojo unexpectedly plopped down onto the snow-covered ground. The 3 physicians, bewildered, wondered why the princess had suddenly fallen. Jojo wailed, You pushed me?" Sitting on the ground, she gazed up at the physicians with tear-filled eyes, looking utterly wronged. Nanny Gui, filled with concern, exclaimed, "My dear princess, you must be in pain from your fall." She then turned to the physicians, saying, "You 3 are adults, how could you bully a child? The princess is only 3.5. The physicians were taken aback. "How could you say such a thing, Your Highness? We have only heard of unscrupulous elders resorting to such tactics, but never did we expect a child, let alone a princess, to do the same. Your Highness, we did not push you. Truly, we did not." The physicians were nearly in tears, fervently defending themselves. "If we had pushed you, we would suffer a terrible fate in our next lives, perhaps as turtles, mung beans, or mice, despised by all. Princess, you must have misunderstood." Jojo continued to cry, her wails growing louder as she lay on the ground, kicking her legs in a fit of childish defiance. "You pushed me. My bottom hurts so much, it must be bruised. Father, mother, come save me." She cried out for help. A flurry of maids and attendants rushed to her side, frantic with worry. Meanwhile, De Huang, her loyal dog, barked fiercely at the physicians, growling as he clamped down on their robes. "Woof! Woof, woof!" De Huang barked incessantly. The physicians, witnessing this commotion, panicked. "Princess, please stop crying. If word of this reaches the emperor, regardless of the truth, we will be doomed." "Pain, pain, I must cry." Jojo continued her performance. The physicians recognized that Jojo was deliberately fabricating a scenario, seeking trouble. They felt aggrieved but knew their protests would be futile. With a resigned sigh, they asked, "Princess, what is it that you desire? Just promise you 1 tea cry, and we will comply." Jojo extended 2 fingers, stating earnestly, 20,000 taels each, or I shall continue to cry. She let out a heart-wrenching sob that echoed even louder than before. The surrounding imperial guards were drawn to the scene. The lead guard inquired, "What has happened here?" Upon realizing it was Jojo, he respectfully asked, "Princess, have you been wronged? Shall we summon the emperor for you?" If Emperor Zhao Ning arrived, regardless of whether the physicians had indeed pushed her, he would undoubtedly believe her and punish them, leading to their inevitable ruin. "No, no," the physicians cried, "the princess was not wronged. We would never dare to bully her, she simply tripped." The guards remained skeptical, turning to Jojo, "Is that so, Your Highness?" The physicians were exasperated. "How can this be? Why are we being doubted? How could this happen? Why? They had never encountered such a predicament before. Feeling utterly at the mercy of a child, Jojo, with a pitiful expression, began to say, "It was," but one of the physicians quickly covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Princess, do not speak carelessly. Whatever you desire, we will grant you, though 20,000 taels may be excessive, it is far better than facing the emperor's wrath." The emperor's temper was fearsome. A minor misstep could cost them their positions. "All right." Jojo nodded, and the physician released his grip on her mouth. She choked back her tears, telling the guards that, "Well, I fell by accident." "Is that so?" The guards remained suspicious, sensing that the princess's demeanor suggested she had been coerced. They asked, "Princess, if you feel threatened, just blink." Jojo remained silent. The physicians were at a loss for words. "We would never threaten the princess. You are misinterpreting our intentions." "You are the ones overthinking it," the guards retorted. "Princess, please speak." We will only believe your words, not theirs. We shall provide the 20,000 taels immediately. Please, do not say anything else. If you do, we are doomed. The physicians were truly terrified. Chapter 85. Why did the princess play the victim? Woe is me. Additional update, Jojo was inwardly amused, for what she truly desired was their unwavering commitment to part with their money. She smiled to herself and declared, very well. Her gaze then drifted to the imperial guards not far away. This princess was genuinely not under any threat, so there was no need for concern. That's good. The imperial guards sighed in relief and returned to their posts. However, their eyes remained fixed on Jojo, silently watching over her. With the assistance of Granny Gue, Jojo rose to her feet and extended her tiny hand, requesting money. The three imperial physicians surrendered all the silver they had on hand, but it was still insufficient. After all, no one would venture out carrying tens of thousands of taels of silver. Their earlier promise to provide the funds was merely a ruse to avoid incurring the wrath of Emperor Jiaoning. The three physicians each drafted an IOU before hastily returning home to fetch more money, assuring Jojo that they would return within the hour. Upon arriving home, Physician Jiang embraced his wife in tears, exclaiming, "My dear, you may find it hard to believe, but I have been swindled out of 20,000 taels by a 3.5-year-old child." What? 20,000 taels? His wife did not doubt him but found it utterly unbelievable. How could you possibly get involved with a child of that age, and to be swindled of 20,000 taels? How foolish can you be? Were you not always the one deceiving others? Previously, it was indeed Physician Jiang who would exploit others, demanding exorbitant fees for his medical services. He would refuse to treat anyone without payment. He had never given anyone money before, and this was the first time he found himself at a loss. He was baffled, feeling both aggrieved and pained over the lost silver, and received a few slaps from his formidable wife as a reminder to be more cautious. If you ever let yourself be swindled by a child again, do not bother coming home. Fool! The foolishness of men incites collective ire. When Physician Wei returned home for money, both his mother and wife questioned him, "Where have you been? Why do you suddenly need 20,000 taels? Have you been gambling or consorting with courtesans, or perhaps you've committed a crime that requires such a sum to settle?" Physician Wei felt wronged. "Mother, wife, do you not know my character? How could I indulge in such vices as gambling, drinking, or worse? My only passion is making money." His wife, Lu, retorted, "Oh, spare me your tales. You claim to love money yet suddenly require such an exorbitant amount? I, too, am suffering from being swindled." With hands on her hips and an arched brow, Lu demanded, "Then enlighten me, who has swindled you, and why did they do so?" Fearing that mentioning the princess would cause his family undue worry, Physician Wei vaguely responded, "A 3.5-year-old child. I do not know why she swindled me." Upon hearing this, Lu erupted with laughter, a mix of anger and disbelief. "Wei Hu, do you not even bother to concoct a plausible story? You are nearing 48 and are already a grandfather, yet you allow yourself to be swindled by a mere child. Who do you think you are fooling? Do I appear to be a simpleton?" Taking a deep breath, Physician Wei insisted, "I am not fabricating this. If I were, may lightning strike me." "Oh, be quiet. Lightning in winter, that is preposterous. If there were lightning in winter, it would surely frighten you to death." Physician Wei was left speechless. His wife refused to part with any money. "My dear wife, please, I beg you, if not, I shall be undone. Just confess, what do you need the money for? Do not dare speak of being swindled by a 3.5-year-old child." "I cannot believe that." Feeling cornered by his wife's disbelief, Physician Wei resorted to a desperate fabrication to procure the funds. I have taken a fancy to a woman and I need to bring her home." "What did you just say?" 20,000 taels, my dear wife, hasten, otherwise, she will report me to the authorities." He thought such a claim would surely secure him the money, yet he ended up empty-handed and received a beating from his wife. "You wretched man! Only when you are hung on the wall do you behave properly. How dare you consort with those shameless women?" Ultimately, Physician Wei had to part with his savings to enter the palace, feeling despondent as tears streamed down his face along the way. He could not help but wonder, why am I so unfortunate today? Did I neglect to consult the almanac before leaving home? As for Physician Chen, he was aware that being swindled by a child was neither dignified nor commendable. Wisely, he chose not to disclose this embarrassment to his family. Instead, he quietly took his savings and returned to the palace to meet the awaiting Jojo. For them, the physicians believed that, both openly and covertly, all money earned was ultimately theirs. The trivial amount of savings would be recouped within a year or so there was no cause for concern. Yet, he found it perplexing as to why the princess would target them in such a manner. Woe is me, they were indeed most unfortunate victims of her ploy. The three physicians encountered one another within the palace. Aside from Physician Chen, the other two bore bruises and swollen faces. Concerned, Physician Chen inquired, "What happened to you two?" "Oh, we simply had an unfortunate fall, it is nothing," the two physicians replied in unison, as if they had rehearsed their response. Physician Chen smiled knowingly, choosing not to press further. Meanwhile, Jojo sat in the octagonal pavilion of the Imperial Garden, sipping warm goat's milk as she awaited the arrival of the three physicians. Once sated, the trio arrived, trembling as they approached Jojo and placed the banknotes on the table before her. They quickly stepped back several paces, huddling together. Their demeanor was one of panic, fear, and anxiety, hence their instinct to seek warmth in numbers. Jojo crossed her legs and picked up the banknotes, requesting Granny Gue to count them. After confirming that the amount was sufficient, Jojo, with a tone of authority, addressed the physicians. "Why do you stand so far away? Do you not want the IOUs?" The physicians, now terrified of Jojo, dared not approach her, fearing they might again fall victim to her scheme. After this experience, they could hardly bear the thought of further misfortune. In unison, they pleaded, "Your Highness, please leave the IOUs on the table, we shall collect them once you have departed." The sight of the three physicians was somewhat comical. With a sigh, Jojo placed the IOUs on the table, warning them against any future attempts at greed, and then she took her leave. Upon returning to Chioshui residence, she noticed an unsettling silence enveloping the place, an abnormal stillness that raised her suspicions. "Granny, why do I feel that something is amiss?" Jojo inquired. Granny Gue, sensing the same unease, replied, "I too feel that something is not right." "What could it be?" Jojo pondered, wondering if something troubling had transpired. Just then, a faint sound of weeping reached them from outside Chioshui residence. It was the cry of a woman, though soft. It carried an undercurrent of anguish, pain, helplessness, and struggle. Jojo hurried out of Chioshui residence in search of the source of the crying. However, after a thorough search around the premises, she found nothing. The earlier sound of weeping seemed to have been a figment of her imagination. She turned to Granny Gue and asked, "Did you hear the crying?" Granny Gue, whose hearing had dulled with age, had not caught the faint sound, and thus shook her head in response. Ah. There must be ghosts. Chapter 86 of This Ghost, I shall eventually capture you. In a flurry, Jojo hastily dashed into her room, neglecting to remove her shoes before burrowing beneath the covers in an attempt to hide. Her petite figure trembled in fear. The remaining maidens informed Jojo that Grandma Gue had not overheard, yet they had, though Jojo refused to believe them. "You are deceiving me. Do you see me crying? Is that why you are tricking me? Leave me alone, go away." Jojo whimpered, shooing them off like a frightened little creature. One of the maidens replied, "Princess, it is broad daylight. There are truly no ghosts." Jojo remained unconvinced, cocooned in her blanket for quite some time. It was only when she recalled the ruckus she had caused in the Hall of Yama that her fear began to wane. Surrounded by ghosts then, she had been one herself, thus unafraid of them, even tormenting the little spirits mercilessly. And now, having become human and grown accustomed to a life of luxury, she found herself afraid of ghosts? How utterly embarrassing. Determined not to endure such humiliation, Jojo flung off her blanket, rose from her bed, and began searching for the ghost, murmuring, "Let Jojo take a look. Which ghost is crying?" However, it was not a ghost at all, but rather Lady Anne, who was weeping as she passed by. When Lady Anne was pregnant with the third prince, she had been poisoned and nearly suffered a double tragedy, but fortune smiled upon her as she encountered a skilled doctor who, at a critical moment, employed acupuncture to expel the poison and save both mother and son. Unfortunately, some residual toxins remained in her body that could not be entirely eradicated. The doctor, worried the lingering poison might harm her and the third prince, devised a method to draw it to her face, resulting in Lady Anne being left with a face marred by pockmarks, which could be deemed a disfigurement. The third prince was not spared either, being born with a similar affliction. Consequently, both mother and son lost favor and faced disdain from all quarters. To avoid the scornful gazes, they seldom ventured out, preferring to remain in their own confined space. Today, Lady Anne had ventured out because the third prince had been rejected in his engagement. While still in her womb, the third prince had been betrothed to the daughter of Minister Sun, a union eagerly arranged by the Sun family. At that time, Minister Sun held a modest position, merely a fifth-rank official, but he had recently been promoted to minister, and now, as the two children reached marriageable age, the matter had been brought to the forefront. Yet the Sun family, seeing the third prince's pockmarked face and lack of imperial favor, proposed to withdraw from the engagement. Though they did not explicitly state the reasons for their withdrawal, it was clear to all observant eyes. Lady Anne's heart ached. Helpless, she could do nothing but watch her son be rejected. It seemed her son would be the first prince in history to be spurned, destined to become a laughingstock of the previous dynasty's harem. The future looked grim for them. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Lady Anne began to weep, her tears flowing unabated as she passed by Chioshui residence, which led to Jojo's misunderstanding. After searching for a considerable time without finding anyone, Jojo finally gave up, muttering, "This ghost, I shall eventually capture you, just wait and see." Returning to Choshue's residence, feeling a bit peckish, she drank some goat milk. Noticing the absence of anyone within, she called out, "Mother, 13th brother?" No one responded. The residence lay in utter silence. Curious, she wondered where everyone had gone. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved to venture out in search of Consort Lee. Unbeknownst to her, Consort Lee and the 13th prince were also searching for Jojo. Since that morning, Jojo had been absent, and not a single servant had informed Consort Lee of her whereabouts. Jojo had missed breakfast and lunch, neglecting to return to Choshue's residence for her meals. How could Consort Lee not be worried? Fearing something unfortunate had befallen Jojo, she, along with the 13th prince, set out to find her. Meanwhile, Jojo roamed the palace in search of Consort Lee and the 13th prince. Both parties sought each other, yet their paths did not cross, leading to quite the amusing situation. When the two groups finally encountered one another, it was already evening. The guards escorted them to the study, where they finally reunited. Consort Lee, in a state of panic, rushed towards Jojo and embraced her, crying. Once her tears subsided, she asked, "Jojo, where have you been? Your mother has been terribly worried about you." The 13th prince added, his voice choked with emotion, "I was so worried about you too." Emperor Jianing inquired, "Jojo, who has taken you away?" "Speak to your father, I shall avenge you." Consort Lee and Emperor Jianing, in their concern, had lost their composure, failing to think rationally about Jojo's absence, mistakenly believing she had been abducted. In the vast imperial palace, who would dare to lay a hand on Jojo? They must be seeking death. Jojo reassured them, "I am perfectly fine, no one has taken me, nor has anyone harmed me." "Really?" Emperor Jianing and Consort Lee asked in unison, their voices laced with skepticism. "Indeed. Truly?" Jojo insisted, nodding emphatically, yet they remained unconvinced, leaving Jojo feeling exasperated. Why did her father and mother not trust her? She truly had not gone anywhere. She merely visited the Jew pavilion to see Brother Di Jiang and managed to earn 60,000 taels in silver notes. Although she had not eaten any substantial meals throughout the day, having only sipped on goat milk a few times, it was certainly worth it. "What, 60,000 taels in silver notes?" the 13th prince exclaimed, rendered speechless with shock. Emperor Jianing and Consort Lee were equally taken aback by the staggering figure, their pretense forgotten as they exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting immense astonishment. 60,000 taels was no small sum. A government official earned barely 1,000 taels annually. How could a mere child, a 3.5-year-old girl, have earned 60,000 taels? How on earth did she accomplish this? Emperor Jianing glanced at Consort Lee, who could also hear Jojo's thoughts and had not concealed her revelations today. He was too curious about this particular matter to inquire further. "Jojo, what exactly did you do to earn such a fortune?" Emperor Jianing questioned, filled with intrigue. Jojo clutched her bulging sleeves, where she had hidden the 60,000 taels in silver notes. She had to be cautious, otherwise, someone might seize them. Jojo was wary, yet she smiled and waved her hand dismissively. I didn't do anything. Really, I didn't. Is that so?" Emperor Jianing replied, "I heard that Jojo earned a great deal of silver today. Would you not like to share with your father?" "Father, how do you know this?" Jojo, feeling guilty, suppressed her anxiety, wondering if those three old men had reported her actions. How dare they? It felt like they were stabbing her in the chest. Jojo's heart sank. Emperor Jianing explained, "Father heard it from those around you." Those around her, clearly, it was not those three old men. Who among her entourage had the audacity to betray her? Jojo's heart raced, filled with anguish as she pondered, who could it be? Chapter 87 of The Indomitable Little Roach. Led by Granny Gue, several maids and eunuchs were so terrified that they fell to their knees. Heaven and earth bear witness, the sun and moon can attest, they had been utterly loyal to the little princess and had truly not reported these matters to the emperor. Oh, why must the emperor subject them to such suffering? Jojo had already resolved that in the future she would not take so many people with her wherever she went, otherwise, she might not even realize who had betrayed her. "Jojo, do not look at them. Address your father instead," Emperor Jianing instructed Jojo. She was reluctant to speak, however, observing her father's demeanor. It seemed he was already aware of everything, there was no escaping the truth. She could only confess, Jojo stated. "I merely encountered an unfortunate accident and extorted 200,000 taels of silver from Doctors Jiang, Wei, and Chen, each receiving 20,000. Father, please do not punish me." Jojo recognized her wrongdoing. She hastily presented her ill-gotten gains, her extorted funds, to Emperor Jianing. Initially, she had intended to give a sum to Di Jiang as well, but it appeared that would no longer be possible. With trembling hands, Jojo withdrew all the banknotes from her sleeves and handed them to Emperor Jianing, all the while quietly lamenting in her heart. She recalled a past life when a friend had attempted to extort money and had been beaten half to death by the headmaster's mother. Jojo felt a shiver of fear. She hoped that her leniency would spare her from punishment, as she promised never to commit such acts again. Emperor Jianing glanced at the money presented by Jojo and then looked back at her. Jojo, resembling a quail, shrank her head in a pitiful manner, clearly frightened, yet, to her surprise, Emperor Jianing joyfully slapped his thigh and burst into hearty laughter. "My dear Jojo, you truly are a little fortune-bringer," he exclaimed. "Doctors Jiang, Wei, and Chen, relying on their medical prowess, have taken advantage of human life and greedily hoarded wealth. Many ministers have lodged complaints against them, yet I find myself at a loss for words. After all, the act of giving money is consensual. Those who part with their gold have never come forward to voice their grievances, thus I cannot punish the doctors. However, I have long harbored disdain in my heart and sought an opportunity to reprimand them, yet none has presented itself. You have done splendidly, Jojo, avenging me and providing relief to all the officials." Jojo thought to herself, "Oh, my father, my dear father, why did you not speak up sooner? To say it only now, you have caused me to fearfully surrender all my money." Regret coursed through her as she lamented, "If only I had known earlier." Emperor Jianing approached and embraced Jojo, stroking her head as he said, "My good daughter, you have done remarkably well. I shall reward you with a grand chicken leg." "What is a chicken leg worth?" Jojo protested. "I want 60,000 taels of silver." Upon hearing this request, both Emperor Jianing and Consort Li felt a weight lift from their gloomy spirits throughout the day, bursting into laughter. "This little one has truly fallen into the depths of greed," they chuckled. Jojo then tugged at the corner of the banknotes in Emperor Jianing's hand, saying, "Father, considering the effort I have put forth, could you not spare me a few notes? Surely, if I ask for more, you shall refuse, so, just a few, perhaps?" However, Emperor Jianing pondered deeply. Jojo was still quite young. Possessing such a significant sum could attract unscrupulous individuals seeking to extort her. He deemed it unsafe for her. "I shall keep this money for you, dear. Later, I shall employ a great scholar to teach you poetry and literature. Your elder brother has already begun his studies. It is time for you to find a mentor as well." Jojo whimpered, "While I may lack education, dear father, you cannot deceive me in this manner. Finding a great scholar to teach me poetry and literature is merely a matter of your word. Is such a vast sum truly necessary?" Unyielding, Jojo insisted on her claim to the money, yet, no matter how she protested, Emperor Jianing remained steadfast, declaring that the money could not be given. With a sigh, Jojo lamented, "The money surrendered is akin to water spilled, it cannot be reclaimed." Alas, the little adult sighed, then muttered to herself, "No matter, I am an indomitable little roach. Is it merely a few tens of thousands of taels? I shall earn it back, just wait and see, dear father." In the days that followed, aside from visiting Dijiang and playing with him, Jojo was taken by Emperor Jianing and Consort Li to meet various esteemed scholars. The notion of enlightenment from great scholars sounded marvelous. The scholars they had found were indeed impressive, heads of prestigious academies, having taught 2 top-ranking students, remarkable figures that everyone desired to study under. However, the scholars were far too serious. Jojo felt a wave of fear wash over her, recalling her past experiences of being punished for failing to memorize multiplication tables. She had no desire to attend school. She simply wished to play. In her thoughts, while Emperor Jianing conversed with the scholar, Jojo seized the opportunity to stealthily slip out of the study, and now, Nan Yuanxiang had fully recovered and could walk. She was waiting for Jojo outside the study. Upon seeing her, Nan Yuanxiang hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Jojo, have you selected your teacher? Do not speak, let us run," Jojo urged, dragging Nan Yuanxiang as they sprinted away. After a considerable distance, they finally escaped. Gasping for breath, Nan Yuanxiang asked, "Why are you running? Is someone chasing you?" "Far more terrifying than being pursued," Jojo replied. "My father insists I study, and I fear punishment. I do not wish to go to school." "Your father, who is this father of yours? Is there a noble father as well?" Nan Yuanxiang questioned, perplexed. "My father is the emperor." "Oh, I see." While the two conversed, suddenly they were met with the sound of a woman's sorrowful weeping, echoing eerily reminiscent of what Jojo had heard outside Qiu Shui's residence. Jojo grew alert, asking, "Whose ghost is weeping? Show yourself." "Why, it is Lady An weeping." At the sound of Jojo calling her, Lady An emerged, wearing a white veil to hide her unseemly appearance. Upon realizing the figure was a woman and not a ghost, Jojo felt a wave of relief wash over her and began to assess the woman. Though she wore a veil, her slender figure suggested she was undoubtedly a great beauty, likely one of the concubines in the palace. Now in tears, clearly a victim of misfortune. Jojo hastened to inquire, "Beautiful sister, what troubles you? Why are you crying? Might I assist you?" Lady Anne wept due to the illness of the third prince, who had fallen gravely ill following a broken engagement. She sought the most skilled physicians in the Imperial Medical Bureau to attend to him, hoping to preserve his life. However, the three most esteemed doctors were notoriously difficult to persuade. They demanded a staggering sum of 10,000 taels of silver, threatening not to treat him without payment. She simply did not possess such funds. Unable to pay, she contemplated reporting the physicians for negligence but found herself unable to approach the emperor. In her desperation to save her son, she could only weep inconsolably. Chapter 88 Little Ancestor, let us speak kindly. She was deeply concerned about the safety of the third prince. "Sister Beauty? Are you going to say something?" Jojo anxiously tugged at the hem of Nguiren's gown, her small hands fidgeting as she implored. Nguiren sighed, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief, and replied, "Little one, I appreciate your kindness, but I am afraid you cannot assist me in this matter. What could such a young girl possibly do to help her?" Nguiren shook her head, deciding it was best not to burden the child further or to share her troubling thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, the more Nguiren withheld her words, the stronger Jojo's curiosity became. She grasped Nguiren's hand, determined to persist. "Sister Beauty, you haven't mentioned what the trouble is. How can you say I can't help? Perhaps I can." Nguiren, tears still glistening in her eyes, merely shook her head in silence and said, "Little one, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." In haste, Nguiren sought the imperial physician, bidding farewell to Jojo as she hurried away. Jojo helplessly watched Nguiren's retreating figure, muttering, "Why did you leave so abruptly?" Nan Yunxiang suggested, "Jojo, if we can't find out anything, let's return. Aunt has made some snacks, we can enjoy them." "No." Jojo felt as though a feline claw was scratching at her heart, stirring an uncomfortable sensation within her, intensifying her desire for knowledge. She believed that only by discovering the reason behind the lady's tears could she find solace. With this thought in mind, Jojo hurriedly chased after Nguiren. "Princess, slow down." Nan Yunxiang and Grandma Gui hurriedly followed her. Jojo noticed Nguiren had entered the Imperial Medical Center. The personnel there paid Nguiren no mind. Despite her presence, they acted as though she were invisible, continuing their duties without so much as a glance. However, when Jojo and her companions entered, the medical staff suddenly became attentive, bowing and smiling as they approached. "Little princess, what brings you here? Are you looking for Godan?" "He has gone out of the city with physician Sheen to tend to the victims of the plague and is not at the Imperial Medical Center." "I am not looking for Godan. Do not stop me." Jojo's large, grape-like eyes were fixed on Nguiren's figure. Nguiren was moving rather quickly, and with Jojo's short legs, she feared losing her. Fortunately, she managed to keep up. "Over there, let us hurry." Jojo exclaimed brightly as she and her companions hurried after Nguiren once more. Nguiren sought out the renowned physicians, Zhang, Wei, and Shen. Even though they were reluctant to attend, she was resolute, determined to implore them to treat the third prince at all costs. Yet, the physicians continued to decline, stating, "We are truly busy, esteemed lady. We cannot possibly spare the time to attend to the third prince. Perhaps you should seek another physician?" Nguiren replied, "Only the heads of the Imperial Medical Center accept summons from the Emperor, Empress, or Imperial Mother. I cannot command them. Among the remaining physicians, Physician Cheng is out of the palace, and you three are the most capable. I implore you to save him." The three physicians, however, remained resolute, insisting, "We are exceedingly busy. Please escort our guest away." The attendants approached to escort Nguiren out, but she refused to leave, lowering herself to her knees in front of the three physicians, pleading for their assistance. Yet, they remained indifferent, feigning busyness to avoid her. The truth was, their reluctance stemmed from a lack of monetary incentive. Nguiren and the third prince were not favored, and the physicians were unwilling to undertake such a thankless task, especially after having recently suffered significant financial losses. Nguiren was acutely aware of this reality, yet her lack of funds left her in a desperate position. "Physicians, once I have the means, I will compensate you. Lives are at stake. Please help save the third prince." The physicians still ignored her, continuing their work. Just then, Jojo appeared. Upon seeing Jojo, the physicians were struck with fear, as if confronted by a ghost, their legs trembling as they nearly stumbled. "Why has the little princess come again? Is she here to cause trouble?" They scrambled to gather their medical kits, eager to escape, desperate to avoid being in the same vicinity as the princess, knowing too well the trouble she could bring. However, Jojo spread her arms, blocking the doorway. The physicians, who had intended to flee, halted abruptly, unwilling to confront the little princess. "Ah, little ancestor, it is a pleasure to see you again." They forced smiles, though their laughter did not reach their eyes. Jojo beamed. Indeed, it is good to see you again. She reached out her tiny hand, causing the physicians to retreat several steps, simultaneously exclaiming, "Little ancestor, let us converse amicably, please do not act recklessly." They could not withstand another financial drain. The physicians were drenched in cold sweat. Terrified Jojo, with a vacant expression, replied, "I haven't done anything, I merely wished to pull Sister Beauty's hand and ask her why you three are refusing to attend to the third prince." Sister Beauty, and Guerin, was taken aback. This little girl was, in fact, a princess. Having spent so long in the palace, she had never encountered the illustrious 18th princess, though she had heard whispers of her fame. Recently, the princess's reputation had spread far and wide, even reaching her secluded quarters. Guerin had initially dismissed such tales as exaggerations, but witnessing the physician's reaction now confirmed their truth. She believed wholeheartedly that the princess could assist her. With renewed hope, and Guerin turned to Jojo, kneeling before her and pleading, "Princess, I am Guerin, the mother of the third prince. He is gravely ill, I beseech you, help me save him." To save the third prince, so, Sister Beauty's tears were shed for him due to his dire condition, yet this third prince was the villain of the story, his actions contributing to the downfall of the Western Shu kingdom. Why, first, he was perpetually scorned for his looks, having been rejected in marriage, which twisted his psyche. Second, his mother, desperate to save her ailing son, had taken her own life within the Imperial Medical Center. Overnight, he succumbed to darkness, aligning himself with traitors from the Southern Kingdom, assisting them in their treachery. Much of the vital intelligence from Western Shu had been divulged to the Southern Kingdom by him, and it was he who led the Southern forces into the heart of Western Shu, resulting in a massacre. Jojo was fortunate to have followed in Guerin, otherwise, the lady would undoubtedly have resorted to extreme measures to coerce the physicians into treating the third prince, thereby sealing his fate in darkness. Chapter 89 Beauty lies beneath the skin. The third prince is destined to darken. Jojo felt a lingering trepidation. It seemed she had stumbled upon a fortunate encounter, arriving just in time to save a soul on the brink of corruption, while simultaneously alleviating a hidden peril for the kingdom of Shichu. "Your Highness, no," Jojo preferred to address you as Sister Beauty, "for your beauty is undeniable, even with a veil adorning your head." Noble consort and felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could she be deemed beautiful? She felt grotesque, unfit for public gaze. The princess called her beautiful, the princess's sweet words were delightful, and she found the princess exceedingly adorable. She held a fondness for her. "Sister Beauty, please rise, I shall assist you. My third brother will surely be fine." As Jojo spoke, she cast a significant glance toward the three imperial physicians carrying their medical kits in the distance. The three physicians felt an inexplicable unease at her gaze. Jojo continued, "Since the three physicians are prepared, let us hasten to see my third brother, shall we? If you choose not to accompany us," she delicately touched her wrist, remarking, "Why does this wrist ache so suddenly? I must speak with my father about this." "No, please." The three physicians, alarmed, rushed to stop her. They dared not allow Jojo to seek an audience with Emperor Jianing, especially under the pretense of a painful wrist. They would surely invite disaster upon themselves, perhaps even their esteemed hats would be at stake. Physician Jiang, with a smile, said, "Your Highness, we shall follow you and noble consort in to see the third prince at once." Physician Wei added, "Since the princess has spoken, we cannot decline. Noble consort, please lead the way." Physician Chen chimed in, "Indeed, dear consort, please guide us." "Very well." Noble consort tucked away the hairpin she had removed from her head and, with a glance of excitement towards Jojo, hurried to lead the way. Today, she was immensely grateful to the young princess for her assistance, otherwise, she would have had to force the physicians to save her third son's life. It was the princess who had rescued her. She vowed to repay this great kindness one day. Concerned that the three physicians might feign action while doing nothing, Jojo decided to supervise closely. Noble consort, remembering Jojo's mention of her wrist pain, looked at her with concern and inquired, "Your Highness, why has your wrist suddenly begun to ache? Should we not have the physicians examine it first?" Little did noble consort know that Jojo had once feigned a stomach ache, tricking the three physicians into parting with a staggering 60,000 taels of silver, which left them terrified of her complaints. Jojo whispered to noble consort, "I'm merely deceiving them. I am quite well, dear Sister Beauty, you should call me Yang Yang." Noble consort felt a twinge of guilt at being addressed as Sister Beauty. Before her affliction, she had indeed been one of the palace's most renowned beauties. Now, however, she felt like a wretched creature. Perhaps calling her sister ugly would be more fitting. Jojo replied, "It is because Sister Beauty's demeanor and grace are simply too exquisite. I recall my mother saying that beauty is found in the bone, not merely the skin." Upon hearing this, noble consort chose not to argue and permitted Jojo to continue her address. A short while later, the group arrived at Yuyang Pavilion, noble consort's residence. This abode was quite distant from Emperor Jianing's study and sleeping quarters. Moreover, at 17 years of age, the third prince should have long since left the palace to establish his own residence, rather than remain cooped up with noble consort in Yuyang Pavilion. The reason for this arrangement likely stemmed from their shared misfortune. Due to their lack of beauty, they had remained largely ignored and overlooked within the palace. The two of them were quite pitiable indeed. Furthermore, their household was rather sparse, consisting of only one eunuch and one palace maid, giving it a rather desolate appearance. Jojo sighed deeply. The third prince, as a royal, deserved far better than such neglect and indifference. It was no wonder he was succumbing to darkness. Unless he were a fool or a simpleton, he would inevitably become corrupted. Nan Yuanxiang, having heard Jojo's thoughts, said nothing, merely listening intently. At this moment, she agreed wholeheartedly with Jojo's sentiments. The third prince's plight was indeed tragic, far worse than her own. Yet now, with Jojo's arrival, things would surely improve. After all, it was Jojo who had brought fortune into her life. Jojo was a little lucky star, capable of bestowing blessings and good fortune upon all. Once noble consort and had led the three physicians to the bedside of the third prince, she choked out, "Physicians, please, do take a look." The third prince appeared gaunt and haggard, lost in a deep slumber. Even with so many people present, he remained oblivious to their arrival. It was evident that his condition was grave. Jojo urged, "Quickly, attend to my brother." "Yes, we shall examine him at once." The three physicians began their examination of the third prince, and afterward, they diligently wrote out prescriptions, personally gathered herbs, concocted medicines, and fed him the remedies, all with the utmost seriousness. Jojo observed this with a sense of satisfaction. "Excellent, she praised in a tone reminiscent of her father's compliments of the three physicians. Upon hearing her words, smiled and said, "As long as the princess is pleased, that is all that matters. Your happiness is our happiness. We hope you remain this joyful always." Flatterers, Jojo thought, scolding them silently. Oh. The three physicians promptly silenced themselves and continued their work. Less chatter and more action were undoubtedly wise. The princess would surely find no fault in them. If they made no mistakes, they would avoid being entangled in her schemes. Thus, under the watchful care of the physicians, the third prince's health gradually improved day by day. Initially, his condition had been dire, teetering on the brink of life and death. However, with three physicians tending to him, three common craftsmen could sometimes rival a Zhuge Liang. His recovery was inevitable. Furthermore, Jojo closely shadowed the physicians, ensuring only the finest remedies were used. The third prince had no excuse to remain unwell. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, after a prolonged slumber, the third prince finally awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself alone, propping himself up despite his lingering discomfort. He rubbed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, calling out, "Mother, is anyone there?" Silence greeted him. An unsettling feeling crept over the third prince. He was acutely aware of the severity of his illness. He had experienced countless moments of confusion and delirium, lost in a haze of sleep. In his dreams, he had seen his great-grandmother beckoning him, promising to take him away. Yet within the palace, no one cared for him and his mother. When she fell ill, they could scarcely summon a physician, forcing them to endure in silence. With his condition deteriorating, death seemed to be his only fate. Who had saved him? Where was his mother? It was at that moment that Jojo arrived. The inhabitants of Yuyang Pavilion had all departed, some to procure necessities, others to fetch medicine, leaving only Jojo and Nan Yuanxiang. Upon hearing the third prince's calls, Jojo hurried over. However, the third prince regarded her with indifference, his tone frosty as he inquired, "But who are you? How did you come to be in our palace? What do you want? Speak quickly." Chapter 90. The third prince was filled with vexation and guilt. "Are you plotting something nefarious? Who sent you?" The third prince, with his pockmarked visage that was already somewhat intimidating, now spoke with an underlying sharpness, his countenance colder than the outside sky, instilling fear in those around him. Jojo felt hesitant to meet his gaze, as her elder brother appeared quite fearsome, as if he were ready to devour someone whole. Jojo was on the verge of being frightened out of her wits. Not only was Jojo terrified, but Nan Yuanxiang, who had hurried to catch up, was equally alarmed. Trembling, she grasped Jojo's hand and urged her to flee, murmuring, "Jojo, weren't we supposed to go see Emperor Jiang? We haven't visited him these past few days because of your third brother. Let us go see Emperor Jiang, shall we? I can't bear to face the third prince, he is far too fierce, and I might just wet myself." Jojo remained silent. The third prince, however, regarded her with a perplexed expression, having heard her unspoken thoughts. "What is going on, Jojo? Why aren't you moving? Hurry." Nan Yuanxiang, feeling an uncomfortable urgency, stammered through her tears, "I really might wet myself, truly." Jojo glanced at Nan Yuanxiang, noting that her fear was genuine, and replied, "Then let us return for now." With that, Jojo and Nan Yuanxiang departed. Though the maid who followed felt intimidated by the third prince, she was unwilling to yield and reproached him, saying, "Your Highness, our princess saved you, how can you speak to her in such a manner? She is merely 3.5 years old, of course, she would be frightened." After delivering her words, the maid left. The third prince rubbed his aching temples, the chill in his brow growing ever more pronounced. He muttered to himself, "She is just a little child, how could she possibly have saved me? If that were true, I would turn upside down and sleep every night. No, I would drink foot wash every day and not even need to eat." The third prince did not despise others. He simply regarded her as a child who could barely articulate her words, requiring assistance even in eating. It was a blessing not to be a burden, so how could she have saved him? Unless she were a reincarnated prodigy, the one who truly saved him must be someone else entirely. Yet throughout history, it has always been easier to embellish a flower than to provide warmth in the midst of snow. He and his mother had been ignored, neglected, alienated, and forgotten for many years. It was rare to encounter someone who would disregard his circumstances and worth to rescue him. He resolved to rise, groom himself, and express his gratitude to his savior. It was at this moment that noble consort returned, carrying an abundance of medicine given by the 3 esteemed physicians out of respect for Jiao, sufficient for the third prince to recover completely. Noble consort was elated and planned to prepare a delicious meal for Jiao upon her return. Wanting to reward this great benefactor, she was immensely grateful to Jiao and had grown quite fond of her. However, upon her return, she discovered that Jiao was nowhere to be found. Though the third prince had awakened, the third prince, who usually eschewed mirrors, seemed to have undergone a transformation today, as he stood before one, dressed in his finest attire. Noble consort, somewhat surprised, approached him from behind and remarked, "Ah, my son, you have finally rallied." The third prince turned to face noble consort, his gaze imbued with a warmth and dependence towards his mother that was markedly different from how he regarded others. "Mother, I have traversed the gates of hell and have gained clarity on many matters. I cannot remain despondent due to unfortunate events. There are many worthy people and matters in life, such as the one who saved me. I must express my gratitude properly." Indeed, however, noble consort scanned the surroundings, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Where is the princess? She was just at the door, saying she would keep an eye on you. How could she have suddenly vanished?" Since the third prince had awakened and wished to thank the princess, now would be the perfect time. "What princess?" the third prince asked, puzzled. "She is just a little child, perhaps 3.5 years old, dressed in a lovely pink gown, quite beautiful," noble consort explained. "Oh, her," the third prince replied nonchalantly while adjusting his crown. "She left. I frightened her away." Noble consort was instantly alarmed. "What?" The third prince continued, "She is merely a little child, far too timid. I simply spoke a bit too forcefully, and she ran off." Noble consort exclaimed, "You spoke to her in such a tone and frightened her away?" Hearing his mother's thunderous voice, the third prince retorted, "Mother, your son is merely disfigured. He is not deaf. There is no need to raise your voice so. Besides, she is just a little child. Despite her pleasant appearance, her maid spoke nonsense, claiming that she saved me. That infuriated me. How could a child save me? In my anger, I may have spoken a bit harshly, but I was not wrong." You noble consort," was incensed. She jabbed her finger sharply against the third prince's forehead and admonished, "How can you speak of your savior in such a manner? I assure you, she is indeed the one who saved you." Her maid did not speak in jest. "Ah?" The third prince was taken aback. "What do you mean, ah? If she hadn't sought out the physicians for you, you would have long since met your ancestors. Could it be that she truly saved him?" The third prince was so stunned by his mother's affirmation that he dropped the crown he was holding, which fell to the ground and landed on his foot. He paid it no mind. His mother referred to that child as a princess. The child must be the 18th princess, his younger sister, who had recently become the subject of much discussion. His mother could not summon the physicians, but the 18th princess, being valued by the emperor, certainly could. Yet, he could not fathom the details of the situation. He truly felt like a blockhead. The third prince was filled with regret and guilt. How could he have treated his savior in such a manner? He clenched his fists and shadowboxed in the air several times. Noble consort remarked, "Regret is of no use. I must quickly tidy myself. After you take your medicine, we shall go find the princess and personally apologize." The third prince nodded in agreement. Yes, I must sincerely apologize to the princess and express my gratitude. That is the right thing to do." Noble consort gazed at her son with relief. After leaving the Yuyang pavilion, Jiao headed to the Ji pavilion. The Ji pavilion was not far from the Yuyang pavilion, and Jiao felt compelled to visit Emperor Jiang, for she had not done so in the past few days due to her promise. She had been preoccupied with assisting the 3 physicians in attending to her elder brother's illness, neglecting her previous commitment. Surely, Emperor Jiang would be displeased. With that thought, Jiao quickened her pace. Nan Yuanxiang, who was genuinely frightened by the third prince's fearsome demeanor, hurried even faster. As she truly felt as if she might wet herself, for upon reaching the Ji pavilion, she dashed toward the honor room. Jiao smiled at her antics before proceeding to see Emperor Jiang. At that moment, Emperor Jiang was engrossed in his reading. Every time Jiao visited him, he was either reading or practicing his skills, truly embodying the diligent protagonist of a story. "Princess, you have finally arrived," Qi Yang exclaimed upon seeing Jiao, as though she were a life-saving straw. Jiao, Chapter 91. Does the princess know them? Jiao, what happened? The expression on Jiao's fair and tender face was filled with confusion as she looked both adorable and innocent. But what could have transpired? Qi Yang said, the princess hasn't visited His Highness these past few days, and he hasn't eaten much, constantly worrying if he might have upset her somehow, which is why she hasn't come. What nonsense is that? Di Jiang had already caught wind of the commotion and approached. He shot Qi Yang a sidelong glance, seemingly reprimanding him for being so talkative. Qi Yang shrank back, retreating to the side. Di Jiang, still holding the unfinished book, turned his gaze to Jiao. Each time he looked at her, his eyes were filled with nothing but her presence, sparkling like the stars in the sky. "Jiao, you finally came?" Jiao nodded, eagerly explaining. "Di Jiang, I haven't been able to come these past few days because I was busy helping my beautiful sister save someone. I hope you aren't upset." Di Jiang shook his head, affectionately saying, "How could I possibly be angry with Jiao? Just seeing you is enough to make me happy." However, Di Jiang's gaze dimmed slightly as he looked at Jiao, cautiously adding, "Next time, if you can't come, could you send a maid to inform me? Otherwise, he always indulged in overthinking, worrying about this and that, losing sleep at night, lacking appetite, and finding little joy in anything." It seemed rather petulant, almost like a girl. Di Jiang felt somewhat embarrassed to continue. Although Jiao was unaware of Di Jiang's inner turmoil, she nodded and replied, "Okay, if Jiao can't come in the future, I will send someone to let you know." Qi Yang suddenly interjected, "A princess, since you are here, why not stay and have a meal with His Highness? If you converse with him, he might eat a bit more. He hasn't had a proper meal lately." Jiao nodded, "All right." Di Jiang shot Qi Yang a glare, likely feeling that Qi Yang was overstepping by suggesting Jiao stay, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. However, deep down, he eagerly wished for Jiao to remain, yet, he found it difficult to express this desire, fearing that asking too much of her might displease her and create distance between them. He had only just found someone like Jiao, a radiant sun that could warm his heart, and he couldn't risk scaring her away. "Di Jiang, you don't need to be upset with Qi Yang, Jiao said. "I truly enjoy dining with you." "Really?" A warm current flowed through Di Jiang's heart. "Absolutely," Jiao beamed in response. Her smile always brightened Di Jiang's mood. He smiled back, feeling relieved. "That's wonderful, let us fetch the food." Qi Yang and Grandma Gue went to the imperial kitchen to collect the meal. Recently, due to Jiao's presence, Qi Yang personally fetched the meals from the kitchen, ensuring no one else handled them. The meals were quite sumptuous, with meat served at every meal. This time, Grandma Gue accompanied him, knowing that with Jiao visiting Di Jiang, the food would need to be even more lavish. They returned with 2 food boxes, filling the table to the brim. After Grandma Gue placed Jiao on the grand chair, she looked across the table at Di Jiang and said, "Di Jiang, please eat." "All right." With his spirits lifted, Di Jiang's appetite naturally improved. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, while Qi Yang watched nearby, feeling quite pleased. Being young, Jiao's hand muscles had not yet fully developed. She noticed how hard Di Jiang worked every day studying and practicing, and wanted to help him enjoy some fish for nourishment, but she couldn't manage to pick it up. "Jiao, do you want to eat some fish?" Di Jiang asked. No. Jiao wants you to eat more fish." "Oh, I see." Di Jiang, while not particularly fond of fish due to the hassle of picking bones, ended up eating a considerable amount, even helping Jiao by removing the bones and serving her several pieces. Jiao murmured, "When I grow up, I will surely be very clever." Di Jiang chuckled at this, agreeing, "When you grow up, you will undoubtedly be the wisest and most beautiful maiden in the world." At that moment, the third prince and noble consort arrived. After leaving Yuyang Pavilion, they first went to Qiushui residence but found no sign of Jiao. After inquiring around, they learned she had gone to the Quality Pavilion, thus they redirected their steps there. However, they were denied entry. Even the guards stationed at the Quality Pavilion looked down upon the third prince and noble consort, hurling sarcastic remarks. Third prince, noble consortin, you two step outside wearing veils, one black and one white. You look like the dual spirits of black and white, frightening a person to death. The guard had indeed been startled, momentarily believing that the spirits had come to claim his life in broad daylight. He was left in a state of anxiety, continuously patting his chest, having heard such comments many times. The third prince and noble consortin only displayed a slight chill in their expressions, unperturbed. Noble consortin simply stated, "We seek an audience with Her Highness the Princess. We kindly request the guard to allow us passage." The guard was reluctant to let them through, retorting, "Haven't you two always stayed within the palace? Why have you suddenly ventured out today to search for the princess at the Quality Pavilion? Speak, are your intentions nefarious?" "We are not." Both the third prince and noble consortin shook their heads in unison. The guard pressed further, "Then why have you gone to such lengths to come to this Quality Pavilion?" The guard remained vigilant, knowing that this could potentially concern Jojo's safety, and was on high alert, fearing that any misstep might put Jojo in danger. After all, the princess was currently the apple of the emperor's eye. He cherished her as if she were the very essence of his being. They had to be careful in their service. The third prince explained, "A few days ago, I fell gravely ill, and it was the princess who summoned the imperial physician to treat me, thereby preserving my life. Today, having awoken, I came to express my gratitude." "Oh, I see." The guard, having noticed Jojo's absence from the Quality Pavilion in recent days, had made inquiries and learned about her calling the physician. He was astonished to discover it was to save the third prince. The third prince had been abandoned by everyone since his birth. People in the palace avoided him and noble consortin, yet the princess had been so kind to assist him? The guard, concerned about continuing to trouble the third prince, feared that if he denied entry, the princess would learn of it and punish him. That he had witnessed what happened to the two guards who had been sent to clean the toilets as a result of their mistakes. He certainly did not wish to face such a fate and resolved to be cautious. Reluctantly, the guard ceased to obstruct them, yet he hesitated to grant them easy access. After conferring with another guard, he personally led them inside to meet Jojo. Upon seeing Jojo, the guard tentatively asked, "Your Highness, the third prince and noble consortin claim they have matters to discuss with you. Do you know them?" If the princess recognized them, it would attest to her genuine assistance and familiarity with them. If she did not recognize them, it would mean they were lying. In that case, he would have no qualms about throwing them out without hesitation. Chapter 92. Better to self-punish by copying Buddhist scriptures. Jojo, munching on a chicken leg, mischievously exclaimed, "I don't recognize you." The guard immediately drew his sword, ready to expel her, but Jojo quickly chuckled, "Just a joke. Look how frightened you are, of course I know you." The guard replied, "Princess, you truly are quite the rascal, you nearly scared me to death." With a sigh of relief, he released his grip on the sword at his waist, and since the princess recognized him, he prepared to leave. Jojo then turned her attention to the third prince and Ladian. "Third brother, beautiful sister, since you're here, please sit down and eat together. You surely haven't dined yet, have you?" At that moment, Nan Yuanxiang returned, having just been frightened into a state of distress by the third prince's icy demeanor. She had taken refuge in the restroom for quite some time before mustering the courage to return. As she entered, she muttered to herself, feeling relieved, only to see the third prince again. "This person truly is a haunting presence," she lamented, pointing at him in disbelief before hurriedly retreating to the restroom once more, clutching her stomach. The third prince, perplexed yet slightly embarrassed, inquired, "What just happened?" Jojo understood that her little cousin had been frightened again by the third prince, but she chose not to reveal that. Instead, she remarked, "That's my little cousin, she has an upset stomach, so she stepped out. I would never disclose to third brother that she was scared out of her wits by you." The third prince replied, "Sister, I have already heard everything." His face grew increasingly awkward. Jojo nonchalantly invited the third prince and Ladian to take a seat, briefly introducing them to Di Jiang, and then suggested, "Shall we all eat together?" Ladian turned her gaze toward the third prince. His hands, concealed beneath the table, clasped together in embarrassment. After a deep breath, he solemnly addressed Jojo, "Sister, thank you for rescuing me. Suddenly standing up, he continued, "I mistakenly misunderstood you and frightened you. I was wrong, and I apologize." He then turned to Ladian, stating, "Mother, I am willing to fulfill my promise. I shall sleep upside down every night, drink footbath water, and forego meals." The third prince, being a person of integrity, felt compelled to adhere to the absurd and unreasonable vows he had made to Ladian, viewing it as a necessary penance for his misunderstanding of Jojo. Jojo could not fathom why the third prince insisted on such a course of action, so she inquired, "Why is that?" Ladian conveyed the third prince's earlier words to Jojo. After hearing this, Jojo gently advised, "Third brother, you need not go to such lengths." However, Ladian showed no sympathy for her son, stating, "Princess, the third prince misunderstood you and frightened you. He deserves this, yet, ignorance is no fault. Jojo did not take it to heart. Jojo shrugged, appearing indifferent. There's no need for that, I must self-punish, the third prince insisted stubbornly. Jojo sweetly suggested, then how about this? If third brother insists on self-punishment, why not copy 30 volumes of Buddhist scriptures to pray for the well-being of our Western Chu? It would be far more meaningful than tormenting yourself. At this juncture, if the third prince were to persist in his views, it would only demonstrate his stubbornness and lack of appreciation. Fortunately, he acquiesced, saying, very well, I shall heed my sister's advice and copy the Buddhist scriptures. Furthermore, I shall pray not only for Western Chu but also for my sister. Such a kind and beautiful sister deserves the finest in the world, and I am willing to plead on her behalf. Lady An added, Princess, you have saved my son. I am truly grateful. Upon our return, I too shall copy scriptures and pray for you. This was all she could offer in return for Jojo's kindness, and she vowed to repay her in the future if the opportunity arose. This time, Jojo did not refuse, she nodded in agreement. Very well, now, let us not dwell on this any longer. Third brother, beautiful sister, let us eat together before the dishes grow cold. However, the third prince and Lady An kept their veils on, showing no intention of removing them even at the dining table. It was evident they had no desire to partake in the meal. The mother and son exchanged glances, and Lady An said, Princess, we appreciate your kindness, but we shall not dine with you. We must take our leave to copy scriptures and pray. The third prince added, Sister, I will formally pay my respects to concubine Li at Joshua residence another day. The princess saved him, and it is only right that he should express his gratitude. Having said this, Lady An and the third prince hurriedly departed, leaving without looking back, seemingly disregarding decorum, yet beneath it lay a deep-seated insecurity. They were apprehensive that removing their veils and dining alongside Jojo would frighten her and Jiang. After all, Jojo was their benefactor, how could they bring her fear? It was better to keep their distance and be discreet. Jojo said nothing further and continued her meal with Jiang. Jiang, who had been silent until now, finally spoke after their departure. Jojo, was your third brother seriously ill before? Jojo nodded, yes. Now, judging by the third prince's current state, he seems to have recovered, likely thanks to you, Jiang remarked. As he understood it, recent attempts by the Southern Kingdom to infiltrate the Western Chu Palace had aimed to win over the third prince, who had been maligned since childhood and was now gravely ill. It seemed those efforts had failed. At this moment, Jojo felt quite full. Wiping her mouth, she addressed Jiang, Brother Jiang, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, I cannot come, you must take care of yourself. Is it already New Year's Eve? Jiang mused, recognizing it as a time for reunion. However, he had always been somewhat confused about the holiday, likely because he had no one to celebrate with, and now that he had Jojo, he felt a pang of regret as she would be with her parents and brothers, while he, merely a hostage, was not in a position to join them. With a resigned sigh, he mumbled, all right, I will manage well. Then I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Jiang, Jojo called for Nan Yuanxiang, and together they returned to Joshua residence. Emerging from the restroom, Nan Yuanxiang gingerly held her waist and clutched her stomach, cautiously surveying her surroundings like a thief. She timidly asked, Jojo, has your third brother left? Jojo looked at Nan Yuanxiang and nearly burst into laughter. Little cousin, are you that afraid of him? Indeed. Nan Yuanxiang replied, the moment I see him, I feel an urgent need to relieve myself. Jojo erupted into laughter. You still find it amusing? Nan Yuanxiang playfully chased after Jojo, though she couldn't catch her. The two frolicked together as they made their way back to Joshua residence. Emperor Zhao Ning and concubine Li had long been waiting for Jojo's return. This girl had been gallivanting outside, neglecting her studies, avoiding her time in Joshua residence, and refusing to accompany her parents, much to the displeasure of Emperor Zhao Ning and concubine Li. Chapter 93. A New Year's Eve reunion. Both individuals wished to take the opportunity to speak with Jojo. Upon entering, Jojo noticed the troubled expressions on their faces and, with genuine concern, inquired, Father, Mother, are you feeling unwell today? Why do you both look so pale? Her heart ached for them. No, the Emperor of Zhao Ning waved her over, saying, Jojo, come here to your father. Jojo trotted over to the Emperor's side. He looked at her with a hint of grievance and asked, Jojo, tell your father, do you have any complaints about him and your mother recently? Jojo appeared bewildered. Why would father say such a thing? She was not entirely sure what he meant. The Emperor continued, then why have you been running out so often, unwilling to accompany your father and mother, and why do you refuse to study or learn? Jojo tilted her delicate, fair face and explained, I have had matters to attend to lately. It is not that I do not wish to be with father and mother. What matters? The emperor inquired, puzzled. Do you remember my third brother, father? Jojo replied. He was gravely ill before, nearly losing his life, but the court physicians were reluctant to treat him, and it was I who sought out the physician on his behalf. Ah, the third prince. Since his birth, he had been marked by pockmarks, and his mother, too, had suffered, losing her once stunning beauty, deemed inauspicious. The emperor felt a twinge of disdain for the third prince. He nervously tapped his fingers against the table, signaling his unwillingness to dwell on the subject. Worried that Jojo might continue discussing the third prince, the emperor shifted the conversation. Jojo, tell me, who is more important to you, your third brother or your father and mother? This is indeed a loaded question. Hurry and answer, the emperor urged, his voice tinged with jealousy. Without hesitation, Jojo declared, of course, father and mother are more important. In her heart, she thought, there is no comparison, a brother is a brother, and parents are parents, why should father compete with my brother? Hearing her unspoken thoughts, the emperor felt a pang of dissatisfaction and pressed further, then do you prefer your father or your mother? Surely, this must have some comparison. Jojo was flabbergasted. This was the age-old dilemma of choosing between father and mother. I ask this a question every child must face? What father and mother? The emperor, perplexed, urged, Jojo? Answer me. With delight, Jojo replied, naturally, I love both equally that way, both father and mother will be happy. However, in truth, Jojo favored her mother slightly more, as they had spent the most time together, and her mother treated her exceptionally well. As for her father, they had only grown close after a year of acquaintance. The emperor and consortly both perceived Jojo's sentiments, they understood that they could hear her heart's voice. The emperor, feeling somewhat envious as the less favored parent, cast a glance at consortly, his mood soured. With a smile, consortly quickly changed the subject. Your Majesty, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. The palace will host a grand banquet. What color of clothing do you think our Jojo should wear? Perhaps red, as it symbolizes joy. Although the emperor was somewhat discontented, he recalled the important matters and added, furthermore, I have chosen a grand name for Jojo, and her title has been decided. It will be announced during the family banquet tomorrow. Yao, remember to dress Jojo beautifully. Yes, Your Majesty. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The emperor prepared to return and peruse books on how to win his daughter's affection. He did not expect her to love him more than consortly, but he hoped for a fair measure of affection from her. Young pavilion, the third prince and concubine had finished their meal and resumed their copying of scriptures. The mother and son diligently transcribed the texts with profound reverence. As midnight approached, the air outside was suddenly filled with the sound of birds calling. Coo, coo, coo. The calls were melodious and rhythmic, resembling birds, yet they carried an uncanny resemblance to human imitation. Typically, upon hearing such calls, the third prince would stealthily slip away to meet with the southern spies who mimicked the bird calls, absorbing their insidious rhetoric. Indeed, the bird calls were a ploy by the southern spies to lure the third prince outside. Once abandoned, neglected, and ignored, he had harbored intense hatred for the people of the Western Shu, feeling betrayed by each of them. He longed to unite with the southern spies to exact revenge, quelling the fury within his heart. However, now that he had recovered, thanks to his sister's timely intervention, the shadows of despair and indifference had long since dissipated, replaced by warmth. Moreover, he could sense his sister's unwavering loyalty to the Western Shu. How could he stand in opposition to her and betray her trust? Today, the third prince chose not to venture out. Instead, he penned a note to be delivered, requesting assistance in dealing with the southern spies. These individuals were certainly not virtuous, they had to be dealt with. Furthermore, he pledged to help his sister safeguard the Western Shu. The following day, on New Year's Eve, the emperor hosted a banquet for the ministers during the day and, in the evening, shared a reunion dinner with the concubines of the harem, princes, and princesses. The palace was adorned with festive decorations, and the sounds of music filled the air, creating a scene of joyful celebration. Yet, the Ji pavilion remained desolate, as if on the verge of freezing. Within, there were no couplets, no lanterns, nothing at all. Everything was just as it was on any ordinary day. Daijang, draped in a thick cloak, stood in the courtyard, braving the cold winds, gazing longingly towards the direction from which the sounds of festivity emanated, enveloped in a profound sense of loneliness. This loneliness was not born from envy of those who gathered in celebration on New Year's Eve, but rather from the absence of those he wished to reunite with. Jojo, brother Daijang misses you. With a sigh, he took out a flute and began to play, the melancholic notes contrasting sharply with the jubilant atmosphere of the New Year's Eve celebration. At that moment, Feng Kaiwei appeared. She, too, held a flute and played a tune that seemed to deliberately respond to Daijang's melancholic notes. Finding her flute playing quite commendable, Daijang turned to look in Feng Kaiwei's direction. Although she was merely a little over 6 years old, today she appeared remarkably different from her previous self. Her demeanor, gaze, and aura bore the poise of an adult, devoid of the childish naivety and arrogance she once displayed. "Who are you?" Daijang inquired. Feng Kaiwei put away her flute and gazed at Daijang with tender eyes. This individual was none other than the male protagonist from the novel. Today, disregarding the rule that the daughter of the Duke of Sin could not enter the palace, she had gone to great lengths to gain entry, arriving at this desolate pavilion with the intent of meeting Daijang amidst the throng of people, hoping to forge a connection with him. As long as she could befriend Daijang, her future would be limitless. The poorly played cards of the original character could be reshuffled into a winning hand. Chapter 94. Her gratitude to the chicken feet. Feng Kaiwei had never anticipated that she, a modern individual of considerable stature, would awaken from her slumber to find herself transported into the pages of a book. Although she had become the beloved protagonist, lauded by all, her journey diverged from the narrative in unforeseen ways. The grand heroine had recently faced misfortune. Her father had been imprisoned, and her mother, overwhelmed by the calamity, had succumbed to madness. Alone and desperate, the young heroine had plunged into a lake. Then she arrived, inheriting this chaotic predicament. Fortunately, she was aware that Di Jiang would ultimately unify the realm as the supreme ruler. Notably, it appeared that the fates of others had shifted, deviating from the original storyline. However, the grand male protagonist remained unchanged, and it was reasonable to assume that he would continue to do so in the future. Now, her sole objective was to cultivate a rapport with him, which would assuredly restore her to her rightful destiny within the narrative, leading her to become the queen of the Southern Kingdom, sharing the throne alongside Di Jiang. Di Jiang, taken aback by the visitor's silence, was on the verge of summoning guards to remove her. Feng Kaiwei, gathering her wandering thoughts, interjected, "Good sir, I am Feng Kaiwei, drawn here by the allure of your flute. Might we perform a duet?" The male protagonist, Di Jiang, was a diligent scholar, proficient in poetry, music, and the arts. In stark contrast to the original character, who was inept and arrogant, she possessed a mastery of all that Di Jiang excelled in, particularly the flute, his favorite instrument. She was confident that this would bridge the gap between them, garnering his affection. Yet, upon hearing her words, Di Jiang regarded her with suspicion. Aside from Zhou Jiao, no one willingly approached him, let alone proposed a duet. The denizens of the Western Chu Palace instinctively shunned him, particularly on this festive New Year's Eve, when even the guards were reluctant to linger in his presence. What was peculiar was that Feng Kaiwei chose to forego the lively celebrations to seek him out. "Is there a reason you hesitate?" Feng Kaiwei inquired. "Please leave." "I am unwilling," Di Jiang replied, testing her resolve. Most would be concerned about appearances, and if Feng Kaiwei departed upon his refusal, it would indicate her lack of ulterior motives. However, should she remain, it would imply she had some scheme in mind, disguising her true intentions behind a facade of musical collaboration. He had to remain vigilant. Feng Kaiwei, consumed with the desire to befriend Di Jiang, was blissfully unaware of his suspicions. She refused to depart and eagerly insisted, "Good sir, your flute is enchanting. I long to play alongside you. Please do not send me away, or I shall be disheartened." Upon hearing this, Di Jiang's gaze grew colder, and he secured the flute at his waist, clenching his fists. This young lady evidently harbored ulterior motives. What could she possibly desire, his life, or something else entirely? "Why do you look at me so?" Feng Kaiwei asked, puzzled. "Is there something on my face?" "Leave, or I shall not be courteous," Di Jiang retorted angrily. Yet, Feng Kaiwei remained resolute, unwilling to depart without achieving her goal. Suddenly, Di Jiang produced a dagger, pointing it directly at her. "Who sent you?" he demanded, wary of his royal brothers who would relish the opportunity to eliminate him. "No one sent me, good sir." "Why would you think such a thing?" Feng Kaiwei stammered, her heart racing at the sight of the blade. She could not comprehend why events were unfolding contrary to her expectations. "Then be gone," Di Jiang commanded, summoning others. "There is an assassin." On this New Year's Eve, the guards were distracted, enjoying the festivities, and upon his call, none responded. Frightened, Feng Kaiwei fled. Deep down, Feng Kaiwei felt a pang of guilt, fearing exposure. Di Jiang sheathed the dagger and summoned Chu Yang. "Your Highness, what is your command?" Chu Yang inquired. "Find out who that young lady was." "Is she a pawn of my royal brothers?" "Yes, Your Highness," Chu Yang acknowledged before departing. Di Jiang resumed playing the flute, its melancholic notes echoing his sorrow. He was a figure shrouded in sadness and longing for the warmth of the sun. Yet, his own little son was preoccupied elsewhere. Di Jiang's countenance reflected profound disappointment. Suddenly, the young eunuch Xiaoman, who had been left for him by Zhou Jiao, approached respectfully. "Your Highness, Chu Yang has just brought dumplings. They are now on the table. It is customary to partake in reunion dumplings on New Year's Eve. Might you have some?" Di Jiang offered no response, clearly disinterested. Reunion dumplings held significance only when shared with loved ones. With those he yearned to reunite with absent from his side, he had no inclination to indulge Dai in the Delan Palace. The family banquet commenced as customary, with Zhou being the center of attention, cradled and adored by many. At that moment, she gazed longingly at the chicken feet laid before the emperor. How fragrant they are! I haven't eaten all evening, I am quite famished. Zhou's eyes were fixated on the delectable dish, her mouth watering in anticipation. The emperor noticed her longing but refrained from offering her the chicken feet, for this night was designated for declaring Zhou's name and title. Due to her previously ambiguous gender, the emperor had delayed bestowing a name upon her. Now that her gender was clarified and in the grandeur of the family banquet, it was the perfect occasion for such an announcement. She could not be allowed to gnaw on chicken feet while receiving imperial edicts. The decree was read aloud by Fuan. Zhou's name was proclaimed Yanyu, Feng Yanyu, derived from the first two characters of the verse when the wild geese return, the moon fills the western tower. It symbolized the emperor's long-awaited little princess, finally returning to him in her rightful form. His life was now complete. Zhou's title was bestowed as Yangla, embodying the essence of eternal peace and perpetual joy. Upon hearing the proclamation, those present in the court exchanged puzzled glances. Had the emperor genuinely accepted Zhou as his daughter, granting her a female name and a title reserved for daughters? Had he forgotten that he once had her dress as a boy? The court remained silent, fearing the emperor's wrath, yet his actions clearly indicated a blurring of reality and pretense. All eyes turned to the Empress Dowager. Did she harbor any objections? None were forthcoming. She was elated that her granddaughter had received a name and title. The crowd then turned to Consort Li, questioning if she too had no qualms. Consort Li expressed no dissent, equally delighted. Thus, a collective realization dawned upon the assembly. It seemed madness had overtaken them all. The emperor, the Empress Dowager, and Consort Li were oblivious to the chaos. You rabble, you simply do not understand, they seemed to convey. As Zhou dreamt of chicken feet, she knelt at the center of the hall, receiving the decree with gratitude. Thank you for the grace of the chicken feet, chicken feet. I accept the decree. Chapter 95. Zhou was about to utter the phrase "receive the decree" when a sudden fit of coughing interrupted her. What was the princess thinking? Had she lost her mind over chicken feet? Emperor Zhao Ning's face darkened at the thought. Zhou expressed her gratitude for the chicken feet favor, implying that the chicken feet referred to him. Oh dear, he felt like the most unfortunate emperor in the world. The princess, Fuan, hurriedly exchanged knowing glances with Zhou. Just as Zhou was about to inquire if Fuan's eyes were bothering her, she suddenly realized her slip of the tongue and hastily corrected herself. Yenua thanks Father Emperor for his grace. Long live the Father Emperor, long live, long live. With a mix of indulgence and exasperation, Emperor Zhao Ning shook his head and said, Get up now, come to my side. Zhou approached him, and Emperor Zhao Ning continued to hold her, seating her on his lap. In the blink of an eye, Zhou was already 3.5 years old. Soon, it would become cumbersome to hold her. Now was the time to embrace her as much as he could. The Empress Dowager looked at Zhou, longing to hold her too, but it was evident that the emperor would not easily relinquish her. What a challenge! Not far away, the second prince and the crown prince were engaged in conversation, but the crown prince paid him no heed, for he was still haunted by Zhou's earlier sentiments. She had declared that the second prince was a pretender with a heart of beast, and befriending him was fraught with ill intentions, likely leading to his lifelong confinement. He needed to distance himself. Consequently, he had been avoiding the second prince and searching for evidence to prove his falsehood. However, the passage of time made this endeavor difficult, requiring patience. Yet, the second prince, sensing the crown prince's sudden coldness, clung to him more tightly, showering him with concern. This only served to irritate the crown prince. At this moment, the second prince incessantly prattled nearby while the crown prince sipped his wine, not even granting him a glance. The second prince noticed the crown prince's aloofness and was disheartened. He did not wish for their estrangement to hinder his future plans to undermine the crown prince. In an effort to mend their relationship, the second prince resolved to approach the recently amicable 10th, 11th, and 13th princes. The three had grown close to the crown prince due to Zhou and were often seen together on official duties. If he could forge a bond with them, perhaps he could uncover the reason behind the crown prince's distance. With this thought, the second prince raised his wine cup and approached the 10th, 11th, and 13th princes, eager to drink with them. Zhou, witnessing this, momentarily lost interest in the chicken foot she had been gnawing on. She slid down from Emperor Zhao Ning's embrace and approached her brothers. What brings you here, Zhou? The 13th prince asked gently, his eyes sparkling with affection for his sister. Zhou grasped the 13th prince's hand and asked, Brother, are we not drinking? Not drinking, The second prince was indeed not a good person. He was a false prince. Anyone who befriended him would surely face misfortune in the future. Her three brothers ought to keep their distance from him, especially in such a public setting where they could not appear overly familiar, lest it be misconstrued as camaraderie. Upon hearing Jojo's concerns, the 13th prince lifted her into his arms and distanced himself from the second prince, saying, "If my sister does not wish for us to drink, then we shall refrain." "Thank you for your kindness, second brother." The second prince was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the 10th and 11th princes, inquiring, "If 13th brother is not drinking, then what about you two?" To his surprise, they too distanced themselves, shaking their heads. "We are currently under the care of Lady Li, and neither she nor Jojo approves of our drinking. We shall not partake either, second brother, please feel free." After delivering this, they resumed eating their own food, ignoring the second prince. It was evident to all that they were deliberately avoiding the second prince, signaling a lack of deep ties between them. Jojo felt a sense of relief. Her three brothers had done splendidly, and now there would be no misunderstandings regarding their relationship with the second prince, and should the second prince encounter trouble, they would not be implicated. The second prince, repeatedly rebuffed, felt a surge of frustration that he could not comprehend why this was happening. It was challenging enough to win over these three, let alone expect their assistance in reconciling with the crown prince. Reluctantly, he returned to his seat, drinking in anger. After some time, he rose and approached the center of the hall, addressing Emperor Zhao Ning. "Father Emperor, I have a task at hand and wish to take 10th brother, 11th brother, and 13th brother along to gain some experience. I hope for your approval." In his bid to befriend the 10th, 11th, and 13th princes, the second prince was determined to make a bold move. What task was he proposing? Emperor Zhao Ning, having overheard Jojo's earlier sentiments, wore a cold expression as he contemplated how to investigate the second prince further. The trio of 10th, 11th, and 13th princes turned their attention to the second prince. Intrigued by his words, the second prince continued, "In the vicinity of Xiaoshu County, a snow disaster has occurred. I have been working with various officials to provide relief and distribute supplies, but we are short-handed. Perhaps Father Emperor could allow my three brothers to assist?" This relief effort, overseen by the second prince due to the crown prince's recent preoccupations, naturally excluded the 10th, 11th, and 13th princes from participating. They had previously sought the second prince's permission to join him in gaining experience, but he had dismissed their requests, deeming them too inexperienced and a potential burden. However, the three had not easily given up. They stood outside the second prince's residence for 2 days in the snowy weather, hoping to soften his heart. Upon learning of this situation, the crown prince had even intervened on their behalf, yet the second prince remained obstinate. Now, in a bid to forge a bond with the three, he had to propose that they assist with disaster relief. As expected, upon hearing his proposal, the 10th, 11th, and 13th princes were filled with excitement. They could maintain a semblance of distance while still participating in this official matter, which would not raise suspicions. They genuinely wished to assist, both for their own growth and to aid the common people. "Father Emperor, we are willing to go. Please grant us your permission." Emperor Zhao Ning pondered for a moment without responding. However, Jojo exclaimed loudly, "No." At this, everyone turned to look at Jojo in unison. Why? The 10th, 11th, and 13th princes exchanged puzzled glances. Jojo's face turned pale, her small fists clenched tightly, as if recalling an ominous event. Setting aside the suspicion that would arise from the second prince requesting the three to assist him in disaster relief, there was the matter of the impending snow disaster in Xiaoshu County. Previous snow disasters had been minor, but soon a catastrophic blizzard would strike, claiming many lives as recorded in the book. If her three brothers went along, they would undoubtedly face peril. Even if the second prince managed to escape unscathed due to fortunate circumstances, the same could not be said for her brothers. Chapter 96, The Second Prince's Midnight Journey to Xiaoshu County. Jojo was unable to articulate the reasons for her knowledge and could only feign obstinacy, declaring, "There is no reason. I simply cannot go." The second prince had anticipated that this time he would surely achieve his objective and cultivate a friendship with the three princes. However, he was taken aback by Jojo's opposition. How could such a mere child dare to stand against him? The second prince, oblivious to Jojo's true sentiments and the rationale behind her dissent, was astonished that a young girl would oppose him. Yet, his astonishment did not translate into concern. After all, she was just a little girl of barely 3 years, whose pursuits were limited to playing in the mud and drinking milk. Her objections were as inconsequential as a feather, dismissed by all. "My three younger brothers, you shall undoubtedly learn much from me this time," the second prince said with an air of nonchalance, seemingly disregarding Jojo's protests, as he looked at the three princes with determination. "I, your second brother, eagerly anticipate your participation." However, the three princes exchanged glances before turning to Emperor Zhao Ning. "Father, we do not wish to go," they stated resolutely. They had no desire to court danger and intended to heed Jojo's advice, opting not to attend. The second prince was taken aback. Just moments ago, the 10th, 11th, and 13th princes had shown enthusiasm, their eyes sparkling with eagerness at the prospect. How could their sentiments have shifted so abruptly? Was it truly because of the little princess's opposition that they now refused to accompany him? The second prince, somewhat speechless, inquired. The three princes did not elaborate on their refusal, merely reiterating their unwillingness to go. "Father, what is your opinion?" the second prince beseeched Emperor Zhao Ning. Thinking that the conversation had reached a critical juncture, the second prince assumed that their father would support his intentions and permit his brothers to accompany him for training. However, Emperor Zhao Ning regarded him with a complex expression, pondering for a considerable time before finally replying, "They are still young. If they do not wish to go, let it be." "But father," the second prince began, eager to persuade, yet Emperor Zhao Ning interjected, "Today is the New Year's Eve banquet, a day for family reunion. Let us not speak of such unpleasant matters." The second prince felt defeated. He could not comprehend what had come over the 10th, 11th, and 13th princes today. Why were they so adept at evading his overtures? Could it all be attributed to the princess? Nonsense, how could that possibly be? The princess was merely at an age of play and innocence, unable to grasp the intricacies of state affairs. It was foolish to overthink. He resolved to seek another opportunity to ingratiate himself. As for the issues between him and the crown prince, he would contemplate alternative strategies. Jojo approached Emperor Zhao Ning, gazing up at him as she murmured, "Father, there is a snow disaster." "A snow disaster?" Jojo wished to inquire about the snow disaster in Xiaoshu County. Emperor Zhao Ning, lowering his voice, asked, "Is there truly a snow disaster?" Jojo nodded. The impending calamity in Xiaoshu County would claim many lives, and she hoped her father would issue a decree to evacuate the populace from that region within 3 days, forbidding officials from entering. This would save countless lives. As long as they could survive, there remained hope. Touched by Jojo's earnest concerns, Emperor Zhao Ning gently ruffled her hair and promptly issued an edict. "I have been plagued by dreams of heavy snow causing devastation, with many lives lost, especially in Xiaoshu County. Henceforth, I command the evacuation of the populace from Xiaoshu County to the neighboring counties. All must be evacuated within 3 days. Failure to comply will result in the execution of the county magistrate and supervisory officials." "Father, you are truly magnificent," Jojo thought, recognizing that he understood her meaning with just a few words. Impressive and commanding, the other princes exchanged glances, perplexed. "Father, what dream did you have?" "It is clear that your decree to evacuate was prompted by Jojo's words. We all heard it. Yet, everyone feigned ignorance. Whatever father decree shall be so." Consort Li, accustomed to pretending not to hear, voiced no objections. As the edict was issued, despite it being New Year's Eve, many officials found themselves unable to sleep, resulting in a bustling night. The previous plans for disaster relief were consequently set aside. The second prince, having drawn closer to Jojo and Emperor Zhao Ning, had caught wind of Jojo's mention of snow disaster. He realized that the emperor's sudden command for the evacuation of Xiaoshu County was not inspired by dreams but by Jojo's warning of the impending disaster. He felt a surge of indignation. How could their father heed the words of a mere child, ordering the evacuation of an entire county? What if there was no snow disaster? Would that not render their efforts futile? The second prince mused, "I refuse to believe that a snow disaster will truly occur." Originally, he had planned to seize the opportunity to venture out under the guise of disaster relief to meet an important person, but now, he decided against it. Instead, he would travel to Xiaoshu County to witness the situation firsthand, determined to prove that no snow disaster would materialize. "Phone Jojo, you little imp, sowing discord at such a tender age, await your father's reprimand," he thought. Under the cover of night, the second prince stealthily departed the palace with a few companions, making his way to Xiaoshu County. After the banquet, Jojo, accompanied by Granny Gui and carrying a food box, strolled under the moonlight towards the Ji Pavilion, still digesting her meal. Although she had previously informed Di Jiang that she would not visit today, an inexplicable sense of unease compelled her to see him, believing that perhaps a glimpse of him would bring her peace of mind. At that moment, Di Jiang stood in the courtyard, playing the flute. The air was frigid, though no snow had fallen. A light frost adorned his eyelashes and shoulders. As Jojo approached, Xu Yang, standing beside Di Jiang, exclaimed excitedly, Your Highness, look. The princess has come." Di Jiang, eyes closed, immersed in his music, paid no heed to Xu Yang. It seemed as though he was unwilling to acknowledge him, absorbed in his flute playing. In truth, Di Jiang believed that Jojo would not come to see him today. It was New Year's Eve, and her father, mother, and many brothers would surely wish to celebrate with her. Xu Yang, sensing Di Jiang's lack of response, insisted, Your Highness, if I am lying, may I grow up never to marry or have children, living my life in solitude. Jojo was taken aback, wondering, who curses themselves so? She found herself momentarily bewildered. Furthermore, in the stories, Xu Yang was known as Di Jiang's most loyal guard, renowned for his valor and later awarded a marquis title, yet it seemed he had never married, remaining a solitary figure throughout his life. She pondered whether there was a connection to his words today. What a tragic existence. With a deep sigh, Jojo lamented the fate of Chu Yang. Di Jiang, noticing the seriousness in Chu Yang's words, opened his eyes and, upon seeing Jojo and Granny Gui at the entrance of the Ji Pavilion, his eyes brightened instantly. Jojo? Surely I am not mistaken. Rubbing his eyes, he approached her. Jojo, I have come to bring you dumplings, she said with a cheerful smile. I just wonder if you have had dumplings tonight? Chapter 97. Jojo's fondness for date paste cake. As soon as the words left her lips, Jojo heard a series of rumbling sounds emanating from Di Jiang's belly. Confused, Jojo looked at Di Jiang and inquired, Brother Di Jiang, have you not eaten? Di Jiang, initially reluctant to admit it, found his belly betraying him with its clamorous protests, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. The gurgling noises resembled the melodies of a two-stringed instrument, continuous and unrelenting. Jojo cheerfully exclaimed, perfect timing, I've brought dumplings for you, Brother Di Jiang, come, let us eat. She grasped Di Jiang's hand, leading him towards the room. Brother Di Jiang, your hands are so cold. They feel like ice. Once inside, they settled at the table where Granny Gui was arranging the dumplings, while Chu Yang and Xiaoman tended to the charcoal fire. Jojo, holding Di Jiang's hands, gently rubbed them to warm them up before exhaling a puff of warm breath onto them. Now they won't be cold anymore. Di Jiang remained silent and compliant, allowing Jojo to warm his hands. He gazed at her, his eyes brimming with tender affection. He had never realized that this little sun could not only illuminate his world but could also descend from the heavens to warm his hands up close. Thank you, Jojo, he murmured. No need for thanks, she replied. While Jojo successfully restored warmth to Di Jiang's hands, her own had turned icy. She blew on her small hands to warm them. Observing this, Di Jiang moved beside her, embracing Jojo and drawing her hands forcefully beneath his clothing to warm them against his chest. The boy's fiery warmth and strong heartbeat enveloped her, but Jojo had no particular thoughts on the matter. She simply felt cozy. Likewise, Di Jiang had no ulterior motives, only a desire to help Jojo warm her hands. In that moment, the two children, one older and one younger, shared an innocent sincerity toward one another. Once her hands were warmed, Jojo withdrew them, and together they indulged in the dumplings. Di Jiang, now willing to eat, devoured several, even discovering a copper coin among the dumplings. He calmly expelled the coin, while Jojo danced with excitement beside him. Brother Di Jiang, you actually found a copper coin? I ate so many dumplings tonight and didn't find a single one. You finding one signifies that the new year will surely bring you continuous good fortune and wealth. Thank you for the auspicious words, Jojo. At last, Di Jiang smiled, his gaze softening as his face lit up with a newfound brightness. Chu Yang observed from the side, reflecting to himself that the princess was truly exceptional to the prince. Whenever she was present, he would express emotions like a common person, laughing joyfully. In her absence, he became like a tool, immersed in study and practice, leading a dull and tedious existence devoid of joy. Indeed, Di Jiang found delight simply in watching Jojo eat. Besides the dumplings, she also relished the date paste cakes that Di Jiang had made himself, which were absolutely delectable. Each time she visited, she would consume a great deal. Di Jiang took pleasure in watching her enjoy her food. However, the ingredients he had brought from the southern kingdom to make the date paste cakes had run out, leaving him unable to create more. This predicament troubled Di Jiang greatly. After leaving the palace, Feng Kaiwei had sent people to inquire about Di Jiang's preferences and favorite foods, hoping that by catering to his tastes, she could prove her sincerity and win his heart. After considerable investment of money and effort, she learned that Di Jiang had recently developed a fondness for the date paste cakes from his mother's hometown, often making them himself in the small kitchen at the academy. Yet, he had run out of materials and could not prepare the cakes anymore. The ingredients for these cakes were quite unique, and it was uncertain whether the palace could procure them all. Di Jiang was quite distressed over this matter. Upon receiving this news, Feng Kaiwei felt exhilarated. This is wonderful, I shall go procure the ingredients for making date paste cakes. While the palace was filled with foods typical of the western Shu region, it was unlikely to find all the necessary materials there. However, outside the palace, the situation was different. The black market and merchant caravans were teeming with vendors from various nations, selling all manner of goods, making it likely she could acquire everything needed for the cakes. With determination, Feng Kaiwei set out with the steward of the Wangfu, scouring the capital for 2 days until she had gathered all the required items. She was brimming with enthusiasm, contemplating how to enter the palace next. The steward, perplexed, remarked, Miss, our current situation is quite dire. The prince is imprisoned, and the princess is mad. We are in need of funds everywhere. Without the prince's salary, our financial resources have been severed, and life will only become more challenging. We must be frugal and avoid purchasing unnecessary items, especially those that are both expensive and pointless. What do you know? Feng Kaiwei countered. Di Jiang is not an ordinary person. If we cultivate a good relationship with him, we shall want for nothing in the future. The steward, unable to comprehend her perspective, shook his head feebly. As long as you are happy, Mississippi. Steward, please reach out to those we previously had in the palace. I need to enter. But the new year is upon us, the steward questioned, confused. Is it not celebrated? Feng Kaiwei had no desire to see those relatives. When the Duan Wangfu was prosperous, everyone sought to curry favor. Now, they merely sought to undermine its reputation. I shall not celebrate the new year or meet those relatives. Very well. Feng Kaiwei entered the palace with her items and arrived at the academy. At that moment, Di Jiang was in the courtyard, deeply engrossed in his studies. Oblivious to her arrival, Chu Yang approached him, inquiring, "You must be Feng Kaiwei, correct? As a noble princess, why are you not in your own palace but here?" Since Feng Kaiwei's visit on New Year's Eve, Di Jiang had asked Chu Yang to investigate her identity and learned that she was not sent by the Southern Kingdom, thus posing no danger. Chu Yang's vigilance had lessened, though he remained curious about her frequent visits to the academy without reason. I have come to see His Highness, Feng Kaiwei replied, proudly displaying the items in her hands for Chu Yang to see. Look, I have brought many wonderful things for His Highness. What kind of wonderful things? Chu Yang asked. Feng Kaiwei replied sweetly, the ingredients for making date paste cakes. What, the ingredients for making date paste cakes? Chu Yang exclaimed in delight. Let me see. Certainly. Feng Kaiwei opened her packages for Chu Yang to inspect, allowing him to check everything thoroughly. Your Highness, come quickly. The ingredients for making date paste cakes are here, and they are quite complete. Upon seeing the items, Di Jiang was elated and immediately rushed to prepare the cakes. Jojo's favorite treat. She had felt rather disappointed that morning when she hadn't been able to indulge in any date paste cakes. Di Jiang wished to spare her disappointment. Observing Di Jiang's eagerness to make the cakes, Feng Kaiwei felt a surge of happiness. Look, Di Jiang was so easily moved by me. Upon receiving the items, he rushed to make them, eager to share the taste of date paste cakes with her as a gesture of gratitude for her thoughtful gifts. Chapter 98. A failed scheme and a bitter loss. Feng Kaiwei chuckled to herself. Chu Yang gestured invitingly to her. Please, come in and wait, I will fetch the money. Previously, he had learned that Feng Kaiwei was not someone to be trifled with. To prevent any future discussions about the expenses for purchasing ingredients for the date paste cake, Chu Yang decided to settle the payment for the ingredients on the spot. Thus, with a clear exchange of money and goods, no one would owe anything to the other. Little did Feng Kaiwei know of Chu Yang's intentions. She inquired, "What are we waiting for?" Instantly regretting her question, she realized it was probably to wait for Di Jiang to prepare the date paste cake. Without waiting for Chu Yang's response, she declared, "Very well, I shall wait inside, you carry on with your affairs." Chu Yang nodded and departed. After a while, the aroma of freshly made date paste cakes wafted through the courtyard of the quality pavilion. Chu Yang, having gathered various items he had bartered with the palace servants, finally amassed the money needed to purchase the cake ingredients. He presented the wrapped money to Feng Kaiwei. Delighted, she thought to herself how exceptionally kind Di Jiang was. He had sent over the very first cake for her to enjoy. She felt both cherished and astonished. However, she would have been even happier had Di Jiang personally delivered the cake to her. Seeing Feng Kaiwei hesitating to accept the money, Chu Yang prompted, "My lady, please take it." She sighed with regret, then extended her hands to receive the offering, her demeanor respectful and sincere. "Thank you, Your Highness," she expressed. "There's no need for thanks. Just take the money and be on your way," Chu Yang kindly reminded her. "Money? What money? Isn't this for the date paste cake?" Feng Kaiwei paused, then opened the cloth in her hands. Instead of finding the anticipated cake, she discovered a handful of silver coins, which explained their coldness and weight. The amount was strikingly close to what she had spent on the cake ingredients, perhaps even exceeding it slightly. "Why are you giving me money?" Feng Kaiwei asked. Puzzled, Chu Yang replied, "You have brought the ingredients for His Highness to make the date paste cake. It is only right that we compensate you." Upon hearing this explanation, Feng Kaiwei felt as though a bucket of icy water had been thrown over her, chilling her heart and paling her complexion. "Isn't His Highness making the date paste cake?" she managed to say, suppressing her sorrow while forcing a smile. "I did help procure the ingredients. Surely I can have a taste?" His Highness would not part with the cake he cherishes so dearly. How could he possibly share it with anyone else? Chu Yang said. "My lady, what are you thinking? Besides, we have already compensated you. We owe you nothing." Feng Kaiwei stared at the silver in her hands, momentarily rendered speechless. Ultimately, she could not recall how she exited the quality pavilion. She only knew that Di Jiang did not wish to see her again, and she had not tasted the date paste cake. Her mind was a blank slate as her legs mechanically carried her forward. Upon reaching the palace gates, for reasons unknown, she was recognized. The guards, citing her unauthorized entry into the palace, gave her a severe beating before throwing her out. What a foolish endeavor it was, resulting in a hefty loss. Lying injured at the palace gates, she attracted the attention of several passers-by, who gathered to gawk and murmur amongst themselves. Had this been the former Feng Kaiwei, she would have felt immense shame and burst into tears. But the current Feng Kaiwei would not. She mustered her strength to rise, gazing defiantly toward the quality pavilion within the palace, wiping the blood from her lips as she declared, "I will not give up. Never. Di Jiang, I shall return." Jojo savored the freshly made date paste cake that Di Jiang had specially sent to Qiushui residence via Xiaoman. Ecstatic, Jojo exclaimed while eating, "So delicious that Jojo must share this with brother and cousin." Clutching the cake, she sought out the 13th prince and Nan Yuanxiang. "Brother, cousin, this date paste cake is absolutely scrumptious. You must try it." The 13th prince, engrossed in his studies, shook his head while reciting from a book. He raised a piece of cake to his lips, preparing to taste it. Recently, he had begun studying alongside the other princes, but the time he had spent in confinement had set him back significantly in his studies, making the task quite arduous. He could not afford to slack off even while eating. "Can this be truly delicious?" he thought, skeptical of the cake's appearance, which lacked the refinement of Qiushui residence's delicacies. Nan Yuanxiang also commented, "It looks rather dark. It may not be tasty." "Why not give it a try? You'll only know if you taste it," Jojo urged. "Once you do, I assure you, it will be nothing short of a divine delicacy." Upon hearing her words, both quickly took a bite of the cake. Before long, the generous platter of date paste cakes that Di Jiang had sent for Jojo was completely devoured. Staring at the empty plate, Jojo felt a bit dazed. Had she known, she would have hidden away a couple of pieces. Nan Yuanxiang laughed, "This date paste cake is better than any dessert I have ever tasted. If we could make more to sell, it would surely fetch a handsome profit." Jojo was astonished by her words. Cousin is truly remarkable, even discovering a business opportunity through date paste cakes? How impressive. Nan Yuanxiang was equally taken aback. A renowned businesswoman, surely, she could not even fathom such a notion. Yet, she quickly dismissed her doubts and began considering ways to learn how to make date paste cakes. After finishing the cake, the 13th prince resumed his studies. Anxiety etched across his face as he struggled to memorize his lessons, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jojo watched him with concern. "Brother, you don't look well." "I'm fine," he waved her off, continuing his recitations. Deep down, he was proud and did not wish to appear weak in front of his peers. At that moment, Emperor Jianing approached, suggesting a trip to Qiushu County for some fresh air. In reality, the residents of Qiushu County had evacuated early due to the impending heavy snow disaster, relocating to the neighboring county of Yulin. However, the populace was growing anxious and discontented, feeling that the court was causing unnecessary upheaval, with some even daring to stir up trouble. Emperor Jianing intended to visit personally to reassure the citizens but feared other unfortunate incidents might occur, so he wished to bring Jojo along. Her ability to foresee events could help mitigate risks. Jojo was thrilled at the prospect of going out for fresh air, exclaiming, "Wonderful, but, father, could we take Brother 13th along as well? Studying should not be all work and no play." If Brother 13th could get some fresh air, his spirits would surely lift, and with a better mood, his studies would be more fruitful. "Perhaps we should reconsider," Emperor Jianing replied. He did not want to take any princes with him on this trip. Bringing only the 13th prince could lead to him becoming a target for those with ulterior motives upon his return. Chapter 99. Do you think you are a celestial being? No, Jojo declared haughtily, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. "If you don't take Brother Shirsan, then I shall not go either." At this proclamation, Emperor Jianing grew anxious. That simply would not do. Jojo must attend. "Then will father take Brother Shirsan along?" With no recourse against Jojo's obstinacy, Emperor Jianing, in a tone softened by indulgence, replied, "Very well, he may accompany us. However, dear Crown Prince, the 10th and 11th princes shall also join us. Thus, should anyone harbor ulterior motives, they shall find it impossible to act." All right, Jojo acquiesced. "I have not seen Brother Taizi in ages. I miss him dearly." Once everyone was gathered, the group set forth from the palace, under the vigilant protection of the Imperial Guards and the Royal Secret Service, en route to Yulin County. Jojo and Emperor Jianing shared a carriage, while the Crown Prince, 10th Prince, 11th Prince, and 13th Prince rode alongside on horseback. Outside the palace, the sky stretched infinitely, and the air was imbued with the essence of freedom. When the 13th prince emerged from his reading, his countenance had brightened considerably, the weight of his previous gloom seemingly lifted. He occasionally engaged in light-hearted conversation with his brothers, and at other times, he grasped his bow, aiming at the wild hares darting along the path. In this rustic wilderness, an abundance of game abounded. Jojo leaned against the carriage window, delighting in the youthful exuberance of her 13th brother, feeling a swell of happiness. The decision to bring him along was undoubtedly the right one. 13th brother! Jojo called out. The 13th prince, bow in hand, grinned and said, "Sister, watch closely, I shall shoot a wild chicken for you." With that, he released the arrow with a swift whoosh, yet it appeared to strike not a chicken, but rather a mandarin duck upon the lake. Undeterred, the 13th prince exclaimed joyfully, "Jojo, look, I hit a chicken, someone, go retrieve it." Jojo could only respond with a sigh. "There's a white creature in the grass over there. It's a duck, and I intend to shoot it." The 13th prince was filled with enthusiasm. "That seems to resemble a white chicken, not a duck," Jojo corrected him. Emperor Zhao, observing the unfolding scene outside with Jojo, felt an increasing sense of vexation. What was wrong with the 13th prince? Did he not recognize a mandarin duck from a chicken? Xiaoshu County had now become deserted, devoid of any inhabitants. Following the emperor's decree, the county magistrate had taken it upon himself to wield a blade, compelling the populace to vacate. Although his methods were somewhat severe, it was fortunate that every last citizen had relocated without exception, save for one, the second prince. He had boldly chosen to remain in Xiaoshu County. The magistrate had personally approached him, yet could not persuade him to leave. Not daring to resort to force, he could only accommodate the second prince while simultaneously seeking guidance on how to proceed. At this juncture, the second prince had also heard of the public uproar stemming from the relocation to Yulin County. Draped in a thick cloak, he sat by the fire pit, basking in its warmth, the flames casting a vivid light upon his face, accentuating the mockery and derision etched upon it. "I told you so. There is no way there will be a catastrophic snowstorm. That wretched girl, Feng Jojo, is utterly untrustworthy," he scoffed. "Father's reckless decision to uproot an entire county's populace will only incite discontent and lead to chaos. A single misstep could incite a rebellion." His guards nodded in agreement. "Your Highness speaks the truth. The Emperor will inevitably regret heeding the words of a mere little princess. I cannot fathom why he dotes upon such a child. He listens to her every whim. When trouble arises, he shall have ample reason to rue his choices." The second prince shook his head in disapproval. One of the guards remarked, "Your Highness, should we succeed in demonstrating that Xiaoshu County is free from snow disaster, the Emperor will undoubtedly regard you with newfound respect, recognizing your bravery and assertiveness. You shall not have sacrificed your important endeavors here in vain." The second prince nodded in agreement, envisioning a promising future, yet he remained oblivious to the snowflakes beginning to fall outside. "Upon our return, there shall surely be numerous rewards bestowed upon us," he proclaimed. After a brief pause, he continued, "In time, Father will not solely consider the crown prince for significant responsibilities, but may even contemplate others, such as myself, for the position of crown prince." He had come to the West Chu precisely for the crown princess title. The guard responded, "Indeed, Your Highness, you shall undoubtedly win His Majesty's favor and fulfill your aspirations." Hearing this, the second prince felt a sense of comfort wash over him. He smiled and gazed toward the window, illuminated by the candlelight. Outside, it seemed to be snowing. "Indeed, it is snowing. However, I doubt it will amount to anything significant. It shall cease in a night, and there will be no snow disaster." He continued, "Let us retire. We shall awaken to enjoy the snow and gather around the hearth for tea." Everyone looked forward eagerly to the arrival of the morrow. Upon his arrival in Yulin County, Emperor Zhao was soon met by the magistrate of Xiaoshu County, who reported that the second prince had taken residence there, refusing to evacuate with the populace. "This pretender is quite the actor. Does he wish to freeze to death?" Jojo thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. Emperor Zhao, sensing Jojo's thoughts, cast a cold glare. "Your Majesty, will you truly ignore the second prince? After all, he was still a prince." The magistrate dared not disregard him and felt compelled to raise the issue, lest he find himself in dire straits later on. "First, we must settle the citizens." Emperor Zhao was loath to involve himself with this troublesome individual, particularly one who was a mere pretender. Although there was no evidence to substantiate his status as a false prince, the whispers from Jojo could not be disregarded. Upon closer inspection, the second prince bore a dissimilarity to the West Chu people. His bone structure hinted at southern origins. If the snow disaster could be leveraged to eliminate him, it would save the emperor the trouble of doing so himself. A potential threat from West Chu could thus be extinguished. Unbeknownst to the magistrate, Emperor Zhao Ning harbored these thoughts, assuming he simply detested the second prince for disregarding the imperial decree and retreating to Chaoshu County. Yes, your majesty, I shall continue to assist in relocating the populace. Night had fallen, yet the citizens remained in an uproar. The magistrate had hardly slept these past few days, tirelessly attempting to placate the citizens. Their dissatisfaction was palpable as they lamented, "Good heavens, these officials wield their authority like a tempest. They order us to relocate at a whim. Are they attempting to drive us to the brink of despair? They care not for our plight, abruptly uprooting us without regard. We have nowhere to stay, can find no rest, and must endure the cold. Do they consider us criminals? Indeed, with so many guards present, brandishing weapons, how do we differ from prisoners? We have not committed murder or arson." Both the magistrate of Chaoshu County and that of Yulin County endeavored to assuage the crowd. "Fellow villagers, we have brought you here to evade the impending snow disaster and preserve your lives. The guards are here to ensure none return, for should anyone venture back and encounter the snow disaster, they would surely perish." A brash young man, undeterred, retorted, "What nonsense, is there any snow disaster to predict? Do you think you are a celestial being? I have lived in Chaoshu County for decades and have never witnessed any such snow disaster. There shall be no snow disaster here. Release us at once." Chapter 100. An unimaginable fate indeed. Are we to be returned? We cannot remain trapped here. In response to the call, a multitude, led by a young man, began to express their discontent, with some even attempting to break through the encircled soldiers to reclaim their freedom. The soldiers could only desperately intervene, using their bodies and voices to obstruct the crowd, wary of resorting to violence in the presence of Emperor Zhao Ning, who was nearby. Yet, this method of restraint bore no deterrent power. Failing utterly to contain the surging populace, the citizens grew increasingly agitated, shouting and pushing towards the exit, completely beyond control. "Citizens, please remain calm. We mean you no harm. Stay here for a few days, and in due time, you shall be released. Do not panic." Several county magistrates attempted to pacify the crowd, but their voices were drowned out by the furious protests of the people, barely audible amidst the chaos. At that moment, Emperor Zhao Ning emerged, cradling Jiao, accompanied by the crown prince and several other princes. A throng of attendants surrounded them, each face stern, exuding an air of authority without the need for anger. With the announcement of the emperor's arrival, the clamor ceased, and the citizens turned their furrowed brows towards him, their expressions a mix of defiance and curiosity. They wondered what the tyrant king intended to do. Would he keep them confined and then execute them? Their gazes betrayed a simmering resentment, tinged with coldness and hatred, until they beheld Jiao. Heavens, who is that enchanting young girl? How magnificently beautiful she is! Just look at her delicate nose, her sparkling eyes, her petite lips. Each feature radiates elegance, reminiscent of a fairy. Moreover, her skin is of flawless porcelain, rosy and translucent, and her lively wave to the crowd is utterly charming. She possesses a round countenance and a well-proportioned figure, exuding an aura of good fortune. In an instant, the attention of men, women, and children converged upon Jiao, and the raucous crowd fell into a hush. The officials who had been attempting to mediate glanced at the citizens, then at Jiao in the emperor's arms, feeling utterly humiliated, their faces stinging with embarrassment. All their words had proven futile. Nothing could compare to the simple act of the emperor showcasing his daughter, who effortlessly won the hearts of the people. Emperor Zhao Ning, taken aback, had prepared a plethora of persuasive remarks upon hearing the uproar, rehearsing them in his mind as he approached. Yet, to his astonishment, none were necessary. The mere sight of Jiao quelled the unrest, bringing tranquility in her wake. Truly, Jiao is a blessing from the heavens for the Western Chu, and she is his beloved, sole daughter. With a mix of exhilaration and pride, he instinctively tightened his embrace around her. Jiao waved her small hand, greeting the crowd. "Hello, everyone." "Greetings, Your Highness," the county magistrate was the first to respond. The citizens erupted with excitement, whispering among themselves, "Is this the fabled little princess who holds the emperor's favor? With such beauty, who else could he dote upon?" Jiao continued, "Recently, we have experienced a severe snow disaster. Please remain calm and do not create a disturbance." Yes, we shall not cause a ruckus. Whatever the princess says is right, we will heed her words. Dear villagers, let us take a moment to rest and have some food before we discuss returning home in a couple of days." "Very well." Seeing the citizens settling down, Jiao nodded in satisfaction, adopting a tone of authority. "I will stay here for 2 days. Do you welcome me?" In unison, the crowd replied, "Welcome, welcome. To share the same sky as the princess is a rare blessing." "Splendid." With a flourish of her little hand, she declared, "I am quite happy today. Here, a reward." Zhou possessed a considerable sum of money, particularly since Emperor Zhao Ning had generously provided her funds to don girl's attire. As she ventured out, she typically carried a portion with her. Now, she produced a silver note from her small bag and generously handed it to the nearest prince, the 13th prince. Brother 13, please distribute this among everyone. Initially, the 13th prince dismissed it as a mere token from his sister until he beheld the note's denomination. His eyes widened in shock, and his mouth fell agape, his hand trembling as he grasped the money. 500 taels, where did you acquire such wealth, little sister? In all my years, I have never encountered such an amount. Zhou replied, Father gave it to me. Father, could you spare me some as well? The 13th prince gazed at Emperor Zhao Ning with pleading eyes, lamenting, as I am still young, my monthly allowance is managed by our mother. I am so impoverished that I am in dire need of trousers. I wish to possess wealth like my sister. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Zhao Ning inquired, would you be willing to wear a skirt and dress as a girl? After all, Zhou's fortune stemmed from her adopting a feminine guise. He could not show favoritism, however. The 13th prince declined. Perhaps it is best to avoid that. My sister is a girl, and wearing a skirt suits her, but as a man, should I don a skirt, I would likely be branded a pervert, pelted with vegetable scraps and rotten eggs. Just the thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. Emperor Zhao Ning changed the subject, then let us proceed to distribute the silver. Very well, the 13th prince devised a means to exchange the note for smaller denominations, ensuring that the approximately 500 citizens each received a tael. The villagers, clutching their silver, were ecstatic. A single tael could sustain a person for several months. Thank you, Your Highness. Long live the princess. The citizens knelt in gratitude, and upon finishing their expressions of thanks, they settled down, engaging in casual conversations. After the soldiers erected temporary tents, they too complied with orders and entered to rest, the uproar finally subsiding. That night passed swiftly. The next day, the crowd was jolted awake by urgent messages. Not good, not good. It is snowing heavily, the entirety of Xiaoshu County has been buried in snow, the drifts surpassing human height, and the houses are completely engulfed. The news was conveyed by a guard who had been gathering information in Xiaoshu County. The messenger spoke loudly, deliberately amplifying his voice to ensure the citizens could hear the news of their plight. Were they brought here for their protection or to seal their fate? Upon hearing this alarming news, sleep fled from the eyes of the assembled crowd, their minds jolted awake as if doused with cold water. Is it truly snowing heavily? The snow is taller than a person? Indeed, you heard correctly, replied a voice from the crowd. The citizens, taking in this confirmation, collectively inhaled sharply, their imaginations swirling with dread as they contemplated the dire consequences had they not relocated.